Class 5 of Grade 12, Li Wu Divine Kingdom Area, 40,000 square kilometers, Grade Breeding Talent Overall, Evaluation E. The students below the stage looked up at the light screen and could not help but sigh. What a pity. The initial area of his divine kingdom is too small. Even within grade breeding talent, it's impossible to make up for it. It's not that bad. Nearly half the people don't have any talent at all. At least Li Wu doesn't have to worry about population issues. If there are too many people, you still have to be able to support them. Be careful not to end up spending more than you earn. In a corner of the student ranks, a young man spoke with open envy. Young fan, if only I could awaken a breeding talent too. Wouldn't that send me soaring? Awakening hasn't even started, and you're already planning to live off your elders. Young fan could not help but laugh. My dad hasn't a grade planning talent. Living off him isn't shameful. Seeing this, young fan could not help but nod. He was well aware of his close friend Zhang Pang's situation. After all, Zhang Pang's father was the owner of a grain shop in Mingwei residential area, earning no less than 10,000 faith points a month, which counted as modest family wealth. Ever since the miracle descended upon Blue Star, everyone possessed a divine kingdom, and all conventional production activities had ceased. Where did grain come from? It was produced within divine kingdoms. Where did protein come from? From livestock raised within divine kingdoms. How were houses built? They were constructed within divine kingdoms first. As divine kingdoms developed, all the needs of people in the real world were fulfilled. Those so-called blessings of the ancient 996 work culture found in textbooks were nowhere to be seen anymore. Now everyone needed to do only one thing: think of every possible way to develop their divine kingdom. I hope I can awaken a talent as well. That way the pressure on my family will be much lighter. Young fan prayed silently. Class 1 of Grade 12, Aluo Bing Divine Kingdom Area, 500,000 square kilometers, Grade Ice Spiritual Root Talent possesses Special Building Ice Shrine Grade Spirit Plant Ice Snow Lotus Overall Evaluation A. The students below the stage fell silent for a moment as they stared at the light screen, then the place erupted in commotion. Worthy of being the Luo family's heaven-favored daughter to actually receive an A evaluation. She can basically get direct admission to a top-key university. Of course, this is an Ice Spiritual Root talent. With this talent, the descendants of believers in her divine kingdom have a high chance of awakening Ice spiritual roots. She can choose the cultivation path with her eyes closed. Just purchase Ice Attribute Cultivation Arts, and the development of her divine kingdom will be a smooth road. Dragons beget dragons and phoenixes beget phoenixes. The Luo family truly lives up to its status as a great clan with a third-tier deity. Their descendants' talents are excellent. The teacher presiding over the awakenings on stage also nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. It seems the Luo family has placed great hopes on you. They even helped you purchase buildings and spirit plants in advance. Once the Ministry of Education distributes resources, you can buy more breeding cards. Thank you for your guidance, teacher, Luo Bing replied coolly. Class 5 of Grade 12, Feng Yu Divine Kingdom Area, 10,000 square kilometers, no talent overall evaluation F. Class 2 of Grade 12. Class 1 of Grade 12, Li Qianheng Divine Kingdom Area, 400,000 square kilometers, Grade Mad Blood Talent possesses Special Building Spring of Life, Grade Spirit, Plant Blood Soul, Mushroom, overall evaluation B. With Luo Bing's brilliance as a pearl set before them, when Li Tianheng and other geniuses appeared, the reaction of the onlookers below the stage was no longer as intense as before. People from great clans really have it good. Someone nurtures them in advance, and the Ministry of Education's first evaluation for them is all bumped up by a grade. It's unfair. How can they get away with that? Stop complaining. Their families have worked hard for so many generations, we just can't compare. Class 7 of Grade 12, Zhangpang Divine Kingdom Area, 70,000 square kilometers, Grade Planting Talent Overall Evaluation F. After Zhangpang returned to his seat, his expression was somewhat a mix of laughter and tears. Young, I ended up with a planting talent too. Is our family really destined to farm? Stop putting on an act after getting a bargain. As long as you have a talent, there's a high chance you can enter a key class in the midterm exams, Young Fan teased. It's just grade. I can only take the logistics route. I'll probably end up as an assistant to that old man at home, Zhang Pang sighed softly. Soon it was Yang Fan's turn to awaken. Stepping onto the platform, he looked at the massive, transparent crystal in front of him and couldn't help feeling nervous. Empty your mind and place your hand on the awakening stone, the teacher said softly. Hearing this voice, Yang Fan felt his mind suddenly become clear, and he instinctively extended his right hand. Is this the power of a deity? A thought flashed through Yang Fan's mind. He knew that any teacher capable of assisting high school students in awakening was at least a first-tier deity. The instant Yang Fan's right hand touched the awakening stone, his consciousness seemed to be drawn into a void. Time felt as though only an instant had passed, yet also like hundreds or thousands of years. At this moment, Yang Fan felt as if he had established a connection with a distant expanse of starry sky. Divine Lord Yang Fan. Divine Kingdom Area 1 million square kilometers. Talent grade resource talent. All resources within the Divine Kingdom grow 10 faster. SS grade evolution talent. Unique talent capable of accelerating Divine Kingdom evolution currently hidden. In just an instant, Yang Fan regained consciousness. The sports field was now utterly silent. Everyone stared at the light screen in a daze. Class 7 of Grade 12, Yang Fan Divine Kingdom Area 1 million square kilometers, Grade Resource Talent Overall, Evaluation C. The teacher announced, a peculiar expression on his face. What the hell? 1 million square kilometers, and it's only in grade talent. That can't be right. Isn't it usually the case that the larger the Divine Kingdom, the better the talent? Yeah, and it's an all-purpose resource acceleration talent. This is too outrageous. Class 7 of Grade 12. Isn't that the class made up entirely of descendants of divine beings? That 1 million square kilometers figure seems to be the upper limit for an initial awakening, right? The students below the stage were all dumbfounded. Even Luo Bing, who had the best talent so far, now looked at Yang Fan with a hint of curiosity. Quiet. In Divine Kingdom awakenings, anything is possible. History is not lacking in deities whose initial divine kingdoms were vast, yet whose talent potential was limited, the teacher said gently. His voice seemed to carry a kind of magic, calming everyone in an instant. Yang Fan lowered his head and walked back to his own seat. SS grade talent. Waves surged within Yang Fan's heart, yet he did not dare reveal the slightest. Old Yang amazing. 1 million square kilometers. Your initial resources exceed mine by more than 10 times. Since your divine kingdom is so vast, I'll send believers over to open up land and farm there. We can split the profits 50-50, Zhang Pang said, throwing an arm around Yang Fan's shoulder. No problem. Yang Fan forced a natural-looking smile. A man is innocent, yet bearing a treasure. The methods of deities were endlessly varied. Yang Fan had seen news reports of deities invading others' divine kingdoms to seize resources and even enslaving other deities. No matter what, I can't reveal anything, Yang Fan resolved inwardly. The testing soon ended, and with a wave of the teacher's right hand, the awakening stone vanished into his sleeve. Before the college entrance examination arrives, your time from now on is completely your own. You may go home and discuss your future development with your elders. The Ministry of Education will also issue each of you a development plan outlining the most suitable direction for your divine kingdom, the teacher said. I know many of you hope your believers can go to the battlefield and take the path of a war-focused divine kingdom. But what I want to say is this: only what suits you best will let you go farther. There is nothing shameful about becoming logistics personnel. Though the benefits are lower, you can live longer. The development direction of your divine kingdom is extremely important. For most of you, simply following the path recommended by the intelligent life forms of the Ministry of Education will suffice. Don't try to act clever on your own. As his words fell, the teacher vanished without a trace. So this is the means of a deity. If only I could wield such power myself one day. Stop dreaming. Without good talent and resources, we'll probably remain mere divine-blooded beings for our entire lives, unable even to break through to demigod, let alone become true deities. Let's go. I may not have talent, but at least the area of my divine kingdom is decent. In the future, I can let my dad raise cattle and sheep within it, and our family situation will be a little better. Yang Fan did not join in the discussions around him. After greeting Zhang Pang, he quickly left the school and took a bus home. Please lie down in the safety pod. The nuclear-powered bus is about to depart. Maximum speed 800 kilometers per hour. Yang Fan lived in Mingyue community at the southernmost edge of Yang County, more than 300 kilometers away from Yang County No. 1 high school. This nuclear-powered bus was produced in the divine kingdom of a certain mechanical deity. Although it was a product eliminated from the city fleet for a poor family like Yang Fan's, it had an exceptionally high cost-performance ratio. Arrived at Mingyue community, stop fare 100 faith points. After getting off, Yang Fan quickly went upstairs and returned home. Yang Fan's father was called Yang Tiexin and possessed an great excavation talent. His mother's son Rong happened to have a tiny or vein within her divine kingdom. Thus the two hit it off and started living together, and later Yang Fan was born. At this moment, Yang Tiexin and son Rong were sitting cross-legged in the living room. Blank cards were laid out before them. They picked them up and put them down, then handed them back and forth to each other. Yang Fan was long since used to it. This was simply his parents' work. His father sent believers who possessed excavation talent to work in his mother's divine kingdom, then stored the rare ores into blank cards, and finally put them up for sale online. It could be said that Yang Fan had grown up and managed to attend Yang County No. 1 high school thanks entirely to that tiny or vein in his mother's divine kingdom. Fan, you're back. There are fresh steak and salad in the fridge. Let your father and me finish digging out today's yield from the ore vein, then we'll talk to you about your awakening. Sun Rong spoke, and Yang Fan nodded to show his understanding. Life was very tight for their family. Yang Fan's tuition, living expenses, the rent for their apartment in Mingwei community, and all kinds of taxes meant they could hardly save any faith points each month. It was no exaggeration to say their family had always lived right on the execution line, so the most important task every day was to extract every last bit of output from the Irving. Yang Fan sat down at the dining table and activated his smart wristwatch, where he saw a prominently marked email from the Ministry of Education. Student Yang Fan, initial Divine Kingdom area 1 million square kilometers, grade resource talent. The Ministry of Education recommends taking the logistics and resource transfer route. Reasons: the Divine Kingdom's area is vast and suitable as a warehouse, and you possess an grade resource talent whose resources have certain appreciation and preservation value. The cultivation direction of believers should focus on farming, animal husbandry, mining, hunting, herb gathering, and other livelihood paths. For early Divine Kingdom development, it is recommended to purchase breeding cards, as the Divine Kingdom is too vast and its initial population severely insufficient. Since the student has obtained a C- evaluation, the Ministry of Education rewards 100,000 faith points. Note, these faith points are marked and can only be used for developing the student's own Divine Kingdom, not for tax payment, entertainment, and other purposes. Reward 1 random crate building card. Note: cannot be sold. Yang Fan tapped the attachment icon at the lower right with his gaze, and in an instant he felt a strange energy surge into his Divine Kingdom. Divine Lord Yang Fan. Divine Kingdom area 1 million square kilometers. Talents: grade resource talent. All resources within your Divine Kingdom grow 10 faster. SS grade evolution talent. Unique talent can accelerate Divine Kingdom evolution. Faith points 100,000. Buildings crate building card and used. Worthy indeed of a once-in-a-lifetime awakening reward. Truly generous, Yang Fan sighed. Relying on Sun Rong's tiny or vain, their family's monthly income was just over 3,000, whereas this time the Ministry of Education had rewarded 100,000 faith points in one go. Such a huge fortune had naturally tempted people in the past. There had even been cases of parents crazily having children just to obtain this reward, then cutting off the parent-child relationship afterward. Thus, the Ministry of Education issued new regulations. All such rewards could only be used to develop the student's own Divine Kingdom. Fanner, your Divine Kingdom has awakened. Did you obtain any talent? At some unknown point, Yang Tiexin and Sun Rong had finished their work for the day and were now seated beside Yang Fan. Grade resource talent, Yang Fan replied. Is that so? That's not bad at all. It's a versatile all-purpose talent. Your Divine Kingdom will grow faster than an ordinary person's, and there will be plenty of ways to earn faith points in the future. Yang Tiexin nodded, a look of satisfaction on his face. Placing a piece of steak in front of Yang Fan, Sun Rong continued. Good news, our family's pressure will lessen a lot in the future. Fanner, what reward did the Ministry of Education give for a grade evaluation today? I don't know. What could it be that with this all-purpose talent of yours you actually received in a grade evaluation? Yang Tiexin joked. I'm grade PFF. Yang Tiexin spat out the freshly squeezed juice in his mouth and suddenly burst into a fit of coughing. You brat, don't brag in front of your old man. A grade evaluation. Look at what kind of family we are. With your mother's and my genes, how could we possibly produce such a genius? I'm serious, Yang Fan said solemnly. Seeing their son's expression, the faces of Yang Tiexin and Sun Rong finally turned serious. They knew their boy was not someone who boasted lightly. Could it be that you have dual talents? Sun Rong asked. No, but my Divine Kingdom covers 1 million square kilometers, Yang Fan replied. The existence of the SS grade talent was far too crucial. Even to his own parents, Yang Fan was unwilling to mention it. It was not that he did not trust them, but that he wished to reduce risk. 1 million square kilometers. Are you serious? Without further explanation, Yang Fan simply forwarded the Ministry of Education's document to his parents. Good heavens, how many Divine Kingdom expansion cards does this save us? And there are so many rewards on top of that. It's equivalent to our pure income for 3 or 4 years, isn't it? Yang Tiexin gulped hard. Standing up, Yang Tiexin excitedly thumped Yang Fan on the shoulder. Hurry up and use that crate building card. If you can draw a small or vein, I'll take out a loan to buy breeding cards. Then our family can finally move out of Mingwei community. At his father's words, Yang Fan focused his mind and activated the crate building card. As his awareness sank into the Divine Kingdom, he saw a crescent-shaped pool of well water appear at its center. Moon well produces 1 drop of moon dew every 10 years. Moon dew possesses weak, detoxifying, healing, and body-strengthening effects. Long-term consumption can alter one's constitution. Well, how is it? Did you get a resource-type building? In reality, Yang Tiexin and Sun Rong asked with expectant faces. It's a moon well, Yang Fan answered. Having studied Divine Kingdom fundamentals for so many years, he naturally knew this building. It's a pity it's not in or vain, or we could have upgraded our family's equipment overnight, Yang Tiexin sighed. Rolling her eyes, Sun Rong said, "Don't be ungrateful. The market price of a moon well is around 300,000 faith points. For a family like ours, we may only have this one chance in our entire lives to obtain something like this through the initial awakening. Moreover, the moon well's output is stable. 1 day in reality equals 1 year in the divine kingdom. In just 10 days, there will be 1 drop of moon dew worth 1,000 faith points. With this moon, well, even if Fanner does nothing at all, he'll still be someone earning 3,000 a month. In the future, even if he just lies flat and does nothing, it'll at least be enough for a basic life." Your mother is right. The Ministry of Education's reward comes only once in a lifetime. Fortunately, you didn't draw some consumable or combat type building. Since the law forbids selling it, that would have been a real trap. Dad, Mom, now that we have this income, life at home will be much easier. You shouldn't overwork your believers so much. It's bad for your health. Yang Fan's expression was solemn as he spoke. In this era of universal deities, human lifespans have significantly increased. Even the weakest divine beings have a lifespan of around 500 years. Upon reaching demigod status, one can live for at least 1,000 years. As for the lifespan of true gods, it is beyond the understanding of Yang Fan at this moment. The development of the divine kingdom is not merely related to the acquisition of resources. What is truly important is that the divine kingdom is connected to the spiritual, physical, and even the souls of each deity. The overall strength of the divine kingdom strengthens and will proportionally benefit the real world, which is why that teacher during the awakening could perform such extraordinary feats. If the divine kingdom is damaged, or if its followers become weak, it usually leads to the deity feeling dispirited, their bodies weakening, and even the possibility of sudden death. Understood, you little rascal. Don't worry, your mother and I are still young. The development of the divine kingdom itself is a bottomless pit. We may not have the ability to help you much, but we certainly won't hold you back." Yang Tiexin laughed heartily. "I just awakened, and now I'm going back to my room," Yang Fan said helplessly. With no abilities to show, saying anything more wouldn't convince his parents. The most pressing matter was to study his SS level talent. Returning to his room, Yang Fan sat cross-legged at the head of his bed, his consciousness entering the divine kingdom. Mountains, rivers, deep valleys, and lush vegetation with towering ancient trees. The entire divine kingdom exuded a vibrant sense of life. Yang Fan had a feeling that with just a thought, he could alter the very landscape of this place. Soon Yang Fan's gaze fell upon the humans surrounding the moon, while continuously bowing in worship. A total of 200 people, all bare of clothing regardless of gender, knelt on the ground earnestly praying. Followers, barbarians. Quantity, 200. Daily faith points provided 0.0001. Yang Fan was not surprised by the number of followers. He had learned the relevant knowledge in high school theory classes. In the initial state of the divine kingdom, most followers numbered only in the hundreds. The fact that he had more than double that might be related to the area of his divine kingdom reaching its limit. Yang Fan felt no sense of complacency about this. For the divine kingdom, the number of followers is the easiest to obtain. Investing in breeding cards and spending faith points to issue decrees for followers to reproduce, or even directly purchasing population from higher-level divine kingdoms. For those wealthy heirs who do not lack faith points, there is no concern about the number of followers. The quality of the followers far outweighs the quantity. Even if there were millions or tens of millions of these lowly barbarians, the faith points they provide daily would likely not equal that of a single first-tier life form. What exactly is the evolution talent? Yang Fan pondered, looking at the exceptionally prominent SSS talent. The divine kingdom seemed to sense its deity's thoughts, and a brief message appeared in Yang Fan's mind. Consume faith points to accelerate the evolution of the divine kingdom. At the current strength of the divine kingdom, tenfold evolution can be initiated consuming 1,000 faith points daily. With the 1,000 faith points rewarded by the Ministry of Education, Yang Fan did not hesitate and instantly initiated the evolution. From Yang Fan's perspective, the flow of time in the divine kingdom accelerated tenfold, and the followers began to grow busy. Men hunted, women gathered fruits and vegetables, and at night, they randomly mated to reproduce. Yang Fan returned to reality. Only an hour had passed, and upon re-entering the divine kingdom, he found the area around the moon well had changed dramatically. An open space had been delineated around the moon well with gathered wood piled around it in a complete circle, and a simple thatched hut had been constructed. A day in reality equals a year in the divine kingdom. Under the tenfold accelerated evolution, it had already begun to take on the appearance of a tribe. What concerned Yang Fan the most was the moonlight dew, which had already condensed significantly. A drop of moonlight dew is worth 1,000 faith points. At present, relying solely on the clever structure of the moon, well can recover the costs of evolution. If I had more resources to build with, wouldn't I strike it rich? Yang Fan's eyes lit up, and at that moment he finally understood the terror of this SS level talent. With 10 times the resource acquisition compared to others, the advantages would become ever more terrifying as he progressed. Yang Fan took a deep breath, suppressing the stirrings in his heart. Now that he had grasped the function of the evolution talent, the next step was to fully develop the Divine Kingdom. Yang Fan lightly tapped his wristwatch and a light blue screen appeared before him. Yang Xian No. 1 high school senior student, divine being status, ordinary citizen of the Federation. Please choose a section: news, chat, shopping, entertainment, Divine Kingdom, simulation, battle, deity, forum. Yang Fan lightly tapped the shopping section and a dazzling array of items instantly appeared before him. 10,000 unranked antelopes worth 100 faith points. Provided by IME Company. Quarantine past antelopes, healthy and free from any infections. Buyers bear the cost of data transmission, purchasing 1-0 heads at once waives transmission fees. Ordinary iron or 10 tons worth 500 faith points. Flevel breeding card worth 5,000 faith points guarantees a 50 breeding bonus in the Divine Kingdom for 10 years, increasing newborn survival rates by 30. Ordinary peach trees 1,000 worth 100 faith points, have ornamental value, high-quality varieties, and bear abundant fruit every year, helping followers sustain themselves. Flevel spiritual frost mushrooms 1,000 worth 2-0 faith points. A large amount of information appeared before Yang Fan, making him feel dizzy. After the awakening of the Divine Kingdom, the shopping interface has become so rich, I still need to filter through it. Yang Fan murmured. Help me filter out the resources most needed for the current development of my Divine Kingdom. Citizen Yang Fan, your Divine Kingdom has just awakened, possessing Flevel talent resources. Initial area of the Divine Kingdom, 1 million square kilometers. The Ministry of Education rewards 1,000 faith points. Based on big data calculations, the following products are most suitable: Flevel breeding card, sufficient initial resources for the Divine Kingdom in need of significant population development. Planting technique manuals, basic medicinal gathering knowledge, basic hunting skills, fundamental architecture, 1,000 kilograms of fertile soil. Citizen Yang Fan is very suitable for logistics personnel. The above can be developed in 1 to 2 directions. Federal body refinement technique, strongly recommended for purchase. There are favorable policies from the Federation, and it has a high cost-performance ratio. Please provide a more specific development direction, and I can give more specific suggestions. With the arrival of the era of deities, technology is evolving rapidly. Even ordinary citizens like Yang Fan can enjoy the services of intelligent life, retrieving the most useful things from a vast amount of information. The evolution talent has been hidden, and the intelligent life of the Federation suggests that I take the logistics route, Yang Fan said with a bitter smile. In terms of development directions for the Divine Kingdom, such as planting, mining, and animal husbandry, even if taken to the extreme, one would merely become a wealthy heir, ultimately serving those with combat abilities in the Divine Kingdom while seeking their protection. One could say that life-type deities are generally vassals of combat-type deities. If it weren't for the SS level talent of evolution, in order to ease the burden of family life, Yang Fan would likely choose the Ministry of Education's suggestion. Yang Fan lightly tapped the Federal Body Refinement Technique to open its detailed introduction. The Federal Body Refinement Technique, co-founded by high-level deities, has significant benefits such as strengthening the body and increasing power. Long-term practice can change the qualifications of followers to some extent and can be inherited by future generations. This method is subsidized by the federal government, originally priced at 1 million faith points with a 50 discount for social personnel and a 5 discount for students. Note, the Federal Body Refinement Technique will greatly enhance the fundamentals of followers and is all-encompassing. Whether one chooses to cultivate martial arts immortality or even mechanical ascension, there will be many benefits. Even if one chooses logistics, it can greatly improve the work efficiency of followers, and students are strongly encouraged to purchase it. Moreover, practicing the Federal Body Refinement Technique requires a large amount of meat, so be sure to supplement resources to avoid damaging the ecological system of the Divine Kingdom. Looking at the introduction of the Federal Body Refinement Technique, Yang Fan couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder the teacher once said that after awakening the Divine Kingdom, one should buy a copy of the Federal Body Refinement Technique, even if it means taking out a loan. I didn't expect it to be able to change the qualifications of the believers. Yang Fan was not lacking in theoretical knowledge from high school and naturally understood how precious something that could change one's qualifications and be inherited by the next generation was. After a 50 discount, it only required 5,000 belief points. Without hesitation, Yang Fan clicked to purchase. Help me search for creatures that can provide a large amount of meat with the requirement of having strong reproductive abilities. Yang Fan said softly. Currently, his Divine Kingdom only had a few scattered antelopes, rabbits, and tigers, wild beasts without ranks. Given the current situation, it could naturally maintain ecological balance, but if the believers practiced the Federal Body Refinement Technique, it might not be enough. With the talent for evolution, time passed too quickly in the divine kingdom. Yang Fan could not keep an eye on the resource cards indefinitely. Maintaining an ecological balance and being self-sufficient was the best choice. Searching option 1, 100 reeded rabbits, ordinary beasts valued at 10 belief points. The advantage is their extremely strong reproductive ability, and they only eat grass, posing no threat. The downside is their rapid reproduction can easily disrupt the ecosystem, requiring a divine decree for believers to regularly hunt them to maintain a reasonable number. Option 2, 100 Western cattle, ordinary beasts valued at 200 belief points. The advantage is their delicious meat. They are herbivorous and have a gentle temperament. However, Western cattle do not like to herd. Their habitats are not fixed and hunting efficiency is relatively low. Option 3, 100 Bodhi treasure snakes, first-tier demon beasts valued at 500 belief points. The advantage is their flesh is highly nutritious, making them very suitable for the practice of the federal body refinement technique. The downside is their reproductive ability is average. If a divine decree is not imposed to restrict believers from hunting them, they could easily become extinct, and they pose certain risks in the early stages of developing the divine kingdom. Option 4, 100 abyssal demonic wolves, second-tier demon beasts valued at 500 belief points. Option 5. There were over 100 choices given by the intelligent life form, but Yang Fan quickly chose the Bodhi treasure snakes. Although the reproductive ability of the Bodhi treasure snakes was weak, he currently had few believers, only 200. He did not dare to place the 100 snakes too close to the moon well for fear of harming the believers. In the short term, there was no need to worry about them being hunted to extinction. Once the believers were acquainted with the federal body refinement technique, a divine decree could be issued later. Yang Fan browsed them all for a while and spent 10 belief points to buy 10 stone houses. He spent another 100 belief points to buy 100 antelopes, and then got some low-value construction books at a bargain, including basic tool usage, basic textile skills, basic planting skills, and basic harvesting skills. Yang Fan bought whatever was cheap. With the talent for evolution, as long as he got the believers started, they would naturally summarize experiences and learn. There was no need to spend a large number of belief points on advanced skills. Even without purchasing these basic skills, the believers in the divine kingdom would gradually figure things out over time. However, he felt a bit reluctant to see these believers without proper clothing, so he chose to slightly expedite their progress. In total, he spent 600 belief points, and now the resources awarded by the education department had dwindled to less than 400. Yang Fan took a deep breath and continued, "Help me search for popular spiritual plants on the market requiring simple cultivation, but with a long growth cycle, and I must be able to afford the purchase cost." Detection and progress, 2 types of spiritual plants found. Seeds of wood spirit mushroom, a total of 100 seeds maturing every 100 years, can be harvested repeatedly, but they need to be planted near fertile soil and require the roots of a centennial ancient tree, costing 300 belief points. Believers must have intermediate cultivation skills, and the roots of the centennial ancient tree must be purchased, with each planting costing 600 belief points. If successfully cultivated at current market prices, 100 wood spirit mushrooms would be worth 100 belief points, with a 3-month yield rate of 16.34. Cultivation is too complicated, and the initial investment is too high. Give me the second option. Yang Fan shook his head directly. Water Lotus X 100 grade spiritual value valued at 200 belief points. Maturity period is between 100 to 300 years, can be harvested repeatedly. 100 water lotus seeds valued at 200 belief points, with an annualized yield rate fluctuating between 10 to 30. The maturity time of water lotus is too long. As a senior student who just awakened his divine kingdom, the intelligent life form does not recommend large-scale cultivation of water lotus as an investment. Remember this. Yang Fan looked at the introduction of water lotus, and his eyes lit up significantly. Aside from the long growth cycle, water lotus has almost no drawbacks, perfectly matching his talent for evolution. Unlike others, he could harvest 200 belief points in just a month, and within a year, he could double his investment, which was absolutely lucrative. The area of rivers in the divine kingdom is not small, perhaps large-scale planting is possible. It's a pity the initial investment cost is still too high. Yang Fan sighed to himself, and then clicked to purchase. 200 belief points is not a small sum. Given his family's situation, even without eating or drinking, it would take half a year to save that amount. If it weren't for the rewards from the education department, Yang Fan might not even qualify for this investment. According to federal government law, as long as students do not actively invade others' divine kingdoms during their schooling, their own divine kingdoms are protected by law. With 1 year left in high school and 4 years in university, I have plenty of time to develop. Utilizing the talent for evolution to make various investments in the divine kingdom and then using the belief points earned to strengthen the believer's powers, ultimately striving for demigod or even divine status. Yang Fan plant. Just as Yang Fan was deep in thought, a mechanical synthesized voice from the watch announced, according to the law, the belief points currently spent by citizen Yang Fan come from rewards issued by the education department. All purchased items must be used in one's own divine kingdom and cannot be resold or gifted to others. Any violations will face criminal responsibility. Do you agree to sign the informed consent? Sign. Yang Fan wrote his name on the light screen with his finger. Purchase successful. Fania Data City Express is at your service. Within 30 minutes, various resource cards will be placed in your mailbox. Please collect them in a timely manner. In less than 5 minutes after placing the order, Yang Fan discovered that his mailbox had received dozens of messages. With one click to collect, the items in the mailbox transformed into pale blue data and materialized in reality, landing in the palm of Yang Fan's hand. Is this the method of high-level deities? Quite impressive. With the talent for evolution, perhaps one day I too can reach this level. Yang Fan sighed as he looked at the cards in his hand. In this world, one can basically stay at home without going out. One can attend classes at home, work at home, and as long as they have belief points, they can enjoy various forms of entertainment at home, immersing their consciousness into another virtual world. Moreover, virtual items can also be materialized into reality using blank cards. This exponential growth and efficiency is all thanks to the emergence of divine kingdoms. Yang Fan immersed his consciousness into the divine kingdom and first placed the Bodhi treasure snakes at a location 100 kilometers away from the moon well. Then he placed 500 of the 100 antelopes on either side of the moon well, while the remaining 500 were positioned around the Bodhi treasure snakes. The Bodhi treasure snakes also need to feed, and these antelopes were the food Yang Fan prepared for them. Antelopes themselves also have a certain reproductive ability, mainly due to the currently large base number. Even at the bottom of the food chain, they should be able to reproduce normally. Next came the water lotus. Yang Fan placed them in the largest river closest to the tribe, and when they matured, believers would need to harvest them. After completing all this, Yang Fan summoned his faith points to issue a divine decree. At this moment, everyone around the moon well in the divine kingdom seemed to sense something in the air and knelt down in unison. Our God, we are your most devout followers. Please bestow your divine decree upon us. We are willing to die for you. The faithful chanted in unison. Yang Fan's voice echoed, ethereal and sacred. Your strength is still insufficient to bear my will. The divine kingdom today is merely in its initial stage. Sentient beings are weak and cannot bear heavy responsibilities. From this day forth, I shall grant you the method, federal body refinement technique, along with various foundational skills. This is the basis upon which you shall establish yourselves, and it is also the gateway to higher realms. Diligent practice without neglect will lead to transformation. Thank you, our God. A golden light descended from the heavens, merging into the center of each follower's forehead. After receiving the inheritance, Yang Fan's thoughts stirred, and 10 stone houses appeared on either side of the moon well. This is the moon well. You shall establish your tribe here, which can reduce disasters and diseases. Every 10 years, a drop of moon dew will be produced within the well. Without my divine decree, it must not be taken privately. 100 kilometers from here lies a treasure land home to the Bodhi treasure serpent, a first-tier demon beast. Once you have mastered the federal body refinement technique, you may form a team to hunt it. This serpent possesses great power far beyond what you can currently handle, so remember this. In the great river on the other side, I have placed water lilies which take about 100 to 300 years to mature. You need to send someone to check on them periodically. If they are mature, harvest them and store them. We shall obey the divine decree. The crowd responded in unison, their eyes filled not with greed, but with piety. These followers are human as well, possessing emotions and desires, but those arise only in interactions with other beings in the divine kingdom. They dared not overstep with Yang Fan, their deity, as if it were a command etched deep within their souls. Once everything was conveyed, the golden light of the divine decree gradually faded away. Divine Lord Yang Fan. Divine Kingdom area 1 million square kilometers. Talent grade resource talent. All resources in the divine kingdom grow 10 faster. SS grade talent evolution, the only talent that can accelerate the evolution of the divine kingdom currently hidden. Followers barbarians, 600. Method federal body refinement technique. Faith points 17788 providing 0.0005 faith points daily. Buildings moon while producing 1 drop of moon dew every 10 years. Assets Bodhi treasure serpent x220 first tier demon beast water lily x1 grade spiritual plant. Yang Fan looked at the changes in his divine kingdom with satisfaction. He didn't plan to continue acquiring resources for now, as he needed to reserve faith points to accelerate the evolution of the divine kingdom. Due to his awakening today was the first time in months that Yang Fan stepped outside. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. After sleeping until dawn, Yang Fan rose feeling refreshed, as if his body had become significantly. Yang Fan had anticipated this. With the tenfold time flow of evolution, one day in the outside world equated to 10 years in the divine kingdom. Moreover, during this rapid development phase, he was bound to see significant changes. As Yang Fan's consciousness entered the divine kingdom, he discovered that the tribe's population had reached 600, tripling in size, with nearly half being infants and children aged 7 or 8. This was thanks to Yang Fan releasing a considerable number of antelopes around the tribe, leading to an abundant food supply. Additionally, with the moon while present, the probability of disease and death had significantly decreased. Moreover, due to practicing the federal body refinement technique, both adults and children appeared much more robust and vibrant than before. The moon well had also gathered a drop of moon dew, but Yang Fan wasn't planning to sell it just yet, as the quantity was too small and the network fees would be excessively high. Additionally, the number of Bodhi treasure serpents 100 kilometers away had also doubled, though many were still just a meter-long mere serpent hatchlings. What shocked Yang Fan the most was the number of antelopes. Under his perception, they had nearly reached 500. However, the surrounding vegetation was rapidly consumed, leading many antelopes to starve, causing their numbers to stabilize at a dynamic equilibrium. Yang Fan paid little mind to this. Ultimately, the lack of hunters was the root issue. As for the green vegetation, it would continue to grow, and the corpses of the deceased antelopes would enrich the soil, benefiting his divine kingdom without any drawbacks. The divine kingdom flourished. Yang Fan was confident that those ordinary high school students with a similar status to him could not compare with his development. Of course, he couldn't compare with geniuses like Luo Bing, who had the backing of a powerful family. Those high-level structures were likely already established in the divine kingdom, and the initial resource gap was too great. Even with an SS-grade talent, the disparity between them remained a chasm. The development of the divine kingdom required time. One cannot become fat in one bite. At this moment, Yang Fan had returned to reality. Class is about to start, he thought to himself, pulling out a helmet from under the bed and putting it on, instantly entering the virtual world. Yesterday, my dad bought me a breeding card. When I woke up today, I found that the number of followers increased by 30. The effect is really good. Me too, but my initial population is a bit low, only 50 people. What does population matter? As long as resources are sufficient, graduating from high school with at least tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of people is possible. What truly matters is how to make the followers stronger. Speaking of which, I'm no longer sleepy. Yesterday, my old man transferred me 500 faith points, so I could buy the federal body refinement technique. Same here. My dad said this thing is definitely worth it, so he bought it for me right away. Let me tell you, the Ministry of Education rewarded me with an A-grade building. Can you guess what it is? As Yang Fan just entered the virtual school's address, he felt the bustling atmosphere. After all, he had only just awakened as a divine being yesterday, so it was natural for everyone to be excited. Yanggu, I saved a seat for you. Zhang Peng waved at Yang Fan from the third row. As soon as Yang Fan sat down, Zhang Peng couldn't help but ask, Yanggu, you really made a big splash yesterday with the crate evaluation. In the entire third year, aside from those from powerful families, you are definitely in the top tier. Quickly tell your brother what the Ministry of Education rewarded you with. 100 faith points and a crate building, Yang Fan admitted without any concealment, or rather there was no need to hide. As expected, you must have purchased quite a few good things yesterday, Zhang Peng said, his face full of envy. Given his family's circumstances, he wasn't short of that 100 faith points, but it was still a substantial amount of money. Not bad, Yang Fan replied with a calm smile. What did the crate building yield? Moonwell. Not bad, brother, you haven't even graduated from high school, and you're already earning 300 faith points a month. Zhang Peng gave a thumbs up. Everyone was familiar with a versatile building like the Moonwell. It had even been described in textbooks that a low-tier deity had constructed over 10,000 moon wells in their divine kingdom for long-term investment. At that moment, a slender young woman walked up to the podium. She was Li Qingying, the homeroom teacher of Class 7 in the third year of first-tier deity. Good morning, Teacher Li. All the students in Class 7 stood up to greet her. Good morning, students. Please have a seat. Li Qingying waved her hand. A blue light curtain immediately formed a blackboard behind her, and she wrote 4 large characters, divine beings. First, congratulations to all the students for awakening their divine kingdoms yesterday and becoming divine beings. I would like to especially commend 3 individuals. Yang Fan received a clevel evaluation, Li Shuhua received a clevel evaluation, and Wang Jinyu received a D-level evaluation. Although the awakening of the divine kingdom has a certain degree of randomness, luck in this world is also a form of strength. As your teacher, I congratulate you all. Li Qingying lightly clapped her hands. All the students in Class 7 of Senior Year 3 came from ordinary families, And with 2 levels and 1 level from this awakening, Li Qingying was already quite satisfied. The other students looked at Yang Fan, and the others, their faces filled with envy. This was not just because of the evaluations themselves, but because of the educational resources that such evaluations represented. Although the resources rewarded by the Ministry of Education cannot be used for other living expenses, at least they do not have to ask their families for investment, which indirectly reduces the burden on their families. Since the arrival of the age of deities, human lifespans have greatly increased. You are still young and should not be caught up in momentary gains and losses, forgetting your true aspirations. Li Qingying shifted her tone. Do the students understand? Good, let's begin today's lesson. What do you think a divine being is? Li Qingying pointed to the 4 large characters on the blackboard. Aren't we divine beings ourselves? Those who possess a divine kingdom. Ordinary people who have awakened become divine beings. Students below enthusiastically responded, each one eager to contribute. Li Qingying smiled lightly and turned her gaze to Yang Fan. What do you think, Yang? Yang Fan was taken aback. Although he had always listened attentively in class, he had never thought about answering questions. Why was the teacher asking him today? My thoughts are similar to everyone else's. Yang Fan scratched his head sheepishly. Upon seeing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Li Qingying's eyes. Just an ordinary student, huh? Li Qingying sighed inwardly. She then shifted her gaze to Li Shuhua and continued, what do you think, Li? The core of a divine being does not lie in divinity, but rather in being a living being. After awakening, we have our divine kingdoms, and they are akin to a sheepfold, with our believers being the sheep within. Similarly, one can conclude that without becoming a deity, one is merely a link in the food chain. In a certain sense, we too are sheep, or a link in the food chain. Li Shuhua spoke his thoughts in a calm tone. As he finished speaking, many gazes turned towards him, some curious, some surprised, some contemplative, and others speechless. Yang Fan looked at him, a different kind of light flashing in his eyes. This person is somewhat interesting, but it's a pity that he knows he is a sheep, yet tries to act like a thoughtful sheep. Not stable enough. Li Qingying's eyes brightened. Who told you that? In my spare time, I like to log into the school's library to read. Very good, your insights are quite impressive. Although some may be hard to hear, the core idea is correct. So-called divine beings still do not escape the realm of humanity. Aside from lifespan, your physical bodies remain fragile. If you do not eat for 10 days, you will starve. If you do not drink water for 3 days, you will die of thirst. Encountering a minor traffic accident could cost you your life. Divine beings are merely advanced life forms. They remain fragile. I know you have just awakened your divine kingdoms and are full of ambition, but I regret to inform you of a statistic: 90% of our class cannot even break through to semi-deity status. Li Qingying's expression was extremely serious. The classroom was very quiet and many students looked uneasy. After all, their parents were also not semi-deities, merely divine beings engaged in logistical work, and their parents mostly expected them to break through to semi-deity status to change their family's fate. Teacher, how can one break through to semi-deity status? A student raised his hand to ask. Work hard to develop your divine kingdom and make your believers strong enough. Of course, if you want a quantitative indicator, even if you do nothing every day, you can still gain 1,000 faith points just from your believers' faith. Just by relying on faith to obtain 1,000 faith points. Many students gasped, their eyes filled with disbelief. 1,000 a day means 3,000 a month. Many people's parents together can hardly earn 5,000 in a month, not to mention that this is not from selling divine kingdom resources, but the most basic acquisition of faith value. Don't be surprised once you truly become a semi-deity, you may not care about this little income anymore. Yang Fan lowered his head, thoughtfully considering, I still need to work hard to improve the life levels of my believers. With the current strength of the believers in my divine kingdom, even if it grows to 1 million, the daily faith value provided would probably only be a single digit. This is also why a divine kingdom cannot strengthen its deity through sheer numbers. If the population grows without limit, the divine kingdom will eventually be unable to support them. The quality of troops matters more than their quantity. Dear students, I am not trying to discourage you, but to help everyone see reality. To become a semi-deity, you need to make your believers strong enough. I reviewed the reports of everyone's awakening yesterday, and 70 of you have no talent, while most of the remaining talents are practical skills. Consider this: if your believers spend most of their time doing mining, farming, or hunting, how can they become strong? Upon hearing this, many students showed difficult expressions, and some even looked anxious. I understand your difficulties. Everyone comes from a poor background. After becoming divine beings, you all want to lighten your family's burden at the first opportunity. However, as your teacher, I want to say that if you want to break through to semi-deity status, you must find every possible way to improve the strength of your believers from now on. Purchase resource cards, breeding cards, various techniques, and spiritual plants, and invest them all in the development of your divine kingdom. If conditions allow, seek support from your families. To break through to semi-deity status, the core is not talent, but resources. Upon reaching this point, Li Qingying couldn't help but sigh deeply. The students in Class 7 of Senior Year 3 had the least resources. If they were the top students in Class 1, their teachers would probably have a different teaching approach. Teacher, after advancing to semi-deity status, do we leave the realm of humanity? Li Shuhua asked. Of course, the strength of your believers will feed back into the bodies of the corresponding deities. You have just awakened, so it might not be obvious yet, but after a while, as your divine kingdom experiences a golden development period, you will gradually feel changes in your physique, and even walking on walls will not be a challenge. As for breaking through to semi-deity status, I can assure you that even if you are hit by a supercar traveling at 2,000 kilometers per hour, there will be no life-threatening danger. What about the deities? As long as the divine kingdom exists, the deity will not perish. Li Qingying, she said this to encourage everyone. In reality, there was another truth she did not mention. Once one truly becomes a deity, if there is a grudge between life and death, they would not take action in the real world, but would directly send troops from the divine kingdom. Li Qingying's class passed quickly, with students actively discussing during the lesson, and before long, it was time to dismiss. After the teacher left, Zhang Peng couldn't help but say, Brother Yang, now that we have awakened our divine kingdom, the federal government has granted us many privileges. Should we go to the entertainment district for some fun? What kind of fun? Yang Fan looked at him with suspicion. Let me tell you secretly, yesterday, I explored a lot of places, and there's a Tianxiang paradise, where with our status we can enjoy the first floor for just 2,000 faith points. Excuse me, women, only slowed down my speed in drawing my sword. Let's talk later. Yang Fan hurriedly exited the virtual space, afraid of being tempted by Zhang Peng. Back in reality, he opened the shopping panel again. Now my followers are practicing the federal body refinement technique. Is there any way to enhance their strength? Yang Fan input his demand. Based on citizen demand, the following solutions are provided. First, purchase spiritual plants that can alter qualifications, which will significantly accelerate the cultivation progress of the followers. For example, 100 grade spiritual plants, blood lotus seeds, priced at 1000 faith points. Followers need to consume them over a long period. In the divine kingdom, each person should take one per month for several decades to see results. This is too expensive. Yang Fan couldn't help but twitch his face. With 600 followers, a single consumption would cost 6,000, and for 12 months that amounts to 7,000, while only a day has passed in the outside world. Spiritual plants that change qualifications are all very costly. This is the cheapest option I found. Isn't there a method that slowly changes the followers' qualifications over time? This is too expensive. You can choose to purchase techniques to enhance the strength of your followers. Considering you just awakened your divine kingdom for long-term development, the techniques you choose should not only enhance strength, but also subtly improve your followers' qualifications. Recommend me something. The Yi Jin Jing, a Crade technique, costs 2 million faith points. The Yi Jin Sutra, a Crade technique, costs 5 million faith points. The Changchun technique, a grade technique, costs 1 point of divine essence, and the current identity has no permission to purchase it. The Intelligent Life recommended over 100 techniques, but none were affordable for him. More importantly, it seemed he lacked sufficient authority, as many options were censored. He could only see that such items existed, but didn't even know their names. I'll just continue farming, wash up, and go to bed early. Yang Fan sighed bitterly. The reality of his life began to return to normal. Yang Fan entered the virtual world for class at the same time every day. How should the divine kingdom develop? What resources offer the best cost-performance ratio in the early stages? How to maintain ecological balance in the divine kingdom and ensure healthy evolution? Cultivating diverse directions for followers. As the head teacher of Class 7, Li Qingying provided comprehensive lessons each time, but perhaps because the students came from ordinary backgrounds, she focused more on logistical aspects. Even so, Yang Fan listened intently. With his talent for evolution, his divine kingdom could develop comprehensively. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and under the influence of his talent, the divine kingdom experienced changes equivalent to a century. God Lord Yang Fan. Area of divine kingdom, 1 million square kilometers. Talent grade resource talent. All resources in the divine kingdom grow 10 faster. SS grade talent evolution. The unique talent can accelerate the evolution of the divine kingdom currently hidden. Followers barbarians, 5,230. Technique federal body refinement technique. Faith points, 7,788. Daily provision of 0.006 faith points. Buildings moon well produces a drop of lunar, due every 10 years. Assets Bodhi treasure serpent X5311, first level demon, beast water lotus X110, grade spiritual plant. Over a century, the divine kingdom has undergone a tremendous transformation. Centered around the moon, while the tribe built hundreds of stone houses in all directions with an area expanding to 5,000 square kilometers. Thanks to the basic skill cards invested 10 days ago, the followers have become considerably smarter. They even fenced off a large area to raise antelopes for easier hunting. Some followers transplanted the wild fruit trees from the Divine Kingdom near the tribe, concentrating on harvesting to improve efficiency. The elderly performed various tasks in the tribe. Young women harvested wild fruits, adult men formed teams to hunt, boys played in the fields, and infants cried in their rooms waiting to be fed. Under Yongfan's watch, a group of 50 adult men was carrying a Bodhi treasure serpent, which was 20 meters long, back to the tribe. The hunting team is back, and they caught an adult Bodhi treasure serpent. A small boy, half-naked, shouted from a high place in the tribe. Hearing this, the entire tribe stirred. "Otta, why are only you back?" An elder asked. "Village chief, in the past we would capture juvenile serpents, but perhaps due to too many attempts these creatures have become smarter. Today an adult Bodhi treasure serpent ambushed us from the shadows, and only half of our 100-member team returned." The leading man replied calmly, his eyes not showing sadness, but rather satisfaction with the harvest. "As long as we return with something, it's good. Adult treasure serpents have strong medicinal effects, so we should dilute it with more water for the children to consume. For the next few months, we must not go to the Serpent Valley to hunt. We need to digest this harvest well. If another warrior like you could emerge from the tribe, we could actively hunt adult treasure serpents." "Everything is," the man said excitedly. "Everything is for the divine." The village chief raised his hands high in utmost reverence. Yongfan watched all of this from the void, revealing a look of satisfaction. Over a century, the overall strength of the followers has multiplied by more than 10 times. The number of Bodhi treasure serpents has also increased significantly, with about 1,500 mature serpents, while most are juvenile snakes. Noticing something, Yongfan frowned. "Why are there so few antelopes? There are less than 2,000. After all, it is Yongfan's own divine kingdom, and he quickly found the cause. The main reason is that the followers have practiced the federal body refinement technique, and coupled with the rapid population growth, the demand for meat has increased exponentially. About 30 years ago, the previous village chief discovered this problem and began to limit the villagers' hunting, even raising some in captivity. The second reason is the reproduction of the Bodhi treasure serpents. Their consumption of meat is equally terrifying, several times more than that of the entire tribe. Although they are first-level demon beasts, these creatures lack high intelligence and do not understand the principle of overharvesting. They essentially just eat, when hungry, sleep after eating, and wake up to continue eating. If the tribe did not hunt juvenile serpents from time to time, their numbers would only increase, and they might have started to disrupt the ecological chain. The biodiversity in the Divine Kingdom is still too low, and the chain is not very stable. Additionally, I need to buy some grass seeds, so that herbivorous animals like antelopes can have more food." After understanding the shortcomings of the Divine Kingdom, Yongfan returned to reality to start shopping. 6-leaf grass seeds can cover 1.0 square kilometers, grow rapidly, and require ample water. Once the growth density reaches a certain level, they will compete for water, ensuring they do not grow wildly and disrupt the ecology. Priced at 200 faith points. But 10,000 levelless wild boars priced at 300 faith points. But 1,000 levelless tigers priced at 400 faith points. 100,000 hamsters priced at 300 faith points. 100 million earthworms, which can enrich the soil and increase the speed of vegetation growth, priced at 100 faith points. Bye. Yongfan waved his hand, spending nearly 3,000 faith points on various levelless beasts. These beasts are not followers of Yongfan. They will only follow their instincts to hunt and breed among themselves. After several decades, or even a century, they might face extinction. Yongfan was indifferent to this. Firstly, the cost of low-level beasts is minimal, and secondly, this is a necessary process of ecological evolution. Li Qingying once mentioned in class that deities can invest various resource cards, but they must be cautious about the intensity. If a second-tier life form is introduced in the early stages of the Divine Kingdom, it could lead to catastrophic disasters. As for low-level beast species, the more the better, the deities need not interfere. Once a species becomes extinct, it merely proves that it is unsuitable for the development of the Divine Kingdom and will be automatically eliminated from the entire ecological chain. Survival of the fittest in the development of the Divine Kingdom. Speed is not always an advantage. Time is equally important. Dark Knight Vulture 100 units, first-tier monster priced at 3,000 faith points. Merchants note: it is not recommended to purchase within 100 years of the Divine Kingdom's history, as this monster often hunts human infants. Yongfan hesitated briefly, but still clicked to purchase. Based on the knowledge learned in class, he felt that his followers were living too comfortably. The Bodhi serpent is rather lazy and generally does not leave its valley, while beasts like antelopes pose no threat to the tribe. Without pressure, there is no motivation. Yongfan felt it was time to introduce some dangerous species into the Divine Kingdom. A comfortable environment cannot foster powerful followers. Upon receiving the cards, Yang Fan immediately invested all of them into the divine kingdom. Rays of light flashed and a series of beast roars echoed from deep within the kingdom's forest. Tigers, porcupines, rabbits, hedgehogs, and mice began to swarm like ants. A loud screech rang. At this moment in the valley where the Bodhi serpent resides, a snake measuring 50 meters began to coil its body, assuming an offensive posture as if sensing a natural enemy. With a thought, Yang Fan descended a divine decree upon the tribe. My followers, you have performed exceptionally well over the past century. As a reward, I bestow upon you a miracle, granting you more food. Thank you, my God. The followers knelt in unison. Even the 2- or 3-year-old infants fell over. Opportunities come with risks. A crisis from the sky has been born, and you must be prepared. Leaving these words, Yang Fan took out 3 blank cards, collected 11 drops of moonlight dew and all 500 water lotus seeds from the tribe's storage, and then gathered 500 adult serpents and 500 juvenile serpents from the Snake Valley before returning to reality. In a world where online data could manifest in reality, everyone could be a buyer or a seller. Yang Fan registered an account on Taotao Network using his student ID and connected his transaction account to his divine kingdom, starting to list items for sale. 11 drops of moonlight dew priced at 11000 faith points. 500 water lotus seeds priced at 1000 faith points. Bundled sale of Bodhi serpents, 500 mature ones and 500 juvenile ones priced at 300 faith points. After editing, Yang Fan clicked submit. Taotao Network item approved, qualification verified, now listed. Transaction completed, total income 15000 faith points. Taotao Network will withhold 10 for personal income tax and a 2 platform transaction fee. Your total profit is 13200. The faith points have been credited to your divine kingdom. Hearing the prompt from Taotao Network, Yang Fan couldn't help but sigh. As long as the price is reasonable, transactions are incredibly swift. However, the taxes are steep. Besides these, I still have to pay a head tax annually. The federal government is truly ruthless. In today's world, everything is digitalized and intelligent. Regardless of whether you are an ordinary person or a high-ranking deity, no one can escape taxation. Only death and taxes are unavoidable. God Master Yang Fan. Area of the Divine Kingdom, 1 million square kilometers. Talent class resource. Talent accelerates growth of all resources in the Divine Kingdom by 10. SS class talent evolution, the unique talent that can accelerate the evolution of the Divine Kingdom, currently hidden. Followers barbarians, 5230. Method federal body refinement technique. Faith points 14988. Daily provision of 0.006 faith points. Buildings moon well produces 1 drop of moonlight due every 10 years. Assets Bodhi Serpent X4311 First Tier Monster Dark Knight Vulture X110 First Tier Monster Water Lotus X110 Class Spiritual Plant. In just about 10 days, Yang Fan earned 13200 faith points. If his parents knew, they would be shocked. Even so, Yang Fan was still unsatisfied. To be precise, he was not fully utilizing his talent. I am still too poor. If only I had a background like Luo Bing combined with an SS class talent, I could soar in place. I must find a way to secure more initial funding. A glimmer of greed flashed in Yang Fan's eyes. With the evolution talent, he could generate faith points at 10 times the rate of others. For example, the moon, well, has a market value of 300 faith points, generating 300 faith points monthly and an annual income of 3600 with a yield of only 12. Compared to other Divine Kingdom assets, its yield is quite low, but for Yang Fan, it represents a 120 return. It could recoup costs in a year, and most importantly, it does not require time for cultivation. The followers only need to train. Unlike others, my followers do not need to waste time on activities like planting or hunting. Enhancing their strength is their core task, while the resources required can be provided through buildings like the Moonwell. Yang Fan muttered to himself, "It's almost time for class. Still think more about it tonight." He stopped dwelling on it and put on the virtual helmet. Virtual World Class 7 of Senior Year. Today we will discuss the prosperity of the Divine Kingdom. Li Qingying wrote the word prosperity on the blackboard. In the 10 days since awakening, everyone was no longer as fervent as at the beginning. Although they were attentively listening to the lecture, their eyes revealed a hint of fatigue. To develop the Divine Kingdom, one must purchase resource cards, issue divine decrees, and find ways to earn faith points. Especially for students from less affluent families, these days have been particularly challenging. Observing the state of the students, Li Qingying was not surprised at all. Instead, she said, "Before this class, I have a good announcement for everyone. Our Class 7 of Senior Year will organize a monthly examination. Considering that everyone has just awakened their divine kingdoms, there will be no battles among followers in this exam. Instead, Intelligent Life will connect to your divine kingdoms and provide a comprehensive assessment of prosperity to rank you. Li Qingying pointed to the large characters on the blackboard with her right hand, revealing a small dimple. Since it's an internal class exam, the school will not offer rewards, but as your homeroom teacher, I am willing to sponsor it personally. The 4th to 10th places will each receive a reward of 200 faith points. The 3rd place will receive 400 faith points. The 2nd place will receive 600 faith points, and the 1st place will receive 100 faith points, along with a selectable class building. Wow! The classroom instantly buzzed, and most people's expressions began to show excitement. Li Qingying was indeed a first-tier deity. Even a tiny bit of wealth leaking through her fingernails invigorated the students. All the students sat up straight, fearing they might miss the important content of the lesson. This was not due to a thirst for knowledge, but because it related to their points of faith. Children from poor families mature quickly. Seeing how her words motivated the students, a hint of pride appeared at the corners of Li Qingying's mouth. The aspects of prosperity are numerous, and the federal government has a standardized evaluation process for them. It mainly concerns the population of believers and their strength, as well as the value of various resources within the divine nation, including, but not limited to, land, spiritual plants, and non-believer creatures. Isn't it just that whoever invests more will have a higher prosperity? A student from the audience retorted. What you said is fundamentally correct, but it's not entirely accurate. In addition, the biodiversity, stability of the food chain, sustainability of the divine nation, and even the cleanliness and aesthetics of the divine nation are included in the evaluation criteria. Li Qingying continued with a smile, do not think that the knowledge learned in school is unimportant. If a rich second generation only knows how to pile up resources, they may start off with a high advantage, but in the long run the divine nation will become bloated and even unable to digest. Developing a divine nation is an art. Resources are important, but for you ordinary students, it's even more crucial to focus on learning to make the most out of every resource. Upon hearing this, everyone listened more intently, as if they had grasped a glimmer of hope. What Li Qingying said was undoubtedly true, yet she did not mention the real key point. In fact, the most important aspect of developing a divine nation is still resources. Even if an ordinary person learns knowledge well and utilizes every resource to the fullest, how could they possibly compare to those who grow up with a golden key? The resources wasted by others could probably sustain their divine nation. The class structure of this world has solidified, and climbing up is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In addition, I have good news for you. I have applied to the Ministry of Education, and now all members of Class 7 have been removed from the protection of the minor protection law. You are eligible to apply for loans from the Ministry of Education. Loans? Yang Fan's eyes brightened as well. According to federal law, federal citizens who have not awakened their divine nation and lack independent capability cannot participate in federal education fund loans. Li Qingying coughed, her expression gradually becoming serious. The interest rates of outside loan companies generally exceed 50, while the federal education fund loans are at 0. This will only start accruing interest when you no longer hold student status, and during this period you don't even have to repay the principal. This is an investment provided by the federal government to all students, and for the vast majority, it may be the last investment of their lives. This funding is extremely important. Remember to use it for the development of your own divine nation. As for the loan amount, it is determined based on your evaluation at the time of awakening. And level evaluation qualifies for 300 level, for 100 level, for 200, and level for 500. Teacher Lee, this isn't fair. The difference in loan amounts is so vast, doesn't that fix the top 3? Someone below said anxiously. There is no absolute fairness in this world. Instead of complaining, it would be better to think about how to utilize the limited resources to develop the divine nation. The assessment begins in 10 days. Everyone should be prepared. With these words, Li Qingying's figure instantly disappeared, presumably returning to reality. Zhang Pang nudged Yang Fan's shoulder and said, a loan limit of 5 million with no interest. With 4 years until graduation, even a small investment could double it. Isn't that the same as getting it for free? No wonder my dad says a fast step leads to quick progress. Even Zhang Pang, who came from a relatively good family, was moved at this moment. 5 million points of faith could buy out his father's grain storage. This funding can't all be used for investment if the costs of cultivating believers are also substantial. Yang Fan sighed pretentiously. At that moment, he felt a scrutinizing gaze. It was Li Shihao who was now looking at Yang Fan and slowly standing up. Seeing Li Shihao approaching, Yang Fan hurriedly exited the virtual world. Seeing this, Li Shihao was also taken aback. He was sure Yang Fan had seen him, yet suddenly ran away. Li Shihao, I won't lose to you in this internal assessment. So confident. And have you forgotten about someone? Our class also has Yang Fan, who obtained a level of 5 million is a lot, but Yang Fan's family is too poor. His parents can't provide much help. This is already the limit. Wang Jinyu said indifferently, seemingly not to take Yang Fan seriously. My family is also average. Unlike you, I don't have a good father with 10 cargo transfer points in Mingri community. Li Shihao sighed. Stop with the sarcasm. Although you are a collateral branch of the Li family after obtaining a clever evaluation 10 days ago, you received family investment. I bet the total prosperity of all the divine nations in class can't compare to yours. Wang Jinyu rolled his eyes. How would you know such confidential information? Li Shihao was shocked. Shut up. A few days ago we were drinking at Tianxiang Renjian, and you were boasting in front of dozens of people. Now you're pretending to forget. Can you not show off? Have you been pinned up from being a bookworm for the past few years? Wang Jinyu spat and exited the virtual world without waiting for a response. Li Shihao stood there, his face slightly reddening. After a cough of embarrassment, he also exited. Being related to a big family is nice, just a bit of potential can attract investment. The Li and Luo families are the two largest families in Yang County. Li Shihao has successfully changed his fate. His current strength could probably elevate him to Class 3. Wang Jinyu should not be underestimated either. Recently, I saw his father dealing with loans. It seems he's trying to help him make a push before the college entrance exam. Yang Fan was unaware of what happened next and was not interested in the gossip among classmates. He was only eager to process the loan and purchase resource cards to enrich his divine nation. Just as Yang Fan clicked on his wristwatch, he saw Zhang Peng's voice call. Upon answering, Zhang Peng's boisterous voice came through. Yang Gu, why are you running so fast? I wanted to ask why you didn't go to the gathering Li Shihao organized a few days ago. This guy has really hit it big. He treated all of us brothers at the time, not even blinking an eye. This guy is simply unbearable. Gathering. Did you not see the group message? All the boys from Class 7 in senior year are invited. What about the girls? Are you really not looking at the messages? We went to Tianxiang Renjian. Why would we bring female classmates? There are no male models there. Cough, cough, cough. I didn't pay attention. Yang Fan said awkwardly. On a serious note, Li Shihao said he couldn't reach you, so he asked me to invite you for a meal. Zhang Peng said. Why does he want to invite me for a meal? Yang Fan asked, puzzled. Although they were high school classmates for 3 years, both he and Li Shuhua were not very talkative, so they did not form a... Li Shuhua possesses a clever talent with a steel body destined to follow the path of the war god kingdom, thus requiring the assistance of a subordinate divine kingdom to stabilize his rear supply. He has invited several talented individuals from our class, and the offers are quite generous. I think you should consider it. Li Shuhua is now recognized by the Li family as a genius, and his future development is something we cannot compare to. It's safer to align with someone powerful. My father also relied on his classmates back then. They have known each other since childhood, which fosters trust, Zhang Peng patiently explained. I understand, but I've been quite busy lately. Let's talk about it later. Yang Fan replied. He did not want to reject directly. To others, Li Shuhua's overtures seemed like an opportunity. If he refused too obviously, it would contradict Yang Fan's principle of keeping a low profile. Alright, you also have a clever evaluation, so it makes sense to consider it. Perhaps those prodigies from Class 1 will also extend an olive branch to you. Anyway, I've passed on the message. By the way, let's get together when you have time. It won't be in the virtual world. Come over to my house for a meal. Sure, Yang Fan agreed. Zhang Peng's father was doing business in Mingwei community, and they often visited each other when they were young, which is why their relationship is so good. After ending the call, Yang Fan opened his wristwatch and entered the federal fund loan page. Citizen Yang Fan, your current loan limit is 5 million faith points. Please sign the informed consent form. Yang Fan opened the informed consent form, which contained dozens of pages of terms. To help students grasp the key points, the federal government had highlighted the core issues. Among them was the cost of being unable to repay, which would lead to being forcibly sent to the front lines to produce supplies for the frontline divine kingdom with zero compensation until all debts were cleared. When the countdown ended, Yang Fan decisively clicked to sign. With the power of evolution, he was confident he could double the principal in less than a year. Risks were non-existent. Loan successful. The federal government recommends that these startup funds be used entirely for personal divine kingdom development. Do not be tempted by indulgence or offer them to others. If you encounter fraud, please call the Federal Fund Loan Official Hotline. Unlike the rewards issued by the Ministry of Education, the faith points from the loan could be freely allocated by Yang Fan. Faith points 501. 4988 daily provision of 0.006 faith points. Seeing the sudden surge in faith points, Yang Fan did not hesitate and immediately opened the shopping mall. Help me search for buildings similar to the Moonwell. The requirements are that they do not consume the energy of believers and can naturally yield fixed benefits over time. Ideally, they should slowly influence the believers' bodies and improve their qualifications. Yang Fan entered his needs in the search box. Searching. Clevel building Sun Spring, which produces a drop of solar essence every 10 years, has benefits such as strengthening the body, increasing power, and detoxification. It is valued at 1,000 faith points, and the building price is 3,000 faith points. Clevel building Ghost Spring, which condenses a drop of ghost poison every 100 years, is valued at 500 faith points, and the building price is 100 faith points. Merchants note if the believer's strength is insufficient, they may suffer from chronic poisoning. The Divine Kingdom needs to extract it every 1,000 years, otherwise it can easily form a toxic mist zone. Clevel building Skeleton Tower, which produces skeleton soldiers by investing animal corpses. Each skeleton soldier is valued at 0.1 faith points, and the building price is 500 faith points with an average return rate of 36 according to big data. Level building 100 Soldiers Tower, which automatically produces hundreds of cold weapons from iron or for sale. The building price is 200 million faith points with an average return rate of 16 according to big data. Yang Fan saw that level buildings appeared and quickly pressed the pause button. I want to make stable investments in the Divine Kingdom. With my current funds, I can only purchase Clevel buildings. Recommend me the best choice. According to big data calculations, the optimal choice is a combination of Moonwell and Sunspring. At the current market value, both have a return rate of 12%, and long-term placement will positively affect the surrounding environment, improving the physical condition of believers and assisting in the cultivation of federal body refining techniques. When both are placed together over time, they will merge, and after 1,000 years there will be a 1 in 10,000 chance of evolving into the special building Life Spring. Once it appears, the investment returns will greatly increase. Help me check the price of Life Spring, Yang Fan asked curiously. Special building Life Spring, the official recommended transaction price is 1 billion faith points. Currently it is in serious shortage and cannot be purchased. Life Spring investing beings below the 5th level can quickly heal injuries. It produces a drop of life water every 10 years valued at 1 million faith points, and is also in serious shortage and cannot be purchased. Seeing the description of Life Spring, Yang Fan couldn't help but take a deep breath. It was just like winning the lottery, once you hit it you would become wealthy. At that moment, Yang Fan suddenly remembered that he had seen in his textbook that someone had set up a large number of moon wells in the Divine Kingdom. It seems there might also be sun springs among them. As long as one life spring is born, all sunk costs would be offset. Recalling the day of awakening that Li family genius Li Tianheng possessed a life spring in his Divine Kingdom, Yang Fan was greatly shocked. These talented individuals with backgrounds probably have no idea how advanced their divine kingdoms have developed. Yang Fan couldn't help but rub his temples, feeling an overwhelming pressure. With his SS-level evolution talent, he did not believe his potential was inferior to those geniuses, but the gap between them was likely much greater than he had imagined. Others have generations of accumulation, while I have a cheat. The future is long, let's take it step by step, Yang Fan encouraged himself. Purchase 4 moon wells and 5 sun springs. Yang Fan directly pressed the purchase button. 7 million was spent instantly, and he felt no regret. With these combined with his evolution talent, his monthly net income was 300 faith points. Continue to help me search for high-yield spiritual plants that can improve the environment of the Divine Kingdom and are easy to plant and harvest without wasting believers' energy, priced under 1 million faith points. Search successful. Recommended Clevel spiritual plant Soul Nourishing Wood, which is very easy to survive and can be used for alchemy. The older it gets, the higher its value. Long-term planting will allow the surrounding beings to have clearer minds and slightly enhance their comprehension. Soul Nourishing Wood Seedlings 1000, priced at 500 faith points. Merchant Reminder Soul Nourishing Wood takes a long time to grow, which can easily attract the envy of others, posing a high investment risk. If there is no family background or strong strength, it is best not to cultivate in large quantities. The current market prices are 10-year Soul Nourishing Wood at 510 faith points per plant, 100-year Soul Nourishing Wood at 700 faith points per plant, 1000-year Soul Nourishing Wood at 500 faith points per plant, and 10th-year Soul Nourishing Wood at 1 million faith points per plant. Looking at the introduction of Soul Nourishing Wood, Yang Fan suppressed his excitement and continued to ask, if I cultivate 1,000 plants, would that be excessive? According to big data research, it is not excessive. Then buy them. Transaction successful. Also help me buy 2000 water lotus seeds. Transaction successful. Randomly match 1 million head of non-level herbivorous animals. Transaction successful. Buy a breeding card with a limit of 100 years of level. Transaction successful. In the blink of an eye, Yang Fan spent over 1 million faith points again. Not being able to think of what else the Divine Kingdom needed, Yang Fan stopped his purchases. Once these resources enter the Divine Kingdom, there will be a wave of significant development. With such rapid development in the Divine Kingdom, Yang Fan, as a deity, must remain vigilant. The remaining faith points are reserved for emergencies. As the consciousness entered the Divine Kingdom, resources began to load. The moon well and the sun spring corresponded to each other, placed right at the center of the tribe. The dual forces of yin and yang harmonized, radiating a rich vitality in the surrounding area. The worshippers who perceived this scene all knelt on the ground, grateful for the divine blessing. The seeds of the water lotus fell into the nearby river, filling the entire waterway. Meanwhile, 1,000,000 animals were evenly distributed throughout the divine kingdom by Yang Fan. Animals would naturally migrate, and if they were all placed around the tribe, the density would be too high, making it impossible to sustain even with abundant grass seeds. Spreading across the entire divine kingdom was equivalent to sustaining the tribe and the Bodhi treasure serpent with an area of 1,000,000 square kilometers. The 1,000 saplings of the soul nourishing would were placed in the tribe's storage. Then Yang Fan delivered the divine decree: in the next 100 years, focus all efforts on developing the tribe. Besides practicing the Federation's body refinement technique, emphasis must be placed on reproduction. There are 1,000 saplings of soul-nourishing wood in the storage. You must designate a safe area, plant them all, and then declare it a forbidden zone where no one may approach. We respect the divine decree. Regardless of whether they were within the tribe or hunting outside, the worshippers all knelt on the ground. As Yang Fan directly loaded that Flevel breeding card, which spanned 100 years, his consciousness returned to reality. Divine Master Yang Fan. Area of Divine Kingdom, 1,000,000 square kilometers. Talent Flevel resource talent. All resources within the Divine Kingdom grow 10 faster. SS level talent evolution, the only talent that can accelerate the evolution of the Divine Kingdom, already hidden. Worshippers Barbarians, 5,230. Techniques, Federation Body Refinement Technique. Faith points 1314988, providing 0.006 faith points daily. Buildings Moon Well X5, producing a drop of moon dew every 10 years. Sun Spring X5, producing a drop of sun essence every 10 years. Assets Bodhi Treasure Serpent X4711, Level 1 Monster Night Vulture X10, Level 1 Monster Water Lotus X20, Flevel Spiritual Plant Soul Nourishing Wood X10, Clevel Spiritual Plant. The Moon Well and Sun Spring provide a fixed 300 faith points each month. The Water Lotus can produce at least 200 faith points worth of lotus seeds each month. In addition, there is the Bodhi Treasure Serpent and the long-term investment of the soul-nourishing wood. Now our basic income alone is 500 faith points. Truly worthy of the SS level talent, this wealth accumulation ability is extraordinary. Yang Fan let out a long breath, his expression somewhat elated. Without the evolution talent, investing nearly 4,000,000 faith points would yield a maximum return of only 1 monthly, whereas now it was 10. A monthly income exceeding 10. This undoubtedly falls into the high-risk category of investments within the Divine Kingdom, yet Yang Fan has achieved high-risk returns with a no-risk investment. The future looks promising. Yang Fan sighed. Just then his stomach growled in protest. He was still a divine being, although his physical condition had improved significantly due to the development of the Divine Kingdom. Eating was still necessary. Entering the living room, he found his parents enjoying steak while discussing the sale of iron ore. The price of regular ore is too low now, and half of it must be sold at a low price to Lord Lin Lang. The profits are really dwindling. I harvested the heart-nourishing grass I planted last month. It can be sold for 2,000 faith points, which is a nice. Faith points are needed everywhere. That kid has just awakened his Divine Kingdom. Although he hasn't spoken up, if we don't provide some support, his performance will likely lag behind other students. Feiner has received a Clevel evaluation. We can't fall behind. Why don't we use my micro-iron mine as collateral to give him a boost before the college entrance examination? Sun Rong's face showed a conflicted expression. That micro-iron mine in their Divine Kingdom was the foundation of their survival, and the interest on a collateral loan was not low. This decision was indeed difficult. Hearing all this from the stairs, Yang Fan felt a pang in his heart. During this period, all his energy had been focused on the development of the Divine Kingdom, neglecting his parents. Mom and Dad, you don't need to worry. I don't need help from home. Yang Fan walked to Yang Taixin's side, took his left hand, and communicated with the Divine Kingdom, directly transferring 100 faith points to him. Noticing the change in the Divine Kingdom, Yang Taixin's expression changed drastically. What are you doing? Why are you transferring me 100 faith points? Shouldn't it be me giving you money? I obtained a federal fund loan with 0 interest totaling 5 million. Yang Fan said bluntly. Both Yang Tiexin and Sun Rong were left stunned. 5 million faith points, something they had never seen in their lifetime. Are you serious? The federal fund loan limit is that high? Of course it's true, and my Divine Kingdom is developing very well. I will soon break through to demigod and then to godhood. You don't need to worry. As a mother, Sun Rong shook her head repeatedly. Feiner, you are at a critical development stage for your Divine Kingdom. Even with a 5 million zero-interest loan, you can't use it recklessly. You don't understand, there is never enough faith points. Mom, you have to trust me. Do you think your son is the kind of person who would pretend to be rich? Yang Fan looked earnestly at the two. He couldn't reveal the existence of the evolution talent, and transferring 100 faith points was also to prevent his parents from overexploiting the worshippers. Over the years, the noticeable graying of Yang Tiexin and Sun Rong's hair clearly indicated the toll of the divine kingdom on them. You've always been decisive since childhood. We'll hold on to these faith points for you. If you need anything before the college entrance examination, just let us know. If you're truly confident in breaking through to demigod, we can arrange for a loan. Yang Fan nodded, took a piece of snowflake beef and a glass of freshly squeezed juice back to his room. Although he had money now with a monthly income likely surpassing anyone in Mingwei community, he lacked the corresponding strength. He prioritized being low-key, believing that in the future he would naturally provide a good life for his parents. In the following time, Yang Fan's consciousness entered the divine kingdom more frequently. Apart from attending classes in the virtual world, he set alarms to enter every 2 hours. With the support of the breeding card, the tribe's population in the divine kingdom surged to 8,000 in the first decade. In the second decade, it reached 15,000. In the third decade, the population grew to 27,000. Starting from the fourth decade, due to the excessive population, the new village chief led the expansion of houses, and everyone young and old participated, bringing the population to only 3,000. In the fifth decade, a baby boom occurred, pushing the population past 45,000. In the sixth decade, it easily surpassed 5,000. Due to the rapid population growth in the tribe and the demand for meat from practicing the Federation's body refinement technique, the herbivorous animals like antelopes digested food too quickly and couldn't keep up with the pace of cultivation. The tribe began organizing teams of 1,000 to hunt the Bodhi treasure serpent. Yang Fan had only slept for a few hours when the Bodhi treasure serpents in the divine kingdom were nearly hunted to extinction. Seeing this scene, Yang Fan waved his hand in alarm, purchasing another one of the Bodhi treasure serpents, and issued a divine decree against excessive hunting. Suddenly investing such a vast amount of resources combined with a tenfold evolution efficiency has caused a slight imbalance in the biological chain. If the tribe continues to develop in this manner, even 1,000,000 herbivores won't suffice for them. The frequency of alarms must be increased, and they must always be prepared to invest more resources. Yang Fan pondered silently. Subsequently, he purchased a large quantity of grass seeds in the marketplace, such as horse mint, earth, fragrant grass, and green vines. Within just a year, these green plants had filled the entire divine nation. In the seventh decade, the elders within the tribe discovered that the population was far too large, with everyone living together, causing significant damage to the surrounding resources, and the waste could not be processed quickly, resulting in a foul stench everywhere, making it very easy for illnesses to spread. The tribe convened a meeting to prepare for the establishment of a new tribe to disperse the population. Ultimately, they decided to create 4 sub-tribes, each around 500 kilometers away from the main tribe. As for who would be sent out, it would be entirely based on the order of strength. Only the strong were deemed worthy to reside in the main tribe. The village chief issued an order that if any descendants of the sub-tribes exhibited exceptional talent, a family of 3 could return to the main tribe. Regarding the development of the divine nation, Yang Fan did not intervene actively. After they reached their conclusions, he once again purchased knowledge about basic road construction and bridge building in the marketplace, and contributed it to the divine nation, assisting the faithful in avoiding detours. In the 8th decade, the population of the faithful had reached a staggering 100,000, and the new tribes had fully formed, named after the azure dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, and vermilion bird, while the main tribe was renamed Divine Awakening, signifying the place where divine decrees were issued. On this day, Yang Fan once again felt the pressure coming from the divine nation. With the population exploding and everyone cultivating the federal body refinement technique, the consumption of food was immense. Our relying solely on those herbivorous animals was utterly insufficient. Yang Fan could sense that the growth rate of vegetation had reached its limit, and the divine nation also experienced the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. In winter, relying solely on dried meat was far from enough. Without intervention, many faithful would starve to death. During this period, Yang Fan also invested a few food resource cards, barely maintaining balance. While he was browsing the marketplace for solutions, he received a call from his close friend Zhang Peng. "Brother Yang, I'm waiting for you downstairs. Come to my house for dinner." The voice on the other end of the line said. Yang Fan rubbed his temples, feeling a bit groggy. Although he felt that his body had grown stronger due to the rapid development of the divine nation, during this time the fatigue of spirit had not dissipated. He hadn't had a single good night's sleep in the past 8 or 9 days. Such rapid development is still undesirable. Yang Fan sighed and got up to head downstairs. The divine nation had developed too quickly, and in just a few days he had gradually invested over 100,000 belief points. Zhang Peng came up and draped his arm around Yang Fan's neck. "It's changed a bit too drastically. You're out of breath just from me calling you fat. After this class monthly exam, I will surely dazzle your titanium alloy dog eyes." million resources poured in, it must have changed dramatically. Zhang Peng came up and draped his arm around Yang Fan's neck. It's changed a bit too drastically. You're out of breath just for me calling you fat. After this class monthly exam, I will surely dazzle your titanium alloy dog eyes. Zhang Peng proudly raised his neck, his tone filled with mystery. Yang Fan merely smiled. It was highly likely that when the time came, the one dazzled would be Zhang Peng himself. I heard you were coming for dinner, so my dad specially cooked spirit rice and blood python meat. You look like you haven't woken up, so it's just right for you to replenish your energy. Zhang Peng's father, named Zhang Wanshan, was a well-known figure in the Minghui community. The crops grown by Zhang Wanshan were of good quality, and they were cheaper than the food in the marketplace, saving on shipping costs, so nearly 30% of the residents in the community were his customers. Yang Fan's parents often bought rice from Zhang Wanshan for the faithful, and in turn he would buy some iron ore from them, mutually supporting each other's businesses. Little Fan is here. I heard you got a clever evaluation. You are the genius of our Minghui community, yet you haven't been out and about lately. I haven't had the chance to congratulate you. Zhang Wanshan, with a square face, showed Yang Fan a standard smile. Nice to meet you, Uncle Zhang. Don't be so formal. You two go wash your hands first. My blood python meat is almost ready. After Zhang Wanshan finished speaking, he hurriedly ran back to the kitchen. Zhang Peng came from a single-parent family. It was said that when he was very young, during a meal with his family, his mother's divine nation was suddenly breached by unknown assailants, disappearing before his eyes. In this era, transportation was convenient, housing was affordable, and there was no worry for food and clothing. On the surface, everything seemed prosperous, but hidden underneath were countless risks. If the divine nation was not strong enough, one could easily disappear while eating, using the restroom, or take. Zhang Wanshan prepared a large table of dishes, most of which were class monster meats, with the main dish being blood python, a class monster, which indicated that their family was quite well off. After all, Yang Fan usually ate ungraded beef, which could not compare nutritionally to this. Little Fan, while the physical changes of our divine beings mainly come from the development of the divine nation, eating more nutritious food is beneficial. Eat more of this blood python meat. Zhang Wanshan served Yang Fan a large piece of meat. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Zhang Wanshan nodded and continued, you've always been introverted since you were little, but while developing the divine nation, don't isolate yourself. Communicating more with classmates will be beneficial. Yang Fan gratefully nodded. Uncle Zhang, if the faithful require too much food after practicing the federal body refinement technique, is there a good solution? Something that would be a one-time fix and wouldn't require future resource input. What could be easier? Just buy some livestock and introduce them to the divine nation, then scatter some grass seeds, and it'll be fine. What if that's still not enough? You've only awakened your divine nation for less than a month. Why are you asking this? How many believers could you possibly have? Zhang Wanshan looked puzzled. I saw this question on the divine forum and was a bit curious since I might encounter it in the future. Yang Fan found this kind of low-level resource issue is something only divine beings will encounter. If the population develops too quickly and the area of the divine nation is insufficient, relying solely on herbivores for food will indeed make it impossible to sustain the ecosystem. At this point, you can issue a divine decree, open up a patch of wasteland near the town, and then buy some seeds like corn or rice. Just plant whichever has a higher yield. If meat is insufficient, provide the faithful with some carbohydrate-based staple foods. While they are not very nutritious, they are filling. Isn't planting, cultivating, and harvesting too time-consuming? Yang Fan frowned slightly. He had considered these matters, but most of his faithful lacked planting talent. Relying on skill cards could only provide a basic understanding of planting, yet the entire process still consumed too much time. Yang Fan hoped his faithful could dedicate all their time to cultivation. This is a common misconception among novices, that merely granting followers the federal body cultivation art will transform them all into dragon-like paragons. In just a few years, your divine realm may host hundreds of thousands, or even millions, of souls. Do you truly expect every single one to devote themselves solely to cultivation, abandoning all productive labor? Humans are intelligent beings. They harness tools, allocate resources wisely, fulfill specialized roles, and instinctively stratify themselves into hierarchies. You need only issue a divine edict commanding them to sow seeds. No further task assignment is necessary. Their internal social system will naturally assign mundane labor to those lacking innate talent or martial prowess. 90% of your believers within the divine realm are expendable assets. Their primary functions are sustaining the realm's infrastructure through production and generating faith points for you. 0.5% possess exceptional aptitude and may ascend through cultivation to first tier, second tier, or even higher stages of existence. Another 0.5% will grow stronger, still gaining extended lifespans and assuming administrative roles to govern the entire divine realm. Just as in the mortal world, populations reproduce, social strata shift, and natural selection gradually elevates this civilization upward. Excessive intervention, forcing universal cultivation, undermines the very integrity of this self-regulating system. In the short term, your followers may appear stronger, but only because you continuously subsidize the system with faith points. Once external sustenance ceases, the entire structure collapses far more rapidly. Upon hearing Zhang Wanshan's explanation, Yang Fan's expression brightened with sudden clarity. Indeed, faith point expenditure had surged markedly these past days. Perhaps the elderly, infirm, and children, who could no longer secure food, should be allowed to pass naturally. Such attrition is the immutable law of the biological chain. As a deity, he ought not meddle in such mundane affairs. Zhang Wanshan took a sip of wine, growing animated. These are trivial concerns. Should you one day ascend to demigodhood, you may forge pacts with other divine entities, enlisting them to cultivate grain or harvest raw materials. Turn another god's divine realm into your personal granary. Is that even lawful? Yang Fan swallowed hard. A classmate of mine is a first-tier deity. I currently serve as his subordinate deity. He was the one who told me this. This world resembles a colossal arena where divine realms wage war upon one another. Entire populations of millions or even hundreds of millions perish in an instant while divine cores are seized and plundered. To us, demigods and deities seem remote and exalted, yet once one attains that apex, even greater cruelties await. All this remains distant from your present reality. At least until graduation, you need not fear invasion of your divine realm. Zhang Wanshan, possessing extraordinary insight, recounted numerous tales of demigods and deities to Yang Fan and Zhang Peng, both of whom listened with rapt fascination. Returning home, Yang Fan immediately searched the divine marketplace for cereal crops, corn seeds, 300 faith points. Drought-resistant, wind-resistant, exceptionally high-yielding, potent satiety effect. No special cultivation conditions required. Vegetable seeds, 500 faith points. No cultivation conditions required. Spirit rice seeds, 500 faith points. Requires spiritual energy within the divine realm, spirit soil, and believers trained as spirit cultivators. Yang Fan selected only the most affordable corn and vegetable seeds, then deployed them into his divine realm and issued the corresponding divine edict. Guided by Zhang Wanshan's counsel, he resolved not to interfere further in his followers' life trajectories. Continuing to purchase and import food would likely spur unchecked population growth, eventually overwhelming the realm's capacity, triggering mass mortality or even plague outbreaks, a counterproductive outcome. With this new food source, tribal consumption of meat subsided dramatically, allowing ecological balance to re-emerge. By the 9th decade, the population had reached 11000. Even amplified by the breeding card, expansion had slowed, not from lack of will, but environmental constraint. Population density had peaked, nearing saturation. To sustain further growth, large-scale construction and territorial expansion would be indispensable. At the century mark, the breeding card's effect expired entirely. Yang Fan projected his consciousness into the divine realm. His followers, once a mere primitive tribe, had now evolved into an urbanized settlement. Shengqi City stood at the realm's heart, its vitality profoundly enriched by the moon wells and sun springs. The four divine cities, Qinglong, Azure Dragon, Baihu, White Tiger, Xuanwu, Black Tortoise, and Zhuke, Vermilion Bird, were positioned respectively at the east, west, north, and south. The southern Serpent Valley was now densely populated by Bodhi sacred serpents, so densely in fact that serpentine swarms began spilling beyond its borders. Dark night vultures frequently circled overhead, biding their time for opportunity. Countless flora and fauna flourished across the mountains, their roars echoing in ceaseless chorus. Today, the divine realm teems with biodiversity and ecological stability. Its population has likewise reached saturation. Henceforth, progress would hinge upon cultivating followers' strength, using the federal body cultivation art as foundation sustained by time and abundant resources. Believers' deaths, births, and cultivation collectively propelled this civilization forward, slowly, inexorably. Divine Sovereign Yang Fan. Divine Realm area 1 million square kilometers. Innate talent class F resource affinity. All resources within the divine realm accelerate growth by 10. SSS class evolution talent. Unique talent accelerates divine realm evolution currently concealed. Believers ancient humans 110000. Cultivation method federal body cultivation art. Faith points 1070988 generating 0. 55 per day. Structures moon wells 5 sun springs 5. Assets Bodhi sacred serpents 27233 Tieri spirit beasts dark night vultures 1345 Tieri spirit beasts water lotus 2 class F spirit plants soul nourishing with century old 1 class C spirit plants. After a century of development and resource investment, the believer population had not only soared to 11000, but their societal identity had also evolved from barbarians to ancient humans. At initial divine realm awakening, all believers begin as barbarians. As civilization advances, secured by stable sustenance, safe dwellings, urban architecture, and knowledge transmission, and as individuals surpass the physical limits of barbarism, their identity evolves into ancient humans. Beyond ancient humans lies the stage of mortal humans. At that point, believers attain awakened intellect, forming miniature human societies complete with division of labor, material exchange, and even academies teaching cultivation arts. Once believers reach the mortal human stage, the divine realm stabilizes organically. They develop self-sustaining social systems, avoid reckless resource exploitation, and foster long-term harmonious growth. Thereafter, an elite few may transcend mortality to become first-tier beings, though their paths diverge wildly. Some pursue the martial Tao, becoming warriors, others cultivate qi and refine elixirs, becoming immortal cultivators, still others achieve mechanical ascension, evolving into sentient artificial life forms. Only when believers transcend the mortal human condition can the divine sovereign commence their own transformation into a demigod. Such prospects remain distant for Yang Fan, for none of his followers have yet mastered even the foundational tiers of the federal body cultivation art. Yet with his evolution talent at work, successive generations would mature through natural selection and genetic refinement, eventually yielding offspring of exceptional potential. Yang Fan felt no urgency. Time itself was his ally. Today is the day of the internal monthly exam for Class 7 of the 3rd year. Yang Fan put on his Seeing Zhang Peng waving at him, Yang Fan was about to go over when he was stopped by a voice. Brother Yang Fan, after the assessment, I'd like to invite you to Tianxiang Rinjian for a chat. Li Shihao walked over to greet him. Many classmates revealed envious expressions at this scene. A genius recognized by the Li family, his future achievements would at least be that of a demigod. To be personally invited by him already places one at a considerable advantage over others. Yang Fan felt a bit helpless, but did not show it. Sure, if he refused an invitation in public, it would inevitably offend the other party. With his talent for evolution, all he needed was to lay low and develop slowly. As for the showy acts of stepping on geniuses and flaunting superiority, Yang Fan had no interest. Showing off in front of others is enjoyable, but lacking the strength could be fatal. I'll book a private room now, and I'll send you the coordinates later. Li Shihao laughed heartily. A quarter of an hour before class, the homeroom teacher Li Qingying also arrived in the classroom. Since everyone is here, let's get started. With a snap of her fingers, the classroom began to change instantly, transforming into a playground with a large LCD panel appearing in front. The assessment is very simple. The official intelligent life will connect to your divine countries and then provide a corresponding comprehensive evaluation. This intelligent life adheres to the Federal Law Privacy Clause No. 1068, and if any extremely valuable a level or higher buildings appear in the divine country, they will not be displayed. The prosperity range of the divine country of divine beings is from 0 to 100, with higher values receiving higher scores. After explaining the rules, Li Qingying took out a tablet from her pocket and continued, the order will be based on the comprehensive evaluation at the time of awakening. The one with the lowest score will go first. Now I will start calling names. Ma Tutu, a slightly plump girl, mustered her courage to walk in front of Li Qingying. Relax, the federal intelligent life is not aggressive. If you release the restrictions of your divine country, it will initiate a full area scan and the results will be projected onto this large screen. Ma Tutu gently touched her forehead and then slightly closed her eyes. Divine Lord Ma Tutu. Number of believers 1532. Believer identity barbarian. Strength signs of practicing the federal body refining technique. Most believers are physically healthy, with 5 of the population having mild diseases requiring attention to the hygiene of the divine country's environment. Buildings: Flevel Building, Plowing, Fortress 3. Assets: Bloodflower Range, X100, First Level Demon, Beast, Sanhua, Spirit Rice, X100, Flevel Spiritual Plant. Comprehensive evaluation: the ecological stability of the divine country is good. Food is abundant with various creatures like antelopes, tigers, lions, etc. Totaling over 100 species, and the biological chain is complex and varied. However, the overall strength of the believers is too weak. If they encounter large carnivorous creatures, there will be certain risks. Suggestions: purchase breeding cards to increase the population and buy various basic skills to awaken the believers early. Prosperity score 0. 3. Looking at the displayed text on the screen, Li Qingying couldn't help but shake her head, saying, that's enough. Remember, developing your divine country is the most important thing right now. 10 days ago, everyone received federal fund loans, but this little girl's divine country is too barren, clearly not making full use of resources. That belief point has no legal restrictions, and perhaps she used it for family purposes or indulged in pleasure. However, Li Qingying would only give pointers and not interfere too much, as she is a teacher, not a babysitter. Divine Lord Sima Yuan. Number of believers 5024. Buildings level building spiritual spring, well x10. Prosperity evaluation 0. 8-inch, Divine Lord Wang Anchuan. Prosperity evaluation 0. 7. It is no wonder that the federal government's intelligent life is highly efficient. As soon as it connects to the student's divine countries, all the information is projected onto the big screen. However, this evaluation is indeed harsh. After measuring more than 50 people, not a single one has broken the 1 mark. Next, Zhang Peng. Hearing Li Qingying's voice, Zhang Peng turned and gave Yang Fan a glance, as if there were already signs. Divine Lord Zhang Peng. Number of believers 11243. Believer identity barbarian. Strength practiced the federal body refining technique and level skill iron body technique. Buildings level building plowing fortress x20 level building fertile earth house x20 level building natural spring x20 level building automatic cedar x2 level building moon well x1 level building constant temperature greenhouse x15 assets strengthening rice ear x100 level spiritual plant digging earthworm x100 first level demon beast wood ganoderma x500. Comprehensive evaluation. The ecological environment is very stable and the direction is clear, able to maintain the current progress. Suggestions: consider purchasing advanced planting talent skill books to accelerate the excavation of believer potential and improve crop growth efficiency. Prosperity evaluation 1. 9-inch. Looking at Zhang Peng's dazzling data, particularly in the building section, many students displayed envious expressions. So fierce. How many belief points did Zhang Peng pour in? Zhang Laobois is usually low-key, but when it comes to spending he is unyielding. It's good to rely on parents. Li Qingying also nodded with satisfaction, saying, in less than a month the prosperity evaluation reached 1. 9. Your family has put in a lot of effort, keep it up. Zhang Peng nodded and returned to his seat, lightly tapping Yang Fan's arm, and whispering, looking at my glamorous data, are your eyes dazzled? It's okay, but compared to me it's still vastly inferior. Come on, I didn't expect you to like showing off too, but it's just a quota of 5 million, what can you make of it? Zhang Peng rolled his eyes. In the early stages of the divine country there are no secrets, which is why Li Qingying organized such an open prosperity evaluation assessment. She called out the data of each person's divine country for everyone to see. Seeing that their classmates had so many buildings and assets in their divine countries, it was impossible for the weaker ones not to feel anxious. Only with pressure comes motivation, and this also makes it easier for her to teach in the future. Divine Lord Wang Jinyu. Number of believers 14223. Believer identity barbarian. Strength federal body refining technique level skill strong body technique level skill muscle transformation technique. Buildings level building wine pool meat forest x10 level building blood spring x10 level building cleansing pool x3 level building wet bone forest x1. Assets first level automatic training dummy x100 blood shadow wolf x100 first level demon beast nethercat x202-3 first level demon beast Bodhi treasure snake x11234 first level demon beast. Comprehensive evaluation. The strength of the believers is not weak and is about to reach the barbarian limit, but the divine country lacks carnivorous resources requiring continuous investment to maintain ecological balance. Suggestions: in the early stages of the divine country, do not overly pursue the strength of believers. Purchase more wine pool meat forests to maintain consumption balance, or buy non-level plants and animals to enhance ecological stability. Prosperity evaluation 4. 1. Looking at Wang Jinyu's data, many displayed shocked expressions. The strength of Wang Jinyu's believers has nearly reached the barbarian limit. How much resources must he have poured in? Moreover, the other party is clearly preparing to take a combat-oriented route, with believers focusing solely on cultivation, and the required resources must be purchased from the outside. For students from ordinary families, this is simply lavishly inhumane. Walking down the stage, Wang Jinyu looked at Li Shihao and said, "What do you think? If you give me another 10 days, I am confident I can transform the identity of the believers into ancient people." Seeing the fighting spirit brimming in Wang Jinyu, Li Shuhei's face revealed a hint of embarrassment. Have I been too pretentious lately? I hope I haven't provoked him too much. Li Shuhei felt a twinge of regret in his heart. In the past, Li Shuhei was a distant relative of the Li family. Without even a living stipend, his parents were merely divine beings, and his family background was not much better than Yang Fan's. In such an environment, he kept a low profile at school, but ever since awakening his Crade talent steel body, he was directly recognized by the Li family. Resources were poured into his divine kingdom without restraint, and the geniuses he could only watch from afar began to actively greet him. Li Shihao, being not yet 20, felt somewhat elated by the sudden shift in his status, and showing off in front of his classmates became his greatest joy during this period. However, after too much showboating, Li Shihao also felt a bit weary and even spent some time reflecting. It's not about having little, but about inequality. Have I gone too far in front of these former friends? Li Shihao coughed lightly and said, "Indeed impressive, but I do have family investments, so in the early development of the Divine Kingdom, I naturally have to take the lead." As the test was about to begin, he knew there would be no secrets in front of the Federation's intelligent beings, so he gave Wang Jinyu a heads-up to prevent the latter from feeling defensive. It wasn't a secret that he was recognized by the Li family. With the Li family's resources as a cover, winning the assessment wouldn't embarrass the other party too much. It's not that he is stronger than me, it's just that fate has favored him. People often comfort themselves this way. Next up, Li Shihao, Li Qingying announced. Originally, Li Qingying intended for Li Shihao to be the finale, as she believed his Divine Kingdom's prosperity was undoubtedly the first. But according to the Ministry of Education's ranking of awakenings, Li Shihao was behind Yang Fan, and she couldn't change the order. As the intelligent beings entered the other's Divine Kingdom, the specific data appeared before everyone. Divine Master Li Shihao. Follower population 10323. Follower identity ancient. Strength Federation body refining technique, grade skill easy muscle wash, and marrow grade skill easy muscle scripture, grade martial art tiger roar fist, grade martial art light body technique. Buildings grade building wine pool meat forest x50, grade building training room x5, grade building moon well x2, grade building sun spring x2, grade building skylark blood pool x1. Assets Bodhi treasure snake x100 level 1 monster blood flesh Lingji x100 crate spirit plant soul nourishing wood x100 crate spirit plant magic Tenge x100 a great spirit plant. Comprehensive evaluation. The ecology of the Divine Kingdom is at a stable critical value. Even with the frantically reproducing magic Tenge, it still cannot provide food for millions of herbivorous animals. Suggestion: the number of Bodhi treasure snakes is excessive, and high-density colonies groups have even begun to form. Mixing different monsters' blood will enhance the effect of the Skylark blood pool. Prosperity Evaluation 12. 3-inch. The venue fell silent for a moment before cheers erupted. Brotherly is amazing even with grade buildings. He truly deserves to be a genius from a prominent family. While you guys were stunned, I searched and found that this Skylark blood pool can actually extract blood and flesh from monster corpses to condense into blood pills. Not only can it enhance the strength of followers, but it can also be directly sold in the marketplace. The annualized return calculated by big data is as high as 54.6. No wonder Brotherly raises so many Bodhi treasure snakes. In less than a month, the identity of the followers has already become ancient. It's too exaggerated. Last year, even graduates from Yang County No. 1 high school still had followers with barbarian identities. Does Brotherly accept other divine beings? Otherwise, consider helping me out. The scene instantly became lively as the luxurious content displayed on the big screen was truly overwhelming. Li Shihao took a deep breath, maintaining his expression and trying not to appear too arrogant. He knew in his heart that his achievements in such a short time were entirely reliant on the grade building the Skylark blood pool. This was bestowed upon him by the elders of the Li family when he was recognized by them, and it was precisely because of the vast amount of blood pills that his followers' strength improved so rapidly. Being invincible is such a lonely experience, Li Shihao reflected. In another 6 months, the classes would be divided, and he would have to compete with those monsters in the senior class, leaving fewer days for this pretense. In the audience, Wang Jinyu clenched his fists and then relaxed his expression, no longer conflicted. Having such a large gap also has its benefits, as it prevents one from feeling rebellious. Li Shihao is right, he has the Li family's investment. No matter how hard I try, I can't catch up. It's not that I'm inferior to him, it's just that he's lucky. Wang Jinyu sighed inwardly, no longer feeling jealousy, only admiration. Yang Fan, unlike others, was not as fervent, but he too felt envy looking at that grade building. The higher the building level, the more its effects and earning potential increase exponentially. Yang Gu, although Li Shihao can't compare to the top 10 monsters in the class, he is undeniably a genius. Being his follower is definitely worthwhile. If possible, recommend me too. Zhang Pang rubbed his fists together. Before Yang Fan could reply, he heard Li Qingying's voice calling out, "Don't feel pressured. In the early stages of developing a Divine Kingdom, resource influence is the greatest. Even a genius with a grade talent born into a common family cannot compare to a waste from a prominent family. Maintain a calm mind. The development of a Divine Kingdom is a long-term battle." Li Qingying comforted Yang Fan, who stood before her. Grade buildings are something many weaker demigods might not even possess, so it's no wonder the gap is so large. Yang Fan lightly tapped his forehead and then lifted the restrictions to allow the intelligent beings to probe the Divine Kingdom's data. Prior to this, Yang Fan had already halted the tenfold evolution. Although he had not heard of intelligent beings leaking secrets of Divine Kingdoms, Yang Fan was not willing to take. Aside from the SSS talent, the development of his Divine Kingdom might astonish others, but it definitely wouldn't exceed the realm of understanding, so there was no need to hide it for now. Divine Master Yang Fan. Follower population 110000. Follower identity ancient. Strength. Some followers have entered the beginner stage of the Federation body refining technique. Buildings Moonwell X5, Sun Spring X5. Assets Bodhi Treasure Snake X27233, Level 1 Monster Night Vulture X1345, Level 1 Monster Water Lotus X200, Great Spirit Plant Soul Nourishing, Wood Centuries Old X10 Great Spirit Plant. Comprehensive Evaluation Sufficient Food Stable Ecology. As an early stage divine kingdom development is exceptionally outstanding. Suggestion none. Prosperity Evaluation 22. For inch, am I seeing things? Yangfan's follower population is 11000. Is that more than 10 times mine? What is going on? This must be a mistake. Why is his follower identity ancient? A large population is one thing, but how can their strength be so formidable? How does he support a population of 11000? He even received an evaluation of sufficient food and stable ecology, which indicates that his divine kingdom can be self-sufficient. The other classmates looked at each other, their faces filled with confusion. Zhang Peng's eyes widened like saucers, feeling that the display screen was too bright and dazzling, causing his eyes to ache. Teacher Li, could there be a mistake? Wang Jinyu's face twitched faintly from the audience. Losing to Li Shihao was acceptable. He had a Class B structure after all. But why did Yang Fan achieve such an extraordinary prosperity rating? Neither his structures nor assets appeared. The only anomaly lay in his follower population. After all, he had just awakened and immediately used a breeding card upon returning home. How could the disparity be so vast? Even more astonishing, some of his followers had already mastered the Federation body cultivation art. Was that plausible? It was profoundly implausible. Only 2 decades had passed within his divine realm. Yet the Federation body cultivation art was devised by high-tier deities, its profundities and intricacies boundless. How could uncivilized primitives possibly attain mastery without at least a century of dedicated cultivation? The more Wang Jinyu pondered, the more absurd it seemed. So he directly challenged the sentient AI's verdict. Silence. The Federation government's sentient AI possesses computational power rivaling that of high-tier deities. Error is inconceivable. Li Qingying waved her hand, dismissively unleashing a torrent of divine aura that silenced every student present, leaving them frozen in reverent stillness. She turned toward Yang Fan and said, population growth is easily resolved. But I am deeply curious, how did your followers master the Federation body cultivation art in such a short span? Your developmental pace rivals even the prodigies of Class 1. After all, Li Qingying was a first-tier deity. Her insight far surpassed that of any student. Expanding a population from several hundred to 100,000 within 20 years of divine realm time was no great feat. Class C or higher breeding cards, or certain specialized structures, could accomplish this effortlessly. Yet most cultivators avoided such methods as they imposed excessive strain upon the divine realm. Mastering the Federation body cultivation art, however, was exceedingly difficult. In the nascent stage of a divine realm, followers' innate aptitudes remained low. Progress demanded either immense time or enhancement via rare treasures or special structures. Within noble clans, Li Qingying would not have been surprised. Given sufficient investment, even those with crude, untutored physiques could be forged into cultivation prodigies. Yet Yang Fan hailed from an ordinary family, making his achievement conspicuously anomalous. Teacher Li, when my followers reached their 3rd and 4th generations, several prodigies emerged. I then issued a divine edict directing them to focus solely on cultivation, with ample flesh and blood of the Bodhi serpent supplied. Only yesterday did they barely achieve mastery. Yang Fan had long prepared this explanation. The higher a follower's innate aptitude, the greater the probability their descendants would inherit genius-level potential. Yet even among average followers, exceptional offspring occasionally arose, especially given sufficiently large populations. And most crucially, probabilities like these defied precise explanation. You are indeed fortunate, Li Qingying murmured with a faint smile. She harbored no suspicion. Since the advent of the divine realm era, wonders had become commonplace. Yang Fan's case merely astonished his peers. Watching her students tremble beneath her divine pressure, Li Qingying withdrew her aura and asked, do any of you consider Yang Fan's prosperity rating unjust? Indeed, others may be debatable, but Li Shuhao's divine realm is clearly superior to Yang Fan's, boasting a Class B structure like the 100-spirit blood pool. How could his rating be so drastically lower? Wang Jinyu voiced his objection. Yang Fan's followers were ancient humans, a fact alone enough to make Wang Jinyu feel inferior. Yet Li Shihao was no slouch either. Moreover, the statistical gap between them was staggering in terms of total asset value within their divine realms. Li Shihao's likely exceeded Yang Fan's by hundreds of times. Li Qingying clarified, prosperity does not measure overall divine realm strength. It gauges ecological stability at present. Do you truly believe the Federation's sentient AI bestows outstanding comprehensive evaluations so casually? Seeing their bewilderment, she singled out Wang Jinyu. How many faith points do you invest daily into your divine realm? Approximately 25,000 faith points, Wang Jinyu replied. Your population is merely 1/8 of Yang Fan's, yet he sustains himself entirely, while you must pour in such vast sums daily. Does that not strike you as problematic? Wang Jinyu fell silent. He was well aware of his divine realm's flaws. Spending over 20,000 faith points daily was undeniably painful. Yet he could not fathom how Yang Fan had achieved it, sustaining such a vast population during the earliest stages of divine realm development, entirely through self-sufficiency. This underscores the critical importance of theoretical knowledge. Li Qingying declared, her gaze upon Yang Fan, growing increasingly approving. Is theoretical knowledge truly unimportant? Do you imagine that simply dumping every conceivable biological resource into your divine realm suffices? If cultivation were that simple, all foundational educational institutions, save for universities, could be dismantled. Take the Bodhi serpent for instance. What environment suits its proliferation best? Is it lush mountain forests or damp shadowed gorges? Beyond habitat, what constitutes its optimal diet? If conditions become excessively favorable, might it overpopulate? And if so, should natural predators be introduced? How far should followers' settlements be situated from food sources? Must divine edicts be issued to prevent which plants thrive along riverbanks, which flourish in wastelands, and which withstand extreme cold? Even the most basic flora demand profound understanding. Had you attended lectures attentively and regularly consulted academic resources in the school library, you could have planned comprehensively before deploying any cards. Such foresight would dramatically enhance resource utilization within your divine realm. Of course, flora and fauna undergo natural selection. Animals migrate under adverse conditions, while plants perish without suitable environments. Yet such self-regulation requires time. Let me state unequivocally, left entirely to autonomous adjustment, achieving equilibrium would take centuries. In real-world terms, that span exceeds an entire high school education. Today serves as an exemplary lesson. May you all henceforth honor theoretical instruction. Upon hearing this, comprehension dawned across every face. Their glances toward Yang Fan now held newfound respect, no longer perceiving him merely as a quiet, reserved peer, but as a hidden scholar who spent hours immersed in the library. Li Shuheo watched Yang Fan with equal curiosity, silently wondering, I've never seen him in the library. Could he be borrowing texts from the Federation government's public archives? Once her pedagogical objective was fulfilled, Li Qingying announced dismissal. Rewards for 2nd through 10th place will be directly deposited into your divine realms. Everyone else, dismissed. Yang Fan, accompany me. Grasping Yang Fan's left hand, Li Qingying dissolved both of them into shimmering azure data, vanishing instantly before the class. In the next breath, they materialized inside an office. Do you feel proud, believing yourself centuries ahead of your peers? Li Qingying asked. This student dares not. Regarding Li Qingying's assumption, Yang Fan could only admit, privately, that his apparent superiority stemmed entirely from others' misinterpretation. He had studied divine realm theory diligently, but certainly not with such exhaustive thoroughness. His high prosperity rating resulted purely from 2 centuries of autonomous divine realm evolution. Yet even were he to voice this truth aloud, no one would believe him. You are indeed quite composed, but you truly deserve praise. I have never encountered a student with such solid theoretical knowledge as yours. However, do not become too arrogant. You are merely ahead of the average students, but in comparison to the descendants of those prominent families, this actually places you at a disadvantage. Take the Luo and Li families for instance. They have their own financial advisors who specialize in helping the younger generation establish their divine realms. They have immersed themselves in this field for hundreds, even thousands of years, and there are plenty in this generation whose prosperity surpasses yours. Li Qingying reminded. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. You ranked first in this assessment, and I promise to grant you a grade building. What type do you want? Is there a building that can slowly alter the qualifications of the followers? You do not seek rapid strength growth, but focus more on the foundation of your followers. You have done quite well. However, what you desire is not something a grade building can provide. Let me think. Li Qingying narrowed her eyes, slightly connecting with her divine realm. After a moment, she seemed to find a target. I do not have the building you want, but I do have an adult Tai Sui. Would you like that? Tai Sui. Yang Fan was stunned. He had seen this thing in books. Tai Sui was not a mythical beast, but rather poultry cultivated by top-level animal husbandry experts. Its body resembled a small mountain remaining stationary, and after meat was cut from it, it would regrow the following month. The meat of the Tai Sui indeed has a subtle effect on altering qualifications, though it is very weak. Most deities merely treat it as a meat-producing machine akin to a grade building's meat and wine feast. However, the value of an adult Tai Sui can reach up to 2 million faith points, making it quite expensive even among crate buildings. Teacher Lee, is this too precious? Young Fan asked. I bought this years ago, and now even the mortal followers in my divine realm find its taste too poor. It has become useless to me and counts as my investment in you. In the future, if conditions allow, you can also purchase upgrade building the 100 Spirits blood pool. Placing the Tai Sui into it can stabilize the production of blood pills. Thank you, teacher. An adult Tai Sui would provide immense help to Young Fan at this moment. Once placed in the divine realm, his followers could feast on meat, greatly benefiting their practice of the Federation's body refining techniques. Before you leave, let me give you another piece of advice. The intelligent life form only assessed the prosperity of your divine realm, while I provided you with an investment suggestion. The investments in the Moon, Well, Sun, Spring, and Water Lotus are all too low. Your family conditions are not good, so you need to teach your followers some skills and engage in high-return work. The development of a divine realm requires substantial resource support. Once you leave the virtual world, quickly package these things and sell them to seek other investments. At such a young age, your investment style is more conservative than those old fossils. How can that be? Also, ordinary people should not consider birthing a fountain of life. The probability of that happening is even lower than stumbling upon an old man who takes a liking to you and hands you 100 million faith points. Understood. Young Fan looked a bit embarrassed. He had thought about making high-return investments for his divine realm, but it seemed somewhat unworthy for him. The higher the threshold, the greater the investment return. This requires followers to possess corresponding life skills, and Young Fan must constantly oversee their work. Just like his parents, who had to issue divine decrees every day to instruct followers in mining, if they exhausted the mines, it would damage the foundation of your veins. And under the tenfold evolution talent, such an endeavor consumes excessive energy. Working one day for others, 10 days of effort can turn even low-yield assets into substantial profits, and his energy should be focused on enhancing the strength of his followers. If not for Young Fan being born into an ordinary family and being diligent in his studies, Li Qingying as a deity would not have pointed this out to him individually. Once Li Qingying left, Young Fan did not return to reality immediately because he received an invitation. Brother Yang, I booked a private room at Tianxiang Inn. The coordinates are 369, 110, 1742. You can teleport directly by clicking the coordinates. Young Fan lightly tapped the blue coordinates and his entire being transformed into data, arriving in a private room. If not for knowing he was in a virtual world, he might have doubted the authenticity of it all. The aroma of the dishes, the scent of high-end perfume, and the fragrance of sandalwood from the tables and chairs made it feel immersive with no sense of incongruity. How is it? Is this your first time here? Doesn't it feel different from the classroom? Seeing Young Fan's astonished expression, Li Shihao couldn't help but say, Indeed. This is the entertainment area. If it were not sufficiently authentic, who would come here to spend? From the perspective of dopamine secretion in the cerebral cortex, this place is no different from the real world. Brother Yang, you should come here often when you have time. The pressure of constantly overseeing the development of the divine realm is quite significant. I am not as wealthy as Li, and I have invested all my faith points into the divine realm. Brother Yang's personality truly resonates with mine. It seems to be called delayed gratification. I used to read books on divine realm investments in the library, and every book mentioned this point. The book said that if deities want to become wealthy, they must learn to delay gratification. The faith points we earn must be reinvested in the divine realm. Compound interest is the greatest miracle of divine realm investment. Even if the annual return on investment is only 10, as long as you persist for 100 years, your eventual returns will be 13780 times. Brother Yang, don't you think that's remarkable? If an ordinary family could really achieve delayed gratification, could they also become wealthy one day? That should be possible. A month ago, I thought the same, even planning to have my followers learn various life skills once the divine realm awakened. Then I would focus on investments, and in 100 years I would become wealthy and allow my parents to enjoy their later years. At this point, Li Shihao stood up, picking up a glass of red wine and gazing out the window. Until I awakened my crade talent, the steel body, and the Li family approached me as side branch disciple. At that moment, I understood how ridiculous my thoughts had been. I became a second-tier genius of the Li family, receiving a grade building and 20 crade buildings as rewards. If this had been in the past, it would have been a fortune I would never have dared to dream of. Furthermore, I receive a family subsidy of 2 million faith points each month and enjoy dividends of 10 million faith points annually from the Li family's Genius Investment Fund. Not to make you laugh, Brother Yang, but when I saw the Li family's legal team present this contract to me, I almost fainted from happiness. What nonsense about compound interest investments and delayed gratification leading to wealth. In this world, choices are far more important than hard work, and luck often adds a dramatic flair to reality. Congratulations, Li, on your meteoric rise. Yang Fan sighed. Today he had truly broadened his horizons, not expecting such immense wealth from these promises. Li Shihao turned his gaze sharply toward Yang Fan. When our divine realms first awakened, everyone harbored lofty aspirations, believing that diligence alone would steadily improve their lives. But reality? Look at our parents, they relentlessly exhaust themselves, bending under the weight of labor, their hair silvered, yet still forced to toil onward. Divine beings possess a lifespan of 5 centuries, yet most wither and perish by their 200th or 300th year. Brother Yang, what is your view? Divine realm resources are overextended. Yang Fan replied without hesitation. His mother's son Rome had already begun exhibiting such physical decline. The Federation imposes a head tax. To earn faith points, every transaction incurs personal income tax, and even online marketplaces levy a 2-transaction fee. Consider how advanced network infrastructure has become. Matchmaking trades now bears virtually zero cost. Upon graduation, we lose the Federation's legal protections. We must either grow strong enough or seek patronage. Taxes permeate every facet of life. Hidden fees accrue everywhere. Investments made to cultivate believers for divine realm security, or outright surrendering the lion's share of profits to a patron, transform compound growth into little more than an elegant mathematical fantasy. Divine realm investment yields high returns, but if you merely invest, your realm becomes a succulent morsel of meat ripe for seizure, along with your very life. Brotherly, truly erudite and far-sighted. Yang Fan exclaimed, genuinely impressed. Still in his final year of high school, he himself had never contemplated such distant complexities. Li Shuheo's insight had granted him profound inspiration and sobering warning. Brother Yang, let me speak plainly. I wish for you to become my subordinate deity. I know, given your qualifications, you have superior options. Even Li Tianheng, the prodigious heir of the Li clan, would be within your reach. Yet before you decide, hear my terms. Should you enter into covenant with me, I shall grant you 100 faith points monthly, and 1 year hence provide you with a Class B structure. Most crucially, from this day forward, I pledge to purchase all resources produced within your divine realm at full market price. Transactions shall occur via bank transfer, ensuring lawful tax optimization. At this, Yang Fan's expression flickered with confusion. Subordinate deities seeking protection typically sell their realm's output at steep discounts, often 70 or even 50% of market value. He could not fathom Li Shiheo's rationale. Observing his bewilderment, Li Shiheo explained, before today, I would never have offered such terms. But this trial revealed an unexpected dimension of your worth. What worth? A calculator's mind. With merely 5 million initial faith points, you elevated your divine realm to its present stature in just 20 days. Your aptitude for actuarial mastery is extraordinary. I will not exploit your realm's resources, but I ask that you in turn steward the strategic planning of mine. Li Shiheo spoke candidly. Yang Fan finally understood, like Li Qingying, Li Shiheo had fundamentally misread him. Doesn't the Li clan already employ its own actuarial masters? And surely my current capabilities fall far short of theirs. Actuarial services for top-tier Li clan talents are covered by fund subsidies, whereas I must pay out of pocket at a cost beyond my present means. Li Shuheo's countenance flushed faintly with embarrassment. Yang Fan sighed deeply. May I decline? Unprepared for such a reply, Li Shiheo paused momentarily, speechless. Why? Confident his offer entailed no loss. Full-price procurement, monthly stipends. It seemed nothing short of divine providence. I intend to pursue the combat path, not logistics or administration. But your talent. Li Shuheo sounded incredulous. I sincerely thank you for your generous proposal, but I follow my own path. Moreover, I possess no true actuarial gift, and my realm's growth owes much to fortune. After a silence, Li Shiheo set down his wine cup and lifted his eyes with a warm smile. No deal, no grudge. We remain classmates. Perhaps one day we'll co-invest in divine realm ventures. Since I'm here, allow me to play host. I'll ensure you savor this place to the fullest. Then I thank you, brotherly. No, brotherly. Follow me. I'll show you the local flavor. Laughing heartily, Li Shiheo led Yang Fan into another private chamber. This is Tianxiang Renjin's signature service. Upon awakening our divine realms, we attain adulthood, and thus qualify to partake here. Brother, begin by choosing your companion. With a sweeping gesture, Li Shuheo summoned a floating gallery of female portraits. Name: Lu Rian. Measurements: 855,890. Temperament: open-minded. Status: divine being. Fee: 1000 faith points overnight. Name by Ningbing. Portrait after portrait unfolded, each radiant, voluptuous, or ethereal. Yang Fan swallowed hard, utterly flustered, unable to settle on a choice. Seeing his hesitation, Li Shiheo grinned mischievously. Or perhaps you prefer something more specialized. Specialized? Married women, twin sisters, mother-daughter pairs. Or should your tastes run bolder, elven or beastkin companions? For the truly adventurous, even goblin beauties await. Uft. Yang Fan nearly choked. Naturally, Tianxiang Renjian also offers demigods and deities, but they reside upstairs. We lack the requisite standing, and our consciousnesses would likely be overwhelmed, even annihilated in their presence. Li Shihao chuckled. This establishment truly excels in versatility. Yang Fan's cheeks twitched. Network technology enables seamless consciousness-level interaction, even across star systems. Rest assured, however, Tianxiang Renjian enjoys an impeccable reputation. Its attendants are no mere constructs. They are real individuals drawn from the tangible world. Life is arduous for many. They seek modest supplementary income. You understand. Li Shihao flashed a look only men could decipher. Yang Fan coughed lightly. I've never patronized such a place. This is my first time. Everyone begins somewhere. And since this exists solely within the virtual realm, it hardly constitutes infidelity, even toward one's future spouse. Shall I arrange it for you? Then I'd be grateful. Just yesterday a friend mentioned that goblin. Hold. Lu Ruyan suits me perfect. Li Shihao feigned mild regret. Very well. Enjoy yourself, Brother Yang. Let us meet again soon. Saying this, he settled the fee and discreetly withdrew from the chamber. Watching his retreating figure, Yang Fan's jaw tightened. He suspected Li Shihao, stung by rejection, had orchestrated this as gentle retribution. In another private chamber, Li Shihao sat upon the central seat, while an elderly man with snow-white hair stood quietly beside him, emanating the aura of a demigod and cradling a sheaf of documents. Uncle, and what do you make of this classmate of mine? As described, his talent is indeed exceptional, yet the terms you offered are extraordinarily generous. After all, he is my peer, though I confess I did not anticipate his refusal of so favorable an arrangement. If you are determined to recruit him, consider approaching through his parents. Unnecessary. Coercion may command obedience, but never earns sincerity. Divine realm development is a marathon, not a sprint. Underhanded methods yield only mutual attrition and decay. Better to gain a friend than forge an enemy. Li Shihao was born into an average family lacking the arrogance typical of science from prominent families. He was more inclined to discover the shining qualities within individuals like Yang Fan. The old man responded expressionlessly, "You speak the truth, young master. How is the family loan progressing? We have applied for 50 million faith points with an annual interest rate of 11.2. For 5 years only interest needs to be paid, and after that principal and interest can be repaid in equal installments over 20 years. Is this the highest amount? If you can demonstrate the value of a top-tier genius, it can be increased to 500 million. In that case, loan the entire amount and spend 20 million to buy 10 adult Tai Sui to fully invest in the 100 spirits blood pool, deducting the 11.2 capital cost. Oh, I can still earn about 37.6 annually. The remaining 30 million will be used by Uncle and to purchase resources primarily to enhance the strength of the believers in the divine kingdom. In half a year, there will be the school's class assessment, and I must give it my all to aim for the family's top-tier genius status. Understood. After resting for a night in the virtual world, Yang Fan returned to reality. That Lu Ruyan was quite pitiful. A sick brother, a gambling father, a mother who favored sons over daughters. She was shattered. Yang Fan felt that she was 100 times poorer than himself. Faced with the pitiful Lu Ruyan, Yang Fan couldn't help but give a drop of moonlight dew as a token of his feelings. Afterward, the two exchanged contact information, and Yang Fan promised to look after her business in the future. The sensory experience was too vivid. Even though he went to relieve stress, Yang Fan felt utterly exhausted upon returning to reality. Ba women only affect the speed at which one draws their sword. It's better to avoid rescuing the suffering. Yang Fan took a deep breath. Adjusting his mindset, Yang Fan immersed himself in the divine kingdom. With a thought, he placed the Tai Sui given to him by Li Qingying beside the divine enlightenment city and issued a divine decree. My believers, this is the divine flesh bestowed by the gods capable of altering one's aptitude. Clean the flesh, and it will regrow next month. Believers of great strength will be prioritized in the distribution. We thank our God for this blessing. The believers knelt and worshipped. The moment the Tai Sui entered the divine kingdom, Yang Fan sensed detailed information. Given the current consumption capacity of his believers, just this one Tai Sui could sustain all their food needs. Yang Fan couldn't help but marvel. This treasure worth 2 million would likely keep him worry-free about food for a long time. Even the grains he planted recently seemed like they could be neglected. Practicing the Federation's physical enhancement techniques naturally requires a meat-based diet. Yang Fan then activated his tenfold evolution talent and returned to reality. After witnessing the Li family's cultivation of geniuses, any pride Yang Fan had just begun to feel was thoroughly crushed. Even with his ability to acquire resources being 10 times that of others, he dared not be arrogant. If only I could secure more startup capital, Yang Fan sighed. The human heart may be the size of a fist, but desire is boundless. Just a month ago, his family's monthly income was less than 5,000, yet now the minimum net income was 500, and he still felt unsatisfied. Standing in a different position, the scenery scene varies. In the past, he had no right to engage with the current Li Shihao and naturally felt no sense of urgency. Now, as a student, he was protected by federal law, but what about 5 years later? Not to mention the future. Can federal law truly be infallible? Rather than entrusting fate to so-called rules, it is better to strengthen oneself. I must use all means to enrich the divine kingdom, empower the believers, and break through to demigod status, or even become a deity. Yang Fan silently reminded himself. Suddenly, a call request unexpectedly came through from his wristwatch. It was Zhang Peng. Once connected, a cacophony of wails erupted. Father, you've kept this from me so well. With a population of 110000, how did you manage it? Yesterday was my fault. I shouldn't have shown off in front of you. My eyes have been blinded by your magnificent glory. Please visit my humble abode so I can admire your impressive and glorious presence. I don't accept adopted sons. Yang Fan rolled his eyes. What about a biological son? I can have my own, and I don't need one as big as you. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Wait. My brother is such a big shot, it would be unreasonable not to hug a leg. I'm not asking for much, just a simple pointer on developing the divine kingdom. Zhang Peng adjusted his tone. I'm afraid I can't give you too many suggestions. I have things to attend to, so I'll hang up now. Yang Fan finished speaking and directly hung up the call. In the following days, Zhang Peng called or showed up to bother him. As they were close friends, Yang Fan had to take some time to offer a few suggestions. Looking at the development of Zhang Peng's divine kingdom, Yang Fan found his theoretical knowledge was shockingly lacking. Aside from the cultivated fields near the tribe arranged by his father Zhang Wanshan, the rest of the areas were practically an eyesore. Compared to him, Yang Fan could indeed be called a top student. After a few days, he significantly improved Zhang Peng's divine kingdom's ecology, instantly earning him a grateful follower. After handling his friend, Yang Fan returned to his daily life. He attended classes diligently during the day and went shopping in the mall and on the Divine Forum after class, studying how to better develop the divine kingdom. Now that the ecological stability in Yang Fan's divine kingdom was established, coupled with the presence of the Tai Sui, they had an abundance of food. This led to a significant decrease in hunting among the believers, and all living beings in the divine kingdom began to reproduce. Now Yang Fan needed to focus on researching how to enhance the strength of his believers. Considering his evolution talent, he mainly focused on spiritual plants or demon beasts that could slowly alter aptitude. Items that could enhance aptitude were extremely expensive. 99 were beyond Yang Fan's current means. However, those with particularly long effective times would be relatively cheaper. After a long time browsing the mall, Yang Fan indeed found some suitable options. Clubble 100 Spirits Peach X 100 priced at 1000 faith points. Merchants note long-term consumption can enhance believer aptitude. If considering future development towards cultivating and ascending, it's a good choice, with a very low probability of allowing descendants of believers to be born with spiritual roots. Requires cultivation with Shirong, and the peach pits can be replanted after consumption with a 37% probability of germination. Yang Fan waved his hand and purchased it along with 100 square meters of Shirong. Given the current number of believers, Yang Fan had these 100 peach trees were barely enough, but fortunately, they could be cultivated further, saving him a significant amount of faith points. Time was the least of his concerns. Spirit Fish Baby X100 First Order Demon Beast priced at 600 faith points. Long-term consumption has the effect of strengthening the physique. Buy. Yang Fan also purchased some grass fish base and mandarin fish among various aquatic creatures, placing them in the river as food for the Spirit Fish Baby. To establish a simple aquatic ecosystem, he also bought some aquatic plants such as watergrass algae and water vines, including shrimp and pufferfish, and packed everything in one go. These non-ranked plants and animals were quite cheap. With Yang Fan's current funds, he bought them without blinking. First tier monster Dapeng Bird 2000 priced at 15000. First tier monster Eagle Falcon 2000 priced at 15000. Yang Fan purchased all of them, allowing for more hunters in the sky to prevent the night vulture from dominating. After investing the resources into the divine nation, Yang Fan once again issued a divine decree informing the method of planting the 100 spirits peach and the existence of the spiritual fish doll. God Master Yang Fan. Divine nation area 1 million square kilometers. Talent grade resource talent accelerates the growth of all resources in the divine nation by 10. SS grade talent evolution, the only talent that can accelerate the evolution of the divine nation currently hidden. Believers ancient people 110000. Method federal body refinement technique. Faith points 97088 daily faith points provided 0. 56. Buildings Moon Wells X5 Sun Springs X5. Assets Bodhi Treasure Snake X29343, First Tier Monster Night Vulture X1665, First Tier Monster Spiritual Fish, Doll X100, First Tier Monster Dopang Bird X200, First Tier Monster Eagle Falcon X200, First Tier Monster Tai Sway X1, Water Lotus X210, Grade Spiritual Plant Soul Nourishing, Wood Centennial X100, Grade Spiritual Plant 100 Spirits Peach X10, Grade Spiritual Plant. Yang Fan continued to live a calm life, attending classes on time, regularly visiting malls and forums to check for any unexpected situations in the Divine Nation, and before he knew it, 20 days had passed. In the Divine Nation, this amounted to 200 years. 1 month had passed since the last sale of Moonlight Dew and other resources, and Yang Fan prepared to make another round of sales to replenish faith points. However, before he even entered the Divine Nation, he felt a warm current surging within his body. A powerful force flowed through his limbs, and Yang Fan felt that he had become 4 or 5 times stronger than before. Noticing the immense changes in the Divine Nation, Yang Fan quickly entered with his consciousness. Believers Mortals 120 daily faith points provided 1. 4. During this 200 years, the population of believers within the Divine Nation underwent a peak and then fell back. About 100 years ago in Divine Nation history, the population surpassed 24000. At that time, the population density in Divine Awakening City and the other 4 cities was extremely high, and various small tribes began to appear around the 5 major cities. At the same time, the Tai Sway meet finally saw a situation where supply could not meet demand. Believers began to hunt to maintain the food supply. Subsequently, the 4 major cities voiced their dissatisfaction with the distribution of Tai Sway meat and initiated negotiations with the main city. Negotiations failed and war ensued. The 4 cities of Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuqiue, and Xuanwu besieged Divine Awakening. This period is known as the Rebellion of the 4 Kings. All of this happened while Yang Fan was asleep, but even if he were awake, he would not intervene actively. Believers are human too and naturally possess emotions, desires, greed, anger, ignorance, and hatred. War would only make civilization stronger. As a deity, Yang Fan would never interfere with development as long as there was no threat of civilization extinction in the Divine Nation. The rebellion of the 4 Kings lasted for 10 years, and the population plummeted to 8000. The final outcome was that 1 emperor and 4 kings signed a non-aggression pact with Divine Awakening City, receiving 40 of the Tai Sway meat, while the remaining 60 was divided among the 4 cities. This war eliminated a large number of weaker believers, leaving mostly the strong. This was followed by nearly 100 years of peace, during which the population once again surged to 18000. As believers practiced the federal body refinement technique, the stronger they became, the greater their consumption of meat. Now the population of 18000 could no longer be fully supplied by Tai Sway meat. The population began to fluctuate dynamically, 1700, 1600, 100. During this century, Divine Awakening City expanded nearly twice, and the 4 cities also built their own cities, significantly lowering population density. Believers began to engage in trade, and the higher-ups started to issue decrees to establish rules. Because of this, Yang Fan's believers transformed from ancient people to mortals. Observing the development of his believers from a god's perspective, Yang Fan was quite satisfied. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before his believers would give rise to first-tier life. The federal body refinement technique is only suitable for laying the foundation. Even when cultivated to the extreme, it only results in first-tier life. Later, they must purchase techniques and various weapons. Relying solely on the believers to explore and inherit knowledge is far too slow. This all requires faith points. Yang Fan rubbed his head, realizing that sometimes the rapid development of the Divine Nation also brought worries. Yang Fan assessed the assets in his Divine Nation and directly took out a blank card to withdraw all Moonlight Dew and Sun Essence, then took away 2 Bodhi Treasure Snakes, 2 Night Vultures, 2 Spiritual Fish Dolls, and 2 Water Lotus Seeds. All these resources were sold through Taotao Network. Total income 8100 faith points, less 10 personal income tax, and 2 platform facilitation fee, net income 71280 faith points. Faith points 16620 daily faith points provided 1. 4. Sensing that the biological chain within the Divine Nation was very stable, Yang Fan decided to fully utilize the faith points. Yang Fan decided to spend 12000 to purchase 2 more moon wells and 2 sun springs. Faith points 46200 daily faith points provided 1. 4. Buildings Moon Wells X7, Sun Springs X7. In this era of network technology development, as long as one is willing to put in effort, virtually all knowledge can be obtained from the internet. As a result, the weight of knowledge taught in class by teachers has diminished and daytime courses are becoming less frequent. With a significant amount of free time, Even someone like Yang Fan, who is not fond of socializing, began to participate in class activities. Not because of boredom, but mainly because he gradually discovered that his classmates indeed had their merits. Unlike the divine forums, face-to-face conversations in the virtual world allowed everyone to open up. What types of spiritual plants can be planted on a large scale with the highest overall yield? What treasures can significantly improve the quality of believers? Are there any techniques that are cheap yet powerful? Private trading and tax evasion turn out to be legal. Everyone was searching for information online, refining and extracting useful content to share with each other. Yang Fan had to admit that humans are indeed social animals. The efficiency of collaborative efforts far exceeds solitary endeavors. Especially someone like Li Shuheo, a genius with a prominent family background, whose sources of information were far beyond their reach, often enlightening everyone with just a single statement. In the private room of Tianxiang Rinjian, Li Shuheo, Wang Jinyu, Yang Fan, Zhang Peng, and a dozen other male classmates from Class 7 of Senior 3 gathered together. With a figure like Li Shuheo present, many female classmates wanted to join, but the atmosphere in Tianxiang Rinjian was a bit awkward with familiar girls around, making it difficult to relax, and they stopped inviting female classmates afterward. Brother Hao, besides the federal body refinement technique, my believers also practice the Yi Jin Jing, which has incredibly high consumption of meat. The speed at which the meat is produced in the wine pool and meat forest simply cannot keep up, and I now have to buy meat from the mall every day. Wang Jinyu gulped down some wine. Now he has let it go and no longer sees Li Shuheo as a rival, but rather looks up to him, addressing him as Brother Hao. Before Li Shuheo could speak, a somewhat shorter classmate raised his hand and said, I have the livestock talent and raise quite a few Bodhi treasure snakes, especially the unranked cattle, horses, and sheep that can increase by 7 to 0 daily. Brother Wang, would you like to buy from me? You can avoid the mall's taxes. Oh, I can give you a 5 discount for mutual benefit. No problem, I want as many Bodhi treasure snakes as you have, but let's skip the beef and mutton. My believers have already become ancient people, and the federal body refinement technique has been initiated. Ordinary meat is ineffective and can only serve to fill the stomach. Wang Jinyu nodded in agreement. Under the leadership of Li Shuheo, the boys in Class 7 of the senior year have formed a small circle engaging in private resource exchanges in addition to sharing information. Legitimate tax avoidance is not shameful. After all, the government can't expect friends to transfer money without taxes, right? Actually, you could buy an adult Tai Sui. Li Shuheo reminded. Tai Sui? That thing costs 2 million faith points, Wang Jinyu exclaimed. 1 Tai Sui would be enough for your development for a long time, and consuming Tai Sui meat regularly has a slow effect of enhancing one's aptitude, far more cost-effective than a lavish lifestyle with feasting and drinking. Since Brother Hao said so, I'll go back and ask my dad for some funds to give it a try. The lack of meat is severely limiting the development of my divine kingdom. Wang Jinyu clapped his hands in resolution. Zhang Peng, seeing this, began to promote as well. My dad recently harvested 10 tons of spiritual rice, and the price is definitely cheaper than the market. If any brothers need it, just call me. I have quite a few fish-type demon beasts, all available at a 5 discount from market price. I have meat spiritual mushrooms. During this time, everyone has become familiar with each other, and private trading is a mutually beneficial affair, naturally leading to free exchanges. Wang Jinyu turned to Yang Fan and said, Old Yang, do you still have Bodhi treasure snakes for sale? They'll give you 200 adult Bodhi treasure snakes for a mere 9500 credit points. Yang Fan stated directly. Private transactions are indeed cheaper than the market, so he doesn't mind selling some when the opportunity arises. Damn you guy, how come you're even more fierce than the professional snake seller Wang Matzi with another 200 snakes? If I didn't know better, I'd think you were the one raising them. Save them all for me, I'll take them all. Wang Jinyu waved his hand. He couldn't help it, he had been afraid of lacking meat lately. Buying from Yang Fan directly saves him 500 faith points, which is no small amount. After this batch, I won't have any left, and I can't sell any more in the short term, Yang Fan added. Although there is no shortage of food for the Bodhi treasure snakes, their breeding speed is not fast. Additionally, with enemies like the night vulture, if too many are sold, the Bodhi treasure snakes in the divine kingdom might become a rare species. If you need any, just find me. Ever since I started practicing the muscle strengthening and bone washing technique, my consumption of meat has become several times more efficient. Ooh, I don't know when this hard life will come to an end. Wang Jinyu said, bitterly feeling a bit envious of Yang Fan's self-sufficient divine kingdom at this moment. Although the strength of the followers doesn't increase that quickly, the deity doesn't have to worry. Wang Jinyu felt like a nanny with tens of thousands of sons waiting for him to raise. If it weren't for the support from his family, the ecological system of his divine kingdom would have collapsed long ago. Li Shuheo suddenly changed the topic, saying, You've been working so hard lately for the upcoming school competition in a month, right? Everyone looked at Li Shuheo curiously. After interacting with him for some time, they noticed that he always had the information ahead of everyone else. That's right, my dad is fully supporting me with a loan, just so I can make an impression in the competition, Wang Jinyu nodded. Brother Wang, do you have any insider information? Someone quickly asked. It's not really a confidential piece of information. The teachers will probably announce it in the next few days. Every year during the first quarter after the awakening of Divine Kingdoms, all senior students must participate in the Divine Kingdom Battle. The Divine Kingdom Battle. Really? We can participate so soon. Many had heard of this term. After all, there had been much discussion on the Divine Forum, but experiencing it firsthand was another matter. Li Shihao explained, it's not a real war of divine kingdoms, it merely allows followers to battle various beings in another space. Not only will the school higher-ups be present, but influential families like the Li and Luo families will also come to witness. If one performs exceptionally well, there might even be investments involved. Hearing the word investment, Yang Fan, who had been quietly listening, suddenly brightened up. He desperately needed resources now. Exactly, that's what my dad thinks. My family background is decent, but that's only compared to ordinary people. If I can make an impression in the competition, perhaps the big families will take notice. Wang Jinyu took a deep breath, his expression serious. If even a little bit of their resources leaks through their fingers, it could change my destiny. Brother Wang will definitely succeed. That's right, we'll cheer you on together when the time comes. Aside from Li Shihao, Wang Jinyu, who are set on the combat path, and Yang Fan the outsider, all the other classmates have chosen to pursue logistical divine kingdoms. Everyone will participate in the assessment, but 80 of the students are just going through the motions. Therefore, when they heard about the assessment content, the rest just treated it as gossip. Li Shihao cast a meaningful glance at Yang Fan, but said nothing more. The only one who knew Yang Fan wanted to pursue a war divine kingdom was Li Shihao. Without combat talent and lacking support from influential families, it is practically impossible for an ordinary person to pursue a war divine kingdom in the eyes of outsiders. However, this matter involves Yang Fan's privacy, and Li Shihao refrained from speaking further. After becoming a second-tier genius of the Li family, he had experienced a lot during this time, and his temperament had stabilized significantly compared to when he first started. After eating and drinking enough, Yang Fan stepped out of the private room, seeing no one around, hurried to another room, locked the door, and then contacted his old friend Lu Ruyan. Now Yang Fan has a bit of assets. A consumption of 100 faith points is nothing to him, and he often rewards himself. He didn't know the truth about the other party's tragic family background, but once Lu Ruyan unexpectedly answered a phone call, and the voice on the other end belonged to a man in his 20s. A few days later, Yang Fan attended class as usual. At the podium, Li Qingying suddenly announced, in 1 month, all senior students will participate in the major exam, and the assessment will take place in the divine kingdom of our school principal. Your opponents will be various demon beasts, and followers will be transported to the divine kingdom battlefield in their true forms. This will be your first encounter with real warfare in life. The boys in the class had already heard this news during the last Tianxiang event, so they were not particularly surprised. However, the girls were much more excited. Is it the divine kingdom battle? We get to participate so soon. I'm a bit excited and a bit scared of what does... It's not a real war of divine kingdoms. What you will face are various demon beasts specially raised by the... Although these demon beasts might possess individual strength stronger than yours, they do not understand cooperation, and certainly do not know formations, making them not very dangerous. If you're worried about the potential for significant injury to followers, you can retreat at any time. Li Qingying explained. Next, please open your inbox. Universal Spirit Gathering Formation. Yang Fan found that there was actually a skill card in his inbox. This is an grade formation card provided for free by the federal government to all senior students. The market value of the Universal Spirit Gathering Formation is as high as 1,000 faith points. Many students brightened at the value of this card. Looking at the expressions of the students ranked lower in the class, Li Qingying sighed softly and said, with 10,000 believers, this great formation can be arranged. Practicing with this formation can even assist in cultivating the Federation's body refinement technique, significantly enhancing the physical strength of the believers. If it weren't for having made up his mind to pursue a logistics path, it would be best not to sell this formation card. Li Qingying was well aware that the assessment a month later was not aimed at all students. The school truly wanted to filter out those with combat abilities. Yay! Many students exclaimed excitedly. Although the assessment had nothing to do with them, acquiring 100,000 points of faith for free and investing in the Divine Kingdom would certainly improve their family circumstances. In the next month, I will teach you how to arrange troops and organize battles using the Wanling Guiyuan formation, and even how to utilize the formation for cultivation. Students who have resolved to pursue a logistics path may skip the class. The rest should listen attentively. If you perform excellently in this major test, there might even be opportunities for investment from prominent families. Yes, teacher. Many students still had eager expressions. Returning to reality, Yang Fan immediately invested the Wanling Guiyuan formation into the Divine Kingdom. This is the Wanling Guiyuan formation, where 10,000 people form one team. This formation can assist you in cultivating the Federation's body refinement technique. In 300 years, there will be a war with foreign races. During this time, you must not harm each other, and everyone should focus on cultivation. Thus spoke Yang Fan, delivering the divine decree. We shall obey the command of our God. The entire human race in the divine kingdom knelt down. Under the tenfold evolutionary talent, Yang Fan did not immediately exit the divine kingdom, but silently observed the performance of his believers. Perhaps due to poor qualifications, or perhaps because the Wanling Guiyuan formation was too complex. In the divine kingdom, after a year, the team from Shinchi City still moved awkwardly. After a year of training, the 10th strong team couldn't even perform synchronized movements. Is their talent really this poor? Their bodies are uncoordinated, and their cooperation is worse than having none at all. Yang Fan shook his head and sighed upon returning to reality. With the Wanling Guiyuan formation skill card loaded into the divine kingdom, its contents naturally appeared in Yang Fan's mind. Although this formation was complex, it seemed easy to grasp its form from Yang Fan's perspective. Yang Fan opened his watch and searched for Wanling Guiyuan formation in the divine forum. Are you a high school student? Are you about to participate in the school's quarterly major exam? Hey, raise a suggestion. Don't foolishly let the believers practice on their own. Their life levels are too low, and they are terribly slow, so it's a waste of time for them to figure things out by themselves. The first floor is correct. The poster can buy some basic formation knowledge from the mall to load into the divine kingdom, but they also need to study the Wanling Guiyuan formation. As gods, our life levels are higher. Once we understand the key to the formation, we can directly deliver divine decrees to help believers avoid detours. Furthermore, during the assessment, you will have to command the battle. If you know nothing about formations, it might hinder your efforts, and if the believers are slaughtered by the monsters, that would be a terrible loss. Stop browsing the divine forum. The teachers at the school are at least first-tier gods. Make sure to pay attention in class. Once you enter society, hiring a god to guide you in formation cultivation will be exorbitantly expensive. Good luck, poster. I hope you achieve good results. The divine forum was bustling with many people asking questions and numerous posts from previous years. Yang Fan roughly scanned through, clarifying the direction of his efforts ahead. The next day in class, about a third of the students showed up, while the rest had completely given up on pursuing the War Divine Kingdom path. Yang Fan listened attentively. Under the guidance of Li Qingying, a first-tier god, his understanding of the Wanling Guiyuan formation advanced by leaps and bounds. The changes in the formation, the movements of the formation, how to defend, attack, and maneuver. He even learned to use the Wanling Guiyuan formation to assist in cultivation and enhance the strength of the believers. Li Qingying started from the basics, and in just one class, the difficulties that had baffled him yesterday became clear. Yang Fan noticed that even Li Shihao was listening intently, which confirmed the claims made on the forum. While a day passed outside Yang Fan's divine kingdom, experienced 10 years. Upon returning to consciousness, he found that his believers had not made significant progress. Although the team stood a bit more orderly, many details in their positions were still incorrect. If they participated in the major exam in this state, a casual assault from monsters would scatter their formation. Yang Fan immediately delivered a divine decree, pouring his understanding of the formation and the knowledge taught by Li Qingying in class directly into the minds of his believers. First, let everyone remember, over time they will surely understand. Yang Fan did not return to reality, but continued to observe the believers practicing the formation, correcting any mistakes directly through divine decrees. Fortunately, Yang Fan's consciousness merely entered the divine kingdom. To him, the changes in the divine kingdom were akin to a slideshow played at fast forward. He could clearly perceive every detail, but still felt the passage of time as it was in reality. Otherwise, passing 10 years casually would have driven Yang Fan to the brink of collapse. That night, Yang Fan stayed up late, forcing himself to sleep at 1 a.m. Under his guidance, the believers made rapid advancements in understanding the Wanling Guiyuan formation, who just one night saved them decades of time. These changes also led Yang Fan to a deeper understanding of the development of the divine kingdom. Gods should not interfere in the survival, reproduction, or evolution of their believers, nor should they disrupt an already stable ecosystem. However, this does not mean that gods should be inactive. Relying solely on the natural evolution of the divine kingdom is too slow, and it could even cause the entire civilization to stagnate. Thus, gods should provide appropriate positive guidance. For instance, the Wanling Guiyuan formation is beneficial for believers with no harm. In such situations, he can fully utilize all resources to accelerate this evolution. The strength of believers will in turn benefit the gods, and the gods should also provide resources for the divine kingdom, assisting the growth of believers. While the divine kingdom and the gods may seem to have a subordinate relationship, in reality, it is a symbiotic one. The divine kingdom is the wealth of the gods, while the gods are the guardians of the divine kingdom. If one were to completely neglect the divine kingdom due to having evolutionary talents, they would eventually fade into obscurity. Even with 10 times the resources of ordinary people, given the current qualifications of the believers, they would find it impossible to comprehend advanced techniques. If the progress itself is zero regardless of whether time flows at 10 times the speed, or even 100 or 1,000 times, it would still be zero. In the time that followed, aside from attending classes, Yang Fan's consciousness was mostly within his divine kingdom, frequently delivering divine decrees. With his assistance, the Wanling Guiyuan formation practiced by the believers had now acquired its form. By the time they reached the 50th year of practicing the Wanling Guiyuan formation, Yang Fan felt it had taken shape. Now a 10th San-strong team, relying on the formation in battle, had at least tripled their overall strength. By the 100th year, Yang Fan felt that he had taught quite enough. Although there were still flaws, there were no obvious weaknesses in deploying the formation. Against mindless monsters, it would be nearly impossible for them to break through, even in the case of a small-scale beast tide. By the 150th year, those believers had begun to use the Wanling Guiyuan formation for cultivation. Major cities organized their armies to spar. One reason was to test the formation's real combat power, and the other was to practice the Federation's body refinement technique through actual combat. By the 200th year, relying solely on the meat of the Taishui had become insufficient to sustain the army's consumption. The Emperor of Shinchi City issued military orders, sending troops from the Four Kings to the Snake Valley to hunt the Bodhi treasure serpent. The battle between humans and demon beasts lasted a full 2 years, resulting in the slaughter of nearly 50,000 adult Bodhi treasure snakes, which were transported back in batches to the major cities. Knowing all this, Yang Fan felt a chill run down his spine, for this amounted to 250,000 faith points. After centuries of development, the Bodhi treasure snake had spread from the original Snake Valley to the entire mountain range, with a population reaching over 100,000. However, this fragmented combat power was still utterly insignificant in the face of the human race that had already learned the 10,000 spirits returning to Origin Array. Perhaps because he had previously issued a holy decree, his followers returned to the city after hunting only nearly half the number of Bodhi treasure snakes. Yang Fan did not stop this as soon after the high school senior assessments would take place, and he needed to quickly enhance his followers' strength to make a name for himself and secure investment. Even without these Bodhi treasure snakes, Yang Fan would find ways to invest in other meat resources. As the strength of the followers increases, the consumption of resources truly becomes terrifying. It's no wonder everyone is living so tense. Yang Fan sighed lightly. Although he currently benefited from his evolutionary talent, making resource acquisition 10 times more efficient than others, if his divine nation could not be self-sufficient and required external resource input, its consumption would also be tenfold. 30 years had passed in the divine nation, and the strength of the followers had grown increasingly formidable. Now, in the 10,000 spirits returning to Origin Array, Yang Fan found himself unable to provide much guidance, and even watching his followers practice the formation offered him considerable insights. After all, it was merely in grade formation. With over 200 years of exploration, the faces in the army had changed several generations, yet the knowledge had been passed down. Now, as the followers executed the 10,000 spirits returning to Origin Array, they not only manifested its shape, but also attained a hint of divine charm. Yang Fan understood that this indicated his followers had cultivated the formation to a minor success. On this day, just after class, Yang Fan felt a change in his body before he could exit the virtual world. An invisible energy coursed through him, causing his cells, flesh, and bones to begin transforming. Cracking sounds emanated from various parts of his body. Yang Fan, who forcefully exited the virtual world, didn't even have time to remove his helmet, and he was drenched in cold sweat from the pain. In the divine nation, a first-tier being was born. As a divine being, his adaptability to bodily changes was quite strong, and within mere breaths the pain dissipated. Yang Fan stood up and raised his right hand, throwing a punch forward. With a sizzle, the air produced a strange merely giving birth to a first-tier being has already strengthened my body so much. How powerful must the bodies of demigods and divine beings be? Yang Fan swallowed hard. Upon entering the divine nation, he immediately located the first-tier being, which was none other than the Emperor of Divine Enlightenment City. Having crossed one tier in the hierarchy of life, he was now separated from the mortal realm, and his lifespan would increase by 200 years. The increase in lifespan was secondary. The most important aspect was that the breakthrough in the life tier would have a washing effect akin to the I Ching, allowing this emperor to give birth to more excellent offspring in the future. Divine Master Yang Fan. Area of Divine Nation, 1 million square kilometers. Talent grade resource talent. All resources in the Divine Nation grow 10 faster. SS grade evolution talent. The unique talent that accelerates the evolution of the Divine Nation currently hidden. Followers first tier being 1 mortals 150000. Methods Federal Body Refinement Technique 10,000 Spirits Returning to Origin Array Minor Success. Faith Points 83300 Daily Faith Points provided 2. 6. Buildings Moonlight Wells X7 Sun Springs X7. Assets Bodhi Treasure Snakes X88765 First Tier Demon Beasts Night Vulture X31222 First Tier Demon Beast Spirit Fish Dolls X18620 First Tier Demon Beasts Rock X45533 First Tier Demon Beast Eagle Falcon X42332 First Tier Demon Beast Tai Sway X1 Water Lotus X210 Grade Spiritual Plant Soul Nurturing with Century Old X110 Crade Spiritual Plant 100 Spirit Peach X25711 Crade Spiritual Plant. Seeing the current state of the Divine Nation, Yang Fan decided to intervene actively. He sold 2 Night Vultures, Eagles, and Rock respectively, and used the proceeds to purchase a total of 100,000 adult Bodhi Treasure Snakes, which he released around the 5 major cities. Currently, the ecological system within the Divine Nation was insufficient to support the development of the followers. Many had begun hunting antelope-like herbivores to stave off hunger. It was the time for last-minute preparations before the exams, so resources needed to be in ample supply. The reason for selling those flying demon beasts was mainly because his followers currently lacked aerial capabilities. The weapons in the Divine Nation were still at the Stone Age. The only ranged attack method, the bow and arrow, was still made of wood, which was sufficient for shooting antelope, but trying to hunt a first-tier flying demon beast with that was simply a dream. This also meant that these flying demon beasts had no natural enemies. In hunting the Bodhi Treasure Snakes, these demon beasts and humans were still in a competitive relationship. The rivers in the Divine Nation were vast, and with the followers' limited fishing method, spirit fish dolls were also reproducing at an alarming rate. There are still many detail issues in the Divine Nation that need to be resolved, but for now I must focus on developing the military strength. To become strong quickly, I must gain investment from the major families. Yang Fan murmured to himself. After interacting with Li Shihao, his mindset had changed. Our relying solely on the SS grade talent and quietly accumulating wealth was no longer viable. Divine beings only have a lifespan of 500 years, and his starting point was too low. Compared to the wealth of those major families, his initial capital could be described as infinitely close to zero. One must be cautious and grounded. However, if a great opportunity presents itself, one must do everything possible to seize that hope. Sometimes choice outweighs talent and platform surpasses effort. Stagnation is merely a synonym for weakness. With the introduction of 100,000 Bodhi Treasure Snakes into the Divine Nation, meat resources became sufficiently available, and an arms race began between the cities, all in preparation for the impending war against the alien races. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, and now 6 first-tier beings had been born in Yang Fan's Divine Nation. Each of the 5 major cities selected the strongest adult males to form 5 armies. The Divine Enlightenment Army with 2 first-tier beings commanding 10,000 elite soldiers. The White Tiger, Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, and Vermilion Bird each named their armies after their respective cities, with each 10,000 strong army led by a first-tier being. Watching the army drill, Yang Fan could sense a chilling aura of bloodlust washing over him. Thanks to the 100,000 Bodhi Treasure Snakes he had introduced over the years, his followers had been training while actively hunting demon beasts. After all, these were first-tier demon beasts. Even if the followers were first-tier beings, they were not necessarily a match for them. Every time they surrounded and hunted the Bodhi Treasure Snakes, there were casualties, and new recruits would subsequently join the army. In such intense practical training, they had already become a battle-hardened force. In just 1 month's time, the comprehensive combat power of his Divine Nation had multiplied more than tenfold, and Yang Fan was very satisfied with this. Faith Points 14030. Due to the resource investments during this period, Yang Fan's liquid funds had dwindled to less than 500. Yang Fan took out a blank card and collected the Moonlight Dew Sun Essence and all the Water Lotus seeds from the store. After selling them in the marketplace and deducting taxes, he netted around 800 faith points, bringing his total funds back to 100. Yang Fan opened the shop and searched for the word weapon. Grade weapon spear priced at 100 faith points. Grade weapon hammer priced at 1300 faith points. Grade weapon Qingfeng sword priced at 200 faith points. Looking at the weapon prices, Yang Fan furrowed his brows, saying this is a bit too expensive. A single weapon costs over 10,000 faith points, and besides that there are armor and helmets. Just for the grade weapons to fully equip a follower from head to toe would cost 30 to 40,000 faith points. And he currently has an army of 50,000 in his Divine Kingdom. If all were to be equipped this way, it would cost around 2 billion. No wonder those deities who follow the path of war need to recruit so many subordinate gods. Just for the weapons alone, the expenses are astronomical. Yang Fan sighed. With weapons of such caliber, Yang Fan's current financial capacity was simply insufficient for large-scale purchases, and those common soldiers were not worthy of such equipment. The prices are too high. Help me search for ordinary weapons. I need to equip mortals on a large scale, preferably iron ones, and the total cost for 50,000 sets should be under $1 million. Searching among merchants, recommending the best option, Thai Mercenary Group Shop. Ordinary iron weapons 2 sets priced at 4 million faith points. The current merchant is online. You can inquire whether they sell separately. Yang Fan opened the chat box and typed, "Boss, I want to buy 50,000 sets. Is that possible? 1 million faith points ready for transaction." The other party replied immediately, "Can it be cheaper? I'm still a senior high school student. Small business, no bargaining allowed." At that moment, on a distant planet, a man sat at his workstation, smoking, spitting out a mouthful, and saying another one, trying to play the sympathy card. "I've been in customer service for so many years, this line is getting old. Being poor leads to many troubles. Oh, I still need to find ways to enhance product competitiveness and earn money from the wealthy. Really no discounts. It's my first time doing such a large deal." Yang Fan still wanted to negotiate. No, the other party decisively refused. Having conducted numerous transactions, they had long since solidified their resolve. Prices are not easily altered. I'm from a single-parent family with 2 younger sisters to take care of. It's really tough. Stop right there. I'll send you the link. I can't give you a lower price. Yang Fan looked at the pop-up link. 50,000 sets of ordinary iron weapons priced at 8,000. Is it really this simple to do business? Yang Fan felt a bit dazed, fearing the other party might backtrack, and hurriedly transferred the faith points. Transaction successful. At that moment, the other party took 2 deep puffs of smoke, their expression somewhat melancholic. Just then his door was pushed open, revealing 2 little heads. "Daddy, Big Brother wants you to come eat." The twin daughters called out in unison. "Got it. How did you do in class today? Did the teacher reward you with little red flowers?" The man stood up, gently holding one daughter. "Yes, we recited the biodiversity research report in front of the whole class, and the teacher rewarded each of us. Good girls." After completing the procurement of ordinary soldiers' weapons, Yang Fan prepared to equip each of the 6 first-tier beings with a complete set of grade weapons. Finding another private shop, he clicked on the chat box and typed, "Boss, can you lower the price a bit? I lost both my parents at a young age and raised 10 younger sisters by myself. Oh, I really don't have extra faith points left. Get lost." The chat box showed that the other party had closed the conversation. Yang Fan felt a dark cloud pass overhead. In the end, he spent nearly 200,000 faith points to buy 6 complete sets of first-tier weapons. His liquid funds hit the bottom again. After investing all these resources into his divine kingdom, Yang Fan stretched and lay in bed, falling asleep early. Having done all that he could, he only hoped to stand out the next day and gain investment from those bosses. Early the next morning, Yang Fan got up and headed to school. This assessment was not in the virtual world. All students and teachers of the senior high school had to gather at Yang County No. 1 high school. 3 months had passed since the awakening day, and Yang Fan stepped through the gates of Yang County No. 1 high school once more. The school playground was bustling. There were over 200 students in the entire senior high, and although the majority were from logistics, they were still required to be present. "I heard that Principal Hong Bing will make an appearance today. He is a 3rd-tier deity, and it's rare to even meet such a significant person. According to my elders, today's assessment location is a divine kingdom established during the principal's youth when he fought against alien deities. This divine kingdom is specifically used to cultivate various deer demon beasts, and the coordinates are made public for student assessments." Really? Are the alien deities' divine kingdoms similar to ours? Sort of, it's just that the followers are different. We are human, so our followers are humans. The followers of those aliens include various demon beasts, including the undead and demons, all kinds of bizarre creatures. Handsome guy, you know a lot. It's alright, my grandfather is a demigod and a talkative one, so I've heard many stories. Yang Fan arrived at his position, curiously observing his surroundings. Since the divine kingdom birthed first-tier beings, Yang Fan felt that his senses had sharpened significantly. His class 7, had the weakest aura. The strongest, Li Shihao, exuded an aura like a furnace, while other students claimed it was merely a flame. Standing in the center was class 1 of the senior high. Even from a distance, Yang Fan could sense the terrifying aura radiating from them. Luo, being the prodigy of the Luo family with great talent, has reached this level in just 3 months. Yang Fan gazed at the figure in the distance. Although there was no temperature difference in the air, an invisible chill pierced his eyes, causing discomfort. The other party's strength likely surpassed his by several levels. With such terrifying talent and family backing, if he was merely running forward, she was driving a sports car. Yang Fan took a deep breath and lowered his gaze, trying to avoid drawing attention. "Brother Yang, how's your preparation going?" Li Shihao greeted him. "It's all right. After this assessment ends, if you want to change your direction of development, my previous suggestion still stands. Although Yang Fan had impressed him during the last prosperity evaluation assessment, he still did not have high hopes for the divine kingdom direction chosen by the other party. Without talent in combat and lacking family investment, what significant change could the strength of followers achieve in just 3 months? Thank you. Yang Fan nodded appreciatively, knowing the other party meant no harm. Another genius from Class 7, Wang Jinyu, was currently very quiet, repeatedly taking deep breaths, clearly very nervous. Yang Gu, after the exam, come to my house for dinner. It's been so long since I heard from you, we should catch up. Zhang Pang came over and put his arm around Yang Fan's shoulder. Well, CEO, I've prepared for a long time for today and want to get those big family investments. Don't kid yourself, who would invest in us logistics folks? My followers only know farming. During the exam, I plan to send 1,000 followers to check the examination site and retreat if they see any first-tier demon beasts. Such assessments take 10 days to half a month to complete each year. I don't want to waste time at school. Zhang Pang. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the playground platform, slowly descending. I am Yang Wanli, the director of education at our school. Dear students, you will face 3 major examinations throughout your final year in high school. The first is the initial Divine Kingdom battle, followed by the midterm class division exam, and finally, the all-important college entrance examination. Today marks the first of these, and I believe all of you understand its significance. Before the examination begins, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all our guests on behalf of our school. Yang Wanli snapped his fingers, and soft melodious music began to play from all directions. Elder Luo Chengfeng, welcome to our school. Elder Li Yuan, welcome to our school. President of the Liangzhou Chamber of Commerce Mi Kaier. President of the Blacksmith Association Tai Wuqing. Owner of the Central Plains Building Wan Sanqian. Yang Wanli quickly called out names, and with each name a person appeared, as if teleporting to their seat on the platform. Indeed, this is Yeni County No. 1 high school, the highest institution in the county, and many prominent figures are present for such a grand examination. Yang Fan had only seen these individuals in the headlines of local news before. It was his first time seeing them in reality. Once the guest introductions were complete, Yang Wanli gracefully performed a gentleman's bow to the audience, then turned arms wide open and passionately declared, "You are the students of Yeni County No. 1 high school, the pride of our county, and today's examination represents the most important opportunity of your lives. The esteemed individuals behind me come from various industries and families in Yeni County. They will dedicate their valuable time to closely observe the examination process, and those who perform excellently may receive investments from major companies. You are the glory of No. 1 high school, the future of Yeni County, the blossoms of humanity. The future belongs to you. Next, let us welcome Principal Hong." As his voice fell, a figure suddenly appeared in the highest seat, without any fluctuation of aura. The principal of Yeni County No. 1 high school, who is also the deputy county head, backed by the federal government and possessing the strength of a 3rd-tier deity, is undoubtedly a towering figure at the pinnacle of Yeni County. Yang Fan looked up at the principal, realizing that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't discern the principal's features. The content of the assessment is quite simple. There are no restrictions on the number of followers or the methods of combat. You may employ any means necessary. You have a total of 10 days. 1 point for a 1st-tier monster, 10,000 points for a 2nd-tier monster, and 100,000 points for a 3rd-tier monster, with final rankings based on scores. To encourage you, the school committee has decided to convert your scores into belief points at a 1:1 ratio, which will be credited into your divine kingdoms. After explaining the rules, Hong Bing waved his right hand, and a series of nutrient pods filled with green liquid accurately landed in front of each student. Considering you are still divine beings, prolonged fasting poses a life-threatening risk, so we provide these nutrient pods instead. You may lie inside, empty your minds, and your consciousness will automatically enter my divine kingdom. The examination site is within an alien divine kingdom, which spans over 100 million square kilometers, impossible to explore fully within a decade. In the real world, going 10 days without water or food, even divine beings would face life-threatening risks. The nutrient pods originate from the mechanical civilization's divine kingdom, originally designed to cultivate ordinary followers en masse. It is surprising that they now provide sustenance for these divine beings. The nutrient pods are simple to operate. Just open the hatch and lie inside. Although the liquid is green, it does not obstruct breathing. Yang Fan entered, emptied his mind, and his consciousness quickly appeared in an open space. Looking around, he instinctively reached out to touch the ground, but found his hand passing right through. Is this merely a projection of consciousness? Yet I can connect to my divine kingdom at will, freely allocating various resources and followers without restriction. Yang Fan instinctively grasped the rules of this place. Release the restrictions of the divine kingdom and make the coordinates public. Other deities can then come and go freely. I see now. Yang Fan communicated with his divine kingdom, summoning the divine awakening army, the Azure Dragon army, the White Tiger army, the Vermilion Bird army, and the Black Tortoise army to this location. We pay homage to our god. 50,000 troops bowed in unison to Yang Fan. This is the battlefield against the alien race. You will divide into 5 teams and advance in a fan-shaped formation. Upon encountering monsters, slay them all. We obey your divine command. According to market value, a first-tier monster is worth less than 10 belief points, yet this assessment rewards 100 belief points for each. Not only can he score high and attract the attention of prominent families, but he can also conveniently earn resources. Yang Fan naturally aimed to make a profit, as opportunities to earn belief points like this are rare. Additionally, Yang Fan sensed that no outsiders were spying on his divine kingdom, so he directly activated his evolutionary talent. War will inevitably incur losses, but with the aid of his evolutionary talent, his divine kingdom can continuously supply troops and food. The students participating in the assessment were unaware that at that moment a massive celestial screen appeared in the sky above Yeni County No. 1 high school, capturing all the performances of the students. Is that the Luo family's prodigy? She has already birthed a 3rd-tier life form. There's no doubt she will come in first in the assessment. Indeed, this is the Luo family. How many resources must they have invested? Before everyone's eyes, Luo Bing's soldiers number at 100,000, with the leading general wielding a white spear exuding an unmistakable 3rd-tier aura. Behind him stood nearly 20 2nd-tier beings, with the 1st-tier beings numbering over 1,000. Moreover, all were well-equipped, adorned in gleaming silver armor that seemed boundless. Such combat power is overwhelmingly superior. Elder Luo, congratulations. I did not expect this generation of the Luo family to produce such a prodigious talent. Given a century, she may very well break through to godhood. Mi Kaier remarked with admiration. Thank you for your kind words, President Mi. Luo Chengfeng replied with a professional smile. Li Tianheng from the Li family is also quite impressive. While his followers have yet to manifest as 3rd-tier beings, his talent is said to be blood fury, capable of instantly enhancing his followers' strength by 50. In terms of true power, only Luo Bing in the entire senior year can likely overpower him. And there's this one named Li Feng. It seems he is preparing to follow a mechanical path. Yeni County No. 1 high school is truly brimming with talent this year. The boss of the Central Plains building, Wan Sanxian, chuckled. I won't covet the talents from Class 1. I just hope some good seeds emerge from the ordinary classes. Mister, one of you know how substantial the contracts prepared this time are? Tai Wuching inquired tentatively. As long as you have the ability, I can offer a fair price. That's quite a generous offer. What can I say? Last year, a mishap during the expedition led to the mysterious deaths of 12 demigod executives. Currently, there is a severe vacancy in middle management, and if we don't start training new talent soon, we will face a succession crisis. Wan Sanxian spread his hands, looking somewhat helpless. On the playground of No. 1 high school, less than an hour into the assessment, students had already begun to climb out of the nutrient pods. More and more students were abandoning the examination. Within half a day, over half had given up. This was not surprising to everyone, as students whose goal was to develop divine kingdoms for logistics would treat this assessment as merely a formality. The students who had finished did not leave immediately. Instead, they curiously gazed at the sky, as some of them. They took this opportunity to see how far their brothers' divine kingdoms had developed. What the hell? What is going on with my adoptive father? So many followers and all of them armed. Wasn't my adoptive father supposed to be raising the puny Baoshi Bodhi treasure serpent? Zhang Pang rubbed his eyes hard. His mind struck anew, as if by a critical blow. Who is this person? He is clearly from Class 7, so how are his points already squeezing into the top 100? Although only a few hours had passed in the real world, months had elapsed within the divine realm. A colossal leaderboard rose at the very center of the arena. Rank 1, Luo Bing 1. 63 million points. Rank 2, Li Tianheng 40,000 points. Rank 99, Li Shihao 18,000 points. Rank 105, Yang Fan 14,000 points. Current rankings do not necessarily reflect true strength. The divine realm is vast. Most followers spend their time searching for beasts, and real combat opportunities are scarce. Some students from senior year Class 1 find themselves well beyond the 800 mark. Yang Fan's awakening had originally caused quite a stir. Although his talent is level resource, his initial divine realm territory astonishingly spanned 1,000,000 square kilometers. I remember now, this fellow is not simple. He already commands 6 first-rank sentient beings. By the standards of divine realm development, he more than qualifies for Class 1. Judging purely by follower strength, he is still somewhat lacking. This Li Shihao is also from Class 7. How is he so ferocious? 300 first-rank beings. With that capability, why remain in Class 7? He is different. After awakening a clever talent, he was formally recognized by the Li family and will inevitably be promoted to Class 1 in the reassignment exam. Your information is out of date. From the high platform, Yangfan's sudden surge toward the 100th position naturally drew the attention of certain influential figures. This child is impressive. Having been placed in Class 7, he presumably has no backing yet. In 3 months, he developed his followers to this degree. No small feat. Wan Sanxian sighed. Indeed, the Wanling Guiyuan array is well executed. After slaying so many beasts, fewer than 100 followers were injured, and not a single one died. Tai Wuching regarded him with unexpected approval. Brother Tai, why not let this one come to me? That is not permissible. We'll see who offers the better terms. Nearly 100 demonic wolves wreathed in azure flames plunged down from the ridge. Central shield unit hold. Flank spearmen in circle. Archers at the rear prepare. Yangfan raised his hand and issued commands. The thunder of impact rolled through the battlefield. A first-rank beast's skull proved tougher than refined iron. With a single charge, shield shattered, and dozens of followers had their throats torn, chests crushed, blood and flesh strewn about. Yangfan's expression did not change. Under his evolution talent, followers proliferate rapidly within the divine realm. The fallen soldiers would be replenished soon enough. What pained Yangfan more were the weapons. He had purchased only 50,000 sets of ordinary arms. Each loss reduced his stock. Had he known the consumption would be so great, he would have procured many more spares. Yangfan let out a light sigh. It was his first time participating in a divine realm war, and without elder guidance, he still had many oversights. 100 demonic wolves were nothing to an army of 10,000. Apart from the dozens killed in the first strike, they were soon encircled by thousands and cut down in a frenzy. Yangfan looked toward the depths of the divine realm and murmured, "Beast density in this region is still far too low. We must press deeper." The assessment lasts only 10 days. Dawdling at the edge makes hunting beasts inefficient. Yangfan issued a divine decree for the other 4 armies to converge with the Xinchi army, closing to a distance of 20 li and continuing the advance. The leaderboard appeared on the real-world giant screen. Rank 172, Yangfan 3. 64 million points. Because this realm belonged to the 3rd-tier deity, Hongbing, Yangfan's initial marching route was exceedingly cautious. In terms of time within that divine realm, 5 years had passed, and he had encountered only first-rank beasts, with the largest pack numbering about 300. Such prudence naturally allowed other students to surpass him in points. If Yangfan learned of this result, he would not be satisfied, but his staunch friend Zhang Pang was ecstatic. "My brother is unexpectedly so formidable. From now on, I'm sticking with you." Zhang Pang kept shoveling food into his mouth, clutching his lunchbox. During this time, Zhang Pang had not left the academy. When hungry, he ordered delivery, fearful that when his brother emerged from the nutrition pod, he would not be the first face he saw. After 3 months of divine realm awakening, followers could attain such combat power, a future breakthrough to demigod would seem inevitable, and even ascension to deity was within the realm of possibility. As for whose deity to serve, Zhang Pang had already decided he would sow grain for Yangfan. They were brothers after all, and he could not gouge his price too harshly. Prodigies like Luo Bing and Li Tianheng had already surpassed 50 million points and had begun hunting second-rank beasts. Yet the wealthy patrons from Liang on the high platform did not direct their attention toward them. Liang No. One high school's attendance was chiefly to recruit young talent for their companies. Scions of great families like Luo Bing were naturally not their targets. Yangfan is in trouble. He ran into a herd of giant lizard rabbits, nearly 3,000 first-rank beasts. His army will likely suffer heavy losses. Wan Sanxian watched the light screen in the sky and said, "Unlucky. These 50,000 followers should be his core force. After this battle, without reinforcements, he may not qualify to push further." Tai Wuching spoke with regret. Within the divine realm, Yangfan saw towering rabbits, 2 men high, swarming, and immediately gave the order, "Prepare defenses." Qinglong and Baihu armies close in at full speed. Orders were executed without hesitation. The 2 first-rank sentient beings of the Xinchi army stood at the array's eye of the Wanling Guiyuan array. Soldiers pressed shoulder to shoulder, weapons raised and immovable. Nearly 3,000 first-rank beasts, the greatest challenge the Xinchi army had ever encountered. Dust roiled as the massive bodies of the lizard rabbits bore down on the shield wall, their forklaws smashing at soldiers' heads. With a thunderous crack, hundreds of follower heads were cleaved, bodies collapsing into crimson pools. First row fall back. Second row spearhead unit advance. Archers suppress. Left wing hold this position for the general. Any who retreat will be executed without mercy. Fight for the deity. Fight to the death, never yield. Under the blessing of the Wanling Guiyuan array, even 10,000 mortals managed to stall the first assault at the cost of only a few hundred casualties. The battle within the divine realm was projected clearly to the outside world. A flicker of astonishment and suspicion appeared in Wan Sanqian's eyes. The Wanling Guan array already shows a trace of divine resonance. He has reached a rudimentary comprehension. This cannot be right. Not only him, elders from the Luo and Li families also leaned forward with interest. Even counting from the moment the divine realm was awakened, it has only been 3 months. To have drilled in Flevel formation to this extent is truly exceptional. Luo Chengfeng stroked his beard, a hint of inquiry glinting in his gaze. The War of the Divine Kingdoms primarily impacts formations as high-ranking deities engage in Divine Kingdom battles with billions of followers forming great arrays. The complexity of formations far exceeds that of martial skills. As of now, not a single student in the entire senior year has successfully executed the minor completion stage of the 10,000 spirits returning to origin array. Elder Li Yuan of the Li family lightly tapped his chair and turned to inquire, Teacher Li Qingying, is this student from your class? The minor completion stage of the 10,000 spirits returning to origin array had already drawn the attention of the 2 major families. Li Qingying was equally shocked, but maintained an air of nonchalance. Yang Fan is indeed a promising talent. It is not surprising that he can comprehend the minor completion stage of the 10,000 spirits returning to origin array. Seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Li Qingying continued to explain, 2 months ago, I organized a prosperity assessment, and his evaluation was 22. 4. It is important to note that this child comes from an ordinary background, with his largest source of funding being a loan of 5 million belief points from the federal fund. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. A talent for actuarial science. I see actuarial talents are usually individuals of extraordinary comprehension. This child must have grasped the essence of the 10,000 spirits returning to origin array through his own efforts, and then taught it to his followers. Luo Chengfeng's eyes were filled with intrigue. With such comprehension and a talent for actuarial science, if he receives investment, his chances of becoming a low-ranking deity are quite high. For families like the Luo and Li, having a deity is an invaluable asset. Observing the expressions on Li Yuan and Luo Chengfeng's faces, others revealed looks of regret. Wan Sanqian had always regarded Yang Fan highly, but now the latter's performance was exceptional. If the 2 major families intervened, it would jeopardize his position in the Zhongyuan Tower. Once the grand competition concludes, I will do my best to secure him, Wan Sanqian sighed inwardly. As Yang Fan's teacher, Li Qingying could not help but smile. I underestimated you. While your divine kingdom talent is average, I did not expect you to possess such comprehension. Unbeknownst to Yang Fan, who was currently directing the hunt for demon beasts, he gazed at the corpses of numerous beasts and marveled inwardly. These belief points are too easy to earn. With the Qinglong army and Baihu army encircling, they achieved victory in this battle at the cost of only 500 soldiers. 3,000 first-tier demon beasts will yield approximately 300,000 belief points once the assessment concludes. The losses were negligible. His divine kingdom was diligently training, and with a thought, Yang Fan summoned an additional 500 adult males to reinforce the ranks. Next, the 5 armies will converge at one point and push deeper. Yang Fan issued his divine decree. Had he possessed 50,000 troops earlier, he could have easily annihilated this small beast horde. The deeper he ventured, the stronger and more numerous the demon beasts became, rendering large-scale searches unnecessary. With half the assessment time elapsed, he needed to accelerate his pace. As expected of a divine kingdom deemed worthy by deities, its area was outrageously vast. The entire senior year was present in the divine kingdom, and after such a long time, there was not a single trace of humanity. During this time, Yang Fan's army experienced numerous battles against small and large beast hordes, the most brutal being an encounter with 8,000 Gale Wolves, among which a second-tier Gale Wolf King led the charge. In that battle, nearly 15,000 of Yang Fan's followers perished, including a general from the first tier. Yang Fan had long since grown numb to this. Although these individuals were his followers, witnessing their generations proliferating, he found it difficult to regard them as fellow humans. A merciful deity cannot follow the path of war. If one truly cannot bear the death of followers, it is better to farm like Zhang Pang. Fortunately, Yang Fan's divine kingdom had a tenfold acceleration, enabling timely replenishment of troops even after such heavy losses, thus maintaining overall strength. 3 days had passed in reality, and Yang Fan's 50,000 army now numbered only 20,000, each member wounded and dispirited. As he ventured deeper, the strength of the demon beasts he encountered increased significantly, with their numbers geometrically multiplying, often led by 2 or 3 second-tier demon beasts. Given the enormous disparity in foundational strength, even with the enhancement of the 10,000 spirits returning to origin array, the casualties among the army grew increasingly severe, to the point where his divine kingdom's replenishment of troops began to fall short. Faced with such circumstances, Yang Fan had to halt his advance and withdraw his troops 1,000 miles. Insufficient strength meant that continuing deeper would only hasten the depletion of his followers, forcing him to conclude the grand competition prematurely. Given this, it would be better to find areas with lower densities of demon beasts for stable hunting to earn more points. The assessment time swiftly passed, and the participating senior students simultaneously heard Principal Hongbing's voice. The assessment has concluded. You come out. Yang Fan felt a force of repulsion, and the remaining 2,000 to 3,000 followers were instantaneously transported back to his divine kingdom, while his consciousness simultaneously returned to his physical body. First place, Luo Bing with a score of 430 million. Second place, Li Tianheng with a score of 97 million. 43rd place, Li Shuhua with a score of 45 million. 64th place, Yang Fan with a score of 38 million. 463rd place, Wang Jinyu with a score of 207 million. As Yang Fan crawled out of the nutrient pod, he looked at the leaderboard in the center of the playground, his expression somewhat astonished. 64th place, this result is quite unexpected. It seems those major family signs are not as strong as I imagined, truly worthy of their SS level talent. Yang Fan smiled faintly. Being in the top 100 even in class 1 of the senior year was considered an outstanding achievement, and he was naturally pleased with this result. Yang Fan could sense that many gazes were fixed upon him at this moment. Aside from the surrounding classmates, numerous prominent figures on the platform were also scrutinizing him. Not bad. Oh, I didn't expect this young man's divine kingdom to possess such depth. In this assessment, his total military strength exceeded 2,000, right? Based on this, his divine kingdom's total population must be at least 5,000 to 1,000. For a deity, this population is insignificant, but considering Yang Fan's divine kingdom awakened only 3 months ago, this achievement is quite remarkable. However, the tactical arrangements are still lacking. Had he invested all 2,000 troops from the beginning, he could have advanced at least another 2,000 kilometers. After all, he is young and participating in the Divine Kingdom War for the first time. It's understandable that he wouldn't dare to go all in. With this young man's comprehension and the speed of his Divine Kingdom's development, if he is willing to join my Zhongyuan Tower, I would be willing to offer him the position of vice president once he breaks through to become a deity. Numerous prominent figures on the platform casually chatted, yet their gazes inadvertently swept towards Li Yuan and Luo Chengfeng. Compared to powerful families like the Luo and Li, the companies they represented were not in the same league at all. Each year, the investment in students from Dongyang No. 1 high school involved the Luo and Li families selecting the most promising talents, while other factions could only settle for scraps. Yang Fan, this child we of the Li family will compete for. Li Yuan stated directly. My Luo family will do the same. In the end, it will depend on skill. Luo Chengfeng concurred. Recruiting talents is not a matter of coercion. Under the protection of federal laws, even families as powerful as the Luo and Li must rely on excellent contracts to ensure that talents willingly accept their invitations. Only Li Shuhua and Yang Fan from Class 7 of the senior year managed to enter the top 100 of their grade. At this moment, Li Shuhua looked at Yang Fan, who had surprisingly amassed 38 million points, and a storm of emotions surged within him. Li Shuhua was acutely aware of the sacrifices he had made to achieve such results. In order to rapidly enhance the strength of his followers, Li Shuhua resorted to the 100 spirits blood pool to crazily produce blood pills, which he chose to have all his followers consume instead of selling. In just a few months, Li Shuhua's genius loan of 50 million had been nearly exhausted. Such a vast amount of resources was necessary to achieve the current results in the grand competition. And what resources did Yang Fan possess? At this moment, Li Shuhua suddenly realized that Yang Fan's potential exceeded his expectations by far. If Yang Fan had access to his resources, he would likely rank in the top 30. With this thought, Li Shuhua's gaze towards Yang Fan changed significantly. He knew that even the Li family he belonged to would likely invest in Yang Fan. This classmate whom he once aspired to develop into a subordinate god would likely stand on the same level as him in the future. Li Shuhua felt no jealousy about this. After all, they had lived together for 3 years as classmates, and now they were like brothers. If his friend became stronger, it might benefit him as well, at least giving him a partner for collaboration. Foster father, do you know how I've spent these 10 days? I've been waiting for you like a star and moon, and finally I've managed to see you again. In the top 100, why didn't you say you were so impressive earlier? From now on, brother, I'm sticking with you. Don't you dare look down on me. Zhang Peng rushed over and hugged Yang Fan, his loud voice drawing the attention of many classmates. The two had been close friends since freshman year, a fact well known among most students in Class 7 of the senior year. Now many looked at Zhang Peng with envy. Having such a capable brother would undoubtedly make future developments in the divine realm much easier. If riches and honor are not forgotten, and relying solely on family connections is insufficient, one can still rely on brothers. Calling him foster father is also perfectly acceptable. Zhang Peng currently displayed a completely laid-back attitude. At that moment, Principal Hong Bing suddenly stood up, his voice resonating in everyone's minds. With the end of the grand competition, the faith point rewards will be credited to everyone's divine realms. As for those wishing to invest in our school's students, please make separate contacts in the virtual world. As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Bing's figure vanished before everyone's eyes like teleportation. As a third-tier deity, Hong Bing's vision was naturally lofty, not to mention someone like Yang Fan, even a genius like Luo Bing, did not catch his attention. Many prominent figures on the high platform stood up simultaneously and saluted the void. Brother Yang, hurry home and enter the virtual world. I imagine many bigwigs want to recruit you. Li Shuhua approached to remind him. Yang Fan nodded and turned to Zhang Peng saying, I'm heading back first. Focus on the important matters. Come to my place for dinner after you're done. Zhang Peng nodded eagerly. This was about the investment of a big family, a shortcut for ordinary people to leap into success, and he could not afford to delay Yang Fan. After arriving outside the school, Yang Fan activated his wristwatch, spending 400 faith points to summon a fast car, which arrived at the Mingwei community in under 10 minutes. Once home, Yang Fan immediately put on his helmet and entered the virtual world. As soon as he entered, he received several invitations. Classmate Yang Fan, I am a lawyer from the Ma family. My family head has noticed your outstanding performance in the grand competition and wishes to sign an investment contract with you. Virtual world coordinates 133, 175, 2068. Let's meet and discuss in detail. Yang Fan's expression turned contemplative. The Ma family is that the second-hand grain merchant. Yang Fan had some impression of the Ma family, although not as powerful as the Luo and Li families. They controlled over 50% of the grain trading channels in Yang County and were significant players. Yang Fan lightly tapped the coordinates, and his consciousness was transported to an ancient-style tea house. You must be classmate Yang Fan. Oh, I am Ma family's lawyer Zhang San. It is an honor to have you here. This is the contract from the Ma family. Zhang San took out a stack of documents and respectfully placed them before Yang Fan. Once the investment contract is signed, the Ma family is willing to provide you with 50 crate buildings valued at under 5 each, along with a monthly subsidy of 0 faith points. These investments will continue until your university graduation. In return, after you become a demigod, you must join the Ma family and work for them. If you become a deity, the Ma family is also willing to hire you as a guest elder. At that time, you will not only enjoy dividends from the Ma family, but also have no specific work arrangements. As Yang Fan carefully reviewed the contract, Zhang San highlighted the key points in detail. Seeing that Yang Fan was still studying the contract, Zhang San continued, the federal government places great importance on investments from major families into students, thus mandating that the contract signing ceremony must take place in the virtual world. Apart from what I've just mentioned, the rest are standard contract templates, so you needn't worry about being scammed. Yang Fan nodded at this. Can I consider it a bit longer? Of course, that is your right. Zhang San replied with a smile, though a hint of disappointment flashed at the corner of his mouth. Students with Yang Fan's talent surely had many major families eager to recruit them. To be precise, the Ma family was somewhat out of the running. They were merely hoping to seize an opportunity by extending an invitation. Zhang San understood that when Yang Fan said he needed to think it over, it essentially meant he was declining. Yang Fan opened another invitation's coordinates, and his consciousness was instantly transported away. After Yang Fan left, another figure appeared in the room. Wang Jin, you right. I am Ma family's lawyer Zhang San. Although your results are average, my family. Following the order of invitations, Yang Fan had met with 6 groups of people. The best offer coming from the Liangzhou Chamber of Commerce's lawyer, with an initial investment of 50 million faith points, a monthly subsidy of 1 million faith points, and upgrade spirit plant. Though Yang Fan was somewhat tempted, he did not rush to agree. It was better to decide after meeting all the investors. Hello, I am a lawyer from the Zhongyuan building. Our boss is very optimistic about your potential. We are willing to provide an initial investment of 50 million faith points along with a monthly subsidy of 5 million faith points. Moreover, our boss promises that once you break through to first-tier deity, you will receive 5 equity in Zhongyuan building and the position of vice president. I will consider it carefully. Yang Fan politely replied with a bow, then opened the last 2 invitations. The Li family and the Luo family, the 2 most powerful families in Yang County. Congratulations, classmate Yang. Elder Li Yuan believes you possess extraordinary potential and may even become a deity in the future. Our Li family is willing to treat you as a second-tier genius. This includes a monthly subsidy of 2 million faith points and an annual dividend of 10 million faith points from the Li family's Genius Fund. These basic rewards will continue until your university graduation. Additionally, after signing the contract, you will also receive a short-term investment of 100 million faith points. The Li family's lawyer smiled, but his gaze still held a faint arrogance, seemingly indifferent to whether Yang Fan would refuse. Can I respond later? Yang Fan inquired carefully. Of course, according to federal law, students being invested in have 1 day to make a choice. If no contract is signed after 1 day, the contract template in your hands will automatically disappear. The other party reminded him. Thank you. Meanwhile, Yang Fan's consciousness arrived in a living room. Looking at his surroundings, Yang Fan was puzzled. Why did the Luo family's discussion place resemble a private residence? Are you Yang Fan? A melodious female voice akin to that of a lark emerged from behind Yang Fan. He quickly turned around only to be greeted by the sight of a gaunt woman. The voice was youthful with clear eyes, yet her skin was cracked in patches resembling that of an elderly person nearing the end of her lifespan. This lady. I am indeed Yang Fan, he replied. Yang Fan politely bowed. The woman scrutinized him from head to toe, then silently turned and ascended the stairs. Witnessing this, Yang Fan felt somewhat bewildered. Is the investment approach of the Luo family so peculiar? Where's my contract? Yang Fan pondered, perplexed. Just as he was in doubt, a familiar figure descended the stairs. Seeing the newcomer, Yang Fan quickly stood up and saluted. This person was none other than Luo Chengfeng, the elder of the Luo family, seated on the high platform. A true divine being, and now meeting him alone, how could Yang Fan afford to be negligent? Investment contracts are usually handled by lawyers from various families. Oh, why is Elder Luo personally involved? Do you have such high regard for me? Yang Fan wondered. He was self-aware enough to know that although he performed well in the recent competition and caught the eyes of major families, it did not necessarily mean he was worth such attention from the elder. Little Yang, may I call you that? Luo Chengfeng smiled kindly. Senior, feel free, Yang Fan replied, somewhat taken aback. Having a divine being treat him so courteously felt quite strange. Here are 3 contracts you may review. With a snap of his fingers, 3 documents landed before Yang Fan. Yang Fan opened the first contract, discovering its terms were largely similar to those offered by the Li family, with the only advantage being fewer restrictions, only requiring his name to be associated with the Luo family and resources produced within the divine realm to be sold to the Luo family at market price, with no other limitations. Yang Fan understood that this was likely the best contract he would see today, and barring any unforeseen events, he could sign it. Though puzzled about why there were 2 more contracts, he proceeded to pick up the second one and opened it. Moments later, Yang Fan looked up in disbelief at Luo Chengfeng and said, Senior, this can't be correct, can it? The conditions of the second contract seemed unreal. A monthly stipend of 5 million belief points, an Endofire bonus of 30 million from the Luo family's Genius Fund, and upon signing, not only would he immediately receive an initial investment of 100 million belief points, but also upgrade building. Yang Fan suddenly felt as if he was catching a windfall from the heavens, questioning why the other parties seemed to be treating him as a direct heir to be nurtured. Little Yang, do you wish to sign this second contract? Yes, Yang Fan nodded earnestly. Upgrade building has a minimum value of 500 million, and with his current status, he wouldn't even be authorized to purchase one. The first contract reflects the standard conditions my Luo family can offer you, while the second is a preferential treatment that I can provide through my influence. If you wish to accept the second contract, you must sign this third supplementary agreement. Luo Chengfeng indicated the final document. Yang Fan took a deep breath, casting a suspicious glance at the elder before opening the document. The 4 characters marriage agreement caught his eye. Yang Fan looked up at Luo Chengfeng, momentarily feeling as if his brain had short-circuited. Do I even have the fate to become a rich woman's consort? Luo Chengfeng sighed lightly, saying, the person you just met is my granddaughter Luo Ro. She is only 2 years older than you and was ambushed by an alien demigod during a training assessment at the university last year. Now the divine realm is filled with toxic miasma and her life is in jeopardy. Is it true that even you cannot heal her? Yang Fan couldn't help but ask. It's not that simple. The cost is too great for me to bear personally. Moreover, Luo Rao's talent is not as exceptional as her cousin Luo Bing's, so the family cannot justify spending exorbitant resources on her. So my marriage partner is Miss Luo Ro. Indeed. This child's parents also perished in the war against the aliens, leaving only me and her to depend on one another. Given the current situation, she wishes to have a child before the divine realm completely collapses. Why me? Yang Fan pointed to himself. Although your divine talent is lacking, your comprehension is excellent. With this investment, you have a great chance to become a true divine being in the future, which would also secure a good father for her future child, Luo Chengfeng said slowly. Observing Yang Fan before him, Luo Chengfeng felt somewhat downcast. Since the damage to his granddaughter's divine realm, those once promising young talents have gradually distanced themselves from him, leaving him with no choice but to seek out promising but lower status young men to marry into the family. Yang Fan was precisely what he needed. Yang Fan shifted his gaze to the third marriage agreement, reading it carefully, wary of any traps. Within a quarter of an hour he had finished. Though labeled a marriage agreement, it imposed no restrictions on the post-marital life between Yang Fan and Luo Ro. Rather, it resembled a property division agreement. As for the content, it was even unrelated to the girl named Luo Ro, focusing instead on the property division between their future child and him as the father. The core points were only two. First, the child born must carry the Luo surname. Perhaps fearing Yang Fan would misunderstand it, included a note explaining that only in this manner could the child be considered a member of the Luo family and enjoy the resources for cultivation. The second point stipulated that upon Luo Ro's death, 2/3 of the inheritance within her divine realm would be inherited by the child, with the remaining 1/3 passed on to Yang Fan. As for restrictions on Yang Fan, they were practically non-existent. The only requirement was to have a child within 5 years. The agreement even thoughtfully included a provision that if the male party had fertility issues, they could also use genetic engineering for pairing. After reading through the entire document, Yang Fan felt as if refusing would be against the natural order. Taking a deep breath, he slowly said, "Senior, it seems I have no reason to refuse. Good, then I will arrange for a moving company to bring your parents to the Yangqing Villa community shortly. In the future, Ruer will live with you, and she must not be wronged. Before that, may I meet Miss Luo Ro alone?" Yang Fan hurriedly interrupted. "Of course, she hasn't left the virtual world. She's currently upstairs. You can take these 2 contracts. They will automatically take effect as soon as you sign them. You young ones talk. I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first." Luo Chengfeng smiled slightly and directly exited the virtual world. In the age of the divine realm, resources could buy anything, not to mention a divine being like Yang Fan. If one had enough of a dowry, they could even bring a divine being home. It was merely a contractual marriage. Being able to seize such a tremendous opportunity, Yang Fan certainly would not let this chance slip away. Upon reaching the second floor, Luo Ro was currently primping in front of a mirror. Thick powder on her face made her complexion appear much better. "Have you finalized things with my grandfather?" Luo Ro asked her, back to Yang Fan. "It has been settled. We can sign at any time." Yang Fan nodded. Luo Ro turned around. "So should I now refer to you as my husband?" Hearing this, Yang Fan's face flushed slightly. "We're all young. There's no need for such formalities." This wasn't just a fleeting romance. Once he signed the contract, they would be in a legally recognized marriage under the Federation, even transcending the interests of parents. Until today, Yang Fan had never considered the matter of marriage, but the other party offered too much. "Luo, Ruer, may I call you that?" Yang Fan coughed lightly. After all, the other party was now his wife. Addressing her as Miss Luo or Luo Ro seemed too distant. "Feel free." A barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of Luo Ro's mouth. Compared to those from prominent families, Yang Fan's slightly awkward demeanor amused her. "Husband, you need not be nervous. With the talent you have displayed, had you been born into the Luo family like me, your achievements would surpass mine from the past. Given my current situation, I am actually unworthy of you." Yang Fan hurriedly waved his hands. "I would willingly accept the matter of marriage." What a joke! The other party was a descendant of a deity, and the dowry provided would save him a decade of hardships. Although this wife seemed haggard due to the damage to her divine kingdom, once the lights were out at night, it would all be the same. The important thing was the generous dowry that could elevate him from poverty to a comfortable life. This was not a matter of being unworthy. It was akin to winning a grand prize. Observing Yang Fan's astonished expression, Luo Ro felt a mixture of amusement and sadness. "This is the coordinate of my divine kingdom. Since we have confirmed our relationship, please come in." Luo Ro invited Yang Fan into her divine realm. Yang Fan lightly touched the coordinate, and his consciousness was drawn into the divine kingdom by an invisible force. 2 milky white phantoms floated high above, representing the consciousness of Luo Ro and Yang Fan. Facing Yang Fan, Luo Ro released the permissions of the divine kingdom, allowing him to see everything. The divine kingdom spanned an area of 800,000 square kilometers, but aside from 2,000 to 3,000 elderly and infirm mortals living in the very center, the rest of the realm was devoid of any life force, shrouded entirely in toxic mist. Forests, mountains, rivers, and even the sky 10,000 meters high were filled with a verdant, poisonous gas. Yang Fan's expression turned grave as he sensed that this poison was exceedingly troublesome. Even a trace of it appearing in his own divine realm would likely spell disaster. This is the poison from the half-god death spider of an alien race. Although the quantity is small, its quality is extremely high. If relying solely on the divine kingdom's metabolism, it would take at least 50 years in the real world to clear it. Luo Ro sighed lightly. 50 years. With my current body, I would be hard-pressed to last even 5. Is university really that dangerous? There are always those who have bad luck. What should have been an ordinary assessment turned into an event where half-god hunters from an alien race targeted our young talents. If the supervising teacher hadn't arrived in time, I wouldn't have even had a chance to return home. Is there no way to treat it? Yang Fan furrowed his brow. He had a good impression of this girl named Luo Ro. Although they had just met, there was no hint of concealment in her words reflecting her sincerity. How could there be none? It's just that the cost is too high. It requires a high-ranking healing deity to intervene. At least 100 divine points would be necessary. However, I personally do not match such value. As she spoke, a hint of sorrow flashed in Luo Rao's eyes. Who wouldn't want to live well? But the continuation of powerful families does not rely on sentiment. Those with great talent deserve to enjoy more resources. Fairness, justice, and transparency are the core cornerstones that maintain a family's prosperity. Since Luo Ro dropped out of school apart from her grandfather Luo Qingfeng, no one in the entire family spoke up for her. Former elders and childhood companions had all drawn a clear line with her. Such is the coldness of human sentiment, nothing more than this. Divine points. Yang Fan's curiosity was piqued. It's understandable that you don't know. This is the currency among deities. 100 million faith points can condense into one divine point. Luo Ro explained. Yang Fan swallowed hard. The treatment cost was indeed astronomical. 100 billion faith points was simply a figure beyond comprehension. Is there a way to alleviate it? The water of life can delay the collapse of my divine kingdom. However, the Luo family has a limited stock of the water of life, and purchasing it in the market would incur a premium. Even my grandfather cannot sustain my life with such a strategic resource indefinitely. It doesn't matter. Although we are now husband and wife, do not waste resources on this. I am already in a critical condition. Continuing to invest in treatment would ultimately lead to a loss of both people and wealth. Luo Ro calmly expressed her views, showing no hint of fear towards death. The water of life. Yang Fan murmured. Yang Fan had seen an introduction to this item in the mall. The water of life was produced once every decade, officially priced at 1 million faith points, but it had always been out of stock. For others, a monthly expenditure of 1 million faith points was no small sum, as the development of a divine kingdom also required a massive investment of resources. But Yang Fan was different. With his evolution talent, once he secured the Luo family's investment, his monthly income would surely skyrocket. Perhaps he should lend a hand to this nominal wife. Although the two had no feelings for each other, yet the other party was after all his angel investor. Helping her within his capacity was not a bad idea. Considering this, Yang Fan turned his gaze towards the center of the divine kingdom. How do you have so many moon wells and sun springs? Yang Fan asked. In the center of Luo Rao's divine kingdom, there were 200 moon wells and sun springs, each exuding a rich life force. This is all the inheritance I gained after selling the assets of my divine kingdom. My followers are too weak to make further investments in other divine kingdoms. Only these fixed output buildings can yield returns, serving as a legacy for my future children. Moreover, if luck permits, a water of life might be born, and perhaps I could accompany my children as they grow up, Luo Ro explained. Yang Fan pondered for a moment, awkwardly saying, "Can these buildings be placed in my divine kingdom?" As soon as he said this, Yang Fan began to regret it. At this moment, uttering such words seemed as if he could not wait to strip the assets from the dying. It was rather shameless to want to move the divine kingdom's assets while the other party was still alive. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward, and even Luo Ro seemed taken aback by Yang Fan's statement. The two fell momentarily silent. Luo Ro sighed. Actually, after I die, these divine kingdom assets will also be entrusted to you for safekeeping. I only have a few years left. At that moment, there was a hint of sorrow, helplessness, and confusion in her eyes. Watching her expression, Yang Fan wished he could slap himself. He didn't genuinely want to seize everything. After all, keeping these assets in his divine kingdom would yield tenfold returns. However, his SS level talent could not be mentioned to others. I was just joking earlier. Please don't. I agree. Huh, you agreed. Yang Fan's eyes widened in shock. The members of the large family are quite pragmatic. Even when they feel their trust has been misplaced, they do not immediately resort to tears and complaints, but instead make rational decisions for the best outcome. Yang Fan instinctively nodded. My grandfather has arranged for a moving company to go to your neighborhood. You will have to explain things to your parents yourself. Please guide me through my remaining brief life, my partner. Yang Fan, Luo Ro said flatly. Without waiting for Yang Fan's response, a force of repulsion acted upon him, pulling him back to reality. Removing the virtual helmet, Yang Fan immediately slapped himself. How could you say that? Now you've offended her terribly. In Luo Rao's divine realm, those 200 moon wells and sun springs normally yield 1.2 million each month, but in Yang Fan's divine realm, they would yield 12 million. It was precisely because of this that Yang Fan subconsciously voiced his thoughts. Later, when he purchased the water of life, it would be more than sufficient. A true win-win situation. The idea was beautiful, but reality was a misunderstanding. This newly met wife likely already assumed he was a complete scoundrel. Meanwhile, Luo Ro returned to her study in the real world. At this moment, she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and looked at her withered reflection in the mirror sadly, saying, Luo Ro, what more do you wish for? Haven't you seen similar things during this time? It was just a collaboration. Girl, are you done? Luo Chengfeng knocked on the door. Luo Ro nodded. What do you think of that guy, eh? Not bad. She chose to conceal the last bit of unpleasantness. After all, given her current situation, she had no right to be picky. Continuing to complain would only make things difficult for her grandfather. That's good. I've investigated. Although Yang Fan's parents are merely divine beings, they have a good reputation in Mingwe community and are not spiteful people. This villa is for you and them to live in, and with their help taking care of you, your grandfather can rest easier. For the next while, I need to go clear land for the family. After finishing, Luo Chengfeng took out a card and placed it in Luo Rao's palm. Feeling the information from the card, it turned out to contain 5 drops of water of life. Grandpa, you don't need to go to such lengths. My divine realm doesn't require these strategic resources to be invested. As a first-tier deity, how could I not do this? If the water of life weren't so scarce and the market price hadn't been driven so high, and if the Luo family storehouses weren't empty, I could support you for another 100 years without issue. Luo Chengfeng said. Today your in-laws and young Yang will be moving in. With these 5 drops of water of life used together, my granddaughter must look beautiful on her wedding night. Thank you, Grandpa. Oh, I understand, Luo Ro said with a smile, a hint of blush appearing on her cheeks. I'll take my leave now. You all must work hard to let me hold my grandchild soon. As soon as Luo Chengfeng's presence completely vanished from the villa, Luo Rao's expression instantly returned to normal. She tossed the card onto the table, crossed her arms and scoffed. Does this scoundrel deserve it? A worthless dog. Aside from my grandfather, there isn't a good man among them. While speaking, Luo Ro kicked the table corner hard, causing tears to well up in her eyes again. In Mingwe community, Yang Fan was discussing the situation at the dining table with his parents. Feiner, is your divine realm development causing you too much pressure? Sun Rong asked with a concerned expression. Why don't we mortgage the micro mine? Yang Tiexin turned to discuss with Sun Rong. Seeing that his parents completely did not believe him, Yang Fan felt helpless. Mom and Dad, can't you have a little trust in your son? Yang Fan complained. Trust? Of course we trust you, but you can't be pulling our leg. The Luo family is taking you in as a son-in-law. Just signing the contract comes with an initial investment of 100 million faith points along with upgrade building. This, son, after your mother and I mortgage the mine, we'll take you to the best psychiatric department at the Lujia Hospital in the county. Many students have suffered mental breakdowns due to excessive pressure over the years. This is not a trivial matter, Yang Tiexin said with a worried expression. Yang Fan was momentarily speechless. Just then there was a knock at the door. Did you go to Laozhong to buy grain? Sun Rong asked. The believers have enough to eat for now. I plan to buy more next month. Then who is this? We'll go see who it is. Yang Tiexin stood up and walked to the door. As the door opened, 5 burly men came into view, and the leader exuded the aura of a demigod. This senior, did you perhaps come to the wrong place? Yang Tiexin's voice trembled. Mingwe community was a slum in Yong County inhabited entirely by divine beings. How could a demigod-level existence come to visit? Is this Yang Fan's home? The leader inquired politely. Yang Fan, young master. Yang Tiexin was filled with questions. At this moment, Yang Fan also arrived at the door. I am Yang Fan. Who are you? We have met, young master Yang. You are now a second-tier genius of the Luo family. My name is Zhang Yunxiao, a guest elder of the Luo family. Until you graduate from university, I will assist you with internal family matters. As for these 4, they are from the moving company arranged by Elder Luo Chengfeng here to help you move your things to the villa in Yang City, Zhang Yunxiao explained. Please come in. Yang Fan pulled Yang Tiexin aside and gestured for them to enter. The moving company was very professional, bringing specialized packing boxes to gather all items in the rooms at once. Yang Tiexin and Sun Rong were both stunned at this moment, watching as several rooms were emptied in less than 15 minutes, unable to comprehend what had just happened. A demigod, the Luo family, the villa in Yang City. Was everything their son just said really true? Despite being filled with doubt, Yang Fan's parents dared not speak much in front of Zhang Yunxiao, the demigod. The moving company led the way with a truck, and Zhang Yunxiao took the wheel, guiding Yang Fan and his parents behind. Yang Fan, sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but ask, Senior, there's no need for courtesy, young Master Yang. Since you have been evaluated as a second-tier genius by the family, your future achievements will not be inferior to mine. I am the guide assigned to you by the Luo family. During your upcoming student years, young master may consult me for any matters. Zhang Yunxiao explained. Looking at the other party's meticulous demeanor, Yang Fan was curious. Do all geniuses of the Luo family have a demigod accompany them? Only those rated as second tier or higher enjoy this treatment. Are there many of these geniuses? As of now, there are 14 first-tier geniuses who have not yet graduated from university and 468 second-tier geniuses. Hearing this, Yang Fan couldn't help but take a deep breath. No wonder the Luo family was so formidable. Just in terms of personnel investment in this area, it approached 500 demigods. However, among this year's first-tier geniuses, there are only 2 Miss Luo Bing and young Master Luo Hen. There are 76 second-tier geniuses with 28 from Yong County No. 1 high school, while most of the others are trained in the city. Zhang Yunxiao explained. Perhaps feeling that the truck ahead was moving too slowly, Zhang Yunxiao activated the autopilot and then took out a thin electronic board, handing it to Yang Fan. Young Master Yang, the family's monthly stipend and initial faith point investment for your divine realm will be deposited this afternoon. Additionally, you may select 1 Class B structure. Yang Fan lowered his gaze to the electronic panel. Ling blood pool converts flesh and blood into blood pills, accelerating cultivation. Prolonged consumption enhances innate aptitude. Spiritual Arms Workshop transforms raw ore into weapons automatically. Weapon strength corresponds directly to the grade of the ore used. Mass production of up to class arms is possible. Mechanical Heart gradually refines the physical constitution of believers, guiding their mortal forms toward mechanical civilization. Unlike the marketplace, the panel's descriptions were starkly concise. Only the structure's name and a terse summary of its function were provided. Senior Zhan, are only 3 Class B structures available for selection. Class B structures are strategic assets. Even the Luo family offers few such options to its prodigious disciples. Senior Zhang Yunxiao's words were diplomatically veiled as an outsider by blood. Yang Fan, though deemed a prodigy, would inevitably receive the lowest tier Class B structure approved by the family. May I ask for your guidance, Senior Zhang? Zhang Yunxiao, a demigod and now Yang Fan's mentor, was a connection too valuable to neglect. It depends on your chosen path, young master. Should you intend to steer your divine realm toward mechanical civilization, the mechanical heart is the natural choice. If instead you aim to generate abundant faith points early through divine investments, and later reinvest those gains to elevate your believer's strength, the Spiritual Arms Workshop proves highly effective. The Ling blood pool offers broader utility. Its blood pills enhance believers' power, while their annualized market return remains consistently robust. Zhang Yunxiao shared his assessment. After a moment's quiet contemplation, Yang Fan resolved his choice, the Ling blood pool. With the Luo family's investment secured and his evolution talent activated, he was confident his resource acquisition capacity far surpassed that of his peers. Ultimately, strengthening his believers' power mattered most. The recent school martial contest served as a telling example. Had he funneled every faith point into compound divine investments, pursuing abstract compounding returns, he would never have achieved the distinction that attracted the Luo family's patronage. In the divine realm era, resources were vital, but true power remained the irreplaceable core. I choose the Ling blood pool, Yang Fan affirmed. Zhang Yunxiao nodded. Your application will be approved this afternoon. The family will dispatch all resources to your inbox. I have already added you as a friend in the virtual world. You may contact me directly with any questions. Divine realm allocations, family welfare applications, even daily trivialities, you need only ask. Then I thank you sincerely. No need for thanks. It is my duty, Zhang Yunxiao replied earnestly. Upon arriving at the Yangqing villa, he bowed respectfully to Yang Fan before departing. Appointed by the Luo family as Yang Fan's guide, not his caretaker, he maintained other responsibilities. Moreover, the virtual world enabled him to assist remotely whenever needed. The villa stood at the heart of Yang County, offering exceptional privacy. After unloading belongings in the front courtyard, the movers departed without delay. At that moment, Luo Ro pushed open the living room door. Husband. A sweet, radiant smile graced her lips. Yang Fan stared, momentarily stunned. Her skin was porcelain pale and exquisitely supple, brimming with vibrant life force, as though she were a blossoming maiden just stepping into adulthood. Most striking was the noble grace emanating from her lineage, a poise so refined it held Yang Fan spellbound. Yang Fan had believed himself immune to beauty after repeated tutelage by Lu Ruyan, yet in that instant he realized his Tao heart still required cultivation. Before Yang Fan could speak, Luo Ro approached his parents and bowed deeply. Mother-in-law, father, Sun Rong gazed at the princess-like girl before her, disbelief clouding her eyes. Are you truly my daughter-in-law? She rubbed her eyes fiercely. Indeed I am, though my divine realm has sustained grave damage, leaving me with little remaining lifespan. Marrying your son is in truth my good fortune. Before I depart this world, I only wish to bear him a child, or even half a child, and my heart shall be fulfilled. A single tear glistened on Luo Ro's cheek. Fragile, sorrowful, heartrendingly tender. Sun Rong instantly panicked, whirled around, and slapped Yang Fan sharply across the back of his head, then seized his ear and dragged him before Luo Ro. Nonsense, daughter-in-law. Do you think I don't know this boy's worth? That you deign to marry him is his blessing across 10 lifetimes. How could it ever be reaching above? From this day forth you rule this household. Should he dare mistreat you, your father-in-law, and I will break his legs without hesitation. Sun Rong, guileless and kind-hearted, saw in Luo Ro such delicate vulnerability that in that instant she longed for her to be her own daughter. Her real son Yang Fan was utterly forgotten, cast aside like dust into the heavens. Noting Yang Fan's dazed bewilderment, Luo Ro's eyes flickered with quiet mischief, and inwardly she smirked, wretched scoundrel. With such benevolent, discerning parents, how did they produce a parasitic wretch like you? Humph. So long as I draw breath, you'll never lay a hand on me. Daughter-in-law, the sun is fierce outside. Please rest in your room. Your mother and I will handle the unpacking. Yang Tiexin hefted a massive moving sack over his shoulder. Thank you, father. Luo Ro nodded gently. Though she had consumed life-infused water, her divine realm remained fractured, like a drafty, crumbling chamber, leaking vitality steadily. Even as a deity, she must conserve energy. As Yang Fan moved to follow her upstairs, his mother Sun Rong called him back. Yang Fan, come help me. He paused, puzzled. Their possessions were few, surely no task for him. Yet when his mother commanded, he dared not protest, and obediently stepped outside to carry furniture. You fool, treat this fine young woman well. If I hear you've made Luo Ro shed a single tear, I'll hold. Sun Rong whispered sternly. But mother, I haven't. Then why did our daughter-in-law look ready to weep moments ago? How should I know why she wore that expression? Yang Fan's face twitched. Though he'd spoken recklessly that morning, Luo Ro's aura then had been formidable, far surpassing his own, utterly unlike the fragile girl who'd just entered the room. Now restored to her true appearance, even Yang Fan remained baffled and had intended to ascend the stairs to seek answers. Being a son-in-law is no shame, especially under the Luo family's banner. You've struck unparalleled fortune, don't squander it. From now on, cherish your wife above all else. Yang Tiexin spoke with solemn gravity. Learning his son had become a Luo family son-in-law, he felt no resentment, only quiet anxiety that such extraordinary happiness might prove fleeting. Their family was merely an ordinary divine being, not comparable to the colossal Luo family. They were mismatched in status. All he could do now was remind Yang Fan to take good care of Luo Ro. I understand. Yang Fan replied, not wanting to elaborate further, simply following his parents' words. No wonder it was a villa area. The equipment in the room was quite complete. Smart robots, massage chairs, constant temperature and humidity controllers, various furniture exuding premium fragrances. Looking at the complete setup, Yang Tiexin felt that the things his family brought over were hardly presentable. After studying for a moment, he packed those pieces of furniture back into his pocket and tossed them into a corner of the yard. The child had attached himself to a rich woman. As parents, they couldn't just endure hardships without complaint. Yang Fan went upstairs alone and pushed open the door to the room. At that moment, Luo Ro was already half lying on the bed in her pajamas, resting with her eyes closed. Sensing the movement, Luo Ro opened her eyes and calmly said, "Drink the medicine on the table. It's a fertility agent, then immediately go take a shower. We have important matters to attend to in 10 minutes. At this moment, Luo Ro no longer appeared pitiful. Her gaze towards Yang Fan was like that of a stranger, calm and wise. Luo Ro, now back to her normal state, was very beautiful. Due to the damage to her divine realm, she exuded an aura of languor. Are you back to normal? Yang Fan asked. Taking 5 drops of life water at once can temporarily suppress the toxic mist, but the effect won't last long. Luo Ro casually explained. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Oh, after this I want to sleep. I'm very tired, got it. Hearing her distant tone, Yang Fan felt a bit awkward, but still complied. After taking a shower, Yang Fan jumped onto the bed, pinning Luo Ro beneath him. His action startled her. I am not feeling well right now, be gentle. Luo Ro lightly bit her lip, fear evident in her eyes, yet she refused to back down, mustering her courage to stare directly into Yang Fan's eyes. Don't worry, I'm not a scumbag. What happened in the morning was truly justified. Yang Fan whispered in Luo Ro's ear. Feeling the warmth of his breath, Luo Ro quickly closed her eyes and urged, Hurry up, I need to sleep soon. I'm really tired, understand. Luo Ro's condition was indeed poor. Seeing her pale face lying on the bed, Yang Fan gently corrected. Don't worry, I will cure you in the future, Yang Fan said seriously. He even had to admit that although they had only met a few times, Luo Ro had indeed touched him. If one treats me sincerely, I will respond with sincerity. Yang Fan was not sleepy yet. At this moment he sat at the desk. If one treats me sincerely, I will respond with sincerity. Yang Fan was not sleepy yet. At this moment he sat at the desk and opened the inbox on his wristwatch. Yang Fan, a second-rate genius from an outside family. Congratulations on receiving the second-rate genius evaluation from the Luo family. You are now awarded the level building the 100 Spirits Blood Pool. A card detailing the 100 Spirits Blood Pool building fell into Yang Fan's right hand. In addition, there was a building provided by Luo Ro, but it also came with a legal document that required his signature to withdraw these resources. Yang Fan glanced through it, and finding no issues wrote down his name. Then he entered the divine realm to load the resources. A multitude of moon wells and sun springs were arranged within the divine enlightenment city. In an instant, a terrifying life aura spread out, causing the surrounding plants to begin growing wildly. Then came the level building, the 100 Spirits Blood Pool, which covered an area of 200 square kilometers. Yang Fan couldn't even find a place to situate it within any city. With a thought, Yang Fan moved a giant mountain outside Divine Enlightenment City, and the 100 Spirits Blood Pool immediately appeared in that location. The moment the 100 Spirits Blood Pool appeared, a strong bloody scent spread out. This blood scent was pure, yet rich in vitality. Even if believers lived nearby, they would not fall ill. Faith points 143200, providing 3.7 faith points daily. Buildings Moon Wells X207, Sun Springs X207, level building 100 Spirits Blood Pool X1. The 36 million reward from the county lottery, along with the Luo family's initial investment of 100 million plus a monthly subsidy of 5 million, have all been credited. Now Yang Fan's faith points in the divine realm had reached an extremely exaggerated level. At this moment, Yang Fan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his excitement. Such a large sum of money must be spent very cautiously. It would be best to consult others. He donned his helmet and entered the virtual world. The moment he logged in, Yang Fan received several invitations from his classmates, including Li Shihao and Zhang Peng. Yang Fan did not accept the invitations, but found the chat box for Zhang Yunxiao and politely typed, "Senior Zhang, do you have time now?" A moment later, a coordinate address popped up in the chat box. Yang Fan clicked on the coordinate, and his consciousness was instantly transported to an attic. In the small room, there were only Yang Fan and Zhang Yunxiao, but it was quite noisy outside. There were voices chatting, curses, the clanking of iron, and waves of heat. "Where is this?" Seeing Yang Fan's curiosity, Zhang Yunxiao patiently explained, "This is the Luo family's base in the virtual world. In this era, the economic benefits created by the virtual world have long surpassed reality. It would not be an exaggeration to say it's a mirror of the real world. Every major family has its own base in the virtual world where they can trade, learn, and even engage in battle. Unlike those from prominent families, commoners like Yang Fan had relatively little exposure, but Zhang Yunxiao did not look down on him, as he had also climbed up from the bottom. "Senior Zhang, the resources provided by the Luo family have arrived. I'm here to seek your guidance." Yang Fan respectfully bowed. "You really don't need to call me senior. Within the Luo family, your status is even above mine." Zhang Yunxiao chuckled wryly. I'm a few hundred years older than you. If young Master Yang wishes, you can just call me Zhang Lao. In that case, I would be grateful for your guidance, Zhang Lao. How many faith points do you have now? 140 million. So many. Zhang Yunxiao looked somewhat surprised. During the school competition, I obtained 36 million faith points. I see you with such results, it's no wonder you were rated as a second-rate genius by the Luo family. Have the 100 Spirits Blood Pool received the funding? It has already been loaded into the divine realm. Then I suggest you buy 10 adult Tai Sui first. This will perfectly fill the 100 Spirits Blood Pool. In reality, it can produce about 10,000 blood pills each month, with each priced at 100 faith points. Excluding the value of the level building itself, its annualized yield is around 50. Hearing this, Yang Fan felt a bit puzzled. Isn't this yield a bit low? If one considers only the investment cost of the Tai Sui, the rate of return does look attractive, but remember, this scheme depends on a class structure. A single class building is worth at least 500 million, so seen that way, the yield is actually quite poor. The Bailing Shuichi produces blood pills according to the energy of the flesh cast into it. 10 Tai Sui are far from the limit of a class structure. When you later ascend to demigod or even godhood and slaughter high-tier alien devotees, throwing their bodies in will yield blood pills in the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Buying corpses from the marketplace now would be far too costly. Given the condition of your Xinhua, Tai Sui flesh offers the best cost-effectiveness. Most importantly, you will not need to command followers to continually throw flesh into the pool. It is exceedingly convenient. Zhang Yunxiao patiently explained the rationale. A flash of understanding crossed Yang Fan's eyes. At his current strength, class structures are indeed overpowered. Naturally, he could not exploit them to their utmost. Yang Fan felt no haste. He possessed the evolution talent. Once he cast Tai Sui into it, that steady income would amount to tens of millions each month. If you want a rapid short-term improvement to your followers' strength, I can give you a resource procurement list, and you can judge what to purchase yourself. After all, every Xinhua develops differently. If you consider ecological stability, species diversity, and resource self-sufficiency for the Xinhua, I suggest you spend on an actuary to assist. How much does an actuary cost? Yang Fan asked curiously. The cheapest is 50 million faith points. Yang Fan swallowed, shocked by the price. Seeing Yang Fan's expression, Zhang Yunxiao smiled. Don't think it expensive, these actuaries truly have skill. They can help adjust species distribution within your Xinhua, establish buffer zones among organisms, and determine cultivation methods and directions for your followers. This work is highly prized. The great families all recruit them. Hiring an actuary once can essentially carry you to demigod cultivation, eliminating further need to plan the Xinhua. If you have enough faith points, do not be stingy. This can greatly reduce your realm's development time. Thank you for the guidance, Elder Jean. Yang Fan nodded, though inwardly he had already decided not to spend that needless sum. To him, time was the least valuable commodity. Spending so many faith points on an actuary was worse than buying vast resources to seed the Xinhua, letting them evolve by natural selection while also profiting from their yields. I've sent you 2 dossiers, one focused on boosting follower strength, the other on Xinhua investment insights. These are my personal opinions. Your aptitude surpasses mine. Use them as reference and pick the best. Yang Fan thanked him gratefully. This was the early development experience of a demigod. It would undoubtedly be of considerable help to him now. Additionally, as a second-tier genius of the Luo family, you can obtain a 50 million faith point loan at an annual rate of only 11. 2. I've already applied for this family benefit on your behalf. It should be credited to your Xinhua shortly. Now that you are a Luo family genius, you can visit the Luo family's virtual residence at any time. The family runs internal trades, weaponry, medicinal materials, spirit flora, and various pills. Though not as comprehensive as the official platform, their tax-free prices are considerably lower. Drop by when you have time. I understand. Work to strengthen your followers. The better they perform, the more support you will receive, Zhang Yunxiao admonished as his final word. Yang Fan filed the admonition away, ignored the invitations of his classmates, and logged out of the virtual world. With a fortune in hand, he felt ill at ease not immediately investing in his Xinhua. Before embarking on large-scale purchases, Yang Fan decided to open the materials Zhang Yunxiao had sent. Xinhua development depends chiefly on resources. If you want resources to snowball, the choice of investment is exceptionally important. I, Zhang Yunxiao, am merely an ordinary man. On my attainment of demigod status rested on a sound investment and financial strategy. I've distilled a basic investment philosophy for ordinary people. Any investment with an annualized return below 80% should not even be touched. Reading the preface of one dossier, a few dark lines of disbelief creased Yang Fan's brow. Elder Jean turns out to be a financial prodigy. Yet this seems at odds with my own development direction. Banyan Shishua Lingji, its seeds are dirt cheap. 10,000 seeds cost only 10,000 faith points. Each specimen requires a single follower's careful tending, watered daily with a follower's blood. In 100 years it will mature. A single mature Banyan Shishua Lingji can sell for as much as 10 faith points. In practice, the profit margin can multiply tenfold in 3 months. This was the arcane secret behind my rise to demigodom, one not lightly spoken of to the uninitiated. The method's drawback is stark. It consumes followers mercilessly. With such blood-watering followers typically do not live past 30. Over a century, you would expend roughly 50,000 followers. Therefore, Banyan Shishua Lingji must not be planted on a large scale. The optimal cultivation quantity is about 5% of the total follower population. This method must be paired with breeding cards of rank or higher. Remember that. Reading on a chill rose along Yang Fan's spine. This seemingly earnest demigod Zhang Yunxiao was behind the scenes a ruthless capitalist. This was nothing less than selling followers' blood. Yang Fan did not claim any special affection for those followers, but such an investment model left him queasy. Though the returns were terrifying, the Xinghua's follower development would likely fall into stagnation during that period. With my evolution talent, I'll steer clear of these perverse schemes. Yang Fan set the investment suggestions aside and began studying the proposals for enhancing follower strength. Shui Mo Hua, the blood demon flower, is a crank spirit plant. Planted in mass around a city, it provokes appetite and a compulsion for physical exertion among followers. Followers' bodies will improve markedly in the short term, but their consciousness is affected and their comprehension gradually declines. In the long run, this undermines their foundational roots. This method is best deployed as a 1-month intensive before examinations. Tunruju, a crank technique, makes cultivators ravenous for meat. This technique causes followers' bodies to swell and lose agility while greatly enhancing both defense and offensive power. One must constantly monitor their living conditions. If meat supplies are insufficient, followers will turn on one another, killing and eating kin, even devouring each other. This, Yang Fan tilted his head, struggling for words. For a moment he felt he hardly recognized this senior, so outwardly normal, yet so cruel to his own followers. Yang Fan had a hunch that Senior Zhang Yunxiao's Xinhua potential had reached its limit. In this life, he would likely never break through to true godhood. Pulling up the seedlings to help them grow, short-sighted. Yang Fan judged inwardly. If Zhang Yunxiao learned how Yang Fan had evaluated him, he would likely explode with rage. An ordinary man relying solely on his own effort to inch toward the demigod realm, without resorting to crooked shortcuts. How could such a person possibly succeed? His potential had been exhausted, yet could 10,000 ordinary men like him produce a single demigod? The advice Zhang Yunxiao had given Yang Fan came from genuine concern. Its strengths and weaknesses were plainly marked. Fellow ordinary folk naturally felt a sympathetic kinship. It was just a pity that Yang Fan possessed an SS-grade talent and could not perceive the other man's earnest intentions. Zhang Yunxiao's methods are far too extreme. With an evolution talent like mine, there's no need to take such a path. What a waste. Yang Fan muttered, then his consciousness slipped back into the divine realm. He discovered his faith points had reached 193200. The Luo family's 50 million loan had also arrived. Opening the marketplace, Yang Fan first purchased 14 adult Taisu. 10 were immediately placed into the Bailing blood pool, while 5 were stationed near the 5 major cities as a steady source of flesh and blood. This expenditure consumed 28 million faith points. To make the totals round, Yang Fan then bought 193 moon wells and sun springs respectively, directly spending 158 million. Moon wells and sun springs were intended as long-term fixed investments. He had no intention of scrimping on them. As the number of these structures in the divine realm increased, coupled with his evolution talent, the chance that a building would mutate into a fountain of life became naturally 10 times that of ordinary realms. Most important, this investment required no micromanagement, freeing him to dedicate himself wholly to strengthening his followers and cultivating the divine realm's ecology. Afterwards, Yang Fan purchased the Crade technique Yijin Shisui Gong for 2 million faith points. In an instant, his faith points plunged to 4742,000. Having poured all resources into the divine realm, Yang Fan issued a divine decree. To my followers, as a reward for your exemplary performance in the war against the alien race, I bestow a miracle. Beside each principal city, there shall be an adult Taisu. Outside Shinchi City, there is a Bailing blood pool that produces 10,000 blood pills every 30 years. Only the strong may partake. These pills greatly enhance physical constitution. This technique is called Yijin Shisui Gong. When practiced in concert with the Lianbong body refining technique, it will rapidly elevate one's power. As the decree descended, the believers in each capital bore expressions of fervent zeal. Divine Lord Yang Fan. Divine Realm area 1 million square kilometers. Talent level resource talent. All resources within the divine realm grow 10 faster. SS level talent evolution. Unique talent can accelerate the realm's evolution currently concealed. Followers first tier beings 5, mortals 7000. Disciplines Lianbong body refining technique Yijin Shisui Gong, Wanling Guiyuan array minor completion. Faith points 474200 daily faith income 3. 7. Buildings Moonwell x 400 Sun Spring x 400 Grade Bailing blood pool x1. Assets Putabo Snake x 78777 tier 1 Fiend. Taisu x 15 a Water Lotus x 200 Grade Spirit Plant. Soul Nurturing Tree Century x 100 Grade Spirit Plant. Bailing Peach x 35711 Grade Spirit Plant. Yang Fan smiled in satisfaction. With the evolution talent at work, Moon Wells and Sun Springs will supply 24 million faith points per month. The Century Blood Pool, aided by the Taisu, will provide 10 million per month. Combined with the various Fiend and Spirit Plant assets, my actual monthly income is about 35 million and rising. But the blood pills must be used to nurture followers. There's no need to sell them. Yang Fan had already decided to invest all blood pills into his divine realm to bolster his followers. Revenues from Moon Dew and Solar Essence could be reinvested into the realm or used to procure other resources. He still had a large reserve of faith points and was in no hurry to spend them all. With sufficient faith points, he intended to spend this time exploring the marketplace, studying items he previously couldn't afford, or consulting peers to see if there were more suitable buildings or spirit plants. Faith points were inexhaustible in their earning potential. He needed to keep a safety buffer. Besides, his wife was terminally ill and required monthly purchases of life water. After finishing these tasks, Yang Fan looked at the beauty lying beside him and, weary, climbed into bed and fell asleep, holding her. Early the next morning, Yang Fan entered the divine realm to inspect. With Yijin Shisui Gong's blessing, his followers' consumption of meat had risen by another notch. However, with 5 Taisu and the periodic yield of blood pills, such consumption was but a trifle. Even though time in his divine realm flowed 10 times faster than in the mortal world, development still required a great deal of time. Watching constantly, without investing resources, was pointless. Should I buy some breeding cards to accelerate growth? Yang Fan felt torn. Last time he had used breeding cards, the divine realm's resources had been strained, and it had given him much trouble. There were no short-term assessments, so he could let the realm develop organically. Overzealous meddling could do more harm than good. While his consciousness dwelt in the divine realm, Yang Fan suddenly felt the person in his arms stir, and he hurried back to the mortal world. Luo Ro opened her eyes to find herself lying in Yang Fan's embrace, and he was looking down at her. Her face flushed as she instinctively tried to push him away, but found herself far too weak to break free. You let me go? We've been honest with each other. Why be shy? Have you no shame? We are husband and wife. Is that shameless? Yang Fan teased. Watching Luo Ro cling to him like a little bird, he could not resist a playful barb. Once a noble maiden, now fallen, she had been picked up by this mud-stained farmer and gained a better bargain. At that moment, Sun Rong's gentle voice called from outside the door, Yang Fan, rower, are you awake? I've prepared the meal. Mom, I'm awake, coming down now, Luo Ro replied quickly. All right. If you didn't sleep, well, you can rest a bit longer. I'll have Yang Fan bring the dishes up, so you can eat in bed. No need. Hearing the exchange, Yang Fan shot a peculiar look at the woman in his arms. Yang Fan could not help but ask, do you have multiple personalities? No. Then why is your attitude toward me and my parents so different? I am kind to kind people, Luo Ro said as she dressed, and I am harsh to those who are cruel. I already explained yesterday, it wasn't what you think. Yang Fan rubbed his temple. Rather than listening to what others say, judge people by what they do. With those words, Luo Ro went downstairs alone. Truly befitting a wealthy household, the refrigerator was stocked with Tier 2 and Tier 3 fiend meats. For a moment, the atmosphere at the table was awkward. Apart from Yang Fan, both Yang Tiexin and Sun Rong eyed Miss Luo with caution, hesitant to pick up their chopsticks. Luo Ro took a piece of meat and put it into her mouth, her face instantly lit with joy. Mom, your cooking is wonderful. I want to eat this every day. Sun Rong exhaled in relief as the meal's tension dissipated. Seeing this, Yang Fan admired Luo Ro's talent for soothing elders. It was a rare gift. Unlike him, no matter what he said, his parents never believed him. For a moment, Yang Fan harbored the uneasy feeling that if things continued like this, he might one day fall out of favor. A small anxiety crept into him as he watched Luo Ro charm the family. He feared her grace might one day eclipse his place. After dinner, Yang Fan went upstairs and directly transferred 5 million faith points to Luo Ro's right hand. Feeling the changes in her divine realm, Luo Ro looked puzzled and asked, why did you transfer 5 million faith points to me? I will transfer them to you every month until I have the ability to heal you. For now, use the water of life to sustain yourself, Yang Fan stated plainly. Luo Ro looked at Yang Fan in disbelief, her eyes filled with confusion, misunderstanding, and a hint of wariness. Although 5 million faith points were far less than what she had given to Yang Fan, she never imagined he would transfer funds to her. A scumbag usually only takes without giving, right? Luo Ro felt a bit puzzled, wondering if she had misjudged him or if Yang Fan was merely playing a long game. However, her divine realm currently had no assets left. The remaining faith points were only for purchasing basic supplies, and there were simply no fish for him to catch. Her only value now lay in having a first-tier deity as her grandfather, but targeting the assets of a divine being wasn't it akin to courting death? You. Luo Ro hesitated, unsure of what to say. What? It's nothing. I suggest you focus only on the rights and obligations within the contract. Don't overthink it and be careful, or you might end up with nothing. What do you mean? If you don't understand, forget it, Luo Ro snorted and continued to lie on the bed, preparing to rest. With 5 drops of water of life helping to suppress the toxic gas in her divine realm, she had slept well last night and wanted to catch up on sleep. I'm going to class in the virtual world. Please don't disturb me unless it's important, Yang Fan reminded before putting on. As Yang Fan entered the classroom, everyone's attention turned to him. Brother Yang. Good morning, Brother Yang. Many people came forward to greet him, and now Yang Fan's status in Class 7 of the senior year was on par with Li Shua. Foster father, this way I've saved you a seat. Zhang Pang exclaimed, jumping up. Seeing his playful demeanor, Yang Fan smiled knowingly and walked over. Sitting beside Zhang Pang, he noticed that the latter seemed a bit shy. What's wrong? Yang Fan asked. A foster father. No, just call me Brother Yang. Using that title once is enough. It feels strange to keep saying it. Yang Fan rolled his eyes. All right then, Brother Yang. I heard you married into the Luo family and are now their second-tier genius, Zhang Pang said, full of curiosity. How did you find out? Yang Fan was equally surprised that this had only happened yesterday. So how did it spread? It's all over the school. Class 1 of the senior year has many direct descendants of the Luo family, and through the group chat the news spread rapidly. By this morning, basically everyone in the school knew. Zhang Pang explained. Yang Fan nodded in acknowledgement, accepting this as the truth. Brother Yang, you're really amazing. You encountered such good fortune with the Luo family, one of the 2 major families. You're now truly soaring to new heights. Zhang Pang said enviously. Being a son-in-law of the Luo family is not something just anyone can achieve. They must have seen Yang Fan's potential. When are you coming to my house for dinner? Remember to bring your sister-in-law. Your sister-in-law is unwell and can't go out. You can come to my place. All right, I'll come over tonight to have a meal. My family has moved. I'll give you the address later. You moved so quickly. As they enjoyed their casual chat, Li Qingying entered the classroom. At this moment, her gaze also lingered on Yang Fan for a moment. After the first major assessment in school, some students merely went through the motions while others achieved significant gains. The event is in the past, I won't criticize or praise anyone here. Next, you need to prepare for the midterm exam, especially those of you in our class who follow the war path. This will be an important assessment for class division. Not only will the school provide rewards, but the forces you belong to will also use this exam as a basis for evaluation and grading. The midterm exam in March is the second most significant assessment after the college entrance examination. From now on, you must not slack off. Yes, teacher. Everyone responded in unison. Today, we will discuss the growth path of believers. Yang Fan, do you have any insights? Li Qingying called on him directly. Here we go again. Yang Fan thought bitterly. He genuinely disliked answering questions in class. He just wanted to listen attentively and absorb knowledge, not become a student representative. He didn't enjoy the pressure of being called on in class. Ahem, teacher Li, I don't have any unique insights, Yang Fan replied awkwardly. Really? Li Qingying looked skeptical. She didn't believe Yang Fan's answer at all. Having scored over 20 in the first prosperity assessment with such knowledge reserves, it was evident he must have been studying hard in the library. How could he not know this? Feeling that she had been deceived by Yang Fan once before, Li Qingying sensed he was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. She felt a bit helpless. The academic powerhouse in her class seemed a bit too low-key, making it difficult to set an example. Li Shuhua, you speak. Li Qingying turned to him. Li Shuhua stood up and spoke confidently. Once believers reach the status of mortals, they begin to break through, evolving from first-tier beings to fifth-tier beings. After that, the divine realm must choose a developmental direction, which is what the teacher refers to as the path. Currently, there are three most common development paths for human divine realms. The cultivation path, practicing techniques from the inside out, believers' roots roughly fall into the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, with realms of refining, chi, foundation, establishment, golden core, and nascent soul. The martial path, practicing techniques from the outside in, with realms of martial apprentice, martial teacher, martial king, and martial emperor. The mechanical path, not primarily based on practicing techniques, but choosing technological modifications of the body, divided into first-tier intelligent life, second-tier intelligent life, and so on. In addition to these 3 mainstream paths, there are also spiritual paths like the Mirage God path and the Virus path, such as the Zombie path. However, there is too little information on other paths, often suitable only for specific groups, and their developmental directions are too singular. Unless there are special circumstances, attempts are not recommended. Regarding Li Shuhua's response, Li Qingying was quite pleased. Very good, as expected of our class academic leader. Even though you've become a second-tier genius of the Li family, you are still finding time to learn various knowledge. Keep it up. Your future achievements will surely be remarkable. Thank you for the compliment, teacher. I still have much to learn in theoretical knowledge and wouldn't dare to show off in front of my classmates. At this point, Li Shuhua deliberately glanced at Yang Fan. Currently, the unofficial top student in Class 7 of the senior year is Yang Fan. Even if he answers, I don't know, when questioned in class, everyone just assumes he is being modest. Feeling the admiring gazes of everyone, Yang Fan felt a bit restless. He genuinely didn't know what Li Shuhua had just said. Why were people starting to treat him like a genius? Everyone was attentive in this class, especially the students who believed they had a chance to advance to demigods. Li Qingying explained the development directions and advantages and disadvantages of each route clearly, while Yang Fan listened intently, sitting upright. Today's class ends here. If you wish to break through to demigod or even divine status, you must start preparing. If you choose the path of cultivation, you can begin to cultivate various spiritual plants and fruits in the divine realm. If believers regularly consume rare treasures, the probability of producing talented individuals with spiritual roots will significantly increase. Similarly, the martial arts route requires the cultivation of treasures that can strengthen the physical body. The mechanical route needs family support to purchase a mechanical heart as soon as possible. After saying this, Li Qingying's figure disappeared from the virtual world. Once the teacher left, Li Shuhua stood up and said, Brothers, let's gather at the usual place. Today I'm treating. Long live Brother Hao. It's still Brother Hao, he's too good to his brothers. The boys in the class instantly became excited, looking enthralled and disregarding the opinions of the girls. However, the girls felt a bit awkward. Now in Class 7, besides Li Shuhua, there was also the prominent Yang Fan. If they could exchange experiences on the development of the divine realm with such a person, it would surely bring many benefits. However, Li Shuhua had a particular fondness for Tianxiang Renjian, and since they were not invited, the girls felt it would be inappropriate to join them. Why are we going to Tianxiang Renjian again? Can't we change the place? These boys are so clueless. I definitely can't marry someone from this class in the future. Many girls began to voice their complaints. Arriving at the private room in Tianxiang Rinjin Yang Fan and Li Shuheo sat at the innermost position directly opposite the door, with Wang Jinyu to Li Shuheo's right and Zhang Peng sitting to Yang Fan's left due to their connection. The other classmates took their seats casually as they were all deities heading towards logistical routes, and their future achievements would not differ significantly. Brother Yang, I must congratulate you on receiving investment from the Luo family. You are destined to soar and become a true deity. Li Shuheo raised his glass in congratulations. The other classmates also lifted their glasses towards Yang Fan. Was quite different now compared to a few days ago. He had the status of a member of a prominent family, and barring any surprises would undoubtedly be an object of admiration in the future. You're too kind. Oh, let's progress together in the future, Yang Fan replied modestly. Having awakened with an SS-level talent in the divine realm, he didn't feel the need to flaunt it, let alone be considered a second-rate genius of the Luo family. Yang Fan was genuinely unfazed by this. He merely felt that his future path was smoother, which wasn't a significant opportunity. However, his nonchalant demeanor seemed profound in the eyes of others. Receiving investment from the Luo family, yet maintaining such a calm attitude, he truly deserved to be called the top scholar of the class. His attitude of not being elated by material success or dejected by personal setbacks was as if he had lived for several hundred years. Li Shuheo gave a thumbs up, saying, I still have much to learn from Brother Yang. It is I who should learn from you. Your answers in class today broaden my horizons. Come on, don't play the pig to eat the tiger with me. There are so many classmates present, don't be sarcastic. Li Shuheo's face slightly reddened as he shot a glare at Yang Fan. Seeing this, Yang Fan was also taken aback. He merely expressed his thoughts, wondering why the other person was up. We're all classmates, just joking around, no need to be so serious. Come on, everyone, let's drink. At this moment, Zhang Peng spoke up to lighten the mood. Yes, let's drink. We haven't gathered for nearly half a month since the big exam. By the way, Wang Jinyu, I've cultivated about 5,000 adult Bodhi treasure snakes. Do you want some? Yes, I want as many as you have. I have a batch of agonize spiritual ice flowers in my divine realm. Using them in medicine is beneficial for awakening spiritual roots. Brother Yang, if you are considering the cultivation route, I can help you cultivate them at a negotiable price. Count me in. I have 3 miniature mines in my divine realm. Do you need any divine subordinates? Everyone chimed in, but the core content still revolved around Li Shuheo and Yang Fan. Especially Yang Fan, who had soared to prominence, and there were no reports of anyone being his divine subordinate. Such a leg to hug was naturally desired by other classmates. I already have 3 divine subordinates, Ma Ziwei Feng and Umo, so I don't need any more for now. Li Shuheo shook his head. The 3 he mentioned were the top 3 in Class 7 in terms of resource-related talents. One had planting talent, another had animal husbandry talent, and the third had a small mine in their divine realm. Having more divine subordinates is not necessarily better. Once a contract is signed, the divine realm of the subordinate will open to the protector. Not only must they station troops to protect the subordinate, but if there's an invasion, they must also send troops for reinforcement or even wage divine realm wars. The benefits and risks are relative. If someone becomes your divine subordinate, their divine realm resources are sold to you at a lower price, and any needs must be prioritized for you. Such numerous benefits cannot be taken for granted. Although there is no risk of war before graduating from university, the existence of divine subordinates is entirely beneficial for the development of one's divine realm. The benefits gained now will have to be repaid in the future. The contracts for divine subordinates differ from federal laws. They are subject to higher restrictions similar to oaths made between deities. If violated, divine punishment will descend, and in severe cases the core of the divine realm may shatter. This is why many logistical divine realms choose to become others' divine subordinates while still in school. First, they are classmates, and thus have a higher level of trust. Second, once in society facing the pressure of divine realm invasions, their bargaining chips will be extremely low, and to guarantee their safety, they can only sell their divine realm resources at a low price. Many eyes turned towards Yang Fan, as currently the only ones in Class 7 who qualified to take on divine subordinates were Li Shuheo, Yang Fan, and Wang Jinyu. Li Shuheo had no intention of taking on any more divine subordinates, while anyone with a discerning eye could see that Yang Fan's potential far surpassed Wang Jinyu's. If given the chance, everyone hoped to become Yang Fan's divine subordinate. The stronger the main deity, the higher their subordinate's status will rise. Those grain merchants, weapon shops, and butcher shops in the neighborhood were all aligned with powerful deities. Otherwise, with so many resources in the divine realm, they would have long been invaded. I haven't thought that far ahead yet, Yang Fan replied calmly. Having the talent for evolution, Yang Fan lacked basic resources and naturally had no motivation to develop divine subordinates. Everyone's faces showed a look of disappointment upon hearing this. Brother Yang, if you ever change your mind, feel free to contact me. I feel the same. My father is preparing to loan me money to buy another miniature mine. Not to mention, I can provide quite a bit for the weapons you need during your student days, Brother Yang. Yang Fan noted each one, but did not take it seriously. Old one, your exam results were also quite good. Who did you land an investment? The classmate who had just sold Bodhi treasure snakes asked Wang Jinyu. Wang Jinyu nodded, saying the Ma family gave me 20 crate buildings, and I also receive a subsidy of 100 faith points each month. Ma family. Is that the big grain merchant from Yang County? Brother Wang, you're impressive. That investment is considerable. Many classmates showed envious expressions. A monthly subsidy of 100 is astronomical for an ordinary family. The initial investment can be considered recouped. Wang Jinyu smiled slightly. He wasn't quite satisfied, but neither was he disappointed. Compared to Yang Fan, the investment he received was negligible, but for him it provided an explanation to. In the following time, everyone began to discuss the development of their divine kingdoms, including investments in the divine realm, how followers could enhance their strength, and various types of magical beasts and spiritual plants. After listening for a while, Yang Fan couldn't help but frown. He realized that since receiving the investment from the Luo family, the topics discussed by his classmates seemed to be on a completely different level, and many experiences were not worth referencing. For example, with the fixed production of blood pills from the 100-spirit blood pool, the low-tier spiritual values that could enhance the follower's strength mentioned by his classmates were simply unnecessary to cultivate. Moreover, in terms of divine kingdom investments, Yang Fan's monthly income had reached tens of millions. He found no interest whatsoever in the petty risk investments that others had. It seems there's no need for me to attend these gatherings anymore, Yang Fan resolved in his heart. People strive for higher ground while water flows to lower places. Since these experiences held no significance for him, it was better to save time and explore the divine forms alone. After a satisfying meal, Li Shihao arranged for everyone to have a private room, and soon only he and Yang Fan remained in the room. Now that you've received the Luo family's investment, don't you find this gathering boring? Li Shihao smiled. Yang Fan nodded and curiously asked, do you really enjoy organizing these kinds of events? It's worth noting that Li Shuhei's situation was similar to his. Attending gatherings of this level could only provide others with insights while he gained no assistance. Yang Fan found it hard to understand the other person's time-wasting behavior. The development of a divine kingdom primarily relies on its own evolution. Investing resources without constant monitoring holds little meaning. Besides studying in the library, I need to find some fun for myself. Don't you think the feeling of being the center of attention is great? Li Shuhei said triumphantly. Hearing this explanation, Yang Fan felt a wave of exasperation. It turned out the guy just enjoyed showing off. Speaking of serious matters, I've received a task from the group leader to invite you to the group. I've sent you a link. Group leader. Yang Fan looked at the suddenly pop-up message which read, Yang County Genius Exchange Group Class of 2026 invites you to join. With a light tap of his right hand, the group administrator quickly approved his request, and messages began to flood in. A newcomer has arrived. Is there a red envelope? Welcome classmate Yang Fan, please change your note upon joining. This group follows a real name system prefix with your affiliated power your name. So it's Brother Yang Fan, im Tai Fong from the Blacksmith Association. If your Divine Kingdom followers need weapons, you can find me. Prices are favorable, guaranteed cheaper than the marketplace. Let's have a drink sometime. I'm Wang Yuan from the Li family. Li Shuhei said, since it's your first time in the group, you should send a red envelope of 10,000 faith points to make a good impression. Yang Fan nodded. He didn't mind this small expense at all. With the newcomer red envelope, many people in the group were suddenly excited. Yang Fan opened the red envelope himself and found that the Lucky King was actually a familiar name. Luo Bing 30000. The group leader is impressive. 100 people grabbed it, and she got 3000. Li Shuhei looked at his meager 199 faith points and nearly spat blood in frustration. Are all these geniuses from our class in this group? Yang Fan asked. Pretty much, mainly the new generation from various prominent families in Yang County, but there are also those like us who stood out during the awakening and the grand competition in the Divine Kingdom. The group leader is Luo Bing, and the vice leader is Li Tianheng, the top 2 talents from our school. Didn't you just say that our class gathering was meaningless? The people in this group are all outstanding from our school, and most of them are born into prominent families. Their foundation in the Divine Kingdom, personal insights, and sources of information are all above ours. The things I bragged about at previous class gatherings were actually just relayed from them, Li Shuhei said awkwardly. No wonder I thought the Li family had some deity teaching classes. How is that possible? Do you think those deities are free? No matter how talented we are still merely divine beings in the eyes of those deities, akin to ants. Unless they are direct relatives like me, a second-tier genius, those elders wouldn't even greet us when they meet. Li Shuhei rolled his eyes. Whether divine beings, demigods, or deities, they all need to trade with each other, cooperate, to explore the unknown, and help each other. That's the norm. If one were to shut themselves off and fight alone, they would only end up being left behind further and further. This exchange group is like a small circle of mutual recognition, allowing for resource exchange, sharing information, and sometimes even hosting activities. In the future, when we graduate and go to university, the members of the group can also form alliances. You shouldn't mute the group messages. This group is truly useful for us. Li Shuheo said seriously. Yang Fan nodded. Thank you. Let's not be so polite. We're both from class 7 of senior 3, so our relationship is naturally stronger than with others. At that moment, a provocative group message suddenly appeared. Isn't this just the Luo family's son-in-law? When did the entry threshold for this group become so low? The speaker was Luo Mingxuan, a direct descendant of the Luo family. Seeing the messages in the group, Yang Fan frowned slightly. Li Shuheo couldn't help but say, yesterday when we were discussing whether you were qualified to join the group, this guy was being sarcastic. You just joined the Luo family. How did you offend him? Yang Fan shook his head. I don't know him. That's strange. Could he be a thorn? Is he out of his mind? Li Shuheo couldn't help but scoff. They were all classmates, and being able to join this group meant they had sufficient potential. The development of a divine kingdom is a long race, and no one could predict the future. Therefore, even if they looked down on each other, they still greeted each other with smiles, as they could potentially cooperate someday. Those who publicly mocked like Luo Mingxuan were definitely outliers. He has enough talent to qualify for the group. Do you have any objections? The speaker was group leader Luo Bing. With her words, the entire group fell silent. Luo Bing was the top student in the senior year of Yang County, an absolute leader. Once she spoke, who would dare to retort? In the real world, within the Luo family villa area, Luo Mingxian slammed his virtual helmet onto the floor. A mere country bumpkin dares to compete with me for people. Just you wait. Luo Mingxuan, unable to vent his anger on Luo Bing, could only shift his fury onto Yang Fan, who had remained silent the whole time. In the virtual world, Yang Fan suddenly received a private message from Luo Bing. Don't worry about Luo Mingxian. If he causes trouble, you can contact me. Take care of my cousin. The fact that someone spoke up for him was due to Luo Rao's influence. So this cheap wife of mine is acquainted with this iceberg beauty. Yang Fan felt a bit surprised. Now that he had a wife, he felt embarrassed to spend the night in Tianxiang. Under Li Shuhea's knowing gaze, Yang Fan returned to reality. At this moment, Luo Rao had already finished her bath and was lying on the bed. Looking at Yang Fan, she directly commanded, take the medicine shower, get in bed, and do the task. Her attitude, as if assigning work, made Yang Fan roll his eyes. Do you know Luo Mingxian? Yang Fan suddenly asked. Upon hearing this name, Luo Rao's expression changed slightly, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. Did he trouble you? Seeing the change in Luo Rao's demeanor, Yang Fan silently thought, as expected. He had just joined the Luo family and hardly recognized everyone, so how could he offend the other party? The only possibility was that his wife had some conflict with the other. It's not really a hassle. Yang Fan shook his head. Luo Mingxian has average talent, but both of his parents are first-tier deities. I am a year ahead of him, and before my divine kingdom was damaged, he pursued me, but was rejected by me. Later, when I had my incident, my grandfather wanted to give me more dowry because of our past relationship, hoping for us to be together and have a child. As a result, he developed a sense of disdain and not only asked for the core assets of my grandfather's divine kingdom, but also demanded a clause in the prenuptial agreement stating that he would not bear any child support costs in the future. Thus, the two families had some unpleasantness, and it is likely because of this that he holds animosity towards you. Luo Rao did not hide anything and looked at Yang Fan with a hint of apology in her eyes. Hearing this, Yang Fan couldn't help but marvel at how the children of wealthy families could be so ruthless. Not only did he demand a large dowry, but he didn't even want to raise his own children. Who do you think you are? Is your genetic background really that valuable? No wonder Luo Chengfeng's prenuptial agreement was so biased towards him. After all, there was a precedent. Don't worry about it, trust me, I will definitely cure you in the future. Yang Fan gently kissed her and then went to the bathroom to take a shower. When he came to bed, Yang Fan directly rolled over on top of Luo Rao. It doesn't hurt as much today, so you can do whatever you want, Luo Rao said softly. Looking at her expression of letting him do as he pleased, Yang Fan wanted to show off, but considering her condition, chose to be gentle. Ruer, I plan to invite a friend over for breakfast tomorrow. After they were done, Yang Fan said. That works. Luo Rao waved her hand. She was too tired to move. After Yang Fan sent the villa address to Zhang Peng, he embraced Luo Rao and drifted into slumber. Early the next morning, a voice from outside the door called out, Feiner Xiao Zhang is here, breakfast is almost ready. Wake up when you and Rao girl are up. Yang Fan replied and began to get dressed with Luo Rao. Is this friend very important? Should I put on makeup? Luo Rao inquired. Living in a wealthy family, Luo Rao placed great importance on etiquette. Although Yang Fan came from a humble background, he was now her husband, and she would still try to maintain Yang Fan's face in front of outsiders. He's my best buddy, no need to be too formal, just wear casual clothes. Although there's a significant gap in status between us now, relationships between people aren't solely based on interests. There are always some childhood friends. No matter whether you become a deity or a divine creature, you can still sit at a roadside stall together for barbecue. Yang Fan explained. Luo Ro looked at him in surprise, her gaze reflecting a slight change in her impression of this interest-driven scoundrel. Zhang Pang in the living room was quite casual, tapping on the high-end furniture here and there. Brother Yang, you really made it big. This villa in Yang City is only for deities and their families. The living environment is truly different. Zhang Pang said with envy. When he saw Luo Ro standing next to Yang Fan, Zhang Pang quickly straightened his body and saluted her with a standard military salute. Sister-in-law, hello. I am Brother Yang's younger brother. I apologize for the intrusion. If there are any commands in the future, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. You. Hello. Luo Ro said softly. This was her first time meeting someone like Zhang Pang. Although he had a flattering smile, his eyes were clear as if he truly intended to follow through on his words. It's time to eat. Yang Tiexing called out while helping Sun roam. Zhang Pang had grown up watching him, and after moving to the new residence, both elders were very happy to have visitors from Minghui community. I actually wanted to come over for dinner last night, but who knew that Li Shihao would treat us? You have to grab a free meal when it's available. Zhang Pang mumbled as he ate. Treat? Where? Yang Tiexing casually asked. Tianyue tea house. Yes, the tea there is really good. Zhang Pang lowered his head, thinking to himself how close he came to spilling the beans. I don't quite understand the current young people who can drink tea for so long. Zhang Pang said nothing further. With Luo Ro nearby, he was afraid of saying something wrong. After all, his older brother was now married, and even though Tianxiang Renjian didn't involve physical transactions, some women still considered emotional infidelity as infidelity. It's important to note that Brother Yang had married into the family, and Zhang Pang couldn't help but want to slap himself for his loose tongue. Yang Fan took a bite of the spirit fruit on the table and asked, is there something you need to discuss in the real world? Yang Fan was quite familiar with this best buddy. He had sensed something was off in Zhang Pang's demeanor when he invited him for dinner yesterday. My dad wants me to build a connection with you early on and become your subordinate deity. You weren't online in the virtual world, and there are too many people during classes and gatherings. If I get rejected, that would be too embarrassing for me. With Yang Fan's opening, Zhang Pang directly expressed the thoughts in his heart. Yang Tiexing and Sun Rong quickly got up and walked to the kitchen. In recent days, they had learned through various channels about their son's performance at school, and it was reasonable for classmates to want to become subordinate deities. The subordinate deity contract is very important. It is better for the older generation not to interfere with the younger generation's affairs. No problem. Yang Fan agreed immediately. Really? You agreed just like that? The contract hasn't even been signed yet. My dad said that with your talent, you could very likely become a deity in the future. As long as the resources of the divine kingdom don't drop below 50, you can agree to it. Zhang Pang stated bluntly. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan had no reaction, but Luo Ro beside him couldn't help but feel a bit restless. What's wrong with this person? The subordinate deity contract hadn't even been discussed yet, and he directly revealed his bottom line. Are you two this close? The subordinate deity contract isn't something you just discuss casually. Luo Ro couldn't help but remind him. In the past, she had her own subordinate deity, and that was done in the virtual world with a 360-degree camera for thorough negotiations, which couldn't be concluded in just a few hours. These two were something else. One agreed without care, while the other directly stated his bottom line. Luo Ro felt that negotiating with these country folks was too wild. She wanted to return to the city. We're all brothers. If my older brother has meat to eat, how can I not get a sip of soup? Zhang Pang patted his chest, looking nonchalant. Zhang Pang had already decided that even if he had to sell the resources of his divine nation at half price, at most it would only temporarily limit the development of the divine nation. As long as Yang Fan became a deity in the future, he could open a grain shop in Minghui community like his father. Stepping into the middle class would not be a dream. You don't need to sell it to me at a discount. Keep the grains grown in your divine nation for your own development. Yang Fan said with a smile, shaking his head. Zhang Pang's resources in the divine nation were not even worth his attention. Making the other party his subordinate deity was not purely from a profit perspective. He just wanted to take care of his close friend. Brother Yang, isn't this inappropriate? Zhang Pang was taken aback. If you can cultivate spiritual rice or crops that help improve the qualifications of believers, selling them to me later is fine. My divine nation is developing well and doesn't need to drain your resources for now. Yang Fan said seriously. He held the other person's right hand, connecting their consciousness to the divine nation. Let's go through the process, Yang Fan said softly. The deity Yang Fan and the deity Zhang Pang sign a subordinate deity contract. Once the other party's divine nation is invaded, they must dispatch troops for support. Other requirements, none. The deity Yang Fan agrees. The deity Zhang Pang agrees. A force of rules appeared within the two divine nations, and Yang Fan could sense a one-way channel forming between his divine nation and Zhang Pang's, allowing him to dispatch troops to the other divine nation at any time. Foster father, you are too good to me, Zhang Pang said excitedly, nearly shedding tears. Get lost, finish your meal, and hurry back to class. My family doesn't have extra virtual helmets for you. Okay, although this contract has been signed, Brother Yang, if you need anything, just let me know. My divine nation can produce 1.0 tons of grain annually along with some crade and grade spiritual plants. Just say the word if you need anything. After Zhang Pang left, Luo Ro looked at Yang Fan with a hint of curiosity. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? I'm a bit surprised by your actions. I used to often go to his house for meals as a child. It's just helping a friend. I don't even want his resources from the divine nation, Yang Fan explained. Luo Ro shook her head. I just feel like you seem different from what I thought. Being willing to sign such a subordinate deity contract for a friend doesn't seem like the behavior of a person who is solely profit-oriented. At this moment, Luo Ro began to trust Yang Fan a bit. Perhaps he was not a ruthless person after all, and there was a reason behind his earlier demands for those assets. After returning to the room with Luo Ro, Yang Fan put on the helmet and began today's studies. In the following days, Yang Fan's life began to stabilize. Aside from attending classes, he spent all his time in the Genius chat group and the deity forum. After turning in his public grain once a night, he would check on the status of his divine nation before resting. Since Luo Mingxian was lectured by Luo Bing last time, he rarely spoke in the group. Meanwhile, Yang Fan, in order to make full use of resources, directly asked questions about the development of his divine nation in the group, not caring at all about others, saying he was inexperienced. By asking questions without shame, Yang Fan indeed received quite a bit of useful information. After a continuous 10 days, 100 years had already passed in Yang Fan's divine nation. With the supply of blood pills and a large amount of Tai Sui meat, the population of believers was gradually recovering during this century, and several first-tier beings had also emerged. Believers' first-tier beings, 14 mortals, 1.0. Yang Fan understood that with the current resources in his divine nation, the population of believers would continue to grow, but all this would require time. In the virtual world Yang County Genius chat group, I received some news that the front line is in a fierce battle with alien deities, and the demand for the healing drug, the supreme hemostatic powder, is extremely high. This drug requires a grade spiritual plant, the blood-condensing flower, which could be profitable in the short term. Brotherly, where did you get this news? What's the profit rate? My grandfather's senior brother on the front line told me. Yang Fan looked at the chat content in the group, having become accustomed to it. Even among the children of prestigious families, many were eager to invest in divine nations. After all, there was no shortage of faith points. The blood-condensing flower is easy to cultivate. It only needs to be planted in fertile soil, but the growth cycle is long, requiring 200 years in the divine nation. My grandfather said the demand for this blood-condensing flower hasn't even been met within a year. Once planted, it can at least yield 2 rounds of excess profit. This investment has high returns and low risks, definitely worth a try. After seeing this, Yang Fan's expression gradually became serious. Crops that are easy to cultivate with a long growth cycle are precisely what he needs. Thinking of this, Yang Fan immediately went to check the marketplace. Blood-condensing flower seeds X100 priced at 1,000 faith points. Merchant's note: sowing is simple, but this flower requires sufficient sunlight and water. Therefore, the planting density is extremely sparse, requiring a large area of farmland. The maturity cycle in the divine nation is 200 years. Mature blood-condensing flowers X100 priced at 3,000 faith points, grade spiritual plant restocking. After seeing this, Yang Fan was already convinced of what the previous person said. In reality, 200 days would yield a profit rate of up to 200. With his tenfold evolution talent, he could harvest 1 round in just 20 days. Yang Fan's eyes brightened more and more. If utilized properly, he might have the opportunity to make a fortune from this war. At this moment, another message popped up in the chat group. I just checked, and the news seems to be true, but the 200-day growth cycle in the real world is still too long, and it requires a large area of land to be cleared, which is a bit troublesome. Exactly, if the investment is too small, it won't be meaningful. If large-scale planting is done, it might severely damage the ecological environment of the divine nation. It's a dilemma. I just placed an order for the seeds, preparing to have my subordinate deity plant them. With such a high profit rate, it'll take 90 of the profits, and he still has something to gain. That makes some sense, but unfortunately my subordinate deity's focus is on animal husbandry and forging, so I might not be able to invest much in this. Although this message sparked discussions due to the blood-condensing flower's growth cycle and the trouble of clearing land, the hype soon passed. Yang Fan did not continue to focus on the group's messages, but began searching for posts related to the supreme hemostatic powder and blood-condensing flower on the deity forum. After verifying the information from multiple sources, Yang Fan no longer hesitated and directly invested 40 million faith points. The first investment was for a total of 4 million seeds. After receiving the resource card, Yang Fan immediately loaded it into the divine nation and issued a divine decree. My believers, in the coming time, you must send out all the adult males to clear all suitable flat land into farmland. Then plant the blood-condensing flower seeds. This flower requires ample sunlight and water, and its growth is substantial with a minimum distance of 10 meters between each seed. We shall follow the divine decree. Even if the believers did not understand the deity's actions, they would not disobey. Not all environments within the divine nation were suitable for farming. Besides forests and mountains, there were also vast marine areas. Since Yang Fan did not focus on planting, the cleared fields were very scattered. Nearly 1,000 believers spent several years before they could meet the planting area for these 4 million seeds. There were as much as 500 square kilometers. Seeing this situation, Yang Fan couldn't help but sigh. I thought this area of 1 million square kilometers was already big enough, but it's still not enough. Yang Fan, as a deity, naturally understood how much arable land there was in the divine nation. Allowing the believers to continue clearing land, at most they could still free up another 500 square kilometers. In that case, he could sow a maximum of 8 million blood-condensing flower seeds at once, which would amount to 80 million funds. Under the influence of his evolutionary talent, over the past 20 days in the real world, he earned 240 million with a gross profit of 160 million. For a divine being like him, this profit was beyond description. I am about to get rich, Yang Fan exclaimed, filled with excitement. This was the advantage of his status. Being a second-rate talent of the Luo family allowed him the opportunity to join the Genius Communication Group. These confidential pieces of information were inaccessible to ordinary divine beings. Only the offspring of prominent families backed by deities could grasp them, and Yang Fan was seizing this chance to rise. Yang Fan forcefully suppressed his inner excitement, trying to act as usual. After planting the blood condensation flower in the divine kingdom, he issued a divine decree instructing his followers to cultivate the remaining fields. 3 days in reality equated to 30 years in the divine kingdom, where his followers were extensively cultivating farmlands to plant the blood condensation flower, beginning to influence the entire ecosystem of the divine kingdom. The plains had fertile soil and abundant water resources, making them the ideal habitat for herbivorous creatures, such as antelopes, horses, and cattle. However, due to this investment, the creatures were forced to migrate. The previously balanced ecosystems faced a significant reduction in living space after the influx of numerous other beings, leading to large-scale mortality among the creatures. Yang Fan was indifferent to this. Compared to the enormous profits, the ecological damage was trivial. He could easily maintain ecological balance by injecting external resources. As long as his followers did not suffer mass casualties, these biological assets were hardly worth worrying about. Yang Fan only regretted that his cultivation area was too small. If conditions allowed, he would even consider filling those rivers. Greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. One can only eat as much as one can hold. I must learn to be content, Yang Fan silently recited as he took a deep breath. In the past few days, Yang Fan became more low-key, attending classes diligently and selectively participating in class activities, trying to blend in. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Yang Fan entered the divine kingdom to withdraw the 4 million blood condensation flowers and the produced lunar dew and yang essence, putting them up for sale online. The blood condensation flower was indeed a hot commodity, though as soon as Yang Fan listed it, it was snatched up. Sale successful, all blood condensation flowers sold, earning 1.2 billion. Sale successful, 20 drops of lunar dew sold, earning 2,000. Sale successful, 50 drops of yang essence sold, earning 5,000. Sale successful. Notifications from Taotao Network kept coming in, and within a quarter of an hour, all his listed items were sold out. Earning 144 million belief points, deducting 10 personal income tax and 2 platform transaction fee, the current income is 1,267 billion. The belief points have been transferred to the divine kingdom. This transaction amount was considerable for Yang Fan, but on the whole transaction platform, it might not even create a ripple. Moreover, all transactions in the marketplace were facilitated by intelligent life forms without human interference, coupled with the federal government's personal information protection laws. Yang Fan was not worried about anyone knowing he made so much money. Those capable of knowing Yang Fan's account transaction details would have no interest in engaging, while ordinary people could not access such information. This is one of the many benefits of the current world. Although one cannot escape taxes for the vast majority, there exists absolute fairness in transactions. Opening a shop or company does not require departmental approval, though anything can be sold without any official restrictions. With the rise of intelligent life forms, such a free ecosystem emerged naturally and commerce flourished. With a significant influx of belief points, Yang Fan did not hesitate to purchase 8 million blood condensation flower seeds, again filling all the cultivated farmland. Divine Master Yang Fan. Divine Kingdom Area 1 million square kilometers. Talent level resource talent accelerates the growth of all resources in the Divine Kingdom by 10. SS level talent evolution, the only talent that can accelerate the evolution of the Divine Kingdom currently hidden. Followers first stage beings, 34 mortals, 250000. Methods Federal Body Refinement Technique Muscle and Bone Transformation Technique 10,000 Spirits Returning to Origin Formation Minor Success. Belief Points 53. 42 million providing 7. 5 daily. Buildings Moon Wells x 400 Sun Springs x 400 Level Building 100 Spirits Blood Pool x1. Assets Blood Condensation Flower Seedlings x 8 million Level Spiritual Plant. Soul Nurturing Wood 1000 Years x100 Level Spiritual Plant. Since planting the blood condensation flower, the followers only needed to patrol regularly to prevent damage from other creatures and spent the rest of their time reproducing and cultivating. As a result, the population in the Divine Kingdom and the number of first stage beings steadily increased. Even though the followers trained the muscle and bone transformation technique, their consumption of meat increased, but under the supply of 5 adult Tai Sui and the continuously produced blood pills, their food remained abundant. In these 200 years, a more population should have been reproduced, but the living environment limited their development. Simply put, the population density was too high. The more people there are, the more crowded the living space becomes. Additionally, with the activity of cultivation providing a constant sense of power, the desire for reproduction naturally declines. Outside the tribe, as long as the land was level, it was basically planted with blood condensation flowers. If not for this, his followers might have expanded the tribe size long ago rather than crowding into the 5 major cities. Yang Fan was not anxious about this. Although a large population could increase the probability of talented births, with the evolutionary talent, this population base of 2500 was temporarily sufficient. Human development is a process of survival of the fittest. Those with better talents and higher comprehension are more likely to survive and have offspring. Over generations, this remains a positive influence on the entire civilization. Compared to the advantages of population itself, the resource benefits brought by the blood condensation flower are even more important. On the other hand, due to the existence of blood pills in these 200 years, the number of first-stage beings among the followers increased significantly, yet second-stage beings did not emerge. Through exchanges with those geniuses, Yang Fan also found the reason. The offspring of prominent families with backgrounds would purchase the pills produced in the cultivation Divine Kingdom. One pill could greatly enhance a follower's qualifications, but the price was quite steep. In contrast, the blood pills produced in the 100 Spirits Blood Pool, which could be mass-produced, were rather considered low-tier. Although plentiful, they lacked quality. Yang Fan was not anxious about this, that present a large amount of funds still needed to be invested in the Divine Kingdom. Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood, as long as there are sufficient resources coupled with the evolutionary talent surpassing others, would not be difficult. After this period of interaction with these family geniuses, Yang Fan's understanding of the Divine Kingdom's development has completely changed. Previously, he would consider the stability of the ecosystem, species diversity, and the sustainable development and self-sufficiency of the Divine Kingdom. However, after interacting with these geniuses, Yang Fan discovered they were following an entirely different route. Surplus land was used to plant spiritual plants. Aquatic life was nurtured in the water, and mountainous areas and skies were used to raise demon beasts. Everyone could do these things, but the sole purpose for these family geniuses was to earn belief points. They would sell them regularly, without caring whether it affected the ecosystem. The resources obtained were all invested in the cultivation of followers with strength always prioritized. What if the ecological balance is disrupted? Just buy some resources to counter it, as long as those beasts do not starve, that is sufficient. What if low-tier demon beasts die in large numbers? That is simply because their adaptability is too weak, or just replace them with a batch of appropriately priced and highly adaptable ones. What if spiritual plants fall ill? Quickly sell them at a low price and buy other seeds. It is more important to reduce the tasks and not waste the followers' time. In short, all resources in the Divine Kingdom serve the strength of the followers. Upon encountering this realm, Yang Fan gradually realized that the wealthy play by a different set of rules than unlike ordinary individuals. They have no survival worries, their families receive monthly subsidies, and investments in the divine realm yield some returns. 99% of their energy is focused on nurturing powerful followers. These families with divine beings monopolize trade and obtain vast resources through insider information. Their descendants rapidly increase their strength, becoming the new generation of deities. The strong remain strong while ordinary divine beings are perpetually exploited. Yang Fan felt no righteous indignation about this. The strong merely exploit the rules rather than break them. Those so-called heretics aiming to topple the elite class are merely opportunists seeking shortcuts. If they succeed, they become the new elite. If they fail, the majority who follow them perish. Currently, Yang Fan, a second-rate genius from the Luo family, has entered this elite system, thus bringing new changes to the development path of the divine realm. Bodhi Serpent X1 Night Vulture X5 Spirit Fish Doll X Rock Eagle Water Lotus Seeds. Millennium Soul Nourishing Wood X1000. Yang Fan directly initiated a massive sell-off of resources, no longer concerned about the ecological balance of the divine realm, focusing instead on the growth rate of these assets. For the Bodhi Serpent, Yang Fan would determine the optimal breeding environment based on the availability of food and the survival density around the Snake Valley. Once the number of low-tier monsters dropped to a certain level, Yang Fan could feel the overall pressure on his divine realm significantly lighten. Subsequently, Yang Fan spent 60 million belief points to purchase 100 moon wells and solar springs, leaving only emergency funds. After completing his tasks, Yang Fan entered the virtual world and sent a location invitation to Zhang Peng. The virtual world is far more interesting than reality, as modern society spends most of its time there apart from sleeping. In just a few breaths, Zhang Peng arrived. "My lord, what is the reason for summoning me?" he said, adopting a posture of worship. Yang Fan felt somewhat speechless. This kid had accrued more and more nicknames for himself. "All right, let's get down to business. I know of a divine realm investment that is currently high yield and low risk. You and Uncle Zhang can consider giving it a try." "What investment?" Zhang Peng's face lit up with excitement, for the quality of information Yang Fan accessed was far superior to his own. "What kind of money is the easiest to make in this world?" "Of course, it's the information gap. Blood condensing flower, you can search for it yourself. Discuss it with Uncle Zhang when you get home. The excessive profit will likely last about a year, yielding 2 or 3 waves. See you later," Yang Fan explained. Zhang Peng instinctively nodded, his attention fully captured by the marketplace. Wow, such high profits. Without delay, Zhang Peng returned to reality and pulled his father Zhang Wanshan out of the virtual world. "Dad, this is the situation. Should we plant this blood-condensing flower? Isn't the yield a bit too high, eh?" Zhang Peng swallowed hard, glancing at the exorbitant returns, unable to believe it. If it weren't for what his brother Yang Fan said, he would think he was being scammed. Zhang Wanshan took a deep breath. "I saw fragments of information on the Divine Forum. It should be related to the top-tier hemostasis powder. This is frontline material, and the situation with the alien races in the war is likely not optimistic. So this is war profit." "Exactly. How does Yang know such important information?" Zhang Peng he is now a genius of the Luo family. It's only natural for him to have multiple sources of information. "So are we cultivating it?" "Of course. Why wouldn't we invest in a money-making opportunity? I'll mortgage the house and grain shop and get some high-interest loans, and after completing this investment, we can buy a house in the county center." Zhang Wanshan slammed the table, his eyes flashing with greed. "Isn't the risk too high, eh?" Zhang Peng swallowed again, feeling somewhat uncertain. "What do you know? Ordinary people want to climb up without risks. By the way, you haven't told me how much profit we need to share with Xiao Yang for this investment." He didn't mention it. Luo Ro left this morning with her mother's son Rong and only returned at noon. Feeling the door being pushed open, Yang Fan exited the virtual world. At this moment, Luo Ro looked in good spirits, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Perhaps due to the abundance of life water, her health had improved significantly during this period, and her complexion no longer appeared as haggard as it once did. Yang Fan got up and grasped her right hand, transferring 5 million belief points for the month to her. This time Luo Ro did not refuse, but looked up with a serious expression and said, "Husband, I went for a checkup at the hospital today. It's a boy." Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback, feeling joy in his heart, while also reflecting. The theoretical lifespan of divine beings is 500 years, and many only have offspring after 100 or even 200 years. Someone like Yang Fan in his 20s is indeed considered an early marriage and early parenthood. By the time the child grows up, I might as well call myself an older brother, Yang Fan thought to himself. Luo Ro asked, "Husband, what should we name our child?" After spending time together, Luo Ro discovered that Yang Fan was not as incompetent as she initially thought, and their relationship had improved significantly. "I don't have the talent for naming, you can decide," Yang Fan replied. Luo Ro acknowledged lightly, and then said, "Grandpa wants to see you. I sent you the address in the virtual world." "All right, I'll head over first. You should rest well. If you need more belief points, let me know. Now that you're pregnant, the life water must not be scarce to avoid affecting the fetus." "Don't worry, husband, I know what to do." Yang Fan nodded, and then put on the virtual headset. Luo Chengfeng is indeed a first-tier deity. Yang Fan dared not keep him waiting too long. With a light tap of the coordinates, he felt his consciousness being drawn by a powerful force, instantly crossing space to arrive in the distant starry sky. Upon arriving, he sensed an intensely strong smell of blood. This is the Divine Realm War. Yang Fan's eyes widened like brass bells. At this moment, Yang Fan's consciousness was at an altitude of several tens of thousands of meters, yet he could clearly perceive everything happening on the ground. A goblin over 100 meters tall wielded a giant axe, letting out a terrifying roar, while before it stood a human flying with a sword. With a flash of sword light, the goblin's head was severed, its body falling backward with a resounding crash. Is this cultivation path? Is the strength of this follower at Foundation Establishment or Golden Core? Yang Fan swallowed hard. He could sense the immense power possessed by the followers below. With just this one person, they could sweep through his divine realm. Xiao Yang, you're here, Luo Chengfeng's voice echoed from behind. I have met my grandfather, but where is this? Yang Fan hurriedly bowed. Although he was just a drop in the ocean today, Yang Fan had witnessed the terrifying power of the divine. Even a single follower possessed such strength. In the divine realm of the goblin race's demigod, I am here on behalf of the Luo family to cultivate this land officially referred to as the Divine Kingdom War. We have already won this small-scale conflict, and now we are handling the cleanup. Beyond this place lies the resource point of my Luo family. Once you break through to demigod, you will naturally come into contact with this level. Luo Chengfeng explained. At this moment, he appeared very pleased. Besides the smooth progress of work, he must also have learned about his granddaughter's pregnancy. There is nothing to pay attention to here. I will take you to the front supply point, and we can have a good chat. Luo Chengfeng grasped Yang Fan's right hand, and his figure crossed space to arrive in a pavilion. Drink some tea. My dear girl, and your actions are quite swift, but since she is already pregnant, you both need to exercise some restraint during this period. If you harm my little great-grandson, I won't let you off easily. While speaking, Luo Chengfeng personally poured a cup of tea for Yang Fan. I understand, Grandfather, Yang Fan said with an embarrassed expression. I have been very busy lately and haven't had time to guide your development in the Divine Kingdom. You haven't encountered any issues, have you? With the resources from the Luo family, the Divine Kingdom is developing quite well. Has the development route for the Divine Kingdom been established? Luo Chengfeng inquired. Yang Fan had a conflicted expression. I am still hesitating between cultivating the Tao and martial arts. After this period of systematic learning, Yang Fan had a general direction in mind. Whether it is cultivating the Tao or martial arts, the power lies in the strength of the followers themselves. The difference lies in the choice of body refinement or cultivating the Dantian. Yang Fan had his own thoughts on this, but did not express them directly. Luo Chengfeng nodded and analyzed. Once you become a demigod, you will have the opportunity to participate in the Divine Kingdom War, some of which are against foreign races, while others are internal family conflicts. Only with great strength can one protect oneself. The Tao cultivation route is akin to the immortal cultivation novels from ancient times, where followers cooperate more harmoniously, suitable for various large-scale formations and more offensively inclined. In contrast, the martial arts route emphasizes the strength of the followers' bodies, focusing on defense, significantly enhancing your survival ability. The former requires various spiritual root cultivation methods and countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The latter takes longer to refine the body, each having its own advantages and disadvantages. Thank you for your guidance, Grandfather. Since you have not yet made your choice, you can allow the followers to choose for themselves. The development route most suitable for the Divine Kingdom may have already been determined from the moment of awakening. Go to the marketplace to purchase the transmission tower, placing the methods suitable for both Tao cultivation and martial arts within. Over time, as a divine being, you will naturally understand which direction is more suitable for development. I have prepared some resources for you. Although they are not highly valuable, they are comprehensive, and there is no need to change them before breaking through to demigod. Luo Chengfeng took out 2 cards and placed them on the table. Yang Fan glanced at them, which included dozens of methods for cultivation, body techniques, and combat techniques, one set for Tao cultivation and another for martial arts. The prices of methods and techniques in the marketplace are not cheap, yet he generously presented so many at once. Yang Fan sighed, realizing that a divine being truly knows how to be generous with their juniors. Thank you, Grandfather, Yang Fan expressed gratefully. His funds were mostly invested in the Divine Kingdom, leaving no spare money to purchase additional techniques. With Luo Chengfeng's assistance, this time the development of his followers would certainly accelerate significantly. I have no ability to help Ruer solve the issues of the Divine Kingdom. I can only do my best to extend her lifespan. With the relationship of great-grandson in place, I will treat you as my own grandson in the future. This is what I ought to do. You are currently in a crucial period of your senior year, and all resources and energy should be used to develop your Divine Kingdom. There is no need to worry about Ruer's life-giving water. I have gained a lot from this land cultivation. Luo Chengfeng reminded. Hearing this, Yang Fan felt a bit clearer. It seemed that Luo Ro had informed her grandfather about her transfer. Perhaps it was due to his granddaughter's pregnancy, or perhaps because he felt he could entrust matters to him that Luo Changfeng increased his investment in Yang Fan. Work hard to enhance your strength and participate in the Divine Kingdom simulation battles when you have the chance. Based on the strength you displayed in the last competition, it should be no problem to rank within the top 1,000 in the family. Why haven't you participated at all? Luo Changfeng asked, puzzled. Yang Fan looked confused. He was aware of the Divine Kingdom simulation battles, as the federal government had specifically established a section for it. However, Yang Fan had been focused on investing in the Divine Kingdom during this time. Besides attending classes and browsing social groups, his consciousness had been observing the growth of the blood-condensing flower, frequently issuing divine decrees for followers to hunt nearby monsters. He simply had no time to study other matters. After all, the blood-condensing flower is a great spirit plant which has a strong attraction for monsters, and Yang Fan did not want this treasure to be destroyed by those beasts. If it weren't for his concern about the ecological desertification of the Divine Kingdom, he would have wanted to pack up all the monsters and sell them. Seeing Yang Fan's ignorance, Luo Changfeng explained the Divine Kingdom simulation battles are executed by the highest intelligence of the federal government. The armies that divine beings can participate in number 100, and the followers participate in the war through conscious descent, so even if they all perish, there would be no loss. This is of great benefit for honing overall combat capabilities. Additionally, our Luo family also has ranking rewards. You can check them out when you return. You come from an ordinary background, and the information you can access is inherently weaker than others, therefore you should communicate more with your peers. Do not develop in isolation, only fools do that. I will start researching as soon as I return, Yang Fan hurriedly replied. Go ahead. If you encounter any insurmountable problems, you can leave me a message in the virtual world. Yes. Returning to reality, Yang Fan manifested the 2 inheritance cards that Luo Changfeng, Trade Technique, 5 Elements Cultivation Technique, Body Technique, Light Body Technique, Combat Techniques, Qingyuan Sword Technique, Clear Mind Needle Technique, Focus Technique. This set is suitable for the Dao cultivation route, sold as a complete set for 50 million belief points. It is recommended to use in conjunction with the Crade Transmission Tower. Crade Technique, Indestructible Body Technique, Combat Techniques, Mountain Shattering, Fist, Iron Arm Technique. This set is suitable for the martial arts route, sold as a complete set for 50 million belief points. It is recommended to use in conjunction with the Crade Transmission Tower. The total value of these 2 sets of inheritance reaches 100 million belief points, which is undoubtedly a significant investment for divine beings. Only gods like Luo Changfeng could offer them without blinking an eye. Otherwise, even if Yang Fan wanted to purchase these 2 sets of inheritance methods, he would hesitate, and Yang Fan opened the marketplace and entered Crade Transmission Tower. Crade Transmission Tower can hold up to 100 techniques of Crade and below, priced at 1500 belief points. Merchants note this building has no investment value, and unlike divine decrees, having this building allows followers to choose for themselves, making it easier to select a suitable cultivation path. Once sold items are non-refundable, it is not recommended for ordinary people to purchase. Customer service has been handed over to Intelligent Life, and refunds are not accepted. Looking at the introduction behind the transmission tower, Yang Fan couldn't help but chuckle. 1500 faith points aren't too expensive, but for an ordinary person, it is definitely a significant investment. Importantly, this type of building yields no output, and aside from wealthy families' children, ordinary people wouldn't buy it at all. No wonder the business doesn't provide customer service. They must be afraid of being bothered by regretful buyers. Yang Fan didn't mind this. 1500 faith points were nothing to him now. He waved his hand grandly and directly purchased 5 transmission towers to be placed in various major cities. He then loaded 2 sets of legacies and issued a divine decree. All believers may study the methods within, choosing the one they excel at the most. In the divine realm, believers are no different from ordinary people. Each has their own specialties, and utilizing the transmission towers to allow believers to choose themselves is far more valuable in the long run than merely issuing a divine decree. Yang Fan had already decided on the development path for the divine realm, which would be a combination of cultivation and martial arts. During his time browsing the divine forum, Yang Fan realized that he was not the only one with this thought. Many deities were also pursuing this path of fusion. If the believers within his divine realm included those who could fly and were unmatched in combat, as well as those who could attain sainthood and were invincible in defense, the army formed would be even more powerful and absolutely invincible within the same tier. However, such choices require more time and resources, and due to slow development, he might even be left behind by others. But Yang Fan was different. With his evolutionary talent, what his divine realm lacked most was time, and comprehensive development was the best choice. However, some things were better kept to himself and didn't need to be spoken aloud. After completing all this, Yang Fan discovered that the believers within the divine realm had already begun selecting methods, with some even switching their cultivation techniques. There were those practicing the 5 elements cultivation method and the indestructible technique. Sensing the changes within the divine realm, Yang Fan murmured, "It seems my divine realm is more suitable for following the path of cultivation." He could feel that the number of people practicing the 5 elements cultivation method far exceeded those practicing the indestructible technique, indicating that his divine realm's believers had greater talent in cultivation. Yang Fan didn't mind this. After all, amidst such a large population base, there would always be some martial arts geniuses emerging. Not only that, but Yang Fan also had ambitions. If he were to break through to demigod status in the future, and if the area and population of his divine realm were sufficient, he could also establish a nation primarily based on machinery. To pursue a mechanical path that could stand alongside cultivation and martial arts is no simple feat. One must realize that the entire virtual world currently operates on the intelligent life of the mechanical divine realm. However, the investment in the mechanical path far exceeds that of cultivation and martial arts. Yang Fan knew from snippets in the divine forum that he currently lacked the qualifications to explore this. Yang Fan then entered the virtual world to begin studying the divine realm simulation battle. Recently, he had been living a fulfilling life, and since the talents in the chat group rarely discussed this, he hadn't attempted it. If it weren't for Luo Chengfeng's reminder today, Yang Fan wouldn't have been prepared to participate in the divine realm simulation battle in the short term. Yang Fan clicked on the divine realm simulation battle section with his right hand. Federal citizen Yang Fan, identity, divine being, current points 0, current win rate 0. Yang County Divine Being Leaderboard, would you like to expand it? Expand. Yang Fan clicked lightly. First place, Li Ming Yuan points 64624, win rate 64. 2. Second place, Yang Yuan Hao points 63122, win rate 63. 4. Third place. Yang Fan scrolled through the leaderboard continuously, but found no one he recognized. 100th place, triple X points 10240, win rate 51. 1. Yang Fan was puzzled. Who are all these people? How come I, who have now entered the circle of talents in Yang County, don't recognize any of them? It's worth noting that this leaderboard shows a total of 10,000 people. He could overlook himself, but what about Luo Bing and Li Tianheng? Could it be that they, like him, haven't participated in the divine realm simulation battle? With a humble and eager tolier nature, Yang Fan opened the talents chat group. Dear seniors, I just took a look at the divine realm simulation battle. How come I didn't see your names? Dog had to save my life. Yang Fan typed and sent the message. Within moments, a series of notification sounds rang out in the group. So bold, what do you mean by this? It's that chatterbox again, why so many questions? And is this something to be asked in the group? Haha, if I didn't know you a little, I would think you were mocking our 2 group leaders. Brother Yang, some things shouldn't be said by me, but I think it would be better if you spoke less. Thanks for livening up the atmosphere, but this comment is too aggressive, you better retract it quickly. Looking at the dozen or so messages that appeared in an instant, Yang Fan was stunned, but he still heeded the advice and retracted his question. At that moment, Li Shihao sent a private message. Brother Yang, what you posted is too easily misunderstood. Give me your coordinates, let's meet and chat. Yang Fan had just sent the coordinates to him when Li Shihao teleported over. Why are you asking about the divine realm simulation battle? Li Shihao asked. I'm a bit curious. After all, Luo Bing and Li Tianheng are so strong, why haven't I seen their names? Yang Fan explained. Do you know how many people there are in Yang County? No less than 1,090,000,000 of them are divine beings. We have not even awakened our divine realm for half a year, while some divine beings have already lived for over 400 years. We are indeed talented, but that also requires time to develop. Those old divine realms have evolved for thousands of generations. How can you compare with them? Li Shihao gave a super eye roll. I see. Yang Fan's expression became somewhat awkward. During this time, he had been immersed in exchanges with those talented classmates and had forgotten how small and young this circle was. They were only 20 years old, and the time since the divine realm's development hadn't even reached a year. In past years, very few graduates from Yang County know. One high school could break into the top 10,000. It takes years to produce such a monster. Once successful, one could directly follow the special recruitment route with opportunities to enter the top 2 universities in the Federation. I heard from friends that Luo Bing is striving in this direction. You suddenly blurted out something like this in the group. Are you not afraid of creating animosity? Li Shihao was frantically criticizing, not knowing whether to say that Yang Fan had low emotional intelligence or low intelligence. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan quickly typed a line. Lack of experience, absolutely no ill intent. Esteemed seniors, please don't hold it against me. Just then Luo Mingxian suddenly jumped in. Country Bumpkin, don't embarrass our Luo family. Ooh, I didn't even see your name within the top 1,000 of our family leaderboard, worthless thing. Seeing this message, even though Yang Fan had a good temper, his face darkened. This was no longer sarcasm, it was a direct confrontation. Wait for me. Yang Fan's eyes turned cold. Brother Yang, ignore this fool. I've heard from a friend that Luo Mingxian possesses mediocre talent. Despite unlimited support from his parents, he still ranks at the very bottom among the second-tier prodigies of your Luo family. Li Shihao sneered coldly. And it's all right. N. Each major corporation maintains detailed records of the Divine Realm simulation battles, internally ranking participants to motivate young devotees to rapidly enhance their followers' strength. Substantial rewards accompany these rankings. You may wish to examine them closely. Thank you for the reminder. I'll take my leave now. N. Would you like to meet later at Tianxiang Rinjian? N. No, I'm not in the mood. N. With those words, Yang Fan's consciousness vanished instantly from that place. And at that moment, he had already entered the Luo family's virtual enclave and located Zhang Yunxiao. Senior Zhang, might you be familiar with the Divine Realm simulation battles held within our family? Yang Fan asked. N. Here is the official ranking list. N. Zhang Yunxiao raised a finger and tapped the air. A colossal luminous screen materialized midair. Yang Fan's gaze swept upward, to the very top. N. Rank 1, Luo Hen score 14 and win rate 74, and at the very bottom of the list stood a conspicuously glaring entry N. Rank 2042 Yang Fan score 0 and win rate 0 in dead last. Na faint twitch tugged at the corner of Yang Fan's mouth. He then glanced toward the middle section. In rank 142, Luo Mingxian score 542 and win rate 71 in. This ranking encompasses all young disciples of the Luo family currently in high school. Zhang Yunxiao explained in. Beyond Yangxian County, many others study across the city. And among them are 2 first-tier prodigies, over 200 second-tier prodigies, and nearly 2,000 third-tier prodigies. Upon graduation, one automatically exits the ranking. And the Luo family offers extraordinarily generous rewards for high placements. Each tier climbed brings its own corresponding prize. Top 2000-1000 faith points. In top 1000, 10 million faith points. In top 100, over 100 million faith points. And the champion receives a staggering 1 billion faith points. At this point, Zhang Yunxiao couldn't help but sigh in awe. To break into the top 100 would mean overnight wealth for an ordinary divine entity. A reward of 1 billion faith points was still beyond Yang Fan's current reach, but securing the 100 million point prize for the top 100 felt well within his grasp. As for the 10 billion point reward reserved for the top 10, Yang Fan was confident he would claim it before the national examination. In returning to reality, he channeled his consciousness into his divine realm and issued a divine edict, selecting 10,000 of the strongest followers from the 5 great cities. The cultivation manuals bestowed by Luo Chengfeng had only recently entered the divine realm. A few followers had yet begun practicing them. Yet the recently integrated I Jing Shishui Gong classic of changes mirror washing art had already been mastered to a preliminary stage by numerous disciples. Aside from 34 first-tier beings, even the mortal bodies of the remaining followers had grown more than twice as formidable as they'd been during their school examinations. Yang Fan was certain this elite force of 10,000 could easily overwhelm his former army of 50,000 soldiers. Clad in armor, helmets, gleaming weapons drawn, the 10,000 warriors stood ready. And upon linking to the virtual realm, their consciousnesses joined Yang Fan's as they collectively descended into the arena of the Divine Realm simulation battle. Identity confirmed divine entity. Follower count 10000. Eligible for simulation battle. Initiate matchmaking. Na voice belonging to the sentient AI resonated within Yang Fan's mind. Initiate. And at this moment, the physical bodies of the 10,000 followers remained seated cross-legged within the divine realm. Their consciousness alone had descended here. Even total annihilation would incur no real loss. Per the rules, the simulation battle matched opponents based on score and win rate. These adversaries might hail from Yangxian County, or even from other planets. Match initiated, match confirmed. Random battlefield generated dense forest. Combat begins. As the AI's voice faded, the soldiers instantly appeared amid towering trees deep within an ancient woodland. Roughly 1 kilometer ahead stood several hundred unclothed barbarians. Yang Fan inwardly scoffed. Are these fledgling divine entities who've just awakened their divine realms and rushed headlong into simulation battles? And what kind of matchmaking algorithm is this? Yang Fan gestured lightly. A first tier being led a squad of a dozen warriors forward and slaughtered the entire group in moments. All followers eliminated. Battle concluded. Citizen Yang Fan of the Federation 1 score, 100 win rate. Continue simulation battle. Continue. In battlefield, generating, arid desert. Combat begins. In citizen Yang Fan of the Federation, 1 score, total score 2, win rate 100. Time flowed steadily onward. In 10th battle victory. In 20th battle victory. In 30th battle victory again. And none of his opponents offered meaningful resistance against Yang Fan's followers. His score surged exponentially. Meanwhile, upon the Luo family's ranking board end, name Yang Fan, once lodged at the absolute bottom, began ascending slowly but steadily. Rank 2042. In rank 1987. In rank 1872. In rank 1735. In rank 1608. N. Though the increments seemed modest, they had already drawn attention from several observers. Yang Fan. And why does that name sound vaguely familiar? In match, initiating, random battlefield, volcanic terrain. Combat begins. The scene shifted. Even suspended in the void, Yang Fan could feel the searing heat radiating from the ground below. His followers began sweating profusely. Truly remarkable, this advanced sentient life form renders simulated environments and sensations with astonishing fidelity. Each time the soldiers enter battle, they arrive at peak readiness. Yang Fan mused inwardly. Ni's opponent this time proved significantly stronger, though all 10,000 were mortals, each bore weapons gleaming with chilling razor-edged brilliance. Yang Fan's gaze sharpened. This was the first genuine challenge he had faced since entering the simulation battles. Naviri's single soldier wielded grade F weaponry. Across all of Yangtze County, scarcely a handful of students could field such an armory. A solemn expression settled upon Yang Fan's face. His troops were indeed stronger, but in the nascent stages of Divine Realm development, equipment played a decisive role, and his enemy wielded nothing but grade F arms. A misstep here could prove catastrophic. And within moments of engagement, hundreds of Yang Fan's soldiers fell, and heaviest losses sustained since the simulation battles began. Clashing armies surged forward, metal shrieking against metal in relentless cacophony. Though better armed, the enemy lacked mastery of formation tactics. Each charge cost them heavier casualties than Yang Fan's forces. As time wore on, their numbers dwindled under overwhelming pressure, until the final foe fell beneath Yang Fan's blade. And victory secured. 40 score. Current score 70. Win rate 100. And continue matchmaking. Continue. And without hesitation, Yang Fan pressed onward. Yet he remained unaware, within the Luo family's virtual enclave at that very instant. Observers had already noticed the anomalous shifts unfolding upon the ranking board. As Yang Fan spoke, the consciousness of his fallen soldiers coalesced anew, their lost weapons restored, their condition restored to perfect readiness. Random battlefield, urban terrain. Combat begins. This time a first-tier being had already appeared among the opponent's army, but their equipment was poor, consisting entirely of ordinary iron weapons. Seeing this scene, Yang Fan felt less pressure than before. After several consecutive matches, perhaps because his win rate remained at 100, the opponents he encountered began to noticeably strengthen, and each victory brought him dozens of points. Points 362, continue matching. Continue, Yang Fan replied firmly. The scene is randomly generated as a grassland battle begins. As the voice of the intelligent life form fell, Yang Fan's 10,000 elite soldiers arrived at an open area. Looking at the opponent's formation, Yang Fan's expression gradually became serious. 2 second-tier beings, 100 first-tier beings, and like the previous encounter with the tycoon, this person was also equipped entirely with grade weapons. This is troublesome, Yang Fan thought with a wry smile. Not only were the soldiers better in quality, but their equipment was also superior. How could he fight this? In the Divine Kingdom simulation battle, there was no concept of surrender. Anyway, there was no loss in casualties, so Yang Fan could only brace himself. If he encountered such a team in an exam match, Yang Fan would never hesitate and would definitely turn to flee. Shield soldiers forward in circle from both flanks, archers prepare. The enemy's front troops pose too great a threat. Everyone hold the line. Raise your long spears, and having practiced the 10,000 spirits returning to origin formation for a long time, Yang Fan's troops coordinated well, relying on the formation to minimize losses in every clash. Seeing this scene, Yang Fan's expression was somewhat surprised. The outcome was much better than he had anticipated. He held his breath and chose not to lower the divine decree. After all, under the effect of the evolution talent, the generals in the center of the formation now understood the 10,000 spirits returning to origin formation no less than he did. Yang Fan did not wish to be an incompetent general and burden the army. Meanwhile, the opposing deity was also sweating profusely. What's going on? I thought this would be a free win, but I didn't expect this guy to have such a deep understanding of the 10,000 spirits returning to origin formation. This is troublesome. In a luxurious villa on another planet, a man was frowning while wearing a virtual helmet. Both armies were fiercely battling with 900, 600, and 500 soldiers remaining. In the final wave of battle, due to the disparity in weapons and strength, Yang Fan's army could no longer hold out and fell to the ground. Battle failed points deducted by 1A, current points 361, win rate 97. 2. Continue matching. No, I want continue. Yang Fan shook his head and exited the virtual world. He opened the leaderboard for the Luo family's Divine Kingdom simulation battle. Rank 324, Yang Fan second-tier genius points 361, win rate 97. 2. He felt little fluctuation in his heart regarding this outcome. If all the soldiers could be equipped with grade weapons, defeating that person should be quite easy, Yang Fan muttered to himself. This Divine Kingdom simulation battle also made Yang Fan realize his strengths and weaknesses. Under the influence of the evolution talent, his followers' understanding of the formation surpassed that of their peers, but due to not investing much in improving their innate qualities, their strength was still inferior to those from prominent families. In the early stages of developing the Divine Kingdom, weapons were equally important, but Yang Fan was unwilling to spend several 100 million faith points to equip his followers. Given his current situation, there were simply too many places to spend money. This time, Yang Fan's ranking surged from 2,000 to over 300, accumulating nearly 100 million faith points, which had automatically been transferred from the Luo family's public account to his Divine Kingdom. Especially after breaking into the top 100, every advancement of 100 ranks would reward over 10 million faith points. Yang Fan remarked that earning money from this prominent family was easy. Faith points 11267000, providing 8.1 faith points daily. With ample funds now, what is the most suitable use for this money? Yang Fan fell into contemplation. At that moment, his watch suddenly began to emit alert sounds. Old Yang Luo Mingxuan, that useless fellow, has started shouting again. You should check the group chat quickly. Li Shihao was constantly sending messages. Hearing this, Yang Fan frowned, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes. In the Genius Exchange group. This is hilarious. Well, I thought Yang Fan had some talent, having received so much investment from our Luo family. I expected his strength to soar, but he only has over 300 points. If this talent wasn't Olivian's son-in-law, I'm afraid he would barely meet the standards of our Luo family's third-tier genius. We need stricter vetting for the group in the future. We can't let any Tom, Dick, or Harry in. In the entire group of over 100 people, only Luo Mingxian kept outputting. The others, whether agreeing with his words or thinking he was too much, remained silent. It's none of my business, and there's no need to get involved in someone else's conflict over unfounded matters. We have no deep grudges, don't provoke me. Yang Fan sent a message. Finally, you reacted. Oh, I thought you had completely lost your temper. What's it to you if I provoke you? If you have the guts, let's apply for the Divine Kingdom battlefield and fight for real. I won't take your followers' lives if I don't share the Luo surname. Seeing the other party becoming increasingly aggressive, entirely in the style of a second-generation rich kid, Yang Fan didn't want to engage further and directly closed the chat group. On the other side, Luo Mingxian felt even more disdainful when Yang Fan did not respond. Country bumpkin, dare to steal my woman. Once you graduate from university, I'll send troops to raise your Divine Kingdom, Luo Mingxian spat. If it weren't for the fact that students' Divine Kingdoms were protected by federal law, Luo Mingxian would have loved to pinpoint the coordinates of Yang Fan's Divine Kingdom and settle the matter directly. In the real world, Yang Fan took a deep breath. This time, I won't buy fixed assets with my faith points. Instead, I'll focus on strengthening my followers. I am too weak right now. Luo Mingxuan's sarcasm also made Yang Fan understand a principle: being low-key all the time can lead to being stepped on and defecated upon. Yang Fan opened the store and found the pill he had already seen multiple times. Washing Marrow Pill X1, priced at 1000 faith points. Originating from a third-tier deity's cultivation Divine Kingdom, it can significantly enhance the innate quality of mortal followers. Merchants note the first use is the most effective. The effects will greatly diminish in later uses. Continuous use is not recommended. This pill was recommended by the Blacksmith Association's Tai Feng in the group and received recognition from many people. Yang Fan took a deep breath. This time, he decided to go big and directly spent 100 million to purchase 10,000 washing marrow pills. Those 10,000 elite troops were currently the strongest and most qualified geniuses in the Divine Kingdom, perfectly matching these pills. Once the follower's strength improved, entering the top 100 of the Luo family's Divine Kingdom simulation battle should be possible. At that time, he might gain over 100 million faith points. Yang Fan decided to take a gamble. Even if he couldn't break into the top 100, he needed to surpass Luo Mingxian in rank, or else the incessant buzzing of the fly would be too annoying. Once the washing marrow pills arrived, Yang Fan immediately loaded them into the Divine Kingdom and issued a divine decree for the 10,000 participants in today's battle to take them. Under Yang Fan's observation, those followers began to suffer intense pain after taking the washing marrow pills. Their bodies convulsed, skin cracked, and bled, and their bones made cracking noises. Although it looked terrifying as a deity, Yang Fan could sense that these individuals' innate qualities were changing at a visibly rapid pace. The poorer the innate talent, the more effective the marrow washing pill becomes. These individuals' aptitudes have improved by at least tenfold. Yang Fan was utterly astounded. At that moment, he finally understood why Luo Bing had already manifested a third-rank life form during the No. 1 high school grand examination. It was sheer wealth poured relentlessly into cultivation. A full month passed within the divine realm before these soldiers awakened from the overwhelming potency of the medicine, yet to Yang Fan it felt no longer than a few breaths. This pill shall dramatically enhance your innate aptitudes. Beyond diligent cultivation, you shall hold priority, mating rights over all females within the clan, to sire offspring of superior talent. Yang Fan deliberately descended a divine edict. We humbly obey the command of our divine sovereign. The soldiers' faces flushed crimson, eyes blazing with fervent devotion. With SS rank aptitude, 1 day in the mortal world equated to 10 years within the divine realm. The following afternoon, Yang Fan suddenly sensed a shift in his body, a warm current surging through his limbs and meridians. This sensation was not new. He instantly recognized it as the emergence of a second-rank life form within his divine realm. After fully adapting to the bodily transformation, Yang Fan projected his consciousness into the divine realm and discovered that among the soldiers who had ingested the marrow-washing pills, not only had 2 second-rank life forms emerged, but over 100 first-rank life forms had also manifested. Such was the advantage of exceptional aptitude. In just 10 years, the strength of this 10,000-strong cohort surged exponentially. Moreover, their offspring were markedly sturdier and more robust than ordinary infants. Yet soon afterward, Yang Fan identified a new predicament. The consumption of immortal root flesh and blood pills was accelerating far too rapidly. Not only did the pill-consuming devotees require vast quantities of meat, but even ordinary followers, whose bodies now bore the imprint of advanced martial arts and cultivation techniques, exhibited dramatically increased appetites. Where previously enough meat could sustain 5 people, now a single devotee could barely be sated. Especially those practicing the diamond body unbreakable art, who were veritable titans of consumption. For now, supply still barely met demand. But should their strength deepen further or their numbers swell, sustenance would inevitably fall short. Furthermore, Yang Fan sensed that the quality of the immortal root flesh no longer matched the evolving needs of his realm. Devotees required ever longer meals to sustain the immense energy expenditure of cultivation. They now ate for over an hour each day, and correspondingly spent more time relieving themselves. Only food of superior quality will suffice, Yang Fan mused inwardly. He opened the divine marketplace and began searching for a solution. Fully automated concentration engine, a specialized structure originating from the mechanical divine realm of a 5th-rank deity, capable of drastically concentrating the nutritional essence of low-tier meats. Price 100 million faith points. Upon seeing this structure, Yang Fan's eyes lit up. Merchant's note: insert beast corpses. The engine automatically decomposes and refines them. Final products are vacuum sealed with a shelf life of 3,000 years. Many note: the engine includes an integrated automated cutting facility. When fed organisms akin to the immortal root flesh, it autonomously converts them into finished package provisions. The cutting facility dynamically adjusts its footprint and can support up to 100 mature immortal root flesh specimens. Ideal for the development of divine realms anchored in sentient divinity, one such engine guarantees perpetual food security. Aside from its staggering price, the fully automated concentration engine seemed tailor-made for Yang Fan. Yet he lacked the funds to purchase it immediately. He would acquire it only after harvesting the coagulated snowflowers, or once he breached the top 100 on the Luo family rankings. As his divine realm's population continued to expand, and as his devotees ascended in power, their food consumption would escalate exponentially. He needed a definitive, enduring solution to secure his rear-line supply. Over 10 days later, every coagulated snowflower within the divine realm reached full maturity. Yang Fan promptly listed them for sale. Sale successful. Revenue 240 million faith points. Net income after taxation 211. 2 million faith points. Funds credited. The moment the funds cleared, Yang Fan purchased 8 million coagulated snowflower seeds, 1 fully automated concentration engine, and 15 mature immortal root flesh specimens, spending the vast majority of his earnings in a single transaction. Projecting his consciousness into the divine realm, he found the fully automated concentration engine too massive to fit within the capital city. Instead, he selected a mountain range nearest to all major urban centers and translocated the engine there. True to its origin in the mechanical divine realm of a 5th-rank deity, the structure required no external power source. The moment it settled upon the divine realm's surface, the colossal mechanical leviathan whirred to life. Thousands of conveyor belts began ferrying meat, massive gravity hammers swung ceaselessly, high temperatures cycled between searing heat, and deep cold arcs of electricity crackled unceasingly. 100-gene portions of raw flesh were compressed into palm-sized cubes, then conveyed along assembly lines for vacuum sealing. Finished packages stacked neatly in the designated goods zone. Yang Fan had already fed all 5 native immortal root flesh specimens, and the newly acquired 15, into the engine's integrated cutting facility. Witnessing this, his expression turned faintly bewildered. After all nearby cities remained crude fortresses built from boulders, the devotees wore coarse rudimentary garments, while the fully automated concentration engine gleamed like a relic of a hyper-advanced future. The contrast was jarringly surreal. Truly formidable, this machinery from the mechanical divine realm. Could my father's high-energy frozen rations have been produced by similar devices? Yang Fan murmured, then shook his head, dismissing further speculation. He now turned his attention to reviewing the Divine Realm status report. Divine Sovereign Yang Fan Divine Realm Area 1 million square kilometers in innate talent frank resource aptitude accelerates growth of all resources within the Divine Realm by 10 in SSS rank aptitude evolution. Unique talent accelerates Divine Realm evolution, currently concealed. Devotees second rank life forms. 25 first-rank life forms, 644 mortals, 330 in cultivation, methods, 5-element nourishing chi, art, diamond body, unbreakable art, federation, body refining technique, sinew cleansing, marrow washing, art, 10,000 life, primordial unity formation partially mastered, in faith points 10. 67 million generating 27. 2 per day. Structures moon wells, 500 sun springs, 500 brank lingling blood pool, 1 immersing 10 immortal root flesh specimens at 100 capacity special structure fully automated concentration engine, 1 cutting facility loaded with 20 immortal root flesh specimens at 20 capacity, crank transmission towers 5 in assets, coagulated snowflower seeds, 8 in row drank spirit plant immortal root flesh, 30 Bodhi treasure serpent. In within the past 2 centuries the combat prowess of his devotees had undergone a revolutionary transformation. 25 second-rank life forms and over 600 first-rank life forms. This explosive growth stemmed almost entirely from the deployment of 10,000 marrow washing pills. Now, even without additional interventions, daily faith point revenue from devotees alone had climbed into double digits. As Li Qingying had stated, when this figure reached 1,000, the divine realm would undergo a profound metamorphosis. Its area ceiling would expand to 10 million square kilometers, and Yang Fan's own life tier would ascend dramatically, attaining semi-divine status. Though the path to semi-divinity remained long, the first light of dawn was now visible. If the sole objective is divine realm simulation warfare, acquiring armaments need not be urgent, Yang Fan murmured softly. With his devotees' current strength, equipping them all with frank weapons would effortlessly secure him a place within the Luo family rankings top 100. Yet such a course was unnecessary. True strength lay not in external tools, but in the devotees' own cultivation. Besides, the Luo family rankings rewards would remain valid until graduation from senior high school. Moreover, Yang Fan held quiet confidence. Even without optimal equipment, he might yet claim the top 100. In a virtual world within the simulation battle space of the Divine Nation, a notification appears. Federal citizen Yang Fan U identity, divine being U points 361, a win rate 97. 2. Do you wish to participate in matching? Yes. Yang Fan clicks confirm. Random scene generated. Grassland battle begins. The opponent possesses 1 second-tier being and 10 first-tier beings, among which half the soldiers are equipped with a full set of grade weapons. Upon seeing such a lineup, Yang Fan felt no pressure at all, as the disparity in combat power was simply too great. Kill. The sounds of clashing metal resonated across the grassland as soldiers from both sides engaged in battle, quickly resulting in a one-sided massacre. Now within Yang Fan's array of followers there is 1 advanced being for every 15, significantly enhancing the efficiency and strength of the overall formation, allowing for easy victories. Battle concluded. Points 10, current points 371, win rate 97. 5. Do you wish to continue matching? Continue. In a streak of 20 matches, Yang Fan emerged victorious every time. Battle concluded. Points 30, current points 831, win rate 99. 1. Do you wish to continue matching? With Yang Fan's current points, the opponents he faces have become increasingly challenging. In the last battle, half of his soldiers were killed. Continue. Yang Fan wanted to see just how many points he could earn in the Divine Nation simulation battle with his current combat power. The higher the points, the stronger the opponents faced in each match. Although Yang Fan's score was only a few hundred points shy of Luo Bing and others, the gap in strength was still significant. Random scene generation in progress. Valley battle begins. As the voice of the intelligent life form sounded, an inexplicable pressure emerged in front of the army. Upon seeing the enemy's formation, Yang Fan couldn't help but curse. What the hell is this match? Before him stood an army of not a single ordinary person, all of them advanced beings, and not even low-tier ones. Within the simulation station of the divine nation, Yang Fan could clearly sense the specific information of the 3 5th-tier beings, 10 4th-tier beings, 2,000 3rd-tier beings, 2nd-tier beings. Furthermore, the equipment on the opposing side was all high grade, not even a grade, but likely D or crate. At this moment, Yang Fan felt as though he had just emerged from the novice village only to encounter a world boss. The enemy's army charged like arrows released from a bow, and before his soldiers could even form a defensive line, they were slaughtered. Battle failed points 1, current points 830, a win rate 94. 2. Do you wish to continue matching? Upon hearing the notification, Yang Fan felt his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. I protest, the opponent matched against me is far too strong, this is not right. Yang Fan loudly questioned, disregarding whether the intelligent life form would respond. He mainly needed to vent his frustration. Just moments ago, his followers were slaughtered like grass, and Yang Fan was nearing a psychological breakdown. The matching in the Divine Nation simulation battle is determined based on points and win rates. That previous player was indeed very close to your level. The mechanical, synthesized voice of the intelligent life filled the space. Yang Fan felt speechless. Having experienced a significant boost in strength, he was ready to showcase his prowess in the novice village only to encounter a world boss instead. Yang Fan understood clearly that the individual he faced earlier was undoubtedly a prodigy from a major region, most likely participating in the Divine Nation simulation battle for the first time. Monster, Yang Fan stated in his assessment. If he were to continue matching, he was confident his points could still rise, but it was unnecessary as he knew his current performance would definitely place him among the top 100 of the Luo family. Yang Fan returned to reality to check the rankings of the Luo family's Divine Nation simulation battle. 80th place, Yang Fan, 2nd-tier genius, points 830, a win rate 94. 2. Unlike before, when signing investment contracts, the rewards for the family's geniuses are now automatically distributed by intelligent life forms. The moment Yang Fan's results met the criteria, he received a grant from the Luo family. Faith income 132 million. Faith points 142 million. Yang Fan was still immersed in the joy of his asset surge, unaware that the geniuses of the Luo family were in an uproar over his achievement. It had been so long since the awakening of the Divine Nation. While the rankings in the simulation battles fluctuated, they did not shift drastically. Yang Fan had advanced from 2,000th to 300th for the first time, and not many paid attention as it was his first participation in the Divine Nation simulation battle. As a 2nd-tier genius, this result could only be considered mediocre. However, rising from 300th to 80th carried significant implications. At this moment, the genius chat group was buzzing with excitement. Brother Yang is impressive. He actually climbed to 80th on the Luo family leaderboard. You must have held back during your last match in the simulation battle. Impressive, we should chat more when we have the chance. Yang Fan. With this kind of strength, you don't have to be so polite in the group. You definitely have the combat power of the top 50 in Yang County's No. 1 high school. Are you saying the rankings of your Luo family are inflated? Only 80th place, how could that equate to the strength of the top 50? What do you know? Many of our top geniuses from the Luo family have been sent to the city for training since childhood, and they are mostly in the top 100. Li Shuheo looked at the chat content in the group, utterly shocked. He was still ranked over 300 in the Li family, yet Yang Fan had surged to 80th. Were we really classmates? After the shock, Li Shuheo seemed to think of something and directly edited a message. My brother is impressive. Who was it that was so foul-mouthed earlier? Luo Mingxian. After sending this message, Li Shuheo closed the chat group and sat with his legs crossed in his room, looking quite pleased. In the Luo family's villa, Luo Mingxian was furiously slapping the table. Li Shuheo, you a side branch of the Li family, dare to take advantage of me? Just wait for the midterm exam. Luo Mingxian's eyes turned red. After Li Shuheo sent that message, the entire group fell into an awkward silence. Luo Mingxian understood that everyone was silent to avoid offending him directly, and they were likely mocking him. At this moment, he truly hated Yang Fan, who, in his view, Yang Fan must have held back during his first participation in the Divine Nation simulation battle. The act of pretending to be weak had led him to misjudge, causing him to lose such face. With such a high win rate, it was likely that Yang Fan had ended the simulation battle with just 1 defeat. If he had continued, his points could have been even higher. At this moment, Luo Mingxian felt both jealous and furious, along with a hint of helplessness. If Yang Fan's Divine Nation were not protected by federal law, he would have wanted his parents to teach him a lesson. Taking a deep breath, Luo Mingxian forced himself to calm down. I must not rush. Once my mother returns from the wilderness, she will provide me with ample resources, and my Divine Nation will experience explosive growth, potentially surpassing him. Luo Mingxian encouraged himself. Not only the younger generation, but even the elders of the Luo family were paying attention to Yang Fan's sudden rise. At this moment, Luo Changfeng had returned to the Luo family headquarters and was participating in a family meeting. Intelligent Life Form 01 has alerted that family outer clan genius Yang Fan has participated in the Divine Nation simulation battle for the second time, with a significant increase in points, now ranked 80th in the family. The voice of the Intelligent Life Form echoed in the meeting hall. Originally, this family meeting was to discuss the distribution of resources after the recent expedition, but unexpectedly a dark horse had emerged that caught the attention of the Intelligent Life Form. Upon hearing the notification sound, Luo Changfeng momentarily doubted whether his ears had malfunctioned and specifically went to check some information. Good lad, I indeed did not misjudge you. Luo Changfeng was overjoyed and stood up in front of everyone. Old 15 back, when I wanted to offer Yang Fan a better treatment, you disagreed. What do you have to say now? He pointed at the elder sitting beside him and questioned. The contract treatment Yang Fan signed with the Luo family indeed exceeded that of ordinary second-rate geniuses, a decision made by Luo Changfeng against the majority's opinion. At that time, many had opposed it, but considering his granddaughter Luo Rao's situation, they gave him face. Now it seems this has indeed brought a true genius to the Luo family. Ordinary people without resources after receiving investments from large families will experience a surge in strength within a short period. The greater the surge, the stronger the potential of the Divine Nation. It has only been 2 months since the Luo family signed the investment contract with Yang Fan. The Divine Nation has developed for about 60 years, and achieving the 80th place in simulated battles is indeed noteworthy for a dark horse. Indeed, I watched the video of the examination at Yang County No. 1 middle school. Looking back, I underestimated his potential. I remember the initial funding from the family was just 1 billion plus a level building right. Can such a significant strength increase be possible? Chengfeng, you didn't give him your cultivation tower in your Divine Nation, did you? Another elder showed a skeptical expression. Luo Changfeng couldn't help but scoff. Do you think him a fool? The cultivation tower is my core, building the foundation of my existence. He is my granddaughter's husband, not my ancestor. Upon hearing this, the elder who had just spoken also felt it made sense and awkwardly waved his hand. Indeed, the core buildings in the Divine Nation are too important. Unless one's lifespan is nearing its end, not even children would be given such things, let alone an outsider. Everyone, although Yang Fan is from an outside family, he is now considered one of us, especially since my granddaughter is pregnant. I believe the Luo family can increase its investment. After all, Yang Fan is his granddaughter's husband. Since he has talent, Luo Changfeng naturally wanted to take this opportunity to secure more investment for him. This was a rare opportunity during the family council and coincided with the Intelligent Life reporting news. Elder Chengfeng, do you have any suggestions? Asked Luo Hai, the head of the Luo family seated in the main seat. I believe that with Yang Fan's rate of progress, he is comparable to first-rate geniuses. The family can establish another first-rate genius slot. Luo Changfeng took a deep breath. While Luo Chengfeng, you are quite shameless. Based on Yang Fan's current performance, he is likely tens of thousands of miles away from being a first-rate genius. While he may be your son-in-law, you cannot be so biased. That's right, being a first-rate genius is a serious matter. Each requires strategic resources. Not to mention his current potential is insufficient just based on his surname Yang. That point is unacceptable. This is ridiculous. The family head asked for your opinion, not for you to daydream. The Luo family's gods began to voice their complaints. The family resources are limited. Adding one more first-rate genius would mean reducing resources for others, and naturally, everyone is unwilling. All right, Elder Chengfeng, we've known each other for thousands of years, so let's not play the game of asking for sky-high prices and paying back on the ground. Yang Fan has indeed performed well. The family will allocate 500 million to him from the family funds. If he has even better performance in the future, the Luo family will naturally increase its investment. The family needs fresh blood. Even if he doesn't have the Luo surname, as long as he shows enough value, we won't be stingy, Luo Hai declared his decision. Luo Chengfeng, upon hearing this, sat back in his seat, but could hardly suppress the smile on his face. 500 million investment is enough for this lad to develop for a while. Luo Changfeng was in high spirits. Luo Hai continued, back to the main topic. The results of this family's pioneering effort have been considerable. Let's discuss the resource allocation. Upon hearing this, the elders present all became serious. The new resource points involve numerous interests, which is the main purpose of today's meeting. A genius of divine origin is not worthy of their attention. After receiving the resource rewards from the Luo family, Yang Fan had been wandering around the marketplace and the Divine Forum researching what his Divine Nation needed most. Recently, Luo Ro, accompanied by her mother Sun Rong, had been frequently going to the hospital for prenatal checkups. Though her health hadn't improved, her spirits noticeably lifted, perhaps due to her hopeful outlook on the future. Luo Ro pushed open the door, her tone somewhat anxious. Husband Grandpa wants us to go to the virtual world Luo family base to find him. All right. Yang Fan nodded, took the helmet from the bedside table, and helped Luo Ro put it on before both of their consciousnesses entered the virtual world together. I asked Grandpa to send me the coordinates so we could go directly to his studio, said Luo Ro. After her divine nation was damaged, she had rarely entered the virtual world and had never visited the Luo family base to avoid running into people she used to know. Now she felt like a waste. If she encountered acquaintances, she wouldn't even dare to greet them, fearing it would only increase the awkwardness. Using the coordinates, the couple was teleported directly in front of Luo Changfeng. Little Yang, you truly have given me a tremendous surprise this time. Today at the family council, those old codgers looked at me with envy. Luo Changfeng laughed heartily. Luo Ro was somewhat stunned upon hearing this, having no idea what her husband had done to make Grandpa so happy. Luo Ro looked at Yang Fan with a puzzled expression, seemingly waiting for an explanation. Looking at his own granddaughter, Luo Changfeng couldn't help but sigh. Had Luo Rao's divine nation not been damaged, they truly would have been a perfect pair. What is it that Grandpa is referring to? Yang Fan had some guesses in his heart, but dared not confirm. You little brat still don't know what a remarkable thing you've done, do you? Less than 3 months after joining the Luo family, the ranking of the divine nation in simulated battles has already risen to 80th place. Even I underestimated you. Luo Changfeng's face was filled with contentment. Hearing this, Luo Rao's eyes filled with shock. 80th place. Being a direct descendant of the Luo family, she understood the significance of the family's simulated battle rankings. Previously, she could barely squeeze into the top 100 before her college entrance exams, while her husband had now surpassed her best score. It was worth noting that the high school midterms for their grade 3 had not even begun yet. The gap was evident. Luo Changfeng continued, all right, the timing of your participation in the Divine Nation's simulated battle is quite good. The family's Intelligent Life publicly reported it, and even the family head has remembered your name. I secured a direct investment of 500 million faith points for you this time, and the family head has already signed. Your divine nation will receive it shortly. Thank you, Grandpa. Yang Fan was overjoyed. This is the advantage of having someone backing you. Without Luo Changfeng, a first-tier divine, being behind him, the Luo family might not have gone out of their way to give him such a substantial reward. After all, he is Yang, not Luo. During the family's expedition, I encountered a seedling of an ancient elven tree within the divine realm of another race. Although the tree is only 1,000 years old, it is quite rare, so I will embellish it and present it to you. Luo Changfeng took out a card containing information about the ancient elven tree and placed it in Yang Fan's hand. Grandfather, can you really produce a 1,000-year-old elven tree seedling? Luo Ro rolled her eyes. How long have you been married? And you're already starting to turn your elbows outward. Luo Changfeng stroked his beard. Resources must match the divine realm itself, or possessing valuable treasures may attract unwanted attention. In that case, this 1,000-year-old elven tree, resources must match the divine realm itself, or possessing valuable treasures may attract unwanted attention. In that case, this 1,000-year-old elven tree is practically useless. The elves born from it have only mortal strength, offering no assistance at all. Luo Ro stuck out her tongue. What do you know? For a divine realm with divine creatures, even a seedling of an ancient elven tree can greatly improve the ecological environment and enhance the life energy of the realm. Moreover, this thing does not require continuous investment. As time passes, the value of both the elven race it nurtures and the ancient elven tree itself will only increase. And if it were an ancient elven tree of 100,000 or even 1,000,000 years, how could it possibly end up in my hands? Luo Changfeng explained. Luo Ro wanted to argue further, but was pulled back by Yang Fan. Thank you, Grandfather. I really like this elven tree. Regardless of its value, it was given for free, and Yang Fan was not greedy. Seeing Yang Fan's reaction, Luo Changfeng was increasingly satisfied. A 1,000-year-old elven tree seedling is worth between 1 to 300 million belief points. You can choose to sell it, but I recommend cultivating it in the divine realm, especially since you are still young. Based on the richness of life energy in your divine realm, the tree will periodically give birth to elven life. This race is long-lived and is one of the few that can be cultivated as divine creatures, even helping you in divine realm wars. Of course, you can also choose to sell the elves. An adult elf is valued at around 1 million belief points in the market, and they are in short supply, more precious than the water of life. You do not understand the intricacies of this. Luo Ro glared fiercely. Grandfather, you old rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? Luo Changfeng could only awkwardly pinch his nose upon seeing her reaction. Ahem, focus on improving your strength. As long as you show sufficient potential, I guarantee that the investment you receive will not be less than that of the direct descendants of the Luo family. Luo Changfeng changed the subject to encourage Yang Fan. After discussing serious matters, Yang Fan spent some time chatting with Luo Ro and Luo Chengfeng before returning to reality. Husband, I didn't expect your talent to be so remarkable. I've delayed you by being with you, Luo Ro said apologetically as she removed her helmet. For divine beings, under the witness of federal law, marriage transcends direct lineage, making it a community of interests, and seldom do divorces occur. Thus, when choosing a partner, everyone is very cautious, either ensuring compatibility or complementing each other's divine resources. Given the potential Yang Fan has displayed, if Luo Ro hadn't been ambushed by another race, and with a first-tier divine grandfather, they would indeed be a well-matched pair. But currently, she was merely a burden. As a first-tier divine being, Luo Chengfeng had made significant contributions during this expedition. Under normal circumstances, the assistance he provided to Yang Fan would not be so low in value. It was to stabilize his injuries and to purchase a large amount of the water of life, which led to financial strain. Luo Ro understood this, but did not wish for her grandfather to resort to such measures. After the child is born, every extra year of life she has would require a substantial amount of resources. Luo Ro did not want her existence to burden the entire family. It would be better to invest limited resources into Yang Fan's divine realm. The stronger he becomes, the brighter their child's future. What nonsense. Trust me, it won't be long before I can help you restore the divine realm. Yang Fan lightly flicked Luo Ro's forehead. Having this intention is enough. Don't feel too much pressure. The development of the divine realm should be gradual. I understand. The doctor advised me to walk every day. This afternoon I'm going shopping with my mother. Do you need anything? Isn't it easier to just place an order online? Yang Fan said, puzzled, as in this era the internet could already deliver goods. Who would go offline? How could you possibly understand the joy of women shopping? I'm leaving. Luo Ro huffed. Yang Fan shook his head, turning his attention back to the online mall. The rewards from the Luo family had already been credited, and now his belief points within the divine realm had surpassed 600 million, which was the first time Yang Fan had so much capital. Before making any purchases, Yang Fan decided to study the seedling of the ancient elven tree that Luo Chengfeng had given him. He opened the search bar and entered the 4 characters for the ancient elven tree. Ancient elven tree categorized as a special life structure. Based on its value, it can be classified into elven tree seedlings, 1,000-year adult elven trees, 100,000-year holy elven trees, million-year, and the legendary elven divine tree, extremely low birth probability. According to data, such structures have only appeared in the realms of a few high-tier divine beings. Different levels of ancient elven trees will periodically give birth to elven life, depending on the richness of the life energy in their environment. They include little elves, adult elves, elven warriors, elven kings, and the legendary elven emperor. The elven race is long-lived. The longer they live, the stronger they become. Due to racial differences, they cannot produce belief points like believers, but their gentle nature allows them to absorb the life energy that is free in the air as food, allowing them to grow slowly without any resource investment. The elven race not only does not harm the ecology of the divine realm, but their presence can greatly increase the speed of vegetation growth. If their numbers are sufficient, the ecological environment of the divine realm will be very stable. If other divine beings attack the divine realm, the elven race will also join the fight to protect their home. The growth of the ancient elven tree and the elven race is closely related to the richness of life energy in the divine realm. If you intend to cultivate them, you can purchase structures like the moon, that can enhance the life energy of the divine realm, and place them nearby. Looking at the detailed information provided by the intelligent life, Yang Fan became increasingly satisfied with this gift. What does the elven race need most for their development? It is time. Doesn't this perfectly match his evolutionary talent? Without any investment, the strength of the elven race will continue to grow. Perhaps the ancient elven tree will not bring him benefits in the short term, and the strength of the elves it nurtures will not surge as dramatically as that of believers. But as his divine realm develops and evolves over 100,000 or even 1,000,000 years, he will be able to evolve into a powerful elven kingdom. Compared to lowly beasts like the Bodhi treasure snake, Yang Fan felt that he could fully utilize the living space of the divine kingdom to cultivate the elven race. According to the data, wherever the elven race exists, the growth rate of plants increases significantly by 50. If he could spread the elven race throughout the divine kingdom, it would at least be equivalent to a crade planting talent. Currently, Yang Fan has also cultivated a number of low-tier beasts within the divine kingdom. His intention was not to gain much profit from these beasts, but rather to stabilize the ecosystem. If conditions allowed, Yang Fan would sell them all, especially since many rock birds had come recently to steal his blood condensation flowers. Once the elven ancient tree nurtured enough small elves, Yang Fan could attempt to clear out the miscellaneous fish within the divine kingdom, achieving a clear and bright cosmos. Understanding the function of the elven ancient tree, Yang Fan began his grand procurement project. With so many belief points accumulated in the divine kingdom, he had to spend them or he would face divine retribution. First by 80 adult Tai Sui. Yang Fan waved his hand directly, spending 160 million. Currently, the food supply within the divine kingdom was quite abundant. Not only was there the supply of blood pills from the 100 spirits blood pool, but the 20 Tai Sui could produce a large amount of compressed meat every day under the automatic concentrators cutting. Yang Fan could feel that given the current consumption of food by his followers, they could consume at most 18 of the output, and the food warehouse was already piled high. However, the shelf life of these foods was quite long. A person without long-term worries would surely face immediate troubles. Currently, due to the excessive planting of blood condensation flowers, his follower population had not expanded significantly. Moreover, as the strength of the followers increased in the future, their food consumption would surely escalate exponentially. Since belief points were sufficient, he decided to maximize the production capacity of the automatic concentrator. There was never too much stock. Even if they couldn't eat it all, and there was so much that the divine kingdom couldn't hold it, Yang Fan could definitely sell it in the marketplace. This business would never result in a loss. Subsequently, Yang Fan purchased 500 moon wells and 500 sun springs, spending another 300 million. This was to increase fixed investments. After all, such good luck as today would not happen continuously. The high returns from blood condensation flowers would also come to an end after the college entrance examination. For long-term planning, he needed to acquire more fixed assets to increase long-term cash flow. Secondly, it was for the growth of the elven ancient tree. The denser the life aura within the divine kingdom, the faster the elven ancient tree would grow. Since he planned to cultivate the elven race vigorously, Yang Fan naturally had to consider this during his investments. Next, Yang Fan purchased 10,000 washing marrow pills. After the recent development of the divine kingdom, aside from those first and second tier beings, the unbroken followers had long since perished. Yang Fan planned to select the 10,000 mortals with the best qualifications to consume the washing marrow pills, thereby improving the overall quality of his followers. In the blink of an eye, over 600 million belief points had dwindled to just over 80 million. With a thought, Yang Fan loaded all the purchased resources into the divine kingdom. The elven ancient tree was placed deep within the forest of the divine kingdom, after which he used divine power to directly clear a vast area. As the elven ancient tree descended, the surrounding ancient trees seemed to sense something, their branches beginning to sway, as if excited and joyous like humans. Yang Fan could feel that the overall life aura of his divine kingdom had increased a notch. He then arranged the moon wells and sun springs located in Divine Enlightenment City and the newly purchased buildings neatly on both sides of the elven ancient tree. A tremendous life aura instantly filled the entire forest, and the area that Yang Fan had just cleared with divine power began to grow weeds at a visible rate. Yang Fan sensed that the elven ancient tree loved this environment. The branches of the ancient tree were currently enveloped in green leaves and had begun to nurture small elves. God Master Yang Fan. Divine Kingdom area 1 million square kilometers. Talent grade resource talent accelerates the growth of all resources in the Divine Kingdom by 10. SS grade talent evolution, the only talent that can accelerate the evolution of the Divine Kingdom currently hidden. Followers second tier beings, 25 first tier beings, 644 mortals, 33000. Methods 5 elements cultivation method indestructible body technique federation body, refinement technique muscle relaxation, and washing marrow technique 10,000 spirits returning to origin array small completion. Belief points 82. 67 million daily provision of belief points 27. 2. Buildings moon wells x 1000 sun springs x 1000 special life building elven ancient tree 1000 years nurturing small elves grade building 100 spirits blood pool x 1 immersing 10 Tai Sui load rate 100 special building automatic concentrator x 1 cutting factory loaded with 100 Tai Sui load rate 100 crade transmission tower x 5 assets blood condensation flowers x 8 million grade spiritual plant Tai Sui x 110 Bodhi treasure snakes. With the tenfold evolution talent, the currently owned moon wells and sun springs can generate a fixed income of 60 million belief points monthly. This was all thanks to the Luo family's investment in him, something he could never have imagined before. Even so, Yang Fan did not let it go to his head. During this time, the rapid influx and outflux of belief points made him realize one thing: for the development of the Divine Kingdom, no amount of belief points would be sufficient. In the days that followed, Yang Fan's life began to return to a regular routine. Attending classes, browsing the marketplace and divine forums, attending classmate gatherings. Since the Divine Kingdom simulation battle entered the top 100 of the Luo family, those talented classmates had become much more polite to him, often inviting him to organize gatherings. Yang Fan would generally attend. Compared to these prodigies born into prominent families, Yang Fan's experiences were indeed somewhat lacking. Birds of a feather flock together. The sharing from these individuals often enlightened Yang Fan. Over the past few days, Luo Mingxian had not spoken in the group, which made Yang Fan feel considerably peaceful. One day, Yang Fan arrived at the virtual world for class as usual. Today, Li Qingying's expression was particularly serious. There is 1 month left until the midterm examination for the 3rd year. The exam location has already been decided by the school. Li Qingying's tone carried a hint of gravity as she spoke from the podium. All the students in Class 7 of the 3rd year sat up straight. This was the midterm exam, and class division would follow the assessment, its importance second only to the college entrance examination. The exam will take place in the divine kingdom of a demigod from another race, and the deity on the other side is still alive. The entire Class 7 of the 3rd year fell into an unusual silence. A pin drop could be heard. Teacher Lee, I didn't hear wrong, did I? Are we going to invade the divine kingdom of a demigod from another race? A student in the audience raised their hand to ask. Their tone and demeanor nearly suggested they were going to ask if the school intended to send them to their deaths. After all, that was a demigod powerhouse. It was likely that all the divine beings in the entire 3rd year combined wouldn't be enough to fill the gaps in the opponent's teeth. Once they entered the divine kingdom of another race, it would be equivalent to an invasion. At that point, the demigod of the other race would also be able to pinpoint the coordinates of the invader's divine kingdom. If the opposing followers retaliated, given their current strength, how could they survive? Perceiving the confusion among the crowd, Li Qingying explained, the followers of that alien demigod have been significantly weakened by the school's divine powers. The strongest among them will not exceed the 5th tier of beings, and all students are free to collaborate. Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd did not show any signs of relief. Even if their strength had been diminished by the school's higher-ups, they were still demigods. The territory of a demigod's divine kingdom spans over tens of millions of square kilometers, and one can imagine the population of its followers, with many beings having reached various tiers. If this alien demigod chose not to remain entrenched, but instead counterattacked along the coordinates towards their divine kingdom, it would undoubtedly lead to a perilous situation. The difficulty and risk of this midterm examination are too high. Most of the students in Class 7 of the senior year come from ordinary families with 90 following logistical paths, and the followers in the divine kingdom are weak and feeble. Li Qingying, as the head teacher, naturally understood these concerns. This is a decision made by the federal government. No strong individuals can be nurtured in a greenhouse. Compared to the dangers of actual divine kingdom warfare, this school examination has been significantly mitigated. If you are worried about the safety of your divine kingdom, you can choose to stay on the periphery and let the followers engage in some harvesting tasks. The main forces of this alien demigod are concentrated in the central region of the divine kingdom. Considering that our human race's deity is still present, as long as he is not pushed into a corner, he will not mount a large-scale counterinvasion. Li Qingying comforted. Many students, upon hearing this, looked much more at ease. Most of them followed logistical paths, and the followers had little combat capability, so they would not foolishly venture into the core area of the divine kingdom. Due to the inherent life risks in this midterm examination, the school's rewards are equally generous. The entire assessment process will be observed by high-tier intelligent beings. All valuable items obtained within the divine kingdom, including the final score will be determined by the quantity of your harvest. Moreover, all resources gathered during this event can be directly transported back. Upon hearing this, many students revealed expressions of hope. After all, this was an alien divine kingdom where a deity was still alive. The treasures within would undoubtedly be plentiful. Even if it were just the peripheral areas, those low-tier spiritual plants would still be valuable to them as divine beings. Li Qingying continued, in addition, the top 100 students in the school will receive extra rewards. Over 95 of the students in Class 7 of the 3rd year do not feel that these rewards have anything to do with them, yet this does not hinder their astonishment at the school's grand gesture. The special building Fountain of Life, ranked 3rd, has a market price of 1 billion faith points, but there is no stock available. It is a strategic resource, and all transactions are private and peer-to-peer, with the actual price certainly exceeding 2 billion. The rewards for the 2nd and 1st places are even more outrageous, as the school offers any building below grade A from its stock. Yang County No. 1 High School is an official institution, and all teachers are to be sent to the front lines to fight against the alien deities. The school's stock is likely richer than that of local tyrants like the Luo and Li families. The value of grade B buildings varies greatly. Some, like the 100 Spirits Blood Pool, are estimated at only 1 billion, while others can fundamentally change a believer's qualifications or accelerate the entire divine nation's development process, making their value immeasurable. It could be worth tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. It's not that one fears the school rewarding grade B buildings, but rather that they allow you to choose for yourself. This is driving the monsters of Class 1 to madness. It is not hard to imagine that the competition for the top 2 spots in this midterm examination will be fierce, with too many interests at stake enough to even stir the hearts of the deities. The stronger the ability, the more resources one can acquire. In this midterm examination, 99% of the school's investment is focused on the top 2 positions. Yang Fan is equally tempted. This is undoubtedly an opportunity for a leap into greatness. Moments later, Yang Fan subconsciously shook his head. His current strength is still too far from the investment-heavy monsters like Luo Bing and Li Tianeng. What is yours cannot be lost. What is not yours cannot be obtained. Aiming too high only adds to the troubles. After announcing the midterm examination details, Li Qingying directly dismissed the class. At the same time, Yang Fan received an invitation from Li Shihao. Brother Yang, bring Zhang Pang along for a gathering. Yang Fan nodded and sent the coordinates to Zhang Pang before leaving the classroom. This time, Li Shihao chose not to go to Tianxiang Realm, but to a secluded courtyard where tea and snacks were already laid out. There were a total of 7 people, all of whom Yang Fan recognized. Aside from Wang Jinyu, there were also Wang Matzi, Wei Feng, and Umo. These 3 are all servants of Li Shihao. Zhang Pang likely received the invitation because he is a servant of Yang Fan. Brother Yang, please take a seat. This is the guest hall of my Li family. Quiet and private, Li Shihao explained. I thought it was going to be Tianxiang Realm again. If Brother Yang likes it, I will treat you later, but since we have serious matters to discuss today, I chose this place. Never mind, I am now a son-in-law, and must keep my integrity. Yang Fan shook his head. With the talent you have displayed, even the Luo family would take you seriously. Going to Tianxiang Realm is nothing. Having a little wife would be no problem at all. Li Shihao rolled his eyes. Hearing this, Yang Fan simply shook his head. Don't joke around. Brother Li specially invited us here, so I assume there are important matters to discuss. Li Shihao nodded seriously. The location of this midterm examination exceeds my expectations. To achieve good results, we must venture deep into the territories of the alien deities. Relying on one's own strength is impossible, so I wish to seek cooperation. Without waiting for Yang Fan to speak, Li Shihao turned his gaze towards Wang Jinyu. Old Wang, let's be straightforward. With your strength, it's impossible to enter the top 100 of the school. I hope you can help me. Brother, what do you want me to do? Wang Jinyu asked, puzzled. All resources obtained within the alien deities' territories must be sold to me. I will pay you double the price. After the exam ends, I will pay in one lump sum, and if I am fortunate enough to enter the top 100 of the school, I will additionally compensate you with 20 million. Li Shihao stated his conditions. Wang Jinyu nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, okay, I will come to find you before the exam ends. For Wang Jinyu, what he needs most is resources, and being able to sell the gains from this venture at double the price to Li Shihao is also a good choice. Yang Fan looked a bit surprised. It can be done this way. Of course, there is nothing that cannot be traded in this world. For the school, as long as it is not explicitly prohibited, you can do whatever you want. I have looked into the records of past midterm exams at Yang County No. 1 high school, forming alliances, covertly sabotaging others, and even directly robbing classmates have all occurred. As the saying goes, what is not prohibited by law can be done. At this point, Li Shihao's gaze turned serious. With such generous rewards from the school, everything is put to the test in the face of immense benefits. In the examination of the foreign gods realm, one must not only be cautious of the followers of the foreign deities, but also be wary of fellow students. Li Shihao felt that this year's Yang County No. 1 high school seemed to be nurturing a form of Gu, not aiming for the average strength of students, but rather to cultivate a monster or two. Brother Yang, a living demigod's realm, the risks involved are unimaginable. This is essentially the final stage of wilderness exploration. It's understandable to regard this as the work of a demigod, yet I never expected the school to send us here. It is indeed very dangerous. Yang Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. He had witnessed the goblins as tall as small mountains back then, but he did not know what kind of followers were participating in this examination. If we cooperate, we can achieve a win-win situation. After all, we are classmates with a higher level of trust, aren't we? Li Shihao said earnestly. Yang Fan fell into contemplation, weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, Yang Fan shook his head, saying, I currently have no intention of collaborating, sorry. After saying this, Yang Fan turned to give Zhang Pang a glance, and then stood up to exit the virtual world together. Li Shihao had a point. During this midterm exam, one must be cautious not only of the demigods from foreign races, but also of classmates. A demigod's realm of foreign gods naturally contains many treasures, and how the spoils will be divided later raises concerns about backstabbing and whether some might contribute less than others. These are all issues. Human hearts are far more complex than fighting against foreign races. With an SS-level talent, Yang Fan inherently has more resources than others. Cooperating with others to explore the realm brings more disadvantages than advantages. Watching the spot where Yang Fan had disappeared, Li Shihao felt a bit regretful, but could also understand. Now that the other party is from the Luo family, it is natural to prioritize finding partners from the Luo family. Though he and Yang Fan are classmates in the face of such significant matters, personal interests naturally take precedence, and Li Shihao did not see anything wrong with that. On the other side, in the penthouse of Mingwei community, Zhang Pang took off his helmet and began to head downstairs for a meal. He did not pay much attention to the midterm exam as he is currently a subordinate of Yang Fan, and just following him is sufficient. After entering the realm of the foreign gods, he would listen to Yang Fan's arrangements. As a logistics person, there was no need for him to bear such great pressure. Zhang Pang's main concern every day is the growth of the blood coagulation flowers in his realm, and the midterm exam could be pushed to the back. What a pity today Li Shihao, the wealthy dog, is not treating at Tianxiang Renjian, making this trip in vain, Zhang Pang complained while eating. During this time, he had benefited from Yang Fan's influence and had taken advantage of it numerous times. In Yangqing Villa, Yang Fan listed all the mature blood coagulation, flowers, moon dew, and sun essence for sale online. After-tax profit of 275 million has been transferred to the realm. Faith points 52 billion. This time Yang Fan only chose to buy 6 million seeds of blood coagulation flowers because he wanted to clear all the vacant land around the 4 main cities. This midterm exam disrupted Yang Fan's deployment. He must begin to develop the population vigorously. To prevent his followers from wasting time, Yang Fan directly chose to purchase finished buildings from the mechanical divine realm in the mall. Grade steel city, adjustable size, maximum area of 100 square kilometers, priced at 2 million. Merchants note the city is surrounded by fine iron, has basic defensive capabilities, and is equipped with numerous residential and office buildings with complete living facilities ready for immediate use. Yang Fan directly spent 10 million to load 5 steel cities into the divine realm. This is among the most expensive constructions in ordinary cities, but given Yang Fan's current income, he does not mind this expenditure. With the loading of the steel cities into the divine realm, the living area for followers expanded tenfold. Such a vast city only costs 2 million faith points. Indeed, basic materials and ordinary constructions are quite cheap in this era. Subsequently, Yang Fan issued a divine decree. My followers, there will be a life and death battle in 300 years. During this time, everyone should strive to practice diligently and teach the younger generation well and must not harm each other. Thank you for your divine grace. We shall strive our utmost. After completing all this, Yang Fan also purchased a 300-year A-grade breeding card, increasing fertility by 50 and reducing infant mortality by 50. In the first decade, a total of 600 newborns were born. With sufficient food, a comfortable living environment, ample survival space, and the enhancement from the breeding card, female followers typically give birth to 2 children every 3 years. In the first decade, a total of 600 newborns were born. With sufficient food, a comfortable living environment, ample survival space, and the enhancement from the breeding card, female followers typically give birth to 2 children every 3 years. By the third decade, the population of Yang Fan's divine realm had already surpassed 1 million. In the real world, he still attended classes and studied diligently every day. In recent days, Yang Fan also received invitations from other geniuses. Some were from the Blacksmith Association, some from Zhongyuan Building, but most were still from the talented individuals of the Luo family. In just a few days, the entire senior year had formed several teams. Some were organized by the leaders personally inviting Yang Fan, while others were through intermediaries. Li Shihao also invited Yang Fan again, but this time he represented another genius from the Li family. Naturally, Yang Fan chose to decline all of them. Those seeking cooperation are either vastly weaker, existing in a subordinate relationship, or of similar strength, wary of each other. While they all seem enthusiastic and grand at first glance, when it comes to resource allocation, it often ends in betrayal or haggling. In this world, there are no true friends, only absolute interests. Since he has sufficient resources to support him, why would Yang Fan need to play tricks with these people? Moreover, after such a long time, Yang Fan had not heard of any movements from monstrous talents like Luo Bing or Li Tianning. They may either have enough confidence in their own strength, needing no cooperation with others. Or perhaps they exist in a higher circle and Yang Fan, with his current status, is not yet qualified to understand. Yang Fan continued his daily life unperturbed by outside influences. The resources in the divine realm were ample, capable of self-evolving, and aside from interacting with talented classmates, he dedicated an hour each day to reading in the school library. Whether it is the development of the human divine realm or the information about foreign gods, Yang Fan still has much knowledge to acquire. As a deity, the road ahead is long and full of possibilities. He needs to be grounded, taking one step at a time, as long as he is heading in the right direction. During this period, Yang Fan harvested another round of blood coagulation flowers, netting a profit of 120 million. Combined with the income from moon dew and sun essence, his faith points have once again surpassed 400 million. Divine Master Yang Fan. Divine Realm Area 1 million square kilometers. Talent Grade Resource Talent accelerates the growth of all resources in the Divine Realm by 10. SS Level Talent Evolution. The only unique talent can accelerate the evolution of the Divine Realm currently hidden. Followers Second-tier beings, 102 First-tier beings, 3,644 mortals 2. 64 million. Dependents Little Sprites, 52. Methods 5 Elements Cultivation Method Indestructible Skill Federal Body Refinement Technique Muscle Transformation Technique Myriad Spirits Returning to Origin Array Great Accomplishment. Faith Points 4. 62 billion providing 82 faith points daily. Buildings Moon Wells X 1000 Sun Springs X 1000 Special Life Building Ancient Sprite Tree 1000 Years Nurturing Little Sprites Grade Building Blood Pool of 100 Spirits X 1 Immersing 10 Taos Load Rate 100 Special Building Fully Automatic Concentrator X 1 Loading 100 Taos at the Cutting Plant Load Rate 100 Crade Transmission Tower X 5 Grade Steel City X 5 Assets Blood Coagulation Flowers X 6 million Grade Spiritual Plants Taos X 110 Ebody Treasure Snake. After a month of frenzied development, Yang Fan's total population has exceeded 2.5 million. The population had reached this number about a century ago in the Divine Kingdom, but since then it has fluctuated around the critical density. As for the food for the believers, it remains abundant. Even with the population surge, the output of the fully automatic concentrators far exceeds the consumption. What is even more surprising is the believers' understanding of the myriad spirits reversion formation. After reaching a profound level of mastery, the current army of 10,000 has improved the formation's effectiveness by a full 50% compared to before. This is Yang Fan's greatest advantage compared to others. Having comprehended a formation to such an advanced level, he is confident that no one in the entire senior year can achieve this. In these 3 months, while 90 years have passed in others' divine kingdoms, he has experienced a full 900 years. During these 900 years, the believers have continuously practiced the myriad spirits reversion formation, summarizing their experiences and passing them on to the next generation. It's not that his believers are exceptionally gifted, it is time that has honed their skills. The only thing Yang Fan is somewhat dissatisfied with is that after all this time, there have still been no third-level beings born. It's worth noting that 3 months ago, third-level beings had already appeared in the Luo Bing Divine Kingdom, and the opponent is only stronger now. How many resources did Luo Bing bestow upon his believers to improve their qualifications? Yang Fan couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. He had developed for 10 times longer than Luo Bing, yet he still hasn't caught up with his opponent from 3 months ago. Yang Fan understands this. The initial gap between them is too vast. His real explosive progress only began after receiving investments from the Luo family, and the first 3 months of development were exceedingly slow. In 2 days, he will go to Yang County No. 1 high school for the midterm exam. Before that, Yang Fan plans to make a full effort to engage in a simulation battle in the Divine Kingdom. The losses in this midterm exam will undoubtedly be significant, and this is the peak of his combat strength in the Divine Kingdom. Before that, Yang Fan needs to make a trip to the Luo family's base to purchase weapons. The weapon prices within the clan are a full 50% cheaper than in the marketplace, which he learned from another Luo family genius during a recent gathering. The smelting of weapons requires many steps. First, ores are sourced from the market, then they are processed through the smelting equipment of the mechanical Divine Kingdom to refine them into iron essence, which is then used by the believers in the Divine Kingdom to forge weapons and finally sold in bulk at the marketplace. Many merchants engaging in such businesses do not have the capacity to handle the entire process. They can only manage multiple or a single segment. This poses a problem. Every segment must go through the marketplace, which incurs a tax. Layer upon layer of taxation leads to the final burden being borne entirely by the end consumer. This is known as an indirect tax. In the 26748th year of the Divine Kingdom, a deity raised objections regarding this matter, stating that for such complex products, the federal government should reduce taxes to benefit the populace. According to historical records, this caused quite a stir, with news spreading like wildfire. Federal government legislators even held discussions for over 10 days on this issue, eventually reaching a conclusion. Changing the indirect tax to a value-added tax, allowing merchants to purchase tax-related intelligent life forms for deductions. Ordinary divine beings were quite satisfied with this outcome. Although the prices of goods did not decrease, the federal government was still taking action, and it was said that deductions could be applied. Though they did not fully understand, it felt like a substantial benefit. Both higher deities and lower divine beings were pleased with this arrangement. You protect my cake, and I protect your thoughts. Everyone envisions a bright future. During this time, Yang Fan has refrained from using the funds within the Divine Kingdom solely to procure enough. In the last school exam, he suffered from a lack of weapons. Even if they were just the most ordinary iron weapons, if he had had enough supplies at that time, he could have delved much deeper. For mortals, the gap between wearing armor and being unarmed is more than tenfold. Arriving at the Luo family's base in the virtual world, Yang Fan found Zhang Yunxiao. "I've met you, young master Yang," Zhang Yunxiao said, standing up to greet him. Yang Fan was no longer the ordinary second-rate genius he was when he first entered the Luo family. He had entered the top 100 in the Divine Kingdom simulation battle rankings, and as long as he did not fall, he had a great chance of becoming a deity. Zhang Yunxiao's attitude was naturally much more respectful now. If the family has any welfare policies, he will also send a copy of the documents to Yang Fan. This is the benefit brought by a change in status. People tend to seek advantages and avoid harm. The stronger you appear, the greater your potential, and the more people are willing to befriend you. "Zhang Lao, I want to purchase a large number of weapons. Do you know of any sources?" Yang Fan inquired. Yang Fan could have asked Luo Qingfeng, but he thought it unnecessary to trouble his grandfather, a deity, for some low-level weapons, so he sought out this nominal guide. "Yes, I have a friend whose Divine Kingdom mainly focuses on weapon smelting. Talents like young Master Yang can purchase weapons with discounts." "Then please make the introduction," Yang Fan replied. "They'll send him the coordinates right away," Zhang Yunxiao said as he opened the communication window. Before long, a rather rotund, middle-aged man teleported to the location. "Old Zhang, are you sure this is a big deal? You called me here in such a hurry." Though he appeared to weigh 400 or 500 pounds and looked extremely unhealthy, Yang Fan could sense the pressure radiating from him. This man, like Zhang Yunxiao, was a demigod-level powerhouse. "Let me introduce you. This is Luo Taidi, a grade forging talent who specializes in supplying weapons for the Luo family. This is Yang Fan, young Master Yang. You should be familiar with him, right?" "Oh my, it's young Master Yang. Your name has been quite renowned in the Luo family lately. I heard the family head specially allocated you 500 million in funding. Truly impressive at such a young age. I am Luo Taidi, running a bit of a weapon business to make a living. If young Master Yang doesn't mind, you can call me Luo Fatty, just like old John." Luo Taitai had a broad smile on his face. Yang Fan was somewhat unaccustomed to the enthusiasm directed at him and quickly stated, "I want to purchase weapons." "How many does young Master Yang need?" 20,000 sets of grade weapons and 500,000 sets of ordinary iron weapons. "Do you have any specific requirements for the weapons? Swords, spears, halberds, heavy hammers, or?" "Anything is fine, but armor is a must." Yang Fan thought for a moment. "Simple enough, I'll offer you a discount on the 20,000 sets of grade weapons, just 160 million. As for the 500,000 sets of ordinary iron weapons, they have virtually no cost, so I'll consider it a bonus. Let's add each other as friends, and in the future, if young Master Yang has any needs, contact me directly," Luo Taidai said enthusiastically. Hearing the quoted price, Yang Fan was also somewhat surprised. It was considerably lower than he had estimated. "Thank you very much. I will definitely contact you first if I need anything in the future," Yang Fan said sincerely. He directly transferred 160 million faith points, and the other party also delivered the goods on the spot. After the transaction was completed, Yang Fan exchanged some polite words before leaving the virtual world. At that moment in the Luo family base, Zhang Yunxiao curiously asked, "Selling at such a low price, are you still making a profit?" Recently, the family discovered a large ore vein at a new resource point, which has significantly reduced raw material costs. There is still profit to be made. Besides, isn't this our first business deal? With talents like this, once they become demigods or even deities in the future, their demand for weapons will reach astronomical figures. One must have a long-term perspective. Having a long-term partner, even if the profit margin is thin, is far better than letting this scrap metal gather dust in the Divine Kingdom. "You certainly know how to do business," Luo Taitai remarked. "You also need to learn to interact with people. You keep dabbling in those dubious investments within the Divine Kingdom. Though the profits are high, the scale is too small. Investments carry risks, but my believers are reliable. No matter how much I squeeze them, they won't complain. TCH believers are intertwined with our lives. We're the same age, yet you look significantly older than me." Luo Taitai couldn't help but remind him. "Who told me not to carry the Luo surname?" Zhang Yunxiao's eyes showed a hint of melancholy. He too understood the downsides of exploiting the resources of the Divine Kingdom, but without the support of a family, he lacked the qualifications to take risks in business. Returning to reality, Yang Fan loaded the weapons into the Divine Realm and then issued a divine decree to gather the strongest 10,000 followers. Federal citizen Yang Fan, score 830, current win rate 94. 2. Do you wish to begin matching? Begin. Random scene generation in progress. Volcano battle begins. In less than a minute, the battle ended. This time the opponent had 10 second-tier beings, yet throughout the entire battle, Yang Fan's troops suffered less than 100 casualties. One reason is that all were equipped with a full set of grade weapons. The second reason is the formidable Wanling Guiyuan array at the great achievement level. The entire battle was essentially a crushing victory. Score 20, current score 850, win rate 94. 3. Do you wish to continue matching? Continue. After winning 10 consecutive matches, Yang Fan's score surpassed 1,000. At this moment, Yang Fan faced opponents who were third-tier beings, all equipped with complete grade weapons. The leading third-tier being wielded a spear, leading an army of 10,000, like a sharp thorn piercing the throat of the great army. Scatter! A general shouted, and the front-row soldiers holding shields dispersed to the sides, causing the third-tier being to miss its target. With a burst of energy, then a decline, and finally exhaustion. The opposing third-tier being was about to turn back when surrounded by dozens of second-tier beings. Hoping to leverage the physical advantage of the third-tier being to create a gap in the Wanling Guiyuan array, the general was quickly besieged by Yang Fan's forces. Like a dragon entering shallow water, in just a few exchanges the third-tier being lost its head. The Wanling Guiyuan array at the great achievement level executed its strategy effectively, and 10,000 troops moved as one. Although both sides had similar weapons and strength, Yang Fan's side annihilated the opposing army at the cost of less than 500 men. In a distant star's apartment, a young woman removed her helmet, her face filled with frustration. "You know what's wrong? You look so gloomy. I just participated in the Divine Realm simulation battle and encountered a monster. Although the physical quality of the followers was significantly inferior to mine, they managed to annihilate my army at the cost of only a few hundred." "Oh, did you encounter those family youths wearing full sets of crade weapons?" "No, their equipment was similar to mine, but it felt very odd, as if I was being led by the nose." "Pull up the battle video, I will help you take a look." That person has already comprehended the Wanling Guiyuan array at the great achievement level, while you have yet to reach even the minor completion phase, so it's normal to be at a disadvantage. A Wanling Guiyuan array at the great achievement level. How come I haven't encountered one in my matches until now? This person is either coming from a poor background, relying on the logistics route of the Divine Realm with followers who have comprehended the Wanling Guiyuan array through extensive time, resulting in limited future potential. Or they are a young prodigy who has recently awakened their Divine Realm powers, relying on their own understanding to devise the formation and teach it to their followers, a true genius. Which one is he? I'm just a commander overseeing the followers and farming and selling spiritual rice. How could I have access to detailed information about my simulation battle opponent? Quickly take a break and eat. This Divine Realm simulation battle encompasses all divine beings of humanity, and you can encounter all sorts of monsters. If you meet a score chaser, even a 10,000-man army could be wiped out in just a few breaths. There's no need to overthink it. Oh, after the score rose to 1,000, Yang Fan clearly felt that the opponents had become much stronger, with the probability of encountering third-tier beings in the enemy camp increasing. After a few more matches, Yang Fan encountered an opponent with a fourth-tier being and 5 third-tier beings. Their overall strength surpassed Yang Fan's by nearly double. Yang Fan patiently observed the battle. Now his followers' understanding of the Wanling Guiyuan array had surpassed that of the deity himself. He only needed to watch quietly. Through these matches, Yang Fan gradually understood the power of the Wanling Guiyuan array at the great achievement level. Even if the opponent's overall strength exceeded his own, there was still a chance to fight back. A fourth-tier being from the opposing side could easily take on 100 of Yang Fan's followers. With a sweep of its spear, it sent several soldiers in the front line flying. The enemy army was not practicing the Wanling Guiyuan array, but another formation focused on offense. The army acted like a venomous thorn, concentrating all its strength on one point, instantly piercing the formation's core. Seeing this scene, Yang Fan's expression showed some surprise. The Wanling Guiyuan array was the foundational formation awarded to high school seniors by the federal government, known for its strong versatility, integrating cultivation, defense, offense, and mobility. Since the beginning of the Divine Realm simulation battle, Yang Fan had encountered other formations, but this person's formation was particularly terrifying, and judging by its power, it had certainly been comprehended at the minor completion level. He had thought that with the Wanling Guiyuan array at the great achievement level, he could at least put up a fight, even if his strength was lacking, but he didn't expect the opponent to be so strong overall. Soon the formation was breached, and when it came down to raw strength, the opponent annihilated all of Yang Fan's followers at the cost of about 30%. Score 1, current score 1244, win rate 92. 5. Do you wish to continue matching? The voice of the intelligent life form echoed simultaneously. In matching, Yang Fan gently shook his head and withdrew his consciousness from the virtual world. After all, the Wanling Guiyuan array was merely in grade formation, and due to its overly comprehensive nature, it had no advantages. If he encountered a formation with a prominent advantage in a specific area, even if the opponent's comprehension level was not higher than his own, he would still fall into a passive position. I need to purchase other formations. Relying solely on the Wanling Guiyuan array is too simplistic. Yang Fan analyzed his shortcomings. He opened his wristwatch to check the simulation battle leaderboard of the Luo family's Divine Realm. Luo Family Divine Realm Simulation Battle Leaderboard. First place, Luo Hen First Class Genius Score 1950, win rate 63. 2. Second place, Luo Bing First Class Genius Score 1650, win rate 65. 5. 34th place, Yang Fan Second Class Genius Score 1244, win rate 92. 5. 111th place, Luo Mingxuan Second Class Genius Score 842, win rate 51. 2. In this simulation battle, all my followers were equipped with grade weapons pushing their combat power to the limit, yet I only reached 34th place. It's not just me, others are also improving, especially Luo Hen, whose score is nearing 2000. Yang Fan had anticipated this outcome, but it was a pity that this progress wouldn't earn him rewards from the Luo family. The higher the ranking, the more fixed the positions become, especially among the top 100, where the rankings may not change significantly throughout the entire senior year. Within the Luo family, a talented individual opened the leaderboard and suddenly discovered that their rank had dropped by 1. At this moment, various family groups began discussing the matter. It's Yang Fan again. He's now risen to 34th place, pushing me down to the 50th. How unfortunate. He still doesn't know to work hard. He's truly embarrassing me. Dad, can you give me some more resources? As your son, I can't even hold on to the 50th place. It makes you look bad. Have you finished using the resources I gave you last time? And you still have the face to ask for more. The 2026 Genius Exchange Group. Brother Yang, you're amazing. I just saw in the family group that my cousin was pushed out of the top 50 by you, and now he's being reprimanded by the 6th elder. Luo Qingyuan, keep the family affairs within the family. Give me a bit of face, will you? Sorry, I forgot that you were in this group too, my bad. He'll discuss it in another group. You? Are you really not considering a collaboration? Yang Fan. With many hands the work is light. After all, they are demigods from another race, and their followers are definitely numerous. If we don't collaborate, we might easily be encircled and annihilated. Let's team up, brother. I've already recruited 8 people on my side, and our scores in the Divine Kingdom simulation battle are all above 500. Yang Fan. The Genius Exchange Group became lively again as many wanted to recruit Yang Fan once more. After all, only a powerful team has the qualification to venture into the heart of the Divine Kingdom to seek more core resource buildings. However, at this moment, Yang Fan had no time to look at the group messages because he received a call from Luo Chengfeng. How did your strength improve so much? You didn't use some method to exploit your followers' potential, did you? A hurried voice came from the watch. No. What is the strongest strength of your followers now? Second-tier beings. How is that possible? How did you score 1244 points? On the other end of the line, Luo Chengfeng was taken aback, feeling that Yang Fan was joking with him. I have comprehended the myriad spirits returning to origin formation to a great perfection. After a moment of silence, a serious voice from Luo Chengfeng came through. Download all the videos of your participation in today's Divine Kingdom simulation battle and send them to me. Do it immediately. Feeling the seriousness in the other person's tone, Yang Fan complied immediately. The Divine Kingdom simulation battle is extremely strict about personal information protection. Apart from the participants themselves, even deities have no qualification to view it. After sending the videos, Luo Chengfeng replied with wait, and then there was no further news. After watching several battles and confirming that it was indeed the great perfection of the myriad spirits returning to origin formation, Luo Chengfeng couldn't help but curse. I've really hit the jackpot. Without hesitation, Luo Chengfeng directly entered the virtual world to request a meeting with the family head Luo Hai. In the virtual world at the Luo family's Elder Council Hall, only Luo Hai and Luo Chengfeng were present. The walls of the council hall were projecting the battles from Yang Fan's simulation battle. Now the family head believes it right. I was initially worried that he used some method to exploit his followers' potential for this midterm exam, which is why I inquired. I didn't expect this kid's comprehension to be so astonishing. Luo Chengfeng said excitedly. In terms of comprehension, he felt that no one in the younger generation of the Luo family could surpass him. It's a pity. If I had known he could comprehend the formation to great perfection before the exam, our Luo family could have provided pills to help him quickly enhance his followers' strength, and we could have competed for the rewards from this midterm exam. Luo Hai sighed. Ultimately, the strength of Yang Fan's followers was too weak. If he had a large number of third-tier or even fourth-tier beings, he would definitely be a dark horse in this midterm exam. Luo Chengfeng hurriedly said, we cannot just look at the present. With Yang Fan's talent, he will surely become a deity in the future, and his combat power will far exceed that of his peers. He will surely help our Luo family expand and conquer new territories. A genius in formations, the family head should understand the immense value in this. Of course, for such a prodigy, even if he is just a son-in-law of our Luo family, we will do our utmost to cultivate him. Luo Hai nodded seriously. I wonder if the family head has considered adding another quota for a first-tier genius. Luo Chengfeng probed. Luo Hai looked at the projected video and finally sighed. I am willing to give him a chance. If he can enter the top 10 in this midterm exam, I will convene an elder council to vote on it. Thank you, family head. Luo Chengfeng's face lit up with joy. As long as there is a chance it's good. The resources invested in a first-tier genius are enormous, not just faith points. The most precious are some special buildings that cannot be purchased. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, Luo Chengfeng will do everything to fight for Yang Fan. If the Elder Council does not approve, I will still use the family head's authority to reward him with a sea of flesh and blood pool as support. Understood. After Luo Chengfeng left, Luo Hai considered for a long time and still edited a message to send out. Moments later, a cold figure arrived in the meeting room. It was Luo Bing. Father, did you call me here? Just watch first, Luo Hai said, pointing at the battle video on the projection. Luo Bing frowned slightly. So weak and comprehending such a low-level formation as the myriad spirits returning to origin formation to great perfection is simply a waste of time. Luo Bing didn't understand what significance her father wanted her to see in this video. He is your classmate, Yang Fan. What? Finally, a change appeared in Luo Bing's expression. The great perfection of the myriad spirits returning to origin formation was not surprising, but if the person was a senior student, it would be different. In such a short time, even Luo Bing herself could not achieve that. At this moment, the scene from the Day of Awakening appeared in Luo Bing's mind. Clearly, it was only in level talent, yet the Divine Kingdom covered an area of 1,000,000 square kilometers. This person indeed had something special. In this midterm exam, getting first place will be effortless for you. Help this person during the exam and find a way to let him enter the top 10. Why is that? Deities need friends, even friends they can trust with their backs. He is your classmate and has a clean background. He can help you a lot in college. Luo Hai said with deep eyes. Yes, father. Luo Bing would not doubt her father's judgment as he was a third-tier deity. At this moment, Yang Fan was talking with Luo Chengfeng in the virtual world. These are 5000 sets of tier weapons and 1000 sets of tier weapons. I can only give you this much help. Giving more might affect your evaluation. Luo Chengfeng took out 2 cards filled with weapons and handed them to Yang Fan. Thank you, Grandpa. Yang Fan was a bit surprised. These resources were not low in value. Even purchasing them internally in the family would cost at least 2 to 3 billion. Yang Fan never expected that just before the midterm exam, Luo Chengfeng would suddenly provide such a substantial investment. In this school's midterm exam, you must do everything possible to break into the top 10. If successful, a great opportunity awaits you. Luo Chengfeng said with utmost seriousness. Yang Fan nodded, indicating he understood. Even if Luo Chengfeng didn't say it, Yang Fan would strive to improve his ranking. Although the overall strength of his followers was not comparable to those from prestigious families with a population of 2.5 million in his divine kingdom, coupled with his evolution talent, he had enough military resources to support him without worrying about troop losses. He still had the ability to compete for a top 10 spot. Before Yang Fan could exit the virtual world, he saw an invitation message. It was from Luo Bing. If it were any other classmate, Yang Fan would have prepared to ignore it, but he dared not refuse this elder sister's invitation. Gently clicking on the coordinates, Yang Fan's consciousness was directly transported to a meeting room. Sister Bing, what do you need me for? Yang Fan cupped his fists in salute. In the exchange group, others referred to Luo Bing this way. I, Luo Yue, along with Luo Yang, Li Tianheng, and 3 others from the Li family, have formed a 7-member team to prepare for this midterm exam to jointly attack the core of the alien demigod's divine kingdom. Do you want to join us? Luo Bing's voice was very cold, making it hard to discern any emotional changes. I don't think I'm strong enough, am I? Yang Fan asked in confusion. He recognized the names mentioned by Luo Bing as they belonged to the top students. Excluding the advantage of supplementary troops, Yang Fan did not believe he could catch the attention of these geniuses solely based on his strength. Luo Bing said proudly, if I say it's possible, then it's possible. Hearing this, Yang Fan couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why would the other party care for me? Could it be that this icy person has a close relationship with my ruler? Yang Fan was not foolish. The other party's actions were clearly intended to lend him a hand. With 90 of the assets of the Divine Kingdom located in the core area, following them would ensure that even if he only received the smallest piece of the pie, his ranking in the midterm exam would not be low. If he lacked the talent for evolution, Yang Fan would have agreed immediately, but now he wanted to venture alone. After all, this was a divine kingdom of an alien demigod who knew what treasures lay within. If he followed these monsters, how could he possibly be the one to discover valuable structures? Yang Fan took a deep breath and said, Thank you, Sister Bing. I know my strength is lacking, so I won't hold you back. Moreover, I want to explore the divine kingdom on my own. All right. Luo Bing nodded, not insisting further. Her personality was like that, cold and distant. Even though she was puzzled as to why Yang Fan would refuse her, she wouldn't actively ask. Back in reality, Yang Fan looked at Luo Ro, who was lying on the bed, and asked, Ru, are you very familiar with Luo Bing? Luo Ro shook her head. We are just ordinary friends, but after my divine kingdom was damaged, we lost contact. Is that so? A myriad of doubts flooded Yang Fan's mind, and he was somewhat unclear about the significance of Luo Bing's actions. Remembering what Luo Bing had said to him, Yang Fan's heart felt considerably lighter. Luo Bing and Li Tianheng's actions would undoubtedly infuriate that alien demigod. Heading to the core of the divine kingdom was tantamount to raiding the lair. Even if that demigod went mad in the end, the main firepower would definitely be directed at the 7 of them. If someone was willing to attract fire, then the risks for the others would be much smaller. For Yang Fan, while the exam ranking was certainly important, safety was the absolute priority. With my current strength, it would be too risky to hope for the core assets of the demigod's divine kingdom. At that time, I would not only have to withstand the pressure from the demigod's followers, but also guard against Luo Bing and the others. A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Eating meat can lead to overeating, so it's better to choose to drink soup. The road ahead is long, and we should go on while observing without fighting for temporary superiority. Yang Fan murmured to himself. On the day of the exam, all the third-year students gathered on the school playground. The process was the same as the last exam. Luo Chengfeng, Li Yuan, Wan Sanxian, Tai Wuqing. The familiar faces from the last exam had already taken their seats on the high platform. Each student's nutrient pod had been prepared in advance. On the high platform, the elder of the Li family, Li Yuan, couldn't help but say, "Elder Luo, what good luck. I didn't expect you to pick up such a treasure last time." The news of Yang Fan's ranking in the Divine Kingdom simulation battle had already spread throughout the county. As an elder responsible for student recruitment in the Li family, it pained him to see such a genius who had a high probability of becoming a deity snatched away by the Luo family. After all, I married my granddaughter to him. Elder Li Yuan seems to have no granddaughter. Ha! Luo Chengfeng laughed triumphantly. Once others found out that Yang Fan had mastered the 10,000 spirits returning to origin array, they would likely regret it even more. Thinking of this, Luo Chengfeng felt even more pleased. Li Yuan merely snorted. If it had been 3 months ago with Yang Fan's performance, he wouldn't have married his granddaughter regardless, since he had no descendants from the damaged divine kingdom. However, Li Yuan only thought this in his heart. Since they were all deities, there was no need to poke each other's sore spots. Wan Sanxian looked regretful. He had once thought highly of Yang Fan, but he was no match for the Luo family. Director Yang Wanli suddenly appeared on the stage, bowing politely to everyone on the high platform. He then turned around and said in an enthusiastic tone, "Students, this is your second exam in the 3rd year. As for the specifics of the exam, I believe the class teachers have already explained it clearly, so I won't dwell on it further. Now I must inform everyone of the standards for how the exam can end. Either someone breaks into the core of the alien demigod's divine kingdom, or the alien demigod invades the student's divine kingdom, resulting in widespread death among the students. Only then will our school's teachers forcefully terminate the exam. As for the duration of the assessment, I can clearly tell you that there is no time limit. This midterm exam will genuinely result in fatalities." As Yang Wanli's words fell, the 3rd-year students below were mostly in a state of panic. Breaking into the core of the divine kingdom meant having to kill that alien demigod, right? Can divine beings really kill a demigod? As for the invasion of the divine kingdom, what a joke. Those are the followers of a demigod, or would it be themselves who die? Everyone had already prepared mentally, especially the weaker students who had decided to collect valuable spiritual herbs and plants at the edge of the divine kingdom. Now, after hearing Yang Wanli's words, their hearts raced. It felt as if this midterm exam was a den of dragons and tigers. Under the terrifying divine pressure from Yang Wanli, not a single student dared to raise their voice in question. Now everyone enter the nutrient pods. The coordinates are inside. I hope all of you can return alive. Yang Wanli's voice suddenly became chilling, sending shivers down people's spines. Under immense psychological pressure, everyone entered the nutrient pods. The midterm exam officially began. Director Yang, is the requirement for ending the assessment a bit too strict? Li Yuan inquired. Even if the alien demigod had been weakened, relying on a group of divine beings to break into his divine kingdom's core sounded like a fantasy. As for widespread deaths among students, that was even more absurd. This is an exam, not a real divine kingdom war. There's no need to pay such a heavy price. The divine beings on the high platform all frowned. This is the principal's intention, but rest assured what I just said was mainly to scare these kids who haven't been tempered by blood and fire. The principal has signed a contract with the alien demigod. He will hold back. And the core of the divine kingdom. We made a replica for him, Yang Wanli said with a smile. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If it was just a replica, the alien deity would definitely not fight to the death. Everyone would act in this play with Yang County no. One high school using this to nurture the younger generation, while the alien demigod received a chance to live. Yang Wanli raised his hand and pointed to the scarce light screen saying, "The 2026 midterm exam for the third-year students of Yang County officially begins. Please observe, fellow friends." A massive light screen projected onto each student. Everything they could see would be reflected to the outside. Unlike the last assessment, this time it was in the alien divine kingdom. Since the alien deity was still alive, the intelligent beings of the human race could only observe the events occurring inside the divine kingdom through the students, unable to activate the global perspective. Zhang Peng approached Yang Fan and asked, "Brother Yang, what can I do? Your followers lack combat ability. They just stay on the periphery and gather some spiritual plants." Yang Fan surveyed his surroundings. The vegetation was lush, yet the air was permeated with a faint smell of blood and a hint of desolation. Yang Fan speculated that this might be the reason for the school deity's invasion, but perhaps to accommodate their assessment, there had been no widespread destruction. Zhang Peng nodded, saying, "When shall we meet, so I can hand over the resources I've obtained to you? No need, keep them for the development of your divine kingdom." Yang Fan replied nonchalantly. There wasn't much of value on the edges of the divine kingdom, and he aimed to secure a spot in the top 10 for the assessment. Zhang Peng couldn't provide him with much help. But I'm your subordinate deity. Zhang Peng couldn't comprehend Yang Fan's decision. He was well aware of the norms among other subordinate deities where sharing resources with the main deity during assessments was essentially a given. Subordinate deities are essentially part of the main deity, akin to the relationship between a headquarters and its subsidiaries. While they possess autonomy, they operate under the banner of the main deity. During this time, he had already benefited significantly from Yang Fan, and now he didn't even have to surrender the resources obtained from the assessment. This treatment was indeed too generous. If other subordinate deities were to learn of his situation, they would surely envy him to death. "Take care of your safety, and try not to venture too deep. Most of my forces will be engaged in this battle. If your divine kingdom gets invaded, I might not be able to send troops in time," Yang Fan said with a serious expression. "Understood, boss. I promise not to hold you back." Zhang Peng quickly nodded. He had already made up his mind. If he encountered any alien followers, regardless of their strength, he would simply flee. He was still young, and the girls of Tianxiang were waiting for him. He valued his life greatly. After distancing himself from his classmates, Yang Fan immediately summoned the soldiers from his divine kingdom. A total of 500,000 soldiers, 105 second-tier beings, 3,822 first-tier beings, and the rest were mortals. Sensing the ominous atmosphere around him, Yang Fan understood that the danger level here was not low. In a battle, even when fighting a rabbit, one must exert full strength. At this moment, this 50,000 army was his core strength. However, his advantage lay in his evolutionary talent. The soldiers in the divine kingdom were continuously training, and any losses would be quickly replenished by new followers. In the outside world, many deities on the high platform began to comment. "Yang Fan seems a bit weak overall. Could it be that the Luo family is unwilling to invest?" Li Yuan asked with a smile. Luo Chengfeng scoffed. "His strength isn't weak. At least he's in the top 10 of his grade." "Oh." Li Yuan's face showed curiosity. Luo Chengfeng did not explain further. Once Yang Fan unleashed the myriad spirits returning to the origin formation at the peak of his realm, it would undoubtedly shock everyone. He couldn't wait to see Li Yuan's expression once he learned of it. Luo Bing and Li Tianheng's team is quite reckless. They're heading straight for the core of the divine kingdom. They are indeed very confident. Even if they've been weakened, they're still demigods, and the power in the core area cannot be weak. Wan Sanxian suddenly looked at Yang Wanli with curiosity. "Director Yang, how many living forces does this alien demigod have?" "Over 1,000 fifth-tier beings, over 10,000 fourth-tier beings, over 100,000 third-tier beings, and millions of ordinary creatures." Yang Wanli smiled slightly. Principal Hong really dares to apply pressure. Coupled with the harsh environment of the divine kingdom itself, these little fellows are in for a tough time. Luo Chengfeng forced a smile, his gaze toward Yang Fan, carrying a hint of worry. If all the followers of this demigod were to gather in one place, they could easily annihilate the entire senior class. Unlike the divine kingdoms of divine beings, the demigod's divine kingdom had various traps and poisons in addition to its followers. After all, once one becomes a demigod, they must protect their divine kingdom from invasions. Beyond the followers themselves, defensive structures are also necessary. "You brat, you must be cautious. Don't capsize in the ditch," Luo Chengfeng prayed, while looking at Yang Fan's position. Within the alien divine kingdom, Yang Fan was persistently advancing. Due to the nature of intelligent beings at this moment, in addition to seeing the physical environment, he could also discern its value. Ordinary trees, score 0. Ordinary beasts, score 0. Weeds, score 0. After exploring for over 100 kilometers, aside from obtaining some grade spiritual plants, Yang Fan found no other gains. Candidate name Yang Fan, score 13,200. Throughout his journey, Yang Fan began to understand the value judgment rules of intelligent beings, which were essentially tied 1-1 with belief points. However, there was good news. This assessment seemed to have an invisible rule of power. As long as he approached valuable items within 100 meters, he could directly incorporate them into his divine kingdom without needing to send soldiers for collection. The efficiency had indeed improved significantly. Woo woo woo. A loud noise came from deep within the dense forest, and Yang Fan vaguely saw figures darting among the towering trees. Is that a demon monkey? Yang Fan discerned the figure clearly. It was massive, about 3 to 4 times the size of his followers. Alien follower demon monkey, ordinary corpse, value 10 points. Specific information appeared in Yang Fan's irises. There were only about 100 demon monkeys lacking much intelligence. Even when facing his 50,000 army, they showed no fear in their eyes. Upon reaching the ground, the demon monkeys wielded iron rods, creating afterimages as they swung their weapons, and then stood firm, forming a formation. Seeing this scene, Yang Fan couldn't help but say those sticks are quite impressive. Yang Fan waved his hand, and the front line surged forward, easily slaughtering this batch of demon monkeys on first contact. With a thought, Yang Fan collected the corpses into his divine kingdom. Not only for points, but he could also use these corpses to refine blood pills in the 100 spirits blood pool, which was far more efficient than using Tai Sui meat, utilizing everything to its fullest without waste. After advancing about 1,000 kilometers, a sudden scream erupted from behind as a 1,000-man army fell into a swamp. Grade defensive structure swamp triggered score 1000. Yang Fan directly incorporated the swamp structure into his divine kingdom, but the 1,000 ordinary soldiers had already suffocated to death. How many times is this already? This cursed place is simply deadly. Yang Fan couldn't help but complain. He couldn't have discovered these defensive traps had they not been triggered. Throughout his journey, losses varied from a few hundred to over 1,000. He had seen few alien followers, yet he had lost nearly 10,000 ordinary soldiers. Regarding the dangers within the demigod's divine kingdom, Yang Fan's awareness heightened once more. The deeper he went, the more traces of battle surrounded him. Burning fires, poisonous smoke, sword marks, and mountains cleaved by unknown forces. Even merely glimpsing a fraction of the battle, Yang Fan could feel the terrifying conflict that occurred when the school's higher-ups attacked this place. Suddenly, Yang Fan seemed to sense something and commanded, "All troops advance eastward." This was the method Yang Fan devised for scouting. In this foreign deity's domain, he, like ordinary believers, could only observe with his naked eyes. However, as a deity, he held absolute control over his followers. If he wished, he could observe the surrounding environment through the eyes of any believer. Thus, Yang Fan organized scouts in groups of 100 to scout in all directions. A team of scouts had just discovered a tribe of monkeys with at least 5,000 demon monkeys. As the army arrived, Yang Fan finally saw the full picture. The monkey tribe lived in a valley, gathering wild fruits, drawing water with bamboo tubes, while little monkeys frolicked and the larger ones patrolled. Similar to the human tribes, this was essentially a small monkey tribe. Foreign believer demon monkey general tier 3 life, form points 1000. Foreign believer demon monkey soldier tier 2 life, form points 1000. Foreign believer demon monkey soldier tier 1 life, form points 100. This group of demon monkeys was not weak. Most were tiered demon monkeys, while ordinary monkeys were in the minority. Furthermore, Yang Fan could see that many of the demon monkeys were injured, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. Are these the remnants of the soldiers after a sweep by the deity's strong followers? Yang Fan pondered silently. Why have they gathered here? He directed his gaze towards a patch of fiery red peach trees behind the monkey tribe. 10th Sandier Fire Spirit Peach Tree creates spiritual plant points 5000. The entire peach grove behind him contained at least 10,000 trees, and Yang Fan's eyes instantly gleamed with joy. No wonder these monkeys had gathered here. It turned out to be a treasure trove. All troops advance, leave no one alive, Yang Fan ordered. Kill. The valley sides were steep, and it could only accommodate an army of 10,000, making it a defensible, yet hard-to-attack location. However, for Yang Fan this was sufficient. With so many crate spiritual plants, even if it cost lives, he had to seize them, especially since the monkeys were mostly injured. Humans despicable. The Tier 3 demon monkey glared at the suddenly charging human soldiers, his eyes filled with hatred. It was because of these foreign beings that his homeland had been shattered. Monkeys defend against the enemies. All demon monkeys picked up the iron rods in their hands and charged forward. 10,000 spirits returned to origin formation, all spirits as one, all spirits as me. Kill them. Even though this place was easy to defend and hard to attack, the demon monkeys were in such poor condition that they were quickly slaughtered by Yang Fan's army. Neither the demon monkey soldiers nor the babbling little monkeys were spared. Yang Fan waved his hand, collecting all the bodies of these foreign demon monkeys into his divine realm. Those who are not of my kind are bound to have different hearts. These demon monkeys were not pets, but enemies. Yang Fan's eyes held no pity. After clearing the battlefield, Yang Fan also collected the over 10,000 fire spirit peach trees into his divine realm. This income amounted to 60 million faith points. Candidate Yang Fan points 73. 6 million. Truly worthy of a demigod's divine realm, though dangerous, the opportunities are equally abundant. Yang Fan sighed inwardly. The powerful deities outside looked at Yang Fan's gains with some admiration. Lucky indeed, encountering a peach orchard and the troops stationed here are just remnants. Li Yuan could not help but say. The other strong ones nodded in agreement. With so many crate spiritual points before the divine realm was invaded, there should have been at least 50,000 monkey soldiers stationed here. If that were the case, relying on the natural defenses with Yang Fan's army's strength, they would need at least 3 times the manpower to conquer it. Definitely not as easy as it was now. Wan Sanqian looked at the light screen somewhat puzzled. Something's not right. Although these monkey soldiers are injured, most are tiered life forms. Why were the losses so low? Everyone had witnessed Yang Fan's battle. In just a few rounds of fighting, all these demon monkeys were killed. The army of 10,000 only lost around 1,000 men. The casualty rate was surprisingly good. Upon hearing Wan Sanqian's question, the others finally reacted, realizing there seemed to be an issue. Luo Chengfeng struggled to suppress his laughter, trying not to show it. The 10,000 spirits returned to origin formation at the great achievement level. I didn't expect Class 7 to produce such a genius. He must have joined the Luo family. You all have struck gold. Yang Wanli commented, his tone bearing a hint of admiration. Everyone revealed expressions of realization upon hearing this. He has comprehended the 10,000 spirits return to origin formation to great achievement. How is this possible? Li Yuan was shocked. The 10,000 spirits returned to origin formation at the great achievement level was not uncommon, but none of those people were high school students. My granddaughter's husband has good comprehension. Elder Li, are you envious? Luo Chengfeng said proudly. Li Yuan's face turned from green to red, somewhat unwilling as he said, Elder Luo, you're lucky to have picked up a genius junior. Your legacy is secure. Thank you for the compliment. Luo Chengfeng laughed heartily. Watching his proud expression, the others felt both envy and jealousy. In the foreign deities domain, Yang Fan continued to explore deeper and discovered dozens of square-shaped warehouses in a flat area of the mountains. Crate grain storage points 100. He opened the warehouse to find various spiritual fruits inside. Crate fire spirit peach points 50. Crate wood peach points 20. Crate 100 spirit peach points 5. Each warehouse was filled to the brim, and Yang Fan directly packed everything into his divine realm. Candidate Yang Fan points 36 million, current points 125 million. During this period, his harvest visibly increased, likely because he was getting closer to the center of the divine realm. Yang Fan checked his surroundings and discovered monkey tracks which seemed to have left not long ago. Deploy 20 scout teams to investigate from this center. Upon receiving the order, 20 small teams were immediately dispatched to explore. Yang Fan's consciousness remained among the army with his eyes slightly closed, focusing on the scouts' perspectives. Soon he found the traces of the monkey group. Southeast direction, 1,000 elite soldiers set off, the rest stay and rest. Yang Fan issued the divine decree. Upon reaching the destination, Yang Fan looked at a mine cave behind the monkey group, and specific information manifested before his eyes. Medium-sized ore vein containing various basic ores, points 500 million. Seeing this, Yang Fan's breath became heavier. There was actually a mine vein here, and it was medium-sized. The Divine Realm War had caused significant wear on weaponry, while the mine could continuously produce various ores. For those deities with forging talents, a mine vein was akin to a money printer. Thus, even a medium-sized mine vein was worth as much as the lowest value grade construction. Perhaps due to the severe losses of monkey soldiers during the Divine Realm War, there were currently less than 1,000 monkeys guarding the mine. Quickly fight to the finish, leave no one alive. Yang Fan ordered. In less than a quarter of an hour, all the monkey soldiers were dead, and their bodies were collected into Yang Fan's divine realm. Arriving at the entrance of the mine, Yang Fan took a deep breath and silently chanted, collect. The mine was simply too large, and Yang Fan did not understand whether the invisible rules would allow him to collect it into his divine realm. With a loud rumble, the entire mountain trembled, then it vanished into thin air before Yang Fan's eyes. It really worked. I've struck it rich. Yang Fan could feel that a medium-sized mine vein had appeared in his divine realm. Having completed all this, Yang Fan joined his 10,000 elite troops with the main army and continued to. It seems this alien demigod has established a supply line along the route. Yang Fan accepted everything without hesitation. These supplies were quite valuable, and even if he couldn't use them himself, he could sell them in the marketplace after returning. During this journey, Yang Fan encountered a large troop of monkeys numbering around 30,000, with 5,000 monkey warriors among them. However, the position of the monkey troop was quite open, and with an army of 500,000 Yang Fan charged forward, overwhelming them with tenfold strength, ultimately suffering less than 20,000 casualties. Aside from the corpses of these demon monkeys, Yang Fan collected various spiritual fruits, a mishmash of iron rods and weapons, and even grade buildings suitable for monkey habitation, leaving none behind to be stored in his divine realm. Along the way, Yang Fan had already amassed 1.5 billion points. Invasion of others' divine realms to obtain resources is so fast, it's simply addictive. After collecting a crate building in front of him, Yang Fan couldn't help but exclaim. Throughout this journey, his soldiers had suffered losses exceeding 200,000, but fortunately the believers in his divine realm were continuously breeding, growing, and training. This allowed him to maintain his total military strength around 500,000 within the alien divine realm. In the outside world, Luo Changfeng had been smiling from ear to ear, in a great mood these past few days. My son-in-law is truly lucky. He actually found a supply line resources delivered right to his doorstep. With Yang Fan's current achievements, aside from Luo Bing's team heading straight for the core of the divine realm, the results of the other students have been overshadowed by Yang Fan. As long as he keeps this up, a spot in the top 10 of his grade is absolutely guaranteed. The deeper he goes, the more dangerous it becomes. Until now, he hasn't encountered any large monkey armies, and the supply line has just been cleared by the school's strong individuals, making it so easy. Tai Wuching remarked casually. Although Brother Tai is not wrong, his ability to maintain an army of 500,000 indicates a profound foundation in his divine realm. Wan Sanqian murmured. Using breeding cards to increase population before exams is also reasonable. Even at this point in the battle, even Luo Bing and the others are feeling fatigued, with their total military strength dropping by about 30%, yet he has managed to maintain his original numbers. Luck is also a part of strength. After all, the route he chose just happens to have little resistance. In the following time, Yang Fan felt that the monkey troops he encountered were becoming increasingly powerful, with even 5th-tier demon monkey generals appearing. Although Yang Fan eradicated them entirely, due to his numerical advantage, he became increasingly vigilant in his actions. Every time he advanced 10,000 kilometers, he would take a break and dispatch scouts to probe the surroundings. This was to prevent encounters with large monkey armies and to investigate traps. If the entire army moved out and encountered defense traps of grade or above, it could lead to losses of over 10,000 men. Although Yang Fan possessed a sufficient supply of troops, thanks to his evolutionary talents, any significant loss at once would lower his overall strength for a period. Being in the divine realm of an alien demigod with declining combat power was certainly not a good thing. Given the considerable harvest already achieved, the most prudent choice was to proceed steadily and cautiously. My God, there are signs of humans appearing 1,000 miles to the east, the scout reported. The territory of the demigod was too vast, and to conduct thorough reconnaissance on potential dangers, Yang Fan had increased the number of scouting teams from initially 100 to 500. He had nearly allocated 1/10 of his military strength for reconnaissance. In this situation, Yang Fan did not have enough energy to monitor the status of all his believers, so he issued an order: if scouts discovered anything, they should leave one behind at the original position and have the others return to report. Upon receiving the news, Yang Fan immediately connected his consciousness to the soldiers still stationed there, gaining full visibility of the surroundings. A chill pervaded the air, and the entire valley was covered with a thin layer of ice, showing no signs of melting. What is this aura? Luo Bing. Yang Fan's heart trembled. He had sensed Luo Bing's aura before, and the ice layer here shared the same source. How could it be frozen? Could it be that Luo Bing already possesses believers at the Qi refinement realm capable of using ice spells? Yang Fan wondered. However, in an instant, Yang Fan dismissed this idea. It had only been half a year since the awakening of the divine realm, and even if Luo Bing had the ice spiritual root talent, having believers at the Qi refinement realm would be rather absurd. Advancing beyond 5th-tier beings is a significant hurdle. It's akin to the gap between a mortal and a cult. This is also why during this midterm exam, the school's divine beings do not allow alien demigods to have believers exceeding 5th-tier beings. It must be some other means, a special building or ice attribute weapon. After using the bodies of his believers to investigate the area and determine the direction of the enemy's advance, Yang Fan issued a divine decree to recall all scouts. Everyone advance westward, Yang Fan commanded. The ice in the valley had not yet melted, making it highly likely that he was not far from Luo Bing and the others. In the divine realm of this alien demigod, one must be cautious not only of alien believers, but also of his own kind. Yang Fan's strength is not weak, but he could never match Luo Bing and Li Tianheng, especially since they were a team of 7. Searching for resources in another area is preferable. There's no need to wade through the core region's murky waters. Going over there might even put him at odds with Luo Bing and the others. Core of the divine realm. The massive mountain range stretched endlessly, with countless monkey warriors occupying every corner of the mountains, divided into 3 layers. The lowest layer consists of ordinary demon monkeys totaling over 1 million. The middle layer comprises first and second tier monkey warriors exceeding 100,000. The upper layer has over 100 fifth tier beings, over 1,000 fourth tier beings, and more than 10,000 third tier beings. Beyond that, various rare buildings were arranged. The demon monkey army stood at the ready, facing the human army led by Luo Bing and Li Tianheng. Despite the 7-member army having undergone numerous battles, their total military strength still reached 4 to 5 million. However, in terms of height tier beings, they were still far outnumbered by the demon monkey army. Sister Bing, brother Tianheng, this bone is too tough. Oh, can we chew it? One person said with a serious expression. Li Tianheng gazed at the several grade buildings at the center of the alien divine realm, feeling a surge. Indeed, as a demigod powerhouse, there are 5 grade buildings alone, along with a dazzling array of C, D, and A grade buildings that seem endless. This place must account for over 90% of the entire divine realm's resources. Charge, Li Tianheng said earnestly. Luo Bing looked at the milky white light sphere floating at the center of the demon monkey army, her eyes filled with battle intent. The core of the divine realm is right in front of us. How can we retreat? Taking a deep breath, Li Tianheng looked at his companion seriously and said, before we came, we had agreed that Luo Bing and I would take the top 2 spots and the rest of the resources would be evenly divided among you. Once the exam ends, I can also buy the Fountain of Life at 5 times the market price to facilitate your distribution. Is there any objection to this? Let it be known in advance that anyone who dares to slack off will have offended both Luo Bing and me. Think carefully about the consequences. As long as they can take down this tough bone, the resources will easily secure the top 7 spots in the entire school. It is only natural. Sister Bing and brother Tianheng's strength is beyond dispute. No one objects to their claiming first and second place. As for the rewards from 3rd to 7th, he added, to prevent internal discord, will privately convert the prizes into cash and divide them equally. Agreed. I have no objections either. We've already settled this. Let's just act. Seizing the divine realm core of a demi-deity sovereign. That'll be bragging material for me all through senior year 3. Very well, then let us fight. A crippled demi-deity sovereign. I refuse to believe he cannot be brought down. Li Tianheng roared, instantly activating his innate talent, the wild blood, which surged forth to empower every human soldier. Slay. Battle erupted in an instant. In a single clash, nearly 100,000 ordinary monkey demons fell. 10,000 meters above the monkey deity, radiating soft, milky white light. Observe the carnage below, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips. Foolish humans, you truly believe I would store all my treasures in one place? Were it not for the covenant I forged with your human deity, granting me a chance to survive, I would personally lead my legions to exterminate you utterly. For now, I shall indulge you children in this little charade. Consider these structures my ransom payment. The demi-deity monkey's expression tightened with reluctant pain. These were his hard-earned reserves. Fortunately, I was clever enough to relocate my core assets in advance. You could never dream that the most valuable structures in my divine realm lie in the exact opposite direction. Ha ha ha. At that moment, the demi-deity monkey likewise focused intently on directing his demon troops. Not because Luo Bing and Li Tianheng were overwhelmingly powerful, but because he needed to perform his role flawlessly. After all, the human deity was still watching this battlefield. He could not cripple these human prodigies outright, nor could he hold back so much that the trial lost its purpose. For a sovereign of his stature to engage mere divine beastlings demanded exquisite restraint. This final battle drew the gaze of numerous deities across the outer realms. A 5th rank being wielding spirit ice art. Its power is markedly diminished. But how did she accomplish this? The effect of the unique structure, the Ice God Hall. Truly, the Luo clan patriarch dotes upon his daughter. Li Tianheng's wild blood can empower so many at once. Though merely a Class C innate talent, its utility magnifies exponentially as a divine realm matures. No wonder the Li clan grants him first-tier prodigy status. This foolish monkey dares even hold back. His formation crumbled far too swiftly. Even from immense distances, Yang Fan felt the mountains tremble beneath the assault on the divine realm core. They're fighting with such ferocity. It's a life-or-death struggle. Though Yang Fan could not see the battlefield, the subtle tremors echoing across 10,000 li, and the thickening metallic tang of blood saturating the air, spoke unambiguously of unspeakable carnage. Once the divine realm core falls, the midterm exam concludes. I must accelerate my pace. Abandoning scouts, Yang Fan advanced his entire army forward in unified exploration. With Luo Bing and Li Tianheng leading the younger generation, Yang Fan dared not expect too much, yet he still hoped to break into the top 10 of his grade. After all, Luo Chengfeng had assured him a rare opportunity awaited. Within the divine realm, several months had passed. Now Yang Fan was incorporating 20 granaries into his realm. Yang Fan halted mid-step. He suddenly sensed something strange about the dense forest before him. Its floor carpeted with fallen leaves over a meter deep and countless broken branches scattered across the ground. He gazed upward at the towering ancient trees, their crowns conspicuously bare, and frowned in quiet puzzlement. A troop of monkeys passed through. Yet this phenomenon spans the entire forest. Surely hundreds of thousands must have traversed here. No, that cannot be. The Divine Realm Core is locked in fierce combat right now. How could so many monkey soldiers possibly be deployed here? It must be the aftermath of the school deity's campaign against this region. Having unraveled the truth, Yang Fan pressed forward with renewed boldness. At the mouth of a colossal valley, he stared at the countless monkey footprints blanketing the earth, hesitation flickering across his eyes. These are likely remnants from earlier times. Right now, the alien demi-deity is defending the Divine Realm Core. How could he possibly spare forces to station here? This place may yet conceal treasures left behind, worth investigating thoroughly. Yang Fan dispatched a second rank being trained in the light body technique to scout ahead while projecting his own consciousness into the scout's senses. The scout moved with simian grace, swiftly ascending to the valley's rim. Yang Fan's gaze swept downward into the chasm and froze utterly transfixed. Monkey General 5th rank being, 1,000 points. Monkey General 5th rank being, 1,000 points. Monkey soldiers. Every inch of the valley teemed with ranked monkey demons, over 1 million strong. Yang Fan stood dumbstruck, half convinced he had misread the scene. The Divine Realm Core blazed with apocalyptic fury mere miles away. Yet how could such a vast host of demon soldiers remain hidden here? Were they refusing command? Had they abandoned the core? Were they simply sleeping until death arrived? Yang Fan could not comprehend it. Should the core fall, both deity and devotees would perish without exception. In such a moment of existential peril, nearly 1 million disciplined troops chose slumber. What then were they awaiting? These were elite, rigorously trained monkey legions. Otherwise, no monkey with its inherently unruly nature could ever maintain such profound silence. A chill of dread crept into Yang Fan's heart. Should his own forces be discovered by this elite host, they would vanish like crumbs between teeth. Just as Yang Fan prepared to retreat, his eyes caught sight of a structure nestled at the heart of the monkey horde. Class B structure, Monkey Elixir Spring, 2 billion points. Class B structure, Monkey Elixir Spring, 2 billion points. Class B Spirit Plant Pantau Tree, 1 billion points. Class B Spirit Plant Pantau Tree, 1 billion points. Unique Structure Enlightenment Stone, 10 billion points. Wonder Spirit Peach Mountain Unconstructed, 30 billion points. His heart hammered violently within his chest. He issued silent orders directing the light body adept to withdraw with utmost caution back to the main force. Outside the realm, chaos erupted. This monkey demon is truly cunning. He relocated his core assets. This alien demi-deity proves unexpectedly wealthy. No wonder it's Yangxian County No. 1 high school. Such treasures willingly offered as exam prizes. What a pity. Though Luo Bing and Li Tianheng possess formidable strength, they struck at the wrong target. Once the exam ends, perhaps we shouldn't release this monkey demon after all. So many treasures stir even my own covetousness. Everything Yang Fan witnessed had already been laid bare before all observers. Some sighed in regret, others burned with fury, and still others openly voiced intent to seize the demon's divine realm foundation. Wonders were exceedingly rare. Even deities coveted them. Hearing these murmurs, Yang wanly spoke. This demon has sworn a binding covenant with the headmaster. Upon exam conclusion, he shall depart unharmed. Speak with due caution. At his words, the assembled deities, flushed with embarrassment, falling silent. Covenants held absolute authority over deities alike, and with Hong being a third-ranked deity present, none dared entertain treacherous thoughts. All eyes now turned again toward Yang Fan's position, curious, expectant. What choice would he make? Would greed drown his reason? Or would he recognize reality and flee 10,000 li without hesitation? Luo Qingfeng also became tense, praying in his heart, Xiao Yang, you mustn't act foolishly. If you trigger this thing, the demigod monkey will go berserk. This demigod monkey is cunning by nature, adopting a mindset of securing multiple burrows like a wily rabbit, relocating its core assets to this place. If Yang Fan hadn't accidentally stumbled upon it, even they wouldn't have known. If Luo Bing and the others were here, they could indeed make a fight of it, but Yang Fan's strength is far too weak. The disparity in forces is 1 to 2, and the Demon Core army has a large number of 4th and 5th tier being stationed. The combat power is simply not on the same level. Once discovered by the Demon Monkey army, annihilation of the entire force would be a minor issue. If they were to counterattack the Divine Nation following the coordinates, it would be too late for regrets. What is this kid doing? Didn't he retreat? Why is he running to the riverbank? At this moment, within the alien divine nation, Yang Fan's 5,000-strong army had retreated to a position 1,000 miles away from the valley. Yang Fan took out the corpse of a monkey infant from the divine nation. The body of an adult monkey is several times that of a human, while this juvenile monkey is roughly comparable to an adult human. Yang Fan directed his followers to carefully skin the back of this juvenile monkey, trying to avoid damaging the integrity of the skin. Once ready, he let a second-tier soldier skilled in light body techniques slip inside. Once successful, run with all your might to the periphery, Yang Fan decreed in advance. Then the second-tier follower quickly moved towards the valley, mimicking the monkey's actions. The demon monkey army in the valley was asleep, and since Yang Fan was essentially a conscious entity, he could easily approach that cluster of buildings through his followers. Once close enough, he could utilize the power of the rules to absorb all these buildings into the divine nation. As long as the divine nation remains intact, his consciousness would not be harmed. In the end, only a second-tier follower would perish. The only concern was how to escape the pursuit of the alien demigod afterward. Yang Fan was conflicted as such an opportunity lay before him. The risks were considerable, yet he was reluctant to give it up. If it could be achieved, he would run straight to the periphery. When the demon monkey army pursued, the most dangerous part would not be him, but those classmates heading towards the logistics direction. Did the school teachers not say that if demon beasts invaded the student divine nation on a large scale, the exam would naturally be terminated? Those classmates would serve as Yang Fan's shields. He was betting that the school's deities would intervene. Yang Fan was not a wicked person, but he certainly did not consider himself a good one. With substantial benefits at stake and rules to exploit, why shouldn't he gamble? Dead friends do not affect the Taoist. Yang Fan believed and was certain that the school teachers would intervene if they did not. It was the school's irresponsibility. What did that have to do with him? This has nothing to do with me. This has nothing to do with me. This has nothing to do with me. Yang Fan turned to look at the direction of the divine nation's periphery, repeatedly murmuring in his heart. He watched as a figure clad in monkey skin crept forward stealthily. It seemed that the deities outside had guessed something. Yang Wanli suddenly stood up, his expression shocked. This kid intends to exploit the contract rules established between the principal and that monkey to directly steal from them. Cleaning up after a divine nation war is not as simple as this exam. It requires a large number of followers to slowly transport things to one's divine nation. However, in this exam, as long as the distance is sufficient, one can directly incorporate buildings into their divine nation. The simplicity of this was entirely due to Hong Bing's establishment of a contract with the opposing deity. Everything within the divine nation is controlled by the deity, and to put it simply, this was all permitted by this demigod monkey. However, it seems that a flaw has appeared in this contract, and Yang Wanli even felt that Yang Fan's chances of success were extremely high. His audacity is too great. The moment he incorporates these buildings into his divine nation, he will be discovered. At that time, all the demon soldiers of the divine nation will chase him down. Once Yang Fan's followers in this world are wiped out, his consciousness will be drawn into his divine nation, exposing his coordinates, and the enemy will follow suit to enter. This is a path to death. I actually think his idea is quite good and has great potential. Shouldn't the school intervene to save him? Wan Sanxian tentatively asked Yang Wanli. Exactly. If my granddaughter's husband is invaded in his divine nation, the school should terminate this exam. Luo Chengfeng replied anxiously. The principal has been keeping a close eye on this exam. He will make his own decisions. Yang Wanli said slowly. Within the alien divine nation in the valley, a small and short juvenile monkey was cautiously crawling forward. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. Yang Fan's followers were so tense they forgot to breathe, fearing even a hint of human scent might leak out. Just 200 meters away, a fifth-tier demon monkey general opened its eyes and looked at the little monkey by its feet, a hint of confusion flashing in its eyes. Under the gaze of the fifth-tier being, Yang Fan's followers were instantly scared stiff. Charge! Even if we die, we must get within 100 meters. Yang Fan directly issued a divine decree to his soul. The command from the deity made him forget about death at that moment. He exerted all his energy, employing the light body technique, rising on his hind limbs, and shot towards those buildings like an arrow. There are no rules. The fifth-tier demon monkey general opened its right hand and swatted at the follower's back. In its eyes, this underdeveloped monkey dared to ignore the rules and come here. It was simply seeking death. With a loud bang, the terrifying power instantly turned the follower into a puddle of flesh. At that moment, a large number of demon monkeys awakened, for they smelled the scent of alien blood. After a moment of shock, all the fifth-tier demon monkey generals stood up simultaneously, their eyes filled with terror. They realized that all the precious buildings their deity had arranged for them to protect had vanished. Aru, who did this? Run towards the periphery of the divine nation with all your might. Yang Fan issued a divine decree. With the scheme succeeded, Yang Fan did not feel joy, for he knew that the real test was just beginning. The demigod monkey, who was currently acting with Luo Bing and the others, also felt something at this moment. Its gaze was piercing as its consciousness instantly covered the entire divine nation, locating the culprit. Seeking death. The opponent's eyes were filled with anger and madness as it immediately issued a divine decree. Kill all of this person's followers, attack his divine nation, and retrieve all my treasures. All tire buildings could be given to these humans, but his wonder, the Lingtao Mountain, must not be lost. Without Lingtao Mountain, he would lose his opportunity to rise again. Oh, no matter what, he must take it back. Luo Bing and the others suddenly felt a surge of pressure as they realized that all the demon monkeys had gone mad. Kill. Humans, get out of the way or die. Despicable humans, I will kill all of you. Seemingly sensing their deity's anger, all the demon monkeys in the divine nation began to go wild. The battle situation instantly reversed. Luo Bing and the others, who were on the verge of reaching their goal, were suddenly pushed back as the demon monkeys charged recklessly into their formation. Hold the line, enhance with blood rage. I sealed for 1,000 miles. Luo Bing's expression turned cold as an ice arrow shot out, instantly freezing 4 5th-tier demon monkeys. Sister Bing, brother Tianheng, something's off with these demon monkeys. They seem to be using secret techniques, and the formation is about to break. We must retreat to stabilize the formation. Once the grand formation is broken, we will be like sheep to the slaughter. Let's descend the mountain first. Li Tianheng's face was filled with unwillingness. They were so close, just a little bit away. On the other side, Yang Fan's expression was equally grim. These monkey soldiers seemed capable of pinpointing his location, recklessly charging in from all directions to intercept him. In just one day, Yang Fan encountered more than 10 battles. Although the demon monkeys he faced were not strong, they significantly delayed the advance of his main forces. At this moment, Yang Fan dared not waste a single second. He was well aware that the 100,000 demon monkeys were undoubtedly pursuing him. The divine beings of this realm are still present, and all my actions are under their watchful gaze. If this continues, it is only a matter of time before I am caught. Yang Fan's gaze hardened as he issued an order. Leave 2 ordinary soldiers behind, fell the trees in this forest, and pile them together. If the demon monkey army approaches, set them ablaze at the first opportunity, delay them for as long as possible. With orders given as a divine being, Yang Fan's commands would not be questioned by his followers, even if they knew that staying behind meant certain death. We must move faster. The two most important forces of the enemy are at the core of the divine realm and the recent valley. Although there are many monkey soldiers elsewhere, they are extremely dispersed, and I still have the strength to fight them. Once we reach the outskirts, the pressure will shift to the school. To increase their speed, Yang Fan even ordered the soldiers to remove their armor and travel lightly. He did not care if this resulted in greater sacrifices during the march. As for the buildings and spiritual plants encountered along the way, Yang Fan paid them no heed. Luo Bing and Li Tianheng's forces had now dwindled to 2 million. The demon monkey soldiers relentlessly attacked their formation, intent on destruction. Sister Bing, the enemy's divine being, has made a move. These beasts' formations are much stronger than before. We are not their match. Brother Tianheng, we must retreat quickly. There are not many troops left in our divine realm. If we continue, we will all perish here. We underestimated them. Semi-divine beings are not something we can casually confront right now. When we return, I will have my father find a way to deal with this semi-divine being. Since they possess such abilities and began to engage us in back-and-forth combat, are they toying with us? Retreat quickly, run towards the outskirts, and leave 500 behind as a rear guard. Luo Mingxian, how could you abandon me and run? Don't you have any shame? We agreed to advance and retreat together. Bro, I'm sorry. I don't want to die. If I can survive, I'll compensate you for your losses once we get out. Luo Mingxian apologized while fleeing with his troops. What happened? Where did all these demon monkeys come from? Why did they suddenly appear? This is the method of a foreign semi-divine being. That damn school wants our lives. Once I survive and get out, I will tell my father to stop donating to the school. Damn it, I haven't lived enough. If Yanjia, I might not be able to come to Tianxiang realm to see you again. At the outermost part of the divine realm, a classmate screamed, "Foreign believers, they are demon monkeys. Everyone run. Bro, don't panic, I'm here to help you. It's just an ordinary demon monkey. I've bought plenty of weapons and we can surely take down 100 or 200 followers." Zhang Pang stepped back, quickly shielding his classmates in front of him. Let's get out of here, it's too dangerous. I'm still young, I can't take risks. Zhang Pang retreated with his followers. The entire divine realm had descended into chaos, with demon monkeys killing anyone in sight, and the bloodshed only fueled the savagery of these beasts. Outside, a sudden scream rang out on the playground as a nutrient pod was forcibly ejected and a student evaporated before everyone's eyes. The core of the divine realm was breached by demon beasts, and student casualties had already begun to appear. Director Yang, if this continues, we may face a major crisis. Even if students from the first high school are in logistical roles, they can still provide significant support to the front lines. We cannot waste their lives like this, Luo Chengfeng said solemnly. I cannot make that decision. The principal has always been present, and if things go out of control, he will take action himself, Yang Wanli said with a troubled expression. It's all because of your granddaughter's husband, who used the power of rules to move the core structures of the enemy's divine realm. Such despicable tactics are sure to drive them mad. Li Yuan snorted coldly. If Yang Fan truly had strength, it would be one thing, but he relies on underhanded methods. Now he expects all the senior students to bear the burden with him. This is truly disgraceful. Luo Chengfeng replied icily. Yang Fan did not violate any school rules. What's wrong with using certain tactics? Do you expect us to submit a notice to the enemy before engaging in divine realm warfare? Tell them when I will attack. You? As it seemed the two would argue, Yang Wanli interjected. All right, Yang Fan is not at fault. Ultimately, it is our school that failed to consider the situation thoroughly. In order to cultivate the students' combat awareness, we did not want them to waste time gathering resources, which is why the principal added this clause to the contract. In Yang Wanli's view, Yang Fan's actions were not problematic, it was just that the consequences were rather severe. This monkey seemed to have gone mad, and if this continued, it would not be an assessment, but a massacre. Principal, please don't have too high expectations of these students. Take action quickly. Yang Wanli thought. Yang Fan had been sprinting within the divine realm for over a month, now having encountered no less than 100 ambushes with the enemy deploying as many as 300 troops. Moreover, with various defensive structures and harsh environments encountered, his losses over the past month had surpassed all prior ones combined, with nearly 7,000 ordinary soldiers depleted. Now Yang Fan had only 30,000 elite soldiers left. Even with his evolution talent, he could not withstand such expenditure. Request another 50,000 older soldiers and 50,000 women from the divine realm to cut trees and dig trenches. Yang Fan issued another order. To block the pursuers, he even sacrificed nearly 50,000 non-combatant women and elderly followers. If this continued, he would even have to pull out the children in the divine realm who had not yet grown up. No wonder they are semi-divine beings, they are indeed terrifying. Yang Fan said with a grim expression. His journey had been too smooth, leading him to underestimate the strength of this semi-divine being. If this pace continued, he might not be able to escape. At that moment, a small squad of soldiers suddenly approached with a report. My God, we've discovered traces of the human race just ahead. Yang Fan's eyes brightened at the words. Catch up to them, Yang Fan commanded. After a day, he finally found the team, which included Luo Bing and others. At this point, the breath of their followers was also quite weak, as if they had just undergone a fierce battle, yet their numbers still reached 2 million, making them the strongest team in the senior grade. Sister Bing, Brother Tianheng, help. These monkeys have gone mad. Yang Fan's consciousness called out loudly. How did you end up here? Li Tianheng's face showed surprise. Naturally, he recognized Yang Fan, as they were group members, and Yang Fan's performance in the recent Divine Realm simulated battle had been noteworthy. However, this place still belonged to the core area of the Divine Realm, and he did not expect Yang Fan to dare to explore here. I was originally searching for resources on the outskirts, but for some unknown reason the demon monkeys suddenly went mad and chased me everywhere. In my panic, I fled here. Yang Fan explained hastily, his eyes filled with bitterness. Brother Tianheng and Sister Bing, I still have around 300,000 to 400,000 followers. Although they are not very strong, they can help you scout ahead. This cursed place has plenty of traps and defensive structures. Yang Fan showcased his value. Luo Bing nodded, wanting to agree, but the 4 from the Li family were unwilling. How many followers would it take to scout? They had no need to carry a burden. Yang Fan carefully observed the changing expressions of the crowd. Before anyone could speak, he immediately retrieved resources from his divine realm. 50 crate food storage units, countless spiritual fruits, and 1 medium-sized mine. Suddenly, a massive mine appeared, shaking the mountains. This is my greatest harvest from this trip. I hope Brother Tianheng can take care of me. This place is too dangerous. Yang Fan respectfully bowed to Li Tianheng. Seeing this, everyone looked significantly more favorable. This was nearly 1 billion points. They hadn't expected that this person before them had such a great harvest. If they could safely wait until the assessment ended, given the resources here, this person should be able to rank in the top 10, right? You are from the Luo family. Taking you out is only right. No need for such formalities, Luo Bing spoke. Upon hearing this, the 4 from the Li family clearly looked displeased. Although they had gained quite a bit, they had not obtained a single piece of the core assets of the Divine Realm. Now they all felt a simmering anger. Sister Bing, what you said is incorrect. I seek your protection. How can I offer nothing in return? The Divine Realm war is too dangerous. After this experience, I understand that I must never attempt something beyond my capabilities again. Although I handed over most of my gains, I learned valuable lessons from it. Most importantly, I made friends with all of you. I never had the chance to curry favor with you before. Yang Fan scratched his head, a hint of shyness appearing on his face. Seeing this, Li Tianheng quickly stepped forward, waving his right hand to gather the resources into the divine realm. Brother Yang, rest assured I will ensure your safety. Seeing Yang Fan's understanding, Li Tianheng's impression of him improved considerably. Taking him out of the core area of the divine realm and asking for a protection fee is perfectly reasonable, right? Thank you, Brother Tianheng. If there's anything you need in the future, just let me know. Yang Fan stepped forward, looking at Li Tianheng with gratitude, a demeanor of complete submission to him. Seeing this scene, the three from the Luo family looked somewhat displeased, but they said nothing more. After all, this place was fraught with danger, and they needed to cooperate fully. Meanwhile, in the outside world, elderly Yuan from the Li family could no longer contain himself. He slammed the bench, stood up, and pointed at Luo Chengfeng, scolding, "Is this your granddaughter's husband?" Utterly shameless. Li Tianheng and the others were unaware of the true situation. They were being sold without even knowing it. Although Luo Chengfeng felt somewhat embarrassed, he retorted, "In life-and-death situations, how can we speak of heroism? Besides, your Li family's genius seems quite satisfied with this protection fee." Satisfied, my foot. Why doesn't he bring out that wonder? Li Yuan was so angry that he spat blood. Taking Yang Fan along, Luo Bing and Li Yuan would face the full wrath of the demigods, and with these resources they might not even be able to cover their losses in the end. This Yang Fan is simply a gluttonous fiend. This kid is too ruthless. Tai Wuching chuckled, already deciding that he needed to keep his son Tai Feng away from this classmate after they returned. Ha ha ha, I'm starting to admire this kid's shamelessness. Wan Sanqian laughed heartily. Clearly not that strong, but relying on his acting skills, he had the top two students completely wrapped around his finger. That is a skill in itself. These deities had mostly lived for thousands of years, and seeing such a comical scene unfold among the younger generation, they couldn't help but smile as well. After joining Luo Bing and Li Tianheng's group, Yang Fan felt much less pressure. As for sending followers to scout ahead, he had no complaints, always taking the lead. Moreover, because he was not afraid of losing followers, the efficiency of scouting increased significantly and their speed of departure hastened. Damn, why have I been so unlucky these days? The number of these demon monkeys has increased 2 to 3 times. It is indeed strange. Seeing the confusion on everyone's faces, Yang Fan hurriedly said, "A month ago the demon beasts here suddenly went mad. Did you all seize the core structure of this demigod monkey?" Upon hearing this, Li Tianheng's face twitched, and he did not respond. They did seize it, but they didn't get anything. The expressions of everyone turned gloomy, and they speculated that they were probably close to success, which had driven the alien demigods insane. Having gained nothing but stirring up trouble for themselves. It would be embarrassing to speak of it. What do we do now? One person inquired, as their losses during this period had been too great, and only the elite of their followers remained, having already decreased by 500,000. Let's go to the outskirts and regroup with the other classmates. We can only wait for the teachers from the school to take action. Luo Bing sighed. Damn those school teachers, is this a midterm exam? They are playing with me. Stop complaining and hurry up and leave. I have a feeling that danger is approaching, Li Tianheng said, looking towards the core area of the divine realm with a hint of worry in his heart. Yes, let's run, Yang Fan echoed. If they were caught up by that group of monkey soldiers in the valley, even Luo Bing and Li Tianheng's team would not fare well. To the big shots of the school, how much longer do you plan to watch this play? Hurry up and take action. Yang Fan prayed repeatedly in his heart. Li Tianheng indeed kept his word. During this time, aside from having Yang Fan scout ahead, they had resolved all the demon monkey soldiers they encountered among the 7 of them. Thanks to his recent training, Yang Fan had gained quite a few mortal followers in the divine realm. Just ahead, we are almost at the outskirts. Luo Bing let out a sigh of relief, her eyes also filled with fatigue. Just then, everyone instinctively turned around. Thick smoke billowed and ancient trees groaned as millions of monkey soldiers swarmed towards them. Damn it, I didn't seize a single grade structure, and they actually chased us here. Li Tianheng was furious. This alien demigod is insane. We have expended too much. Don't confront them, Heathen. Let's get out of here quickly. Another person's expression turned grave. Just then, a 5th-tier general among the monkeys let out a thunderous roar. Humans, drop the structures, and we will spare your lives. Seeing this, Yang Fan rushed out, pointing at the demon monkey army, saying, "A bunch of beasts, your god is already a captive of my human race. If you don't obediently surrender your structures and beg for mercy, how dare you bark at us?" Looking at the culprit before them, the demon monkey army could no longer tolerate it. Kill. Kill all humans. For the god, kill all humans. No longer speaking, those demon monkeys charged at the army like madmen. Seeing this, Li Tianheng instantly activated his talent Blood Frenzy, a surge of exhilarating power enveloping all the followers. Maintain formation and kill them all. As the leading figure of the Li family in this generation, Li Tianheng had never endured such humiliation. He had failed to secure a single core building and was now being chased by a pack of beasts for millions of kilometers. At this moment, Yang Fan took a step back and shouted at Li Tianheng, "Brother Tianheng and sister Luo Bing, these demon beasts are too powerful. We cannot match them in strength. I will go ahead to scout the path, ensuring that the upcoming journey will have no traps. You all should fight and retreat, prioritizing safety. Once we grow stronger, we will annihilate these alien gods together." Li Tianheng was momentarily stunned by these words, feeling they made some sense, yet sensing something was amiss. "Wait a minute, brother, what happened to your previous righteous indignation? Weren't we supposed to fight to the death? Why are you the first to run?" Brother Tianheng, Yang Fan is right. Our divine nation has suffered too many losses and our followers are in dire straits. It is best to fight while retreating until the school gods intervene. Don't act impulsively. Maintain formation and slowly retreat. With Yang Fan scouting ahead, we at least don't have to worry about traps, Luo Bing also chimed in. The disparity in strength between both sides was too great. Even with Li Tianheng's fierce bloodline talent, they would eventually be defeated if the battle prolonged. Yang Fan summoned 500,000 followers from the divine nation. These people had no armor, no weapons, and some didn't even have clothes. Their purpose was to use their lives to uncover all the poisons, traps, and defensive structures in this dense forest. The army of demon beasts was closing in. He couldn't afford to waste any time. "Luo Bing, Li Tianheng, you must hold on." Yang Fan silently cheered for them. The sounds of battle, slaughter, and screams filled the air. Trees fell one after another, and the remnants of both humans and demon beasts littered the forest. Luo Bing decisively left 50,000 people to hold the rear, while the remaining followers caught up with Yang Fan. 3 days later, they finally regrouped. Seeing that Yang Fan had so many followers without even clothes, a hint of pity flashed in Li Tianheng's eyes. "Brother, I see your sacrifices. Be careful not to shake the foundation of your divine nation. If the losses among the followers are too severe, it will greatly hinder the development pace of the divine nation." Li Tianheng stepped forward and patted Yang Fan's shoulder, a hint of brotherly affection in his gaze. Yang Fan's eyes showed a fleeting awkwardness, but he quickly masked the emotion. "We are almost there. Next we will scout the path. You should recall these followers to the divine nation. Women and children are the cornerstone for the future development of the divine nation. They must not suffer excessive casualties. Indeed, from here on it relies on us. If it weren't for your use of a large number of followers to scout, we wouldn't have arrived here so quickly. I acknowledge you as my brother. After we go out, I will book a private room for you." "Ha ha ha, let's go together then. Sister Bing, do you want male models? I know a great place." "Shut up, don't let your guard down. I sense that these alien demigods won't give up easily." Luo Bing's expression darkened. Normally she would teach him a lesson, but after this period of life and death experience, their relationships had indeed improved significantly. Yang Fan's expression turned serious as he said, "This is what I should do. Your followers are stronger than me. How can I waste them on such matters? I absolutely cannot hold the team back." Yang Fan's sincerity was evident. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of thousands of believers set off once more. It was somewhat awkward. At this rate, by the end of this assessment, he might offend quite a few people. The 7 of them were representatives of the younger generation from the Luo and Li families, and he feared he would end up offending all the talented members of these families. With gain comes loss, but compared to the rewards, Yang Fan felt everything was worthwhile. In the future, I should speak less in the genius group chat to avoid being scolded. Yang Fan made a decision in his heart. The further out they went, the weaker the resistance encountered. After all, the demon monkeys living here were mostly low-level beings. They were not very intelligent and could only use their lives to hinder Yang Fan and his party. After another month of frantic running, they finally reached the clearing where they had initially entered the alien god's country. This area was already filled with high school seniors, surrounded by hundreds of thousands of ordinary demon monkeys. It seemed that there were rules in place, as those demon monkeys, despite their menacing posturing, could not enter. The students on the logistics side, looking at the crowd of demon monkeys outside, swallowed hard, feeling a bit scared. "I think I want to drop out of Yang County now. One high school, this midterm exam is just outrageous. Feng Xiao, Jun Gu Xiao, you have all been attacked by these beasts, their fates unknown. Our class too, I know that 2 have already perished. When I get out, I will report to the federal government. The school simply does not regard the lives of students like us in logistics as significant. Are Luo Bing and Li Tianheng's team back yet? What could have happened? It shouldn't be possible. Their strength is sufficient to venture into the core of the divine nation. Do you think Luo Bing and the others might have seized the core assets of this demigod? That's highly likely, otherwise the other side wouldn't be so frenzied. Those filthy monkeys looked at me as if I were their sworn enemy. It terrified me." Li Shihao had already returned to the 7th class camp, looking into the distance with the same worry in his heart. "Brother Yan, you must be safe. At that moment, a terrifying force suddenly disrupted the crowd of monkeys outside. I seal. Luo Bing casually uttered a word, and nearly 10,000 ordinary demon monkeys were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Windbreak slash. Li Tianheng's fifth-tier follower wielded a long knife sweeping through the ice, instantly shattering it and clearing a path. Seeing the students in the safe zone surrounded by demon monkeys, yet not attacked, Luo Bing and the others knew this place was a safe area. After recalling their followers to the divine nation, they stepped in. Luo Bing and Li Tianheng are back. What terrifying strength. Was that just a follower at the Qi refinement stage? It seems they really have penetrated deep into this demigod's divine nation. How impressive. I wonder what assets this alien demigod possesses. Everyone looked at Luo Bing and the others, their faces filled with envy. Brother Yang, what are you doing here? Li Shihao exclaimed. Brother Li, this exam has been truly thrilling. Yang Fan let out a long breath, feeling mentally exhausted. Li Tianheng approached, patting Yang Fan's shoulder. Let's go out for a drink together. I consider you a true friend. Your help was invaluable in ensuring our smooth return. However, we have resources that we can use. After we go out, I will discuss with others about compensating you with belief points. Upon hearing this, the others in the team did not refute Li Tianheng. Life and death friendships cannot be compared to a few billion belief points. In the future, whether in college or society, friends like Yang Fan, who can come through in critical moments to support the entire divine nation, are the ones truly worthy of trust. No, this is what I should do. Without you, I might not have made it out alive. Yang Fan hurriedly waved his hand, his expression serious, as if he felt that accepting belief points from them would be beneath him. I understand your point. It is indeed inappropriate for brothers to keep track of such things. Remember to come to me if you encounter difficulties in the future, Li Tianheng promised. Although Yang Fan is a talented outsider from the Luo family, the Luo and Li families are not enemies. Making friends is all that matters. Li Tianheng only cares about sincerity. Luo Bing also said to Yang Fan, if you encounter any trouble in the future, just come to me directly. At that moment, Luo Bing finally understood why her father had asked her to take care of him during this exam. Her father's insight was indeed better than her own. Such a person is worth forming a deep connection with. Brother Yang, we are returning to our camp. Once we are out, we must meet up often. Don't forget Tianxiang Renjian. I can book you the presidential suite if you want. Everyone exchanged words, bidding farewell to Yang Fan. Seeing this scene, the other high school seniors were utterly baffled. What had Yang Fan done? How could he be on such friendly terms with these top-ranking students? Such an excellent network of connections. This kid has struck gold. Back in Class 7, Li Shihao looked on with envy and said, Brother Yang, I finally understand why you didn't accept my invitation. You managed to join Brother Tianheng's team. Little brother admires you. If you become successful, remember to help me out. Li brother, remember to keep your distance from me for a while. Why? To avoid collateral damage. At this moment, Zhang Pang stood beside Yang Fan like a victorious rooster, fully embodying the role of the top sycophant in the senior year. Brother Yang, you're amazing. The most correct thing I've done in my life is to become your loyal follower. Zhang Pang said quietly. Stay far away from me if you don't want to die. Keep a low profile for now. Huh. You can't leave without taking me with you. I'm your loyal follower. Zhang Pang's expression turned anxious. It's complicated. For your own good, it's best to act like you don't know me from now on. Yang Fan spoke earnestly. They were close friends, and seeing Yang Fan's expression, Zhang Pang understood that something serious was likely happening. Trusting Yang Fan, Zhang Pang quietly moved to the far corner of the classroom, no longer talking to anyone. At this moment, 1,000,000 demon soldiers appeared in the nearby mountains, rushing towards this location like a tidal wave. What's going on? Didn't we reach safety here? How do we get out of here? Has the midterm exam not finished yet? I just realized I'm back in my divine realm. Those demons won't chase us here, right? The fifth-tier demon generals exuded a terrifying aura, causing several weaker students to tremble. Bang, 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 bang. The demon monkey's hands slammed wildly, but outside this open space, there seemed to be an invisible wall of air. No matter how hard they tried, they could not breach it. A shadow the size of a mountain floated in the sky. Although it was a consciousness, its appearance was nearly identical to those demon monkeys. An alien demigod. A gasp rose from the crowd. Humans, return what belongs to me. The demigod monkey's gaze was fixated on the spot where Yang Fan was. Yang Fan simply closed his eyes, feigning fear. Having reached this point, he didn't believe the school's divine powers were unaware of this matter. How could they spit out the meat already in their mouths? Seeking death. The demigod's shadow in the sky condensed into a giant iron rod, which came crashing down towards everyone. This was the opponent's divine realm, with a thought they could manipulate all energies. The enormous iron rod fell, producing a terrifying sonic boom, causing even the space to begin to shatter. All the high school students present were so frightened that they froze in place, almost forgetting to breathe. You have violated the contract. A voice echoed from the void. The voice seemed to carry an invisible magic, The devastating attack vanished without a trace in that moment. The demigod monkey was filled with rage, Hongbing. All I want is the wonder. The contract is established. I will let you go, or do you wish to die here? The alien demigod's face was filled with resentment as it glanced at the position of Class 7, seemingly wanting to remember Yang Fan forever before turning to leave. Faced with a divine being, no matter how unwilling it was powerless. Continuing to resist would only lead to the destruction of its divine realm's core. The midterm exam is over, consciousness returning. As Hongbing's voice fell, all students felt a great pull, their consciousness instantly returning to the nutrient pods. Yang Fan opened the pod door. Upon returning to reality, he felt a bit stiff. A whole month had passed since the midterm exam. Yang Wanli stood up and loudly said, "Now I will announce the rankings." At the same time, the sky's light curtain changed and the images from inside the divine realms began to shatter, followed by lines of text appearing. Midterm exam rankings. First place, a Yang Fan from Class 7, score 47. 123 billion. Second place, Luo Bing from Class 1, score 6. 469 billion. Third place, Li Tianheng from Class 1, score 6. 23 billion. Fourth place. As the rankings were announced, the entire playground fell silent. To be precise, they did not continue looking after seeing the first line of text. What is going on? First place is Yang Fan. What on earth did he do? Did he infiltrate the lair of the demigod? In an instant, everyone had a similar thought. Could it be that this guy was the one who drove those demon beasts mad? Impossible. Is there a mistake? Why am I only in third place? There's no way Yang Fan could be first. Li Tianheng's expression twisted gradually. In this midterm exam, Li Tianheng was determined to secure second place. He had even thought about what building he would pick from the school's storage. As long as he obtained that building, his followers' development would undergo a qualitative leap, and even the top 2 universities in the Federation would have a chance to apply. At this moment, he simply could not accept this outcome. Moreover, why Yang Fan? His brother. From the depths of the divine realm to the safety zone, he had been under his protection. How could this be possible? It was completely incomprehensible. Li Tianheng felt as if his worldview was beginning to collapse. You fool. You've been sold and still don't know it. Li Yuan couldn't hold back any longer and burst out with a curse. Sixth uncle me. Li Tianheng. Li Yuan didn't want to waste words. He directly looked at Yang Wanli and said, "Director Yang, could you please make the midterm exam footage public? Not for any other reason, but to give the young ones a warning. Sometimes friends can be more treacherous than enemies." As he spoke, Li Yuan's gaze fixed intently on Yang Fan. A first-tier divine being at this moment was actually gritting his teeth in anger. Seeing this scene, all the high school seniors were bewildered. What exactly had Yang Fan done? A question arose in everyone's mind. This. Yang Wanli hesitated. After all, this was against the rules. But the voice of Principal Hongbing echoed in the sky. The light curtain changed again, directly pulling the progress bar to the scene where Yang Fan led his followers to the valley, allowing his followers to get into the infant demon monkey's skin and using the rules to acquire buildings worth 3 to 400 billion. Then the demon beasts erupted in chaos, and Luo Bing and Li Tianheng also failed and were forced to flee. Following that, Yang Fan encountered Luo Bing and her group. "Sister Bing, brother Tianheng, these resources are for me." Everything that happened in the divine realm was clearly recorded by the intelligent life. From how Yang Fan obtained the core building to his show of weakness using Luo Bing and Li Tianheng to return to the safety zone. His cunning tactics were top-notch. In front of everyone's eyes, these scenes played out like a movie, almost as if they were torturing Yang Fan. Yang Fan took a deep breath, lowered his head, and stood in place without looking at anyone. As the saying goes, as long as I am not embarrassed, it is others who should feel awkward. My brother Yang, no wonder you asked me to stay away from you, right? We won't end up as the most despised in school, will we? Zhang Pang's face turned pale with fear. His older brother was treating the top 10 geniuses of the school like fools. The problem is that it actually succeeded. It's impressive, but the consequences are severe. These people are all powerful with extraordinary backgrounds, and it's hard to imagine how the remainder of their high school life will unfold. After the broadcast concluded, Li Yuan glared at Li Tianheng and said, "You fool, how could my Li family produce such a useless waste like you, and yet you call yourself a top genius? I really want to stuff you back into your mother's womb." Li Yuan continued to curse, completely disregarding his divine image. There was no choice, it was just too embarrassing. Watching his genius of a brother being sold out, and still helping the other party count money, Li Yuan truly wished he could find a hole to burrow into. Every time Li Tianheng acted brotherly with Yang Fan in the divine realm of the alien race, he felt like he was slapping his own face. Not just Li Tianheng, but Luo Bing and the other 5 members of the team all had extremely grim expressions. Self-proclaimed as the leading figure of the younger generation, the pride of heaven. And what happened? They were treated like fools. Damn it, Yang Fan. Just wait for me. Li Tianheng's twisted expression showed his anger. At that moment, Li Tianheng moved. He didn't care about the gazes of others and walked straight toward Yang Fan. He stopped half a meter in front of Yang Fan. Very good, I remember you. Bang. Li Tianheng instantly threw a punch directly striking Yang Fan's chest. After spending time in the divine realm, Yang Fan's reaction speed was no longer weak. He crossed his arms in front of his chest. Yang Fan only felt a tremendous force transmitting from his arms throughout his body, sending him flying backward. What powerful strength. My right hand is already broken. Yang Fan retreated dozens of meters, his face grave. With just one strike, he realized there was still a considerable gap between his divine realm and the opponents. Enough, this is school, not a place for private fights, Yang Wanli interjected. Hurry back, you embarrassing fool. Li Yuan had already appeared beside Li Tianheng and directly grabbed his shoulder, disappearing from the scene. Yang Fan and Luo Bing stay behind, the rest can leave. As for the rewards for the top 100, the school will send them to your respective divine realms. Yang Wanli waved his hand. Several students passed by Yang Fan, their eyes filled with disdain, admiration, astonishment, and fear. They never expected that Class 7 of the 3rd year would have such a ruthless person. They would have to keep their distance in the future. If they collaborated with him, they might be devoured down to the last bone. Pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, huh? I wasted all this time calling you brother. When we have time, let's apply for the divine realm battlefield and practice a bit. I agree. Although you are part of the Luo family, daring to mess with me, I will remember you. Yang. Brother, I will remember your brotherly affection well. I hope you won't regret it in the future. As the remaining 5 members of the team passed by Yang Fan, they all patted his shoulder, but their eyes no longer held brotherly affection. Instead, they revealed a hint of danger. For the first time in their lives, they had suffered such a huge loss. Yang Fan was truly insidious. Claiming to seek protection was merely using them as cannon fodder. If they had chosen to just watch from the sidelines at that time, escaping to a safe zone would have faced far less resistance. Perhaps that person would have already been killed by the alien semi-god. This midterm exam was essentially a collective effort that achieved his success. Relying on his cunning to steal the enemy's nest, he shamelessly deceived them into helping fend off the beast tide. So ruthless and ungrateful, this shameless person is undoubtedly the public enemy of the entire school. Soon the entire playground was left with only Yang Fan and Luo Bing. The owner of the Central Plains building, Wan Sanqian, had not left, but was instead watching Yang Fan with great interest. Kid, after today you will be famous in Yang County. Wan Sanqian laughed. Yang Fan's face twitched. If it weren't for the significant benefits, he wouldn't want this fame. Don't mind others' evaluations. The higher a person stands, the further they can see the scenery. Once you break through to semigod, others will envy you. When you break through to the divine, others will only look up to you. As long as you become strong enough, there will be people to argue on your behalf. Suddenly, Wan Sanqian said. Yang Fan respectfully bowed. Thank you for your guidance, senior. I haven't seen such an interesting junior in a long time. It's a pity you've joined the Luo family, otherwise I might have passed the Central Plains building to you. After a hearty laugh, Wan Sanqian's figure vanished. Luo Chengfeng stepped down from the high platform and slightly cupped his hands, saying, Director, Yang, please wait a moment. No worries, Yang Wanli replied nonchalantly. Upon receiving permission, Luo Chengfeng immediately approached Yang Fan and Luo Bing. Luo Bing, the family head, has instructed that the Ice Immortal Palace and Ice God Temple in the school warehouse complement each other. You must choose it, Luo Chengfeng said. Luo Bing huffed and turned away without answering. Because of Yang Fan, she currently had no good feelings towards her elder Luo Chengfeng. Luo Chengfeng shook his head with a bitter smile and turned to look at Yang Fan, his eyes filled with too many emotions: admiration, worry, confusion, and sighs. He had hoped Yang Fan would contend for a top 10 position in this midterm exam, but he didn't expect the other party would pull off such a big feat. First in the grade, and also took the entire 3rd year class down with him. Luo Chengfeng was a divine being who had lived for 1,000 years, and his judgment of right and wrong was certainly not as naive as that of these students. In matters of life and death, everything can be betrayed, and everything can be used. After all, once one's divine realm is destroyed, nothing else will hold any meaning. He did not believe Yang Fan had done anything wrong. The consequences were indeed severe. His granddaughter's husband would likely become a lone wolf in the future. Having offended so many people, not to mention in high school, it was likely there would be rumors, even in college. Whether it is divine realm investment, divine realm wars, or future pioneering work, teamwork is essential. Luo Chengfeng was also uncertain whether Yang Fan's actions were right or wrong for him. Currently, Yang Fan's gains even made the divine beings a bit envious, but looking into the future, he would have to face various pressures alone. Luo Chengfeng took a deep breath and said, Yang, the school warehouse originates from high-level mechanical divine civilization connected with the federal education system and will automatically help you select the most suitable class building for your current development. You just need to choose from it. Don't merely pursue high value. What suits your divine realm is the most important. You must believe in technology. Yang Fan was not from a big family and had limited experience. Luo Qingfeng was genuinely worried he might judge the entire value of the buildings solely based on the faith points, wasting this opportunity. Understood, thank you, Grandpa. Yang Fan nodded earnestly. Well, forget it, we'll talk about it later. Luo Qingfeng hesitated. After everything was settled, Yang Fan and Luo Bing followed Yang Wanli to the school basement. The silver-white square storage boxes filled the entire basement with a light blue glass panel facing the entrance. Yang Wanli approached the glass and placed his right hand on it. Identity verification successful. The cabin door will soon open. A prompt sound from the intelligent life form resonated around them. Little ones, you may enter now, Yang Wanli said. Yang Fan felt a thrust from behind, instantly pushing him and Luo Bing into the warehouse. Inside the warehouse was a vast expanse of white with countless cards floating like stars above. Unlike Yang Fan, Luo Bing was already accustomed to this scene and loudly declared, "Request to select a building. Identity verification successful. Access level B. Querying the records of the awakening of the Divine Kingdom. Retrieving past performance. Beginning data search. Search successful. Recommended buildings are as follows. Ice Fairy Palace level B. Building valued at 800 divine points. Increases the training speed of ice element practitioners by 60. A. Reduces spiritual energy consumption by 30. Calms the mind. Extreme Cold Herb Garden level B. Building valued at 100 divine points. Greatly increases the growth rate of ice element spiritual plants. 9. Mystic Ice Tower level B. Defensive building valued at 30 divine points. A light curtain appeared before Luo Bing, displaying a series of cards containing building information. I choose the Ice Fairy Palace, Luo Bing said without hesitation. The card fell into her hand and was instantly absorbed into her divine kingdom. After making her choice, Luo Bing did not leave immediately, but turned to fix her gaze on Yang Fan. Feeling her stare, Yang Fan nervously said, "Congratulations, Ice Sister. Welcome to Class 1. I look forward to your guidance in the future." With that, Luo Bing turned and left. Watching her back, Yang Fan couldn't help but shiver. He felt there was something implied in her gaze, even tinged with a hint of anger. Shaking his head to dismiss his thoughts, Yang Fan began to imitate her. Request to select a building. Identity verification successful. Access level B. Recommended buildings are as follows. Cultivation Tower level B. Building valued at 900 divine points. The tower has seating for 100,000, can slowly improve practitioners' qualifications, increases training speed by 70, and enhances the success rate of realm breakthroughs by 30, while reducing the rate of inner demon emergence by 20. Blood Sacrifice Heavenly Pool level B. Building valued at 400 divine points. Involving the flesh of living beings greatly enhances the physical conditioning qualifications of practitioners. Heavenly Artifact Pavilion level B. Building contains a large mineral vein valued at 200 divine points. It can automatically forge various weapons, with the highest level being C. Watching the dazzling array of level B buildings, Yang Fan couldn't help but swallow hard. As expected of the school's intelligent life form, all the recommendations were what he desired. Why can he only choose one? Yang Fan wanted them all. At that moment, the light curtain changed, updating a new selection. Punlai Island, a wonder. Value. Purpose. A wonder. What is this? Yang Fan's eyes widened in shock. Currently, in Yang Fan's divine kingdom, there stood a wonder known as Spirit Peach Mountain. Although he did not know the level of the wonder, the value of Spirit Peach Mountain was the highest among all assets in the divine kingdom of the alien races. Yang Fan furrowed his brows. Why did a wonder appear? Could it be that the intelligent life form considers its value to be on par with a level B building? But why are there all question marks? The effects of Punlai Island are not specified, which left Yang Fan in a dilemma. Pursuing the lowest risk, he should naturally choose the Cultivation Tower, which could greatly improve practitioners' qualifications, something his divine kingdom currently lacked the most. But has he not taken enough risks during this time? Since this item appeared in the selection box, it proves that Punlai Island is equally suitable for his divine kingdom. Those who starve are timid, while those who are bold may burst. Yang Fan no longer hesitated and chose. In the teaching building, Yang Wanli stood quietly behind Hong Bing, holding documents. The wall was projecting images of the warehouse, clearly showing Yang Fan's changing expressions. Principal, this is against the rules. Even if Punlai Island is classified as a wonder building, it is a rare item valued at least 5,000 divine points. How can it be given to a student? Yang Wanli's face showed a pained expression. Punlai Island has the effect of hiding the coordinates of the divine kingdom. This kid reaped so many benefits in this exam and has no backing. He may not be able to hold on to this wealth. Hong Bing looked at Yang Fan in the footage with interest. There are federal laws in place. As long as he hasn't graduated, no one would dare to make a move. Yang Wanli countered. The human race wouldn't dare, but what about the alien races? What do you mean by not worrying about scarcity, but about inequality? This kid has offended so many people. If someone with malicious intent obtains the coordinates of Yang Fan's divine kingdom and discloses it to the alien race. Impossible, that would be treason against the clan. Once discovered, it would implicate the entire family. Yang Wanli was greatly alarmed, disbelief filling his eyes. Naturally, there are pests within the human race, and illegal plundering of others' divine kingdom assets is rampant. However, if the aliens are involved once the incident occurs, it would definitely alert the federal government's law enforcement team. At that time, not only he would be implicated, but even his family. I have been on the front lines for 3,000 years, or I've seen all kinds of things. There are plenty of such scum in the human race. Hong Bing snorted coldly, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. I have high hopes for this kid. Let Penglai Island be an investment from the school for him. It coincides well with the Spirit Peach Mountain he acquired. I hope this child can become a high-level deity in the future and protect our human race. Yang Wanli couldn't help but ask, since the principal has high hopes for him, why create so much animosity against him? In front of the entire school, punishing Yang Fan. At first Yang Wanli thought that even the principal had lost trust in Yang Fan's way of handling things. But how could he still have high hopes? How can young people succeed without pressure? Hong Bing's authoritative face displayed a hint of a mischievous smile at that moment. Principal, please don't use military tactics to train these high school students. We are under a lot of pressure at work. Yang Wanli thought wildly to himself. Returning to the villa in Yang City, as soon as he stepped inside, Yang Fan saw Luo Rao's pale face, filled with concern. Husband, what have you done? What happened? Yang Fan frowned slightly. I just received a lot of messages, some from your classmates, and some from the semi-divine, and even divine elders of my Luo family. They are all inquiring if you have any intention of trading the buildings you acquired this time. Luo Ro explained. Suddenly receiving so many messages, including from divine beings, made Luo Ro panic on the spot, and until now she hadn't dared to reply to any messages. Just pretend you didn't see anything, Yang Fan replied. Now he was backed by the Luo family, and had the federal laws in place. He didn't believe those divine beings would shamelessly attack him directly. As for whether to trade, he needed to study what effects these buildings and wonders had first. With that thought, Yang Fan immediately went upstairs, locked his room, and refused to let anyone disturb him. Grade building Hoer Geo Spring, valued at 200 faith points. By investing spiritual fruits, it yields Hoer Geo. This wine is mild and suffused with refined spiritual energy. Drinking it purifies the body, expels impurities, and slightly enhances cultivation aptitude. It can also temporarily heighten comprehension, making it easier for the imbiber to fathom techniques and break through bottlenecks. With ample spiritual fruits, the divine realm can produce 100 bottles of Hoer Geo every 30 years. Hoer Geo is priced at 100 faith points per bottle. Grade spiritual plant Pantao tree, valued at 100 faith points. It flowers in 3,000 years FRTS, in 3,000 years, and matures in another 3,000 years. A mature Pantao can extend a life by 1,000 years. One Pantao is worth 100 faith points. Special building Wudao Stone, detailed information restricted. Wonder Lingtao Mountain, details restricted. Wonder Penglai Island, details restricted. Staring at the feedback from the intelligent entity, Yang Fan was momentarily stunned. In his current state, he could not access the detailed information. As a divine entity, it was understandable that he lacked purchase privileges for grade buildings, but he had assumed he could at least read their descriptions. This was as if he had been denied even the right to learn. What the hell? These things are already sitting in my divine realm. Do I have to grope about and discover them myself? Yang Fan complained. An urgent voice from the intelligent entity answered, a third-rank god stands as guarantor. Citizen Yang Fan's access level has been raised. These details may now be viewed. Yang Fan's face registered equal astonishment. A third-rank god vouching for me. Who is it? He wondered, but lacking an answer, he chose not to dwell on it. In any case, it was beneficial for him. Grade building Hoer Geo Spring, valued at 200 faith points available. Grade spiritual plant Pantao tree available. Special building Wudao Stone, a rare edifice born of heaven and earth, steeped in the breath of cosmic rules. Where it resides, an entire domain of comprehension can form. The domain spans roughly 100 kilometers in radius. Within it, sentient minds grow, lucid comprehension soars, and cultivation efficiency increases by 50%. Prolonged exposure to such a domain not only aids in fathoming techniques and ascending realms, but also accelerates the mastery and derivation of various skills and arts. Valued at 100 faith points. The marketplace holds no stock. One may place a bid, and the market will assist in brokering a deal. No wonder the marketplace has none, Yang Fan exclaimed with delight. Yang Fan brimmed with joy. If a Wudao stone stood amid a congregation of believers, it would not only dramatically raise cultivation efficiency, but also help them comprehend a multitude of arts. Whoever possessed such a treasure would surely keep it for themselves. It was unfathomable that it would be offered for. Yang Fan understood that the 10 billion faith point price was not the true worth of the Wudao stone, but merely a starting bid. The real transaction price would be far higher. He stifled his excitement and continued to search for the Wonder Lingtao Mountain. Wonder Lingtao Mountain. Marketplace has no stock. Probability of a brokered sale is extremely low, not recommended to waste time placing orders. A supreme resource treasure born of converging spiritual veins and immortal chi, the mountain's body nurtures spirituality and can continuously grow various spiritual fruits. The mountain teems with spiritual flora dominated by spirit peaches while hosting myriad other fruits. The fruits contain pure spiritual chi. Long consumption warms the body, stabilizes cultivation, and serves broadly as resources for practice. Its yield is astonishing, enough to sustain the daily cultivation and survival needs of billions, forming a crucial foundation for the operation of a divine realm. Yet the mountain demands an exacting environment. It requires continuous streams of immortal chi to thrive. If the chi supply falters, the flora will wither, and both yield and quality will plummet. Assessment: an ultra-large resource node with enduring strategic supply capacity. Yang Fan fell silent, then was stunned, then exultant. He finally understood why that foreign divine realm possessed such abundant supply lines of spiritual fruit despite having so few monkey soldiers guarding them. The resources were simply too plentiful. With Lingtao Mountain in place, that alien demigod cared little for those fruit reserves. They were placed everywhere, so believers could freely partake. Yang Fan drew a deep breath and felt cold sweat bead on his brow. Having grasped the value of these wonders, he realized how enormous his gain was. No wonder the gods had taken notice. Damn, why must the examination be conducted by live broadcast? Won't that attract attention to me? Except for the Federation's intelligent entities, no one should know the coordinates of his divine realm. Yet could gods have other means to pinpoint him? How extensive are the Federation's legal restrictions on gods? A cascade of questions flooded Yang Fan's mind. His great joy did not cloud his judgment, but instead made the danger palpably real. No matter, fortune and calamity are intertwined. I seized wealth that could sway even gods. It would be naive to expect smooth sailing. Yang Fan murmured and began to study the Wonder Punlai Island he had obtained from the school's warehouse. Wonder Punlai Island, a legendary grotto paradise spontaneously birthed by cosmic laws, possessing an independent, self-sustaining, immortal Tao system. Within the island, immortal chi is continuously generated and self-regenerates without external supply, a rare self-circulating sanctum for cultivation. Those who dwell within see their cultivation rate increase twofold, and their comprehension double, making it far easier to penetrate cultivation techniques and arcana. Minds grow clear, stray thoughts are scarce, and the likelihood of inner demons arising is greatly reduced. Moreover, Punlai Island inherently carries spatial concealment and rule disruption properties. Its divine realm coordinates are chaotic and indeterminate, effectively shielding it from extrapolation and greatly lowering the risk of exposure, granting it immense strategic stealth value. Assessment: a top-tier cultivation sanctuary that combines self-generating immortal chi with spatial concealment, classified as a strategic core wonder. Reading the Punlai Island description, Yang Fan felt almost as if fate favored him. Whatever worries he had were immediately answered. Though he did not know the exact strength of its coordinate interference, being rated a strategic core wonder by the market meant it was extraordinary. He was after all merely a divine being in his current state. Even if gods took notice, they could hardly be overwhelmingly powerful. Yang Fan guessed that so long as he did not voluntarily reveal his coordinates, lower-ranked gods would likely fail to find his divine realm. Beyond that, Punlai Island produced immortal chi. Did it not perfectly complement Lingtao Mountain? Perfect. Choosing Punlai Island was unquestionably the right decision. Having absorbed all the information, Yang Fan focused his mind, and his spiritual sense instantly descended upon his divine realm. In the next moment, the heavens and earth trembled. The void split, and a celestial island slowly descended. Seas of clouds surged and radiance filled the sky. The isle was wreathed in immortal mist, and though not touching the ground, it already constituted a world unto itself. Punlai Island complete. Immortal chi gushed from its core like a tidal surge, spreading in all directions. In an instant, the life force of the entire divine realm surged upward. The air grew palpably dense. Immediately, the island's spiritual veins roiled, and a majestic mountain erupted from the land, its body crystalline spiritual light flowing across its slopes. Vegetation in the mountain exploded in growth, spirit peaches hung in profusion, and countless other fruits sprang forth. Thick spiritual chi condensed into mists that flowed endlessly through the valleys. Lingtao Mountain complete. In the next instant, 2 wine springs burst forth from fissures at the mountain's base. The waters gleamed amber like carved amber, an intoxicating fragrance filling the air and brimming with spirituality. Their mere breath stirred the blood and cleared the spiritual senses of nearby beings. Hourgio spring appear. At the same time the heavens shuddered and an ancient, austere megalith gently descended onto Punlai Island. Upon impact, an invisible ripple spread, covering a 100-mile radius. Wudao stone anchor. All beings within the divine realm instinctively looked up toward the colossal island in the sky and fell to their knees. We give thanks to our God's grace, the believers cried out in unison. Merely by its arrival, Punlai Island bestowed an inexplicable comfort upon every plant and creature in the realm. Their bodies felt supremely refreshed, as if perpetually bathed in spirit springs. In the mortal world, Yang Fan also felt a tingling spread through his body, feedback from the leap in his divine realm's environment. After finishing everything, it was already evening. Yang Fan was preparing to organize the assets within his divine realm before heading to the marketplace for some purchases when he received a message from Luo Chengfeng. Xiao Yang, let's meet in the virtual world. Yang Fan didn't dare to delay and immediately put on the helmet. In the room, Luo Chengfeng's expression was somewhat grim. Grandfather, Yang Fan said. Looking at Yang Fan, Luo Chengfeng's expression softened considerably. Before the midterm exams, since you comprehended the grand array of the myriad spirits returning to their source, I went to see the family head. He promised that as long as you could place in the top 10, he would convene a council of elders to secure a first-class genius training quota for you. What is the current situation? Seeing Luo Chengfeng's expression, Yang Fan guessed that the outcome was probably not good. The council of elders just concluded, and ultimately, they did not pass this resolution. Luo Chengfeng sighed, his expression somewhat reluctant. According to the final exam results, Yang Fan had indeed exceeded the task, but the means he employed were too opportunistic, and coupled with some embarrassment, this became the direction for many elders' criticisms. Even if the family head was inclined to agree, there were too many opposing elders, so it had to be abandoned. No matter, grandfather did his best, Yang Fan smiled calmly. Had it been before, becoming a first-class genius of the Luo family would have been a great boon, but now it could only be considered an additional benefit. The greatest investments for a first-class genius are those strategic buildings, such as the Ice God Temple in the Luo Bing Divine Kingdom. Such structures he would naturally not refuse, but now the Divine Realm also had Punlai Island, Lingtao Mountain, and Wudao Stone, which were not bad. One cannot expect to reap all the benefits. Yang Fan was already quite satisfied with this harvest. As long as he gave himself time, the Divine Realm would usher in rapid development, and within a year or two, Yang Fan was confident he would become a demigod. Luo Chengfeng seemed to think of something and spat. Luo Xian and Rao Mingming are truly annoying. Initially, they humiliated me, and it was fine that I didn't seek trouble with them, but they dare to trip me up, who it is utterly shameless. Who are these two? They are the parents of Luo Mingxuan, first-tier deities. We used to have a good relationship, but due to their wretched son, some unpleasantness arose, unexpectedly dragging down your evaluation this time. Luo Chengfeng explained. If it weren't for these two leading the opposition against him, most other elders would have likely given him some face. Yang Fan felt enlightened, and aside from developing a slight dislike for Luo Mingxuan, he felt little else. Without Luo Chengfeng, he probably wouldn't have even had this opportunity. Receiving benefits from others naturally comes with corresponding consequences. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. Once he graduated, he would have a chance to reclaim his honor. Looking at Yang Fan's calm demeanor, Luo Chengfeng nodded in satisfaction and continued. Although I couldn't help you secure the first-class genius training, the family head still decided to increase your investment 2 billion faith points, plus upgrade building the Flesh Sea Blood Pool. The faith points have been transferred to your divine realm. Here is the construction card for the Flesh Sea Blood Pool. Luo Chengfeng placed the card in Yang Fan's hand. Seeing that the other party had once again secured investment for him, Yang Fan asked, Grandfather, the school rewarded me with 10 billion faith points. Perhaps I can help Ruer restore her divine realm. Hearing this, Luo Chengfeng's gaze towards Yang Fan gradually softened. This was something I initially deceived Ro to give her some hope. Perhaps one day, as her grandfather, I will save enough money so that her divine realm can be restored to its former glory. If it were that simple, I would have long sold the buildings in my divine realm to cure Ruer. Is there really no way? Yang Fan's expression turned grim. During this time spent with Luo Ro, he had genuinely come to recognize her, and now they even had a child together. No matter what, Yang Fan did not want to give up. It's not that there is no way, but rather a lack of connections and resources. At least a 4th-tier or even 5th-tier deity must intervene, and they must be skilled in healing abilities. The Luo family is merely a small family in Yang County, making it difficult to reach such powerful beings. Luo Chengfeng sighed. Perhaps the family head Luo Hai could make contact, but it would be impossible to ask him for help on such matters. Seeing Yang Fan's serious expression, Luo Chengfeng reminded him, Focus on developing your divine realm. Aim for a good university. If you can find a powerful divine teacher, perhaps there will be a way to solve Ruer's problem. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan's eyes brightened. Having this intention is enough. Ruer wouldn't want you to put all your energy into this elusive matter, especially since you both have a child. Yes, grandfather. Ruer has already contacted me saying that many people want to purchase the wonders of Lingtao Mountain and Wudao Stone in your divine realm. Remember, do not sell to anyone. Once these items are sold, they cannot be bought back. You are still a student under the protection of federal law. Even deities would not dare to act against you. I understand. Even if Luo Chengfeng had not mentioned it, he would not agree to this. Earning faith points was primarily to invest in his divine realm. Now selling these rare buildings for a large number of faith points only to buy some ordinary resources to invest in the divine realm. Wouldn't that be madness? This time in the midterm exam, you have thoroughly angered Luo Bing. If it weren't for the family head's broad-mindedness, you might have faced difficulties in the future. Remember to ease your relationship if the chance arises. This, Yang Fan's expression was somewhat troubled. Luo Bing was just an ice cube, and having already deeply offended her, he truly couldn't think of any way to ease their relationship. He would be thankful if she didn't seek trouble with him. Humans are wise, but not strong. Our human race can stand firm among many alien civilizations primarily by gathering strength together. Your gains this time are substantial enough to make even deities envious, but you have lost the goodwill of the people. After the college entrance examination, you will still need to attend university. You all come from Yang County, which is the best candidate for mutual support and progress. If you can't ease relations once you step outside, you will likely have to fight alone. Luo Chengfeng sighed deeply, his tone revealing a hint of helplessness. As a deity, he understood the importance of friends best. When the divine realm is attacked by alien races, the family's deities would come to their aid. When venturing out to expand, even the strongest of your followers will face significant losses in war, gradually weakening the overall strength of the divine realm. Having a few friends to act together and share the pressure will greatly reduce the risk of war for the divine realm. And these allies who can defend together or venture out together rely not solely on benefits. They either belong to the same family alliance or have known each other since childhood and trust each other deeply. This exam has completely ruined Yang Fan's reputation. Who would dare to cooperate with him in the future? I will do my best, Yang Fan said awkwardly. After Luo Chengfeng left, Yang Fan felt that he had a point. He opened the Genius Exchange group. I'm sorry, how about I invite everyone to Tianxiang Rinshan to apologize? Yang Fan clicked send. You have been kicked out of the group chat by Deputy Group Leader Li Tianheng and cannot receive or send messages. A red exclamation mark and a system prompt popped up simultaneously. Yang Fan was momentarily at a loss for words. Forget it, the strong have always been lonely. Yang Fan thought to himself, the only consolation he could find. It's just a pity that he lost another channel for information. In the residence of the Luo family inside the master's chamber. Father, have you gone mad for holding an elders meeting just for Yang Fan? Luo Bing questioned. Him? Outstanding. If it weren't for your daughter foolishly helping him, would he have made it out alive? Luo Bing was exasperated, unable to comprehend her father's reasoning. Seeing his daughter argue for the first time in years, Luo Hai couldn't help but burst into laughter. What are you laughing? Isn't that funny? It's nothing, just that I find it truly amusing how upset my daughter is. This brat is indeed annoying, Luo Hai replied, suppressing his laughter. That bastard Yang Fan treats us all like fools. Not only do you refuse to stand up for your daughter, but you also increase his funding. Alright Binger, I've watched the school video. Yang Fan's actions are not problematic. Luo Hai suddenly became serious. Why? For someone who cannot even afford a meal, suddenly finding 10 million on the road, do you think he would pick it up or leave it? It is acceptable for him to exploit the rules to steal the core assets of that foreign demigod, but why does he have to use us afterwards? If I told you the truth, how would you react? Luo Hai countered. This? Luo Bing fell silent. Given the circumstances at that time, most people would likely demand he surrender the assets. He merely made the choice most beneficial to himself. If I were in his shoes, I would do the same. Thus I assert he is not wrong. The real mistake lies with you all. The greatest taboo in the development of a divine kingdom is to place complete trust in others. This time he merely utilized you in a true divine war. Those so-called companions may very well strike you down from behind and plunder the foundation of your divine kingdom. For you, this is also a lesson learned, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, Luo Hai explained patiently. Luo Bing took a deep breath and slowly said, Father, you've misjudged him. If I were to befriend someone like him, when danger arises, he would undoubtedly be the first to flee. That is true. This brat lies without a hint of embarrassment. You should keep your distance from him in the future, but don't deliberately target him. After all, he is still a member of our Luo family. Luo Hai contemplated for a moment and said, classes are about to change. Targeting him is not my responsibility. Luo Bing angrily turned to leave. At this moment, the 2026 Talented Student Group chat was also in an uproar. Even the usually quiet Li Tianheng began discussing with everyone. The day after tomorrow, Yang Fan will join our class. Old Chao should open the Divine Kingdom battlefield. Who will be the first to take him down? He'll go. Of course it should be me. After being so badly played, I will definitely wipe out all the followers he sends out. Li Dazue, don't steal the kill. This is such a great opportunity, and let me your little sister show off a bit. The group was extremely lively, mostly discussing how to deal with Yang Fan. Watching the stream of messages, Li Shuhei's legs trembled slightly. Brother Yang, you've truly stirred up a hornet's nest. Before there was just Luo Mingxuan, now you've offended the entire senior class of geniuses. Don't let it bring disaster upon yourself. Li Shuhei didn't dare to speak, fearing someone would mention that he had once spoken up for Yang Fan. Shut up. This time I will take the lead. I have no other demands. As long as the teacher opens the Divine Kingdom battlefield in the future, none of Yang Fan's followers can survive. If anyone fails, I will challenge him in the next round. If anyone dares to help Yang Fan in extracurricular activities, I will challenge him as well. In the future, Yang Fan will be the first on my list for extermination, understand? Li Tianheng sent the message. Yang Fan was unaware that he had not only been kicked out of the group chat, but the class was also discussing how to deal with him. At this moment, he was studying the Meat Sea blood pool that Luo Hai had given him. Grade construction, Meat Sea blood pool valued at 5 billion belief points. By investing blood essence, it can produce blood water, and followers soaking in it can significantly enhance their physical strength. Evaluation very suitable for a divine kingdom focused on martial arts, but this construction requires a large amount of flesh and blood, and long-term use will consume significant resources. Looking at the description, Yang Fan couldn't help but smile. He had already intended to pursue a path that combined cultivation and martial arts, and this building rewarded by Luo Hai was incredibly useful, significantly enhancing the combat power of his followers in the short term. Yang Fan decided to place this Meat Sea blood pool next to the 100 Spirits blood pool. Since loading wonders like Penglai Island and Lingtao Mountain as a deity, Yang Fan could clearly sense that two distinctly different auras had begun to emerge within his divine kingdom. The aura evolving from Penglai Island was filled with vitality, balanced and peaceful, resembling a celestial paradise. In contrast, buildings like the 100 Spirits blood pool and the Meat Sea blood pool exuded a pure bloody scent. Yang Fan could sense that Penglai Island was somewhat repelled by such buildings. If forced together, the power generated by the constructions would likely offset each other. Regarding the future development of the Divine Kingdom, Yang Fan already had a general plan in mind. Those with cultivation talent could reside on Penglai Island, while followers who chose martial arts would remain on the ground. After achieving first place in the midterm exam, in addition to the reward of the Wonder, Penglai Island, the 10 billion belief points reward had also been credited, coupled with the 2 billion funded by the Luo family. His liquid funds reached an unprecedented height. Belief points 12 for billion. Besides that, there were still numerous resources within Yang Fan's divine kingdom that needed to be dealt with. In this foreign divine kingdom, nearly 100 crate granaries were seized, countless spiritual fruits, 10,000 fire spirit peach trees, numerous low-level spiritual plants, and a hodgepodge of various defensive constructions. All these items were now piled up in the southwestern corner of Yang Fan's divine kingdom. Various items were mixed together, and some of the spiritual plants had already been damaged. These items are not highly valuable, but in large quantities, selling them all might still yield about 1 billion belief points in revenue. Yang Fan's divine sense sensed the chaotic buildings and spiritual plants, and he felt a headache coming on. Categorizing these items would be a massive undertaking. Even as a deity, he felt mentally exhausted. Back in reality, Yang Fan thought about how he had been kicked out of the group chat and could only message Luo Changfeng to see if he had any solutions. The sheer quantity and variety of items captured this time were overwhelming. If he relied on himself to categorize and list them for online sales, it might take months, and Yang Fan did not wish to waste time on this. High-level intelligent life, you can afford it at your current worth. You little rascal, many demigods wouldn't dare to consume such a thing. You truly are a windfall. Luo Changfeng sent a message accompanied by a bemused expression. Yang Fan immediately started searching in the marketplace. High-level intelligent life valued at 2 billion belief points. Originating from a 6th-tier mechanical divine kingdom, this special existence was birthed from the combined will of deities and the power of rules, possessing high logical capabilities and independent thinking, dedicated to the operation and development of the divine kingdom. Its core characteristic is absolute loyalty, with its thought system bound to the deity's essence, unaffected by external influences or erosion, capable of unconditionally executing the deity's will and making optimal judgments for the overall interests of the divine kingdom. This life form can perceive the internal structure and operational state of the divine kingdom in real time, conducting comprehensive analysis and planning for resource flow, follower development, and civilization progress, assisting the deity in formulating development paths and enhancing overall efficiency. Additionally, this life form can interface with external systems such as marketplace transactions, stock trading, etc. Organizing information, evaluating value, and making trading decisions, helping the deity maximize resource utilization. Looking at the introduction of advanced intelligent life, Yang Fan exclaimed in admiration. Isn't this just a supercomputer with autonomous consciousness? With this thing around, any question can be directly posed to it, no need to browse group chats and divine forums every day. How could humanity's sources of information possibly compare to the computer itself? Yang Fan opened the chat box with Luo Chengfeng and continued to ask, Grandpa, such a great thing costs only 2 billion. Isn't that too cheap? The market relies on supply and demand. With the successful development of high-level intelligent life, the mechanical divine kingdom began mass production, naturally driving the price down, so virtually every deity possesses their own advanced intelligent life. And you say it's cheap. 2 billion is cheap. Many demigods don't even have this thing. Investing 20 billion faith points could turn a divine being's kingdom upside down. Who would use it to purchase such an intelligent being? Do you think everyone is born with a golden key, or are you just like you had a stroke of luck and found a lottery ticket? Luo Chengfeng sent a voice message, his tone rapid-fire like a machine gun, leaving Yang Fan somewhat embarrassed. Why do I feel like Grandpa is a bit envious and jealous of me? Yang Fan murmured. He took a deep breath and directly clicked to purchase. As the advanced intelligent life loaded, he could sense a new consciousness emerging in his divine kingdom. Unlike the believers, this being had no physical body, merely a consciousness akin to a soul. Master, please select an external appearance, personality, and name. A milky white orb of light floated before Yang Fan. Random, young female personality, decisive, named Yang. Yang Fan said, generating appearance. In the blink of an eye, the milky white orb slowly transformed into a 20-year-old young woman dressed in a business suit. Please grant me secondary authority. Yang will assist the master in planning the overall development of the divine kingdom. Yang bowed. Sure. Yang Fan snapped his fingers and granted the authority. At the moment Yang was born, he understood that she had been bound to his divine essence, becoming a believer of another life form within the divine kingdom, entirely trustworthy. As she received the authority, Yang body stood straight, her eyes flickering like a computer screen, rapidly displaying various data. Divine kingdom inspection completed. All information has been received. First, help me organize that chaotic pile of items and put everything up for sale online. Yang Fan instructed. Should I sell at market price? Yes. Completed. Total income 127 billion after personal income tax and transaction tax. Net income 992 million. Based on historical data, there is a 90% probability that all transactions will be completed in 1 hour and 24 minutes. Yang replied almost simultaneously. What? Yang Fan was taken aback. He found that the chaotic pile of items had been instantly organized and directly connected to the mall for sale. How? How is it so fast? Yang Fan exclaimed in shock. From the master's recent reaction, my computing power is approximately 42 million times yours. Even if the previous assets were multiplied by 1,000, I could process them in an instant. Yang replied calmly, showing no hint of boastfulness, rather stating it as a fact. Yang Fan swallowed hard and asked, what level of intelligent life do you belong to? 4th level intelligent life, according to the master's understanding, equivalent to a nascent soul in the cultivation path or a martial emperor in the martial arts path. However, this intelligent life is service-oriented with no offensive or defensive capabilities, hence its low value. Yang responded. Impressive. Using you for this task seems like a waste of talent. Yang Fan couldn't help but. At this moment, Yang Fan once again felt the power of the mechanical divine kingdom, hardly able to imagine what form those advanced mechanical divine kingdoms had developed into. Master, please grant me more resource allocation authority. There are many issues in the divine kingdom that need to be resolved. What issues? Too many blood-condensing flowers are planted. Based on the current market price, the annualized yield is 363. Although the profit is high, the divine kingdom's area is limited and cannot invest heavily. Currently, this crop occupies too much area, severely affecting the population growth of believers. I recommend selling all of them. Based on the current assets of the divine kingdom, it is recommended to primarily invest in the Monkey Wine Spring, which has an annualized yield of 60, and due to the wonder of Lingtao Mountain, it is cost-free in the long term. Because the divine kingdom possesses the wonder of Penglai Island, the ecological stability of the divine kingdom is extraordinary. I recommend packaging and selling all low-level assets, such as Bodhi Treasure, Snake Night Vulture, Spirit Fish Doll, and Water Lotus. Lingtao Mountain requires a large number of believers for harvesting work. I suggest immediately purchasing Clevel breeding cards. The current population capacity of the divine kingdom is approximately 40 million. I strongly recommend filling the population. Considering the subsequent population explosion and the meat demand of Marshall Path believers, 4 fully automatic concentrators and a large quantity of Tai Sui meat need to be purchased. Yang Yi seemed like a precise machine, quickly proposing over 100 suggestions of various sizes. Stop from now on. All development in the Divine Kingdom will be entrusted to you. How many resources will be needed? Detection shows the Master's current identity is a high school student. The probability of the Divine Kingdom being invaded is extremely low. Focus on investing and cultivating believers for now. I suggest the Master grant me 90 resource allocation authority and disposal rights for assets below level. I will make the optimal choices. Sure. Yang Fan directly granted the authority to her. If Yang Yi were at a PhD level, then Yang Fan would likely have the intelligence of a paramecium. One must have self-awareness. Since there is advanced intelligent life assisting him, he can completely let go. With an employee who is absolutely loyal and capable, if he as the boss does not delegate power, wouldn't he be a fool? His consciousness returned to reality. At this moment, Yang Fan could still feel the changes occurring within his Divine Kingdom, as a large number of faith points circulated between the Divine Kingdom and the mall. Yang Yi acted decisively, directly spending 6 billion to purchase 3 monkey wine springs. The lower-level monsters he initially bought, like Bodhi treasure snakes, had all been packaged and sold. In just a few breaths, the entire Divine Kingdom had undergone a tremendous transformation. Divine Master Yang Fan. Divine Kingdom area 1 million square kilometers. Talent level. Resource talent accelerates the growth of all resources in the Divine Kingdom by 10 SS level. Talent evolution. The one and only talent can accelerate the evolution of the Divine Kingdom currently hidden. Believers. Second-tier beings 52 first-tier beings 1844 mortals 1.02 million dependents. Little spirits 122 techniques 5 elements. Cultivation technique, indestructible technique, federal body, refining technique, muscle washing technique. 10,000 spirits returning to origin formation. Great accomplishment. Faith points 4.2 billion provides 42 million faith points daily. Buildings. Moon wells x 1000 sun springs x 1000 special life building. Spirit ancient tree 1000 years nurturing little spirits. Special building enlightenment stone level building. Monkey wine spring x 5 level building. Meat sea blood pool x 1 level building. 100 spirits blood pool x 1 soaking 10 Tai Sui load rate 100 special building. Fully automatic concentrator x 1 cutting factory loaded with 100 Tai Sui load rate 100 Clevel inheritance tower x 5 level iron city x 5 Wonders. Plunglai Island already arranged. Lingtao Mountain already arranged. Assets. Peach trees x2 level spirit plant Tai Sui x 110 a level weapons x 0 7 million sets level weapons x 400 sets. This midterm examination not only caused significant losses among second-tier and first-tier believers, but even the number of ordinary mortals had dropped to 1 million. However, with the enhancement of breeding cards and evolution talents, it is believed that the population will. Moreover, the environment within his divine realm has undergone earth-shattering changes. Under the nurturing aura of Plunglai Island, the qualifications of those believers are slowly improving. With the addition of the blood pills from the blood pool of a century and the body tempering techniques of the sea of blood, along with an abundance of various spiritual fruits, Yang Fan believes that the strength of his believers will see rapid enhancement. At the price of the monkey wine spring has become Yang Fan's primary source of income. Within just 30 years in the divine realm, it can brew 100 bottles of monkey wine worth a total of 100 million. In a month, the monkey wine spring can bring him an income of 100 million, and with a 10-fold evolution talent, that adds up to 1 billion. With 5 monkey wine springs, the monthly output amounts to 5 billion faith points. Yang Yi seems to understand Yang Fan's emphasis on the ancient elven tree, thus the sun, spring, and moon will remain untouched, providing him a steady monthly income of 60 million faith points. Feeling the changes within his divine realm, Yang Fan relaxed completely. Indeed, the more capital one possesses, the more at ease one becomes. Such high-level intelligent beings are truly the best workers. After handling everything, Yang Fan opened the door and called out to Luo Ro, who was chatting with her mother in the living room. Ruer, I've finished dealing with matters. Yang Fan said softly. Mom, I'm going upstairs first. Luo Ro politely addressed Sun Rong. You haven't seen each other for a month. Don't be careless, take care of yourself. Sun Rong reminded, but her gaze was fixed on Yang Fan upstairs, her eyes carrying a hint of warning. Luo Rao's face flushed. No, Mom, you're just being ridiculous. Closing the door, Luo Ro seemed a bit awkward. What's wrong? Yang Fan asked. Luo Ro lightly bit her lip and said, it's nothing. I just didn't expect you to be this impressive first in your grade. Even if my divine realm isn't damaged, I probably wouldn't be worthy of you. What nonsense are you talking? They'll transfer you 100 million faith points. You don't need to save during this time. Buy as much life water for your divine realm as you need. The toxins in your divine realm. Once you get to university, I will definitely find a way to help you solve it, trust me. Looking at Yang Fan's serious gaze, Luo Ro gently nodded. In the past when Yang Fan said this, she merely considered it comforting, but now she had no doubts whatsoever. Yang Fan might really have the ability to save her. Darling, I'm a bit inconvenient. Why don't you go to the virtual world of Tianxiang realm? Luo Rao's voice was as soft as a mosquito. What are you thinking? Hurry and sleep. Yang Fan picked her up and held her in his arms as they both fell into slumber. Early the next morning, Yang Fan's consciousness plunged into the divine realm. Looking at the changes within, he was utterly bewildered. The once 4 iron cities had vanished without a trace, replaced by a colossal technological metropolis spanning north and south. The buildings shimmered with a cold, sleek luster, their surfaces interwoven with runes and technological patterns, emitting a stable yet potent wave of energy. The ground was no longer dirt and fenced paths, but entirely paved with asphalt. Straight and wide roads spread out like veins throughout the city. Countless light tracks crisscrossed the ground in midair, forming a vast and intricate transportation system. A screeching sound rang out, which turned out to be the nuclear-powered bus Yang Fan had once ridden in Yang County. Even higher in the sky, several supersonic vehicles were continuously shuttling between Panglai Island and the ground. The realms of immortality and technology bizarrely and perfectly merged at this moment. The surroundings of Lingtao Mountain presented an entirely different scene. Large populations of humans resided here, with towns built around the mountains, orderly and structured. In the mountains, spiritual fruits ripened and the spiritual energy pervaded. Countless mortals traversed through harvesting, transporting, and sorting, all operating efficiently. Some areas even equipped with automatic harvesters, achieving semi-automated collection. Machines and humans collaborated, continuously delivering spiritual fruits, with a portion sent to the Monkey Wine Spring and a larger portion placed in storage. The once primitive society of the divine realm was entirely gone, now transformed into a large-scale systematic and industrialized resource production and human civilization. Yang Fan stood quietly in the air, momentarily unrecognizable. Is this my divine realm? What on earth happened overnight? Who can tell me? Yang Fan shouted internally. Clearly, he was following the fusion of cultivation and martial arts, yet why had the technological aspects suddenly filled up? Master, welcome to inspect the work. Yang Yi's exquisite face suddenly appeared before Yang Fan. What is going on? Considering the ample funds currently available for long-term development, I directly purchased a technological city worth 500 million faith points in one go. Its area can be automatically adjusted up to 2 million square kilometers, and even if the master breaks through to become a deity, it can still be used. Yang Yi responded. Impressive, but don't you think this city feels a bit out of place with the primitive forests on either side? Yang Fan rubbed his temples. That issue lacks value. The technological city offers a comfortable living environment, efficient transportation modes, and extremely low logistics costs. Moreover, I have closed many entertainment facilities. In this context, combined with the breeding cards, it can maximize the fertility rate of the believers. Currently, the population of believers in the divine realm is severely insufficient. I believe this is the primary concern. The degree of environmental compatibility has no relation to the development of the divine realm and is not worth considering. Yang Yi spoke calmly. What is that supersonic aircraft? I utilized my exceptional negotiation skills to have the vendor include 5 supersonic aircraft equipped with controllable nuclear fusion energy when purchasing the technological city. They can fly continuously for 100 million years and are barely sufficient for personnel movement between the 2 locations. Once the believers break through to the Qi refinement stage, these supersonic aircraft can even be sold at a discount in the marketplace. Awesome. Yang Fan gave a thumbs up. Though the combination of technology and cultivation feels somewhat odd, Yang Fan couldn't deny that after Yang Yi's efforts, the development of his believers indeed accelerated significantly. Master, I request to list 2 grade Lingji peach trees for online sale and spend 500 million to purchase a grade fresh storage warehouse. Yang Yi continued. Reason. The yield rate of the peach trees is too low, and currently the master's believers are too weak, still in the foundational reproduction stage. There's no need to worry about lifespan issues, and there's no value in continuing cultivation. In the divine realm, the time cost of funds is too high. The grade fresh storage warehouse follows spatial laws with a storage area of 500 square kilometers capable of preserving the spiritual fruits harvested from Lingtao Mountain. Yang Fan couldn't help but say, isn't it better to just sell the excess spiritual fruits directly? Lingtao Mountain is indeed a marvel, producing various spiritual fruits every year under the supply of Panglai Island's aura. With just 5 monkey wine springs and the believer's consumption, not even one can be utilized. In response, Yang Fan couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of these spectacles. Even if it was merely selling spiritual fruits, he felt that his daily income would not fall below 100 million. Although the quality of these spiritual fruits is not high, the quantity is simply enormous. Yang Yi replied, based on the current situation, we will plan accordingly. In the future, the monkey wine spring will be one of the main sources of income for the master. If we choose to purchase spiritual fruits from the market to brew monkey wine, the annual profit margin will drop to 40. Based on the current output from Lingtao Mountain, we can purchase an additional 100 monkey wine springs. Furthermore, it would only barely reach equilibrium when the number of believers develops to 100 million. Selling these spiritual fruits now and then buying them back at a high price in the future is not as good as purchasing grade fresh storage to solve the fundamental problem. Very comprehensive consideration. Oh, I agree. Yang Fan nodded. Truly, as a high-level intelligent life form, it resolves every real-world problem with rational thinking, and the efficiency is simply terrifying. Having witnessed Yang Yi's capabilities, Yang Fan decided that he would no longer question the normal development process of the divine nation in the future. With such an all-around believer assisting him, why worry so much? Yang Fan donned a helmet and entered the virtual world to prepare for today's class. Unlike other believers, Yang Yi could communicate with him whether in reality or the virtual world. Even though I have you, I can't just relax completely. In a while when class starts, if there's anything I don't understand, just let me know in my mind. No problem, I'll assist with the development of the divine nation and help answer your questions. My computational power usage is less than 1/1,000,000th. Yang Yi's voice echoed in his mind. Although there was no fluctuation in tone, Yang Fan felt as if upon entering the classroom, Zhang Pang did not greet him as usual, but instead hid in a corner as if he had seen a ghost. Yang Fan casually found a seat and his classmates instantly fled, keeping their distance. Come on, is it necessary? Luo Bing and Li Tianheng are not even here. Yang Fan complained inwardly. Yang Yi's voice appeared in his mind. Master, I just browsed all the web pages related to Yang County No. 1 middle school as well as the school's forums and found that you are currently the public enemy of the school. What's going on? Initiated by Li Tianheng, whoever is close to you in the entire school is targeted by him. He is offering a reward of 10 million for any dirt on you, and you are currently the top target on his hit list. Damn, so it's school bullying. Yang Fan felt speechless. How much does Li Tianheng hate him? If it weren't for the restrictions of federal law, would he even send troops to attack his divine nation? Based on my research, there is a 94.2 probability that the teacher will announce class divisions today, and with your midterm exam scores, you will definitely be placed in Class 1. Class 1 usually studies content divided into 1. Application for public divine nation battlefields, believers participating in combat. 2. Defensive wars for the divine nation under restrictions. 3. Extracurricular practical activities including, but not limited to, collaborative explorations of the divine nations of deceased deities. From the public forums and various comments, the probability of being bullied and targeted by classmates is as high as 99. 99. What the hell, aren't we just sitting in class? Yang Fan swallowed nervously. Most students in Class 3 are oriented towards logistics, leaning towards theory. Class 1 is all about warfare, leaning towards practice. Yang Yi continued explaining. Is there any danger? Yang Fan asked in his mind. The core of the divine nation is not dangerous, but if handled improperly, believers could suffer mass casualties, which may significantly hinder the progress of the divine nation's development. What good methods do we have? Quickly enhance the strength of the believers. Hurry up and think of a way for me, Yang Fan said anxiously. Apply to purchase grade architectural spirit weapon workshops along with small mining veins. Application approved. Requesting 200 million funds to purchase various alien corpses using a sea of flesh and blood to rapidly enhance the believers' physical bodies and increase their survival capabilities. Application approved. Apply. All approved. Stop dawdling, just do what you need to do. At this moment, Yang Fan was very glad that he had purchased a high-level intelligent life form. Its ability to collect, organize, and analyze information was extraordinary. Without Yang Yi, he might not even have realized that danger was imminent. Yang Fan thought bitterly, want to bully me. Just wait until I develop and let you all call me father. With the wonders of Penglai Island and Lingtao Mountain, Yang Fan felt considerably more confident. With the talent for evolution coupled with the assets within his divine nation, he couldn't believe that his development speed couldn't catch up with Luo Bing and Li Tianheng. Zhang Pang sent a private message. Brother Yang, I dare not talk to you. Please don't blame me. My little arms and legs can't handle it. Yang Yi continued to remind. Help me reply to the message. Tell him to keep his distance from me for now. Yang Fan instructed. Understood, master. With a high-level intelligent life form, handling matters became convenient. All it required was a thought, and it could do anything. At that moment, Li Qingying, the homeroom teacher of Class 7, walked into the classroom. Li Qingying's face was flushed, and she was even humming a tune indicating that she was in a good mood. Li Qingying smiled broadly at Yang Fan, making him feel a little uneasy. Students, the midterm exam has ended. First, congratulations to Yang Fan and Li Shiheo for being promoted to Class 1 and Wang Jinyu for being promoted to Class 3. Tomorrow you will go to other classes. As for the coordinates, I will send them to your wristwatch later. Li Qingying slowly stated. After saying this, she seemed to conjure a chair from nowhere and sat down. We won't have class today, let's chat for a bit. First, congratulations to our classmate Yang Fan for achieving the first place in this year's grade. Oh, everyone applaud. Li Qingying led the applause vigorously. However, the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. The applause below was sparse, and many people dared not look up. Li Qingying was unfazed, continuing to speak to Yang Fan. I am very fortunate to have a student like you. What's going on with Teacher Li? Not having class, just chatting instead. Yang Fan thought to himself. Master, based on the midterm exam rankings, the teaching staff will receive corresponding rewards. So I made Teacher Li rich. No wonder he looks at me with such gentle eyes. From another perspective, the first place in past exams has always been a student from Class 1, and once you are promoted to Class 1, that homeroom teacher will surely look at you in a different light. Yang Yi added insightfully. Yang Fan felt a chill in his heart. Had he already offended the future homeroom teacher before even being assigned to a class? How is the aftertaste of this midterm exam growing stronger? Since everyone is uninterested, let's end class. Yang Fan, stay behind. Today, Li Qingying seemed to not want to hold class at all and waved her hand. After arriving at the office, Li Qingying took out a card and placed it on the table. Work hard, this is a gift for you. After receiving the card, Yang Fan hadn't even looked closely at it when Yang Yi's voice reached his mind. The grade formation, Xingwei destruction formation, can be laid out simultaneously by up to 1,000,000 believers and is adept at defense. The price is 100 million faith points. Li Qingying said slowly, this is the grade Xingwei destruction formation. With your comprehension, you should now qualify to comprehend it. If you can get started, the remaining time in high school will be much easier. Upon saying this, there was a hint of pity in Li Qingying's eyes. Thank you, teacher, Yang Fan replied with a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth. Go ahead, the teacher of Class 1 is named Chao Wang, and he has a bit of a temper, so remember to avoid him. Li Qingying waved her hand. Returning to reality, Yang Fan removed the helmet and let out a sigh. The remaining student life won't be easy. Just as Yang Fan lamented, he suddenly felt a surge of power within his body. In the divine realm, third-tier beings were born. As consciousness was immersed in the divine realm, it was indeed discovered that beside the enlightenment stone on Penglai Island, a follower had broken through to the third tier. With the dual enhancement of Penglai Island and the enlightenment stone coupled with a tenfold evolution talent, his follower was rapidly growing stronger. Yang Yi, according to the information you've gathered, what position does my follower hold in Class A? Yang Fan inquired. There are 228 people in Class A, and if we deploy all our followers, the ranking should be around 100. So low. Based on the midterm exam footage, the master's advantage lies in the powerful troop supply capability. The followers themselves are too weak. Even if they comprehend the perfected 10,000 spirits returning formation, they still won't have a significant advantage. Then am I doomed? Tomorrow, Class A has a 95% probability of applying for the public divine realm battlefield. The participating followers will be 10,000. Depending on the opponent's strength, the master can choose to deploy followers of varying strengths to minimize losses. In a century of the divine realm, I am confident in raising the overall strength of the master's followers to the top 10. By then, even Luo Bing and Li Tianheng may not be willing to pay a hefty price to compete with the master. Yang Yi analyzed. Yang Fan's eyes lit up at these words. A century in the divine realm only feels like 10 days to him. It still relies on advanced intelligent life. Speaking brings reassurance. With the enhancement of the enlightenment stone, the followers barely qualify to comprehend the Xian turtle annihilation formation. If they can grasp the basics, the master can take on multiple enemies in the divine realm defense battle. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry and load it up, let them comprehend it. Unlike Yang Fan, Yang Yi as an intelligent being wouldn't feel fatigued. Once there were surplus resources in the divine realm, it would immediately list them for sale. On Moonlight Road, Yang Essence Monkey Wine, and even the weapons produced by the Spirit Weapon Workshop purchased today, once Yang Yi determined the stock was sufficient, it would immediately list them. Once the faith points were sufficient, it would also purchase Monkey Wine Spring or the Moon Well and Sun Spring for compounding investments. If previously Yang Fan was compounding monthly, now Yang Yi was compounding hourly. Yang Fan could feel that his divine realm was continuously interacting with the outside world. Under the influence of the tenfold evolution talent, one day in the outside world equated to 10 years in the divine realm, making this sensation even more pronounced. The next day, Yang Fan reluctantly donned the helmet and entered the senior Class 1 classroom. The classroom layout hadn't changed, and Yang Fan saw many familiar faces. Luo Bing and Li Tianheng's 7-member team, the annoying young master Luo Mingxuan, the old friend Li Shiheo, as well as Tai Feng from the Blacksmith Association, and some familiar faces he had once dined with through group chats. Many people's gazes turned towards Yang Fan, some with disgust, some with gloating, and more with hostility. Just as Yang Fan found a corner to sit down, a figure stood in front of him. "Yang, brother, this is my spot, please go to the back." The person gritted his teeth. Yang Fan recognized him as Li Chengze, one of the 7-member team, hot-tempered but quite loyal. At this moment, Luo Mingxian was sitting with his legs crossed, looking as if he was watching a show. "So satisfying, what does having talent matter? Offending so many people, let's see how you get by in Class A," Luo Mingxian said with a smug expression. Yang Fan did not argue with him and simply got up to sit in the last corner. Dignity is not given by others, ultimately it relies on strength. After all, he had once wronged them, and this small matter was something Yang Fan didn't want to dwell on. Seeing Yang Fan endure and even appear indifferent, Li Chengze felt like cursing. However, the homeroom teacher was about to arrive, so he could only suppress his anger. A middle-aged man with a square face walked to the podium. "With some new faces, I'll introduce myself again. My name is Chao Wang, and I am your new homeroom teacher. For the first lesson today, I will only discuss one thing: abandon your previous lazy habits. The students in Class A are all on the warpath, so our classes are different from others. I don't care how you develop your divine realm during your free time, my lesson teaches only one thing: war. I want to discuss the ecological nonsense of the divine realm, or the boring investments of the divine realm. How to attack foreign divine realms. What is the most efficient way to rob resources? How to balance population, weapons, and supplies. How to flexibly apply various formations. And the taboos of warfare. Every lesson of mine requires battle." Chao Wang's tone was stern like an iron-blooded general, and the powerful divine aura made all the students present shiver. "Before starting the first lesson, I want to get to know a student. Who is Yang Fan?" Chao Wang's gaze scanned each person. Yang Fan took a deep breath and raised his left hand. Looking at Yang Fan, Chao Wang narrowed his eyes and said, "I've watched the footage from the midterm exam. Your adaptability, battlefield control, and decisiveness when sacrificing followers are quite impressive. You have great talent." Hearing this, Yang Fan felt a hint of confusion. The other party actually praised him, which was different from what he had imagined. "However, next time I hope you use these tactics against the foreigners, not to turn against your own kind. I'm currently a teacher, but I am also a frontline soldier. What I detest most are those who cheat and play tricks in battle, being submissive to foreigners while being treacherous to their own people. Do you understand?" With a thunderous sound, Yang Fan felt as if his head were about to explode, the powerful divine aura from Chao Wang pressing down on him, causing his soul to tremble. "Death, this feels like death. Master, rest assured this is an illusion created by the virtual world. Your consciousness and physical body are very safe." Yang Fan heard Yang Yi's reminder in his mind. Yang Fan slowly raised his head, coldly gazing at the other party. This homeroom teacher of Class A certainly makes a strong impression. Seeing Yang Fan adjust so quickly, Chao Wang felt a bit surprised. "Good eyes, let me see how your practical ability is." Requesting the real battlefield of the divine realm. Chao Wang raised his right hand. In an instant, the classroom environment began to change. The podium, desks, and floor vanished like data, replaced by arena after arena. The real battlefield of the divine realm, teaching version limited to 10,000 people, blocking divine realm coordinates. Blocking complete, current free combination for combat. The voice of the intelligent being echoed in the void. After preparing the battlefield of the divine realm, Chao Wang stood with his hands behind his back. "You cannot continuously challenge the same person within a month. Try to arrange the strongest followers for battle. If a situation of breaking formations or large-scale slaughter arises during the battle, the advantageous side must stop immediately to avoid affecting the opponent's divine realm development. I will point out each side's issues based on your battle situations. Real divine realm warfare will allow you to progress more quickly. Old Li, let's team up today. Old Wang, let's practice together. Remember to go easy. Oh, last time my 4th-tier being had its arm severed by your follower, forcing me to buy a limb restoration pill in the mall. Tai Feng, let's go. Most of Class 1 soon found their opponents. Yang Fan remained standing where he was. Li Tianheng walked over and said, "Yang Fan, it is only the two of us now." Watching the triumphant light in the other's eyes, Yang Fan let out a quiet sigh. "Yang Yi, what do you think I should do?" he asked inwardly. Yang Yi warned, "Li Tianheng has a crade talent, Quan Shu, a mad blood. His divine realm has already produced 5th-rank beings. You have no chance of victory." Yang Fan sighed and asked, "Can I refuse to fight?" "There is generally no precedent for surrendering without a fight," came the reply. "So if I fight a little and then surrender?" "Fine." Li Tianheng's face twisted with cruelty. At the battlefield, Li Tianheng summoned his followers, 10 5th-rank beings, 1,000 4th-rank beings, and the rest were all 3rd rank. Surveying his opponent's formation, Yang Fan felt that even if he summoned every strongest follower in his divine realm, it still would not be enough to blunt that onslaught. He muttered, Did this guy go and take some miracle drugs? Why is he so brutal? Yang Fan waved his right hand, and 10,000 followers were summoned. Kill them, Li Tianheng bellowed. His followers surged forward like a pack of famished wolves. Within a few breaths, all 10,000 of Yang Fan's followers lay slain. This was a real Divine Realm battlefield. Followers were summoned with mortal bodies. The arena spanning hundreds of kilometers had been drenched in blood, severed limbs, and spilled organs lay scattered. The sickening stench of blood hung in the air. Other classmates stopped their own followers mid-combat. Tianheng is ruthless. He kills so fast, someone murmured. No way, Yang Fan is really that weak. It's Tianheng's strength. Look at his formation aside from Luo Bing, who in our class can stand against him. Li Chengze smirked with satisfaction. His Quanxua talent isn't even activated yet. What a relief. The midterm had been disastrous for them thanks to Yang Fan. Seeing Li Tianheng's slaughter brought many a student a grim sort of pleasure. What's going on? Chao Wang's face darkened as he strode over. Report teacher Yang Fan's followers are too weak. Mere mortals, they produce no learning effect, Li Tianheng explained. Chao Wang turned to Yang Fan. What do you have to say? Yang Fan answered plainly. If I cannot win, better to minimize the losses. Chao Wang snorted, then scolded loudly. Li Tianheng, are you out of your mind? This is a class, not a battlefield to flaunt your power. Your talent is meant to fight the alien races. What are you doing now? Li Tianheng retorted. That brat treats me like a monkey. I will not rest until I have my revenge. Even when facing a deity, Li Tianheng held his head high, utterly unafraid. Chao Wang said coldly, foolish, such narrow-mindedness will never forge greatness. If you are so stubborn, skip college when you graduate and join the front lines as a soldier for a few years. Hearing that, Yang Fan felt a flicker of surprise. Although Chao Wang had been harsh toward him, his essence was not cruel. He despised the alien races and genuinely taught every student seriously. Both of you go back and reflect. This fight was meaningless. There is nothing to comment on. Exit now. Relieved by the instruction, Yang Fan felt liberated and immediately logged out of the virtual world. No sooner had he removed his helmet than he received a private message. Yang Fan, this isn't over. From now on, people I arrange will challenge you every day, 10,000 a day. Even if they are ordinary followers, you don't have that many to expend, do you? Dare to play me, and this is the price. Li Tianheng's threat hung on the screen. Yang Fan smiled. Had it been someone else, they might have been frightened, but Yang Fan possessed an evolution talent. 10,000 ordinary followers a day, he could indeed sustain. He murmured to himself, not for long. If you keep pushing like this, you will be the one to rue it. Consider this a period for you to vent. If you continue to target me, don't expect me to show mercy. In the following days, Yang Fan endured the same fate daily. It seemed prearranged. After others matched, he was always left with a single opponent. He could not choose. Those opponents were all members of the 7-person squad known as the Old Friends. Yang Fan grew numb. His Divine Realm population had now surpassed 4 million. Thanks to a favorable living environment and the support of a crate breeding card, births multiplied. The growth was exponential. On the 7th day, his opponent was Luo Bing. Seeing that all of his followers were mere mortals, she did not bother to slaughter them. Bored, she asked him to surrender outright. Such generosity. Yang Fan quickly raised his hand in surrender and cheerfully logged out of the virtual world, leaving Li Tianheng standing there with a scowl. In the whole of Senior 3 class, only one person dared to give Li Tianheng no face at all, Luo Bing. 5 more days passed. Within the Divine Realm, 50 more years unfolded, and the follower population topped 10 million. Under the twin blessings of Pulai Island and the Wudao Stone, more followers advanced in rank. Those who ascended into higher tiers surpassed 1 million. On that same day, the realm produced its first 4th rank, being elevating its overall might. Divine Lord Yang Fan. Divine Realm area 1 million square kilometers. Talents: grade resource talent, USS grade evolution talent. Followers: 4th rank beings, 1 3rd rank beings, 310 2nd rank beings, 6252 1st rank beings, 1 mortals, 97000. Dependents: little sprites, 412. Discipleship techniques: Wuxing Peiyuan Gong 5 elements foundation cultivation, Jinggang, Buhai, Gong Vajra indestructible technique, Wanling Guiyuan array myriad souls return array, great accomplishment, Xian Gui Mieshing array. Faith points 1. 24 billion providing 260. For points daily. Buildings: Moonwell X 2000 Sun Spring X 2000 Grade Building Hoer Liquor Spring X5 Special Life Building Spirit Tree Millennial Nurturing Little Sprites Special Building Wudao Stone Grade Flesh Sea Blood Pool X1 Grade Bailing Blood Pool X1 Soaking 10 Taisue Load 100 Special Full Automatic Concentrator X3 Butchery Loading 300 Taisue Load 100 Grade Spirit Arms Workshop with Small Mineral Vein Crade Tech City X1 Wonders Plunlai Island deployed Lingtao Mountain deployed Assets Taisui X, 310, small mineral veins, various spirit fruits, grade weapons, grade weapons, grade weapons. Studying the realm's particulars, Yang Fan said with satisfaction, if I participated in a true divine realm war with millions of population and the evolution talent apart from Luo Bing and Li Tianheng, no one in class 1 could match me. In attempt the Sand-Person simulated divine realm battle aided by the great accomplishment Wanling Guiyuan array, he should rank among the top 10 in the class. With such strength, Yang Fan no longer felt timid. He was confident that even Li Tianheng, if he chose a life-or-death clash, would see his 10,000 elite troops suffer grievously. Li Tianheng did not possess Yang Fan's tenfold evolution advantage. If he lost 30 to 40% of his forces, the pain would be his. I need to bare a few teeth, otherwise they'll think I'm a soft target, Yang Fan thought. A faint flash of fighting spirit passed through Yang Fan's eyes. Upon donning his helmet, Yang Fan lightly tapped the coordinates, instantly arriving at the divine battlefield created by Chao Wang. As usual, others had already formed their teams and his opponent was equally prepared. Seeing the newcomer, Yang Fan revealed a hint of surprise. It was actually Luo Mingxian. Yang Fan remembered that this person ranked somewhere around 200 to 300 in the Luo family's Divine Nation simulation battle. Previously, the followers Yang Fan sent out in class were all ordinary mortals, as he did not want to expend too much. Could Luo Mingxian truly believe he was an easy target? On another arena, Li Chengze was sparring with Li Tianheng, his expression somewhat worried as he said, "Brother Tianheng, is that waste Luo Mingxian going to be okay? How did you agree to let him participate?" "Don't worry, he requested it himself. I tested his capabilities yesterday, and he is not weak. He claimed he would give it his all. Even if he is not Yang Fan's match, it will surely be a fierce contest," Li Tianheng explained. "It seems his parents have invested quite a bit in him." "Oh." Li Chengze clicked his tongue. "I can only continue to challenge after a month. Anyway, the two of them have grievances, regardless of the outcome. The consumption of followers will not be small." "Brother Tianheng, your insight is remarkable. One fights for pride. Since that rascal Yang Fan dares to toy with us, how can we not show him some consequences?" On the arena, Luo Mingxian summoned his followers. 1/4 tier being 23rd tier beings, 362nd tier beings, 4,600 first tier beings, and mortals. Upon seeing this lineup, many classmates displayed expressions of astonishment. Luo Mingxian's strength has risen quite rapidly. Now there will be a spectacle. Although Yang Fan has comprehended the perfected 10,000 spirits returning formation, his followers still lag behind in combat power. That might not be the case. This guy received the most resources during the midterm exams. Just the school's reward of 1 billion faith points has significantly boosted his followers' strength. Regardless, there will be a fight. Luo Mingxian is petty. I see him as someone who will strike hard. During ordinary sparring, these students wouldn't focus entirely on the battle of the followers. At this moment, they were more interested in the fight between Luo Mingxian and Yang Fan. Fighting to the death is much more exciting than sparring. Luo Mingxian floated above his followers' arms crossed and declared, "Yang Fan, I finally have the chance to engage you in a real duel. Don't even think about surrendering. No, even if you do surrender, I won't stop. This arena can only end with both parties' agreement. A full-out battle, the losses on your end will surely be substantial." Yang Fan asked curiously. Luo Mingxian smiled wickedly, saying, "It doesn't matter, it's just a contribution of power. After all, you have incurred the wrath of many, we all share a common enemy." "I see." After finishing his words, Yang Fan summoned his elite troops. 1/4 tier being, 303rd tier beings, 6,000 second tier beings, and the rest were all first tier beings. Seeing this lineup, the scene quieted down significantly. Damn, this guy really hit his strength. All of them are first tier plus 4th tier followers. This combat power should be among the top 10 in the class. That's quite insidious. Hasn't it been less than a month since the midterms? How did he improve so quickly? Nonsense, how is that possible? The midterm exam was so dangerous, yet he still managed to conceal his strength. This kid is devious, making us look like fools in front. That rascal, that rascal. Li Chengze angrily. Previously, Yang Fan's followers included not a single third-tier being, and later they were all mere mortals without clothes. To have improved to this extent in such a short time, is it a scam? The only reasonable explanation is that Yang Fan had concealed his strength back then. Li Chengze recalled how he had wholeheartedly trusted Yang Fan, wishing he could slap himself. Li Tianheng also had a grim expression, wishing he could swap places with Luo Mingxian on the arena. "If I don't eliminate all his followers, my Dao heart will be unstable." "You." Luo Mingxian pointed at Yang Fan, struggling to find words. Yang Fan has comprehended the perfected 10,000 spirits returning formation, and now his followers' overall strength surpasses his own. Even if he charges in, how much damage can he inflict on the opponent? "I concede." Luo Mingxian raised his hand. "Kill." Yang Fan let out a cold laugh. "Bastard." As the two armies clashed, the scent of blood instantly filled the air. Not only was he stronger, but after 100 or 200 years of refining in the spiritual weapon workshop, Yang Fan's army of 10,000 was equipped with complete sets of grade weapons, while Luo Mingxuan's third-tier followers wore grade, and the others were Ulf grade. Adding to the advantage of formations, it was essentially a one-sided massacre. Watching his 10,000 elite soldiers being mowed down like grass, Luo Mingxuan's face darkened to the color of charcoal. In the end, Yang Fan annihilated all of the opponent's followers at the cost of over 800 first-tier beings. Although the result didn't meet expectations, it wasn't completely ineffective. Luo Mingxian could only comfort himself in his heart. If he were to learn that Yang Fan's first-tier beings had reached 1,000,000, he would probably be infuriated to the point of vomiting blood. As the battle concluded, the restrictions of the divine battlefield were lifted, and a displeased Chao Wang approached. "Our class truly has spirit. When it comes to killing our own, we are ruthless," Chao Wang remarked with a sarcastic tone. "When others are ruthless, I have to resist." Yang Fan replied helplessly. "Why is it always you? Why are there no such casualties in the arena battles of other classmates? I am hated, there's no way around it. You know you are hated, yet you still strike so hard. After considering for a while, I feel that continuing like this isn't a solution. In the future, anyone who wants to fight me to the death in the arena, just give me a heads up, and I will accompany you with all my strength." Yang Fan turned to look at everyone, his voice filled with a chilling edge. With sufficient strength, it was time to establish his reputation. With the power he displayed apart from Luo Bing and Li Tianing, others would likely not dare to fight him to the death. "I will leave class first." Yang Fan waved his hand as he had become accustomed to leaving after finishing his fights these days. "Wait," Chao Wang suddenly spoke. "What else does Teacher Chao have to say?" Yang Fan looked puzzled. "The 10,000 spirits returning formation is just an grade formation lacking obvious advantages and limited potential. Since your comprehension is good, go purchase a set each of defensive and offensive formations not exceeding grade. Grade and above formations require followers at the Qi refinement or warrior level to operate." "Thank you, Teacher Chao." Yang Fan was somewhat taken aback, not expecting the other party to genuinely guide him. Chao Wang ignored Yang Fan and directly turned to scold Luo Mingxuan, saying, "Your formation is simply a mess. The foundation of your followers is equally shaky. What kind of elixir did you use to forcibly enhance the strength of this fourth-tier being? It looks impressive, but it's utterly useless. Is your head filled with rubbish? What kind of elixir did you use to forcibly enhance the strength of this fourth-tier being? It looks impressive, but..." Being scolded like this by Chao Wang, tears began to well up in Luo Mingxuan's eyes. Seeing this scene, Yang Fan, who was in an exceptionally good mood, couldn't help but laugh. "Sorry, I couldn't hold back. Goodbye." Yang Fan quickly exited the virtual world, not wanting to be reprimanded by Chao Wang. All the students in Class 3 of the senior year respected Chao Wang for a reason. Although he spoke coarsely and was strict with the students, his teaching ethics were indeed commendable. He treated everyone equally regardless of their talent. Such a person would undoubtedly make a great general on the front lines. Unlike the satisfaction felt by Yang Fan, Luo Mingxian was currently smashing things in the villa like a madman. Yang Fan, just you wait. Oh, I will never let you off." After establishing his authority last time, the subsequent practical training became much more normal, with many classmates matched against Yang Fan, stating that the focus would be on sparring. Yang Fan readily agreed. He had no interest in slaughtering others, and ordinary sparring would be enough for Chao Wang to point out issues. Another 10 days passed. The grade Mystic Turtle Annihilation Array was still too profound for Yang Fan's current followers. He adopted Chao Wang's suggestion, and after discussing it with Yang, he chose 2 grade formations. One was the Locking Heaven formation, primarily focused on confinement and defense. The other was the Annihilation God formation, primarily focused on strangling and breaking the formation. With a 10-fold evolution talent, Yang Fan did not want to waste time and effort researching formations himself to teach his followers. Instead, he placed them directly in the transmission tower for his followers to study on their own. A month had passed since the end of the high school entrance exam, and under such rapid development the divine nation had experienced 300 years. Now the population of his followers had stopped growing, reaching its limit. Followers Tier 4 beings, 100 Tier 3 beings, 3,310 Tier 2 beings, 4 Tier 1 beings, for million mortals, 32 million. Independence small fairies, 1718. In methods 5 elements: cultivation technique, indestructible body technique, locking heaven formation, grade annihilation god formation, grade all spirits return to origin formation, great achievement mystic turtle annihilation array. In faith points 11. 200 million providing 360. For faith points daily. With nearly 40 million in population, this was already the limit of followers that a divine being's nation could achieve. With the population explosion, Yang, he had set up 5 fully automated concentrators on the ground running at full capacity. That was 500 Tai Shui continuously producing meat worth 1 billion. Thanks to the ample spiritual fruits to ensure his followers' health, Yang Yi purchased 20 supersonic planes specifically for transporting spiritual fruits. Even the followers on the ground could not only enjoy ample concentrated meat, but also had 2 or 3 spiritual fruits with each meal, leading to increasingly better lives. Now relying solely on his followers, Yang Fan could earn 364 faith points daily, having already progressed 1/3 of the way towards breaking through to demigod. With more than 4 months until the college entrance examination, leveraging his evolution talent, his divine nation had developed for over 1,000 years. Yang Fan even believed he might have the opportunity to break through to demigod before the exam. All of this was thanks to the gains from the midterm exams. The assistance from Penglai Island and Lingtao Mountain was tremendous, and the feeling of becoming stronger while lying down was truly addictive. Today my physical body feels much stronger again. A few days ago I went to the gym and surprisingly struck with 5 tons of force. I wonder how it is now. Feeling the terrifying power within his body, Yang Fan longed to find someone in the real world to have a good fight. A beautiful day begins of first I need to attend class. With that thought, Yang Fan put on his helmet. Today was once again a duel battle in the battlefield of the divine nation. Yang Fan had recently grown accustomed to being late. After all, someone would help him find an opponent, so he didn't have to worry about matching with anyone. As Yang Fan appeared outside the battlefield, Li Tianheng's tiger-like gaze instantly locked onto him. Can you challenge me now? Yang Fan frowned. It's already the 2nd month. You wouldn't be planning to send another 10,000 mortals for me to kill again, would you? Li Tianheng's expression was grim. If Yang Fan continued to act unreasonably like this, Li Tianheng truly had no way to deal with him. Li Tianheng was confident in his own strength to crush Yang Fan, but if the latter refused to fight, he couldn't very well ask Li Chengze and the others to force him. With the strength Yang Fan had displayed, even Li Chengze might lose many high-level followers. With the college entrance examination approaching, such losses would be unacceptable to his family. No problem, it's good that you can vent your anger, Yang Fan said casually. He still felt a bit guilty about the midterm exam incident. Seeing Yang Fan's indifference, Li Tianheng exploded with rage. I can't vent my anger. You make me very angry and furious. Yang Fan was completely stunned, watching the other like someone whose tail had been stepped on. You wouldn't even want 1,000 followers to kill. Take me to the arena and shout and scream. Oh, what kind of decorum is that? Chao Wang couldn't help but rub his forehead. He had high hopes for Li Tianheng. With that ferocious blood talent on the battlefield, he would undoubtedly be a killing machine. But this guy seemed to have a screw loose, saying whatever came to mind like a child. The two arrived at the arena, and Li Tianheng immediately summoned his followers. 11 tier 5 beings, 1,200 tier 4 beings, and the rest were all tier 3. Compared to a month ago, their strength had increased significantly. Yang Fan, if you're a man, fight with all your might. After today, we can erase the past. You won't know me, and I won't know you. We'll become like strangers. Li Tianheng said seriously. If he couldn't make Yang Fan bleed a little, he would find it hard to swallow this anger. But under the school's rules, if the other kept acting unreasonably, he had no good way to deal with it. Li Tianheng could only make this statement, once he annihilated Yang Fan's high-level followers, it would count as an explanation for his brother and for himself. Are you sure? Yang Fan's eyes brightened. That's right. Good, after today's battle, we will have no entanglements. However, I must state in advance that if you are the one who is afraid to fight, do not come looking for trouble with me afterward. Yang Fan said. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up to fight with all your might. Li Tianheng sneered. What a joke. Would he be afraid to fight? Yang Fan waved his hand and summoned all his strongest followers. 100 tier 4 beings, 3,000 tier 3 beings, and the rest were all tier 2. Such combat power was far superior to when he fought Luo Mingxian. Most importantly, even if Yang Fan's followers were not as strong as Li Tianheng's, they had comprehended the all spirits return to origin formation at a great achievement level. If it came down to a fight to the death, they might still be able to take a piece of him. With his evolution talent, Yang Fan was not afraid of the loss of followers. Give him another month, and he could assemble a stronger team again. However, Li Tianheng was different. Yang Fan smiled confidently, throwing the challenge to the other side. Looking at the two armies facing off on the arena, the scene was silent. Yang Fan is strong. Although he is not Li Tianheng's opponent relying on formations, if he truly fights to the death, it is likely that many high-level followers will be lost. Li Chengze swallowed hard, glancing at Li Tianheng with a hint of worry in his eyes. Beside him, Luo Bing also wore a grave expression. With only 4 months until the college entrance exam, was it really worth it to vent his anger? Luo Bing had not anticipated that Yang Fan had concealed such formidable strength. His combat prowess alone would have secured him a place among the top 5 in the Luo family's divine simulation battle rankings. Father Yang Fan may lack integrity, but his strength is undeniable. Luo Bing's gaze upon Yang Fan gradually shifted from disdain to earnest recognition. As expected, Li Tianheng did not strike immediately. He hesitated. How could he not? The Gaokao would shape his entire future. Was pride truly worth? Let's call it off. How about a friendly sparring match instead? Yang Fan said with an easy smile. Gazing at that warm, affable expression, Li Tianheng suddenly recalled their earlier exchanges within the alien divine realm, and the camaraderie they'd feigned calling each other brother. Damn you. I'll kill you myself. Blood fury activated. My faithful slaughter every enemy. Li Tianheng instantly unleashed his innate talent. His army's aura surged, intensifying by a full third. His followers surged forward like ravenous predatory wolves poised to tear flesh from bone. What the hell? This guy's actually serious. Yang Fan was utterly speechless. He himself acted with impunity, empowered by his evolution talent. But Li Tianheng, a hot-blooded youth who charged headlong into battle without a second thought for consequence. Yang Fan too felt inwardly wretched. He had never intended real combat. Should all those faithful perish, the loss would cut deep. He had merely sought to compel submission through a calculated display of power, to transform hostility into harmony and spare himself future complications. Instead, he risked forging an even deeper enmity. Yang Fan's faithful had already formed disciplined ranks. Frontline soldiers trained in the indestructible golden body art raised towering shields to absorb the first wave of assault. With a thunderous crash, a blade flashed. Several second-tier cultivators wielding martial arts were cleaved cleanly at the waist. Even drank armor shields, and the disciples' own bodies split asunder. Leading the charge were 3 fifth-tier faithful under Li Tianheng's command, their advance unstoppable. After all this was the perfected 10,000 beings convergence formation. Any breach in formation was instantly sealed by reinforcements. Kill. Under the formation's cover, one faithful activated the light body technique, gliding like a phantom to appear beside the enemy who had just swung his blade. A sharp tearing sound, steel sliced through flesh. One of Li Tianheng's fifth-tier faithful lost his arm in a single stroke. This was only the opening clash. Continued engagement would assuredly end in mutual devastation. Cease at once. Li Tianheng, are you mad? Xiao Wang materialized instantly outside the arena, his face etched with urgent alarm. Once the Divine Realm battlefield activated, it could not be terminated unless both parties consented, or until one side's faithful were entirely annihilated. Even Xiao Wang, a divine instructor, could not override the virtual world's immutable laws. Both Li Tianheng and Yang Fan possessed exceptional aptitude, top contenders for Yangxian No. One high school's Gaokao destined to bring honor to their institution. Yet here they were commanding their faithful in life-or-death combat, high-tier disciples being rapidly depleted. If the academic committee learned of this, Xiao Wang, homeroom teacher of class 1, would surely be dismissed. Xiao Wang had gravely misjudged both Yang Fan's strength and Li Tianheng's reckless fervor. Not a single student in this class gave him peace of mind. At Xiao Wang's sharp rebuke, Li Tianheng instinctively froze. Seeing his opponent halt, Yang Fan likewise commanded his faithful to stand down. As hostilities ceased, Xiao Wang exhaled in relief. Classes end shortly. Henceforth, no arena matches between you two. I refuse. Li Tianheng insisted stubbornly. The Gaokao is only 4 months away. Do you truly wish to gamble your entire future on this fleeting moment of pride? Xiao Wang rubbed his temples, voice laced with weary resignation. These scions of elite families possessed extraordinary vision, resources, and talent, but perhaps having been coddled since birth, once fixated on a goal, they became dangerously unyielding. Li Tianheng remained silent, his eyes still burning with resentment toward Yang Fan. Don't go mad. Please don't go mad. From now on, I'll cross the street to avoid you. Yang Fan prayed silently. The shameless fear the ruthless fear the reckless. Now the shameless had collided heat-in with the reckless, a double dose of dread. All Yang Fan desired was steady growth of his divine realm. Battling pointlessly against others held no reward whatsoever. Enough. If you persist, I shall contact your father immediately and request he speak with you directly. Xiao Wang's voice turned icy. Li Tianheng's gaze slowly cooled, though bitterness lingered. I agree to end this contest. So do I. Yang Fan chimed in, instantly terrified he might retract his words. The arena's restrictions dissolved. Yang Fan recalled his faithful and withdrew from the virtual world. Back in his villa in Yangqing, Yang Fan patted his chest, breathing deeply, relieved as if emerging unscathed from mortal peril. Had those 10,000 elite troops perished in that clash, his divine realm's development would have suffered grievous delay. Meanwhile, in the virtual realm, Li Qingze had already concluded his match. Brother, you nearly gave me a heart attack. So many high-tier faithful lost. When we return home, I'll be punished alongside you, Li Qingze blurted out. Just seeing that smug look of his made me snap, Li Tianheng spat. Forget it. With someone so morally bankrupt, the wisest course is simply to keep our distance. Engaging with such a person guarantees loss. For us always. Yang Fan's reputation is now irreparably tarnished, whether during school or beyond. Few will ever seek partnership with him. By choosing solitary confrontation, he ensures his eventual obsolescence, left far behind by us. Should you still feel aggrieved, brother, let us wait until we ascend to divinity. Then demand his apology and recompense. Li Qingze offered soothing counsel. Precisely. Yang Fan is nothing more than an outsider talent of the Luo family. His temporary lead built solely on underhanded tactics. Without familial backing, once he reaches the demigod realm, he'll fall further and further behind us, another added in agreement. He's barefoot and fearless. We're legitimate heirs of the Li clan. No need to brawl with such a commoner. We'll settle this after the Gaokao. A cluster of Li family prodigies gathered around. Watching the scene unfold, Chao Wang shook his head in quiet dismay and opened his chat interface to draft a message. Your son's temperament remains immature. Please guide him accordingly. Attachment: Divine Realm Battlefield. Today's recording. The next day, Yang Fan clicked his coordinate, but instead of being transported to the battlefield, his consciousness materialized inside the classroom. Noticing all students present, Chao Wang addressed them firmly from the podium. Arena battles within the Divine Realm Battlefield cultivate your tactical acumen. Though forces are limited to 10,000, large-scale faithful warfare builds upon this very foundation. This also constitutes the first Gaokao examination, worth 100 academic credits. Naturally, should any of you achieve a ranking within the county's top 10,000 in the Divine Simulation Battle prior to the Gaokao, you will be exempt from this exam and awarded full marks automatically. Should you have further questions regarding formation deployment or combat techniques within the Divine Simulation Battle, feel free to contact me privately. Yes, teacher, the students replied in unison. Luo Bing, as class monitor, I ask you, upon graduating from university and entering society, what is the primary duty of our warborn Divine Realm path? Chao Wang asked. Luo Bing rose and answered, to serve on the front lines against alien deities, ensuring the uninterrupted flame of humanity endures. That's what the textbooks say. But today I'll tell you plainly, such rhetoric is mere motivational tonic for children. Chao Wang shook his head with a wry smile. Hearing this, the students' expressions flickered with astonishment. They had never imagined their military instructor would utter words so devoid of conventional virtue. Chao Wang continued, the development of a divine realm demands vast external resources, and war remains the most efficient means of acquiring them. Engaging alien deities on the front lines sounds noble, defending the weak, safeguarding humanity's eternal flame, all for the sake of mankind. Put bluntly, however, it is about growing stronger, about seizing resources, about self-preservation above all else. Teacher, hearing you speak like this, I suddenly feel frontline deities aren't quite so lofty after all. Ha ha ha. A true gentleman judges by deeds, not intentions. By intention alone, indeed, they are far from noble. Yet by deed, let me assure you, without them none of you would enjoy such peace today. Chao Wang drew a deep breath and went on. In this world there exists only one force capable of aligning all beings toward a single purpose: self-interest. Each student pursues the growth of their own divine realm, thus risking life on the front lines in war. Yet paradoxically, that very process safeguards the continuity of human civilization. Do you truly believe alien races are innately evil? In truth, they are no different. The heavens are impartial, regarding all things as sacrificial straw dogs. To seize control of fate, one must relentlessly strengthen oneself. Through war, beings acquire resources to empower themselves. Empowered, they wage ever greater wars, an endless cycle. Humanity does so. Alien races do so. Precisely speaking, this is an instinct encoded into the very genome of every living being. This is part of the world's unvarnished truth. Truth you, as aspirants of the warborn divine realm path, have earned the right to know. All listened intently. Chao Wang's words struck them like a thunderclap. Why do other classes never broach such topics? Because most of them follow the support path, serving as capillaries within humanity's collective body, destined to become ordinary divine beings, the impoverished stratum at the base of human society. Never touch the rich man's cake, never disturb the poor man's mind. Once you climb just a little higher, this simple social law will reveal itself with quiet clarity. Li Tianheng, I ask you, when invading an alien divine realm, what are the three most essential actions? Li Tianheng stood and said, annihilate the enemy deities' believers using overwhelming strength. Then what? What else? Li Tianheng scratched his head. Chao Wang's expression darkened. Please sit. Slaughtering believers and breaching the divine realm's core. That is merely the first step. The second step is learning to protect yourself. Once you choose invasion, your own coordinates instantly appear within the enemy's field of vision. Shielding your divine realm's core is a profound discipline. The third step is assimilation, the harvest. A deity's domain spans unimaginable vastness, with even the smallest measuring billions of square kilometers. How to gather resources efficiently, dismantle defensive structures. This, too, demands mastery. As hunters, you must consume your prey entirely, flesh, bone, hide, even hair, leaving no fragment unused. This is what we call nourishment. The Divine Realm entrance examination bifurcates into two paths: Warborn and Support. Our Warborn path, as just outlined, comprises three distinct assessments. A simulated divine combat test evaluating believer strength equivalence, 100 academic credits. A resource acquisition mission within an alien divine realm, 100 academic credits. A defensive warfare simulation, repelling invasion upon one's own divine realm, 100 academic credits. Each year's examination format undergoes minor adjustments, yet its core objective remains unchanged: to rigorously assess precisely these three competencies. At this, Chao Wang snapped his fingers lightly. The blackboard behind him vanished, replaced by a pale blue digital display. 2026 Class Ranking, Yin County No. 1 High School Divine Realm Resource Collection. Luo Bing 0 points. Li Tianheng 0 points. Next, I shall publicly assign each first-class student a coordinate, the divine realm of a Tier 1 alien deity. Chao Wang declared. As his words settled, the classroom erupted into clamor. An alien deity? What's happening? Why give us a divine realm's coordinates? Surely not expecting us to enter. Again, and this time it's an actual deity's realm. We're still nascent divine beings. Must it be this extreme? Most first-class students bristled with alarm. The trauma of midterm exams still raw in memory. Even Luo Bing and Li Tianheng paled visibly. Confidence did not equate to recklessness. A single alien deity could dispatch them en masse with but a high-tier believer, a true dimensional annihilation. Silence. This divine realm's core has been destroyed. The deity is deceased. The school would never gamble with your lives. At this, Chao Wang glanced pointedly at Yang Fan. According to the school's midterm arrangements, such heavy casualties would never have occurred had it not been for Yang Fan's involvement. The incident had reverberated widely. Many families withdrew funding as a result. Hearing the deity was dead, many exhaled in palpable relief. The divine realm's central power lies in its believers. With the deity's death, all believers instantly dissolve. So now, was this not simply a resource node awaiting harvest? Realizing this, several students exchanged glances, eyes alight with feverish anticipation. Anticipating their thoughts, Chao Wang added, the alien deity's core assets have already been seized by the school. You won't find easy spoils here. Moreover, those assets would be wasted within the fledgling divine realms of you youngsters. Rest assured, however, a true deity's realm still holds abundant resources: spiritual flora, demonic beasts, arcane architecture. Anything you locate belongs solely to you. The final value of acquired items will be converted into points and displayed on the ranking board. This trial concludes the day before the entrance examination, 4 months hence, or equivalently 120 years of subjective exploration time within your divine realms. This shall constitute your principal academic task going forward. One suggestion: divine realms are astronomically vast. With your current population and 120 years of time, complete exploration is impossible. Collaborate in teams and push deeper to locate higher value structures. The top performer in this trial will receive strategic materials funded directly by the school. Strive accordingly. You need not return to this classroom unless summoned. With those words, Chao Wang exited the virtual world entirely. At the same time, all students in Class 1 received the coordinates of the Divine Kingdom. Without any deities present, this Divine Kingdom posed no danger to them. At most, it could only harm believers due to harsh environmental conditions. Many individuals had already entered the Divine Kingdom through the coordinates to explore. After sensing the rich vitality within that divine realm, they returned to the classroom, their faces filled with excitement. The school truly invests in the development of its students. In just 4 months, they could gain numerous resources from this opportunity. Li Gu, can we add one more person? Bing, Jia, let me join your team. Tai Xiong, should we invite a few more people? Most students did not immediately exit the virtual world. Instead, they took this opportunity to form alliances. After all, the teacher had just mentioned that it was best to explore together. The deeper they ventured, the more resources they could obtain. Even if they had to share later, it was far better than exploring on the outskirts. Soon the entire Class 1 was divided into 2 factions. One faction was led by Luo Bing, while the other was led by Li Tianheng. After all, only the top student could receive the school award, making these 2 natural rivals. Coincidentally, both the Luo and Li families had many talents in Class 1. At this moment, they were evenly. In addition, there were some small groups of 4 or 5 people who couldn't join Luo Bing or Li Tianheng's teams. They decided to band together to gather more resources to develop their divine kingdom. Only Yang Fan sat alone in the last row. Even though he was quite capable, no one dared to collaborate with him. Even the second-tier talents from the Luo family did not invite Yang Fan. Who cares? Yang Fan thought to himself, not wanting to stay here and embarrass himself, and immediately exited the virtual world. Inside his villa in Yangqing, Yang Fan entered the Divine Kingdom according to the coordinates. Yang, do you have any good suggestions? Yang Fan asked in his heart. Master, this Divine Kingdom shows no signs of significant exploitation, and the quantity of resources it possesses is hard to estimate. Here are the following suggestions. 1. Find Luo Bing and actively propose a contract to join her team. Given your displayed strength, there is a 50% success rate, making it about 10 times more efficient than exploring alone. 2. Explore alone. With the current strength of the Divine Kingdom, it would only be possible to explore the outskirts for 120 years with a maximum return of 10 billion belief points. 3. Purchase an advanced intelligent life form for exploration. This would increase efficiency at least tenfold, and 120 years would be enough to recoup costs. Upon returning to reality, Yang Fan immediately opened the marketplace to search for an exploration-type advanced intelligent life. Exploration-type advanced intelligent life priced at 10 billion belief points. A special life form birthed from Divine will dedicated to external exploration and resource acquisition, possessing a high level of autonomy and strong adaptability to environments. Its core ability lies in information analysis, allowing it to quickly establish cognitive models in unfamiliar environments, systematically analyzing terrain structures, energy distributions, and forms of civilization, and thus devising optimal exploration plans. It can identify defense systems, locate weak points, and achieve efficient penetration and resource acquisition. This life form possesses a complete knowledge base and dynamic learning ability. It is recommended to grant its secondary command authority, allowing it to independently dispatch believer units during external operations to execute a series of tasks, including collection, construction, transportation, and combat, achieving integrated exploration and development operations. Evaluation: the core intelligent life for external exploration and resource acquisition, possessing capabilities in analysis, command, and strategic expansion. Yang, what level of intelligent life is it? Yang Fan asked. 4th tier intelligent life. Why is it so much more expensive than you? The scope of abilities differs. I focus on the development of the Divine Kingdom, similar to a relatively weak accountant. In contrast, the exploration-type advanced intelligent life primarily collects resources and can also command some simple combat tasks. In terms of computing power, I am on par with it, but in the market it's much more sought after, hence the higher price. Hearing this, Yang Fan fell silent. 10 billion belief points is far too expensive for him right now. Even if he wanted to buy it, he couldn't afford it. Should I wait another 2 months? Yang Fan hesitated in his heart. This is the Divine Kingdom of a first-tier alien deity. Losing 60 years of exploration time would be too costly. Master, perhaps you can consider a mortgage loan. Yang suggested. A loan? Exactly, Master. Your Divine Kingdom possesses 3 strategic resources: the Enlightenment Stone, Lingtao Mountain, and Penglai Island. Many loan companies would be willing to cooperate. What are the specific suggestions? Using the Enlightenment Stone as collateral would completely cover this funding gap. Please grant me the authority to use the Enlightenment Stone as collateral, and I will immediately negotiate with major loan companies. All right. Yang Fan immediately agreed. Within less than 2 minutes, Yang's voice reappeared. I have negotiated with a total of 103 loan companies and have now filtered out the 2 most suitable ones. Jingxi Finance Mortgage, the Enlightenment Stone loan amount of 30 billion belief points, monthly interest rate of 20. Elephant Loan Mortgage, the Enlightenment Stone loan amount of 100 billion belief points, monthly interest rate of 10. Hearing the notifications, Yang Fan was completely stunned. Over 100 companies, and you finished negotiating so quickly. Yang Fan expressed great shock. All major companies have high-tier intelligent life, handling administrative tasks, making our efficiency 1,000,000 times that of humans, Yang explained. Impressive. Looking at the conditions from these 2 loan companies, Yang Fan furrowed his brow. Isn't this interest rate a bit too high? Master mortgage loans primarily focus on short-term borrowing. This is the best option I could find. The monthly interest rates for both microloan and secure loan are as high as 50. Why is there such a big difference in the loan amounts and interest rates between these 2 companies? The 20 monthly interest from Jingxi Finance is within the normal range, while Elephant Loan likely offered such a high amount with the expectation that you won't be able to repay, allowing them to seize the collateral. For this exploration of the Divine Kingdom, 30 billion belief points are more than sufficient. I recommend selecting Jingxi Finance, Yang suggested. Yang Fan shook his head. No, I give you permission to contact Elephant Loan, sign the contract, and we will directly mortgage 100 billion. With my evolution talent, I am not worried about this 10 monthly interest. Even if Elephant Loan offered 200 billion, I would dare to take the risk. After spending some time with Yang Fan noticed something. Even though Yang possessed secondary permissions and could communicate with the outside world, it seemed restricted by another layer of rules. and he did not feel the difference in the flow of time within his divine kingdom compared to others. Considering how much Yang Yi had helped him deal with real-world matters, he should have detected it by now. Yet it seemed as if Yang Yi was completely unaware of the existence of the SS-level talent. Yang Yi was originally bound to his divine origin, so he was not worried about betrayal. Yang Fan was merely curious. Indeed, with an SS-level talent, even such a powerful, intelligent life form cannot detect the slightest bit. Contract signed successfully, the 100 billion funds have been credited with interest calculated daily. The borrower can repay the principal and interest at any time. If interest is not paid for 2 consecutive months, the collateral will be seized and the transaction will be settled. Belief points 101. 5 billion. Yang Fan did not hesitate and immediately purchased an exploratory advanced intelligent being. As the intelligent being was loaded into the divine kingdom, a green light orb appeared before Yang Fan's consciousness. Please select appearance, gender, personality, and name. All random, name it Yang Air. As Yang Fan's words fell, a small boy who looked only 7 or 8 years old emerged from the green light. Yang Air greets the master. The boy bowed to Yang Fan, his expression somewhat shy. Yang Fan was surprised. He did not expect that his simple choice of random would result in a childlike form. Yang Fan was indifferent to this. After all, it was an intelligent being, and its abilities were undoubtedly reliable. I will grant you secondary permissions along with the coordinates of the other party's divine kingdom. Yang Fan quickly decided. As Yang Fan's intelligent being, Yang Air's consciousness could also enter the publicly accessible divine kingdom of the school. Detected a first-order divine kingdom for exploration, abundant in life force, rich in spiritual plants with no signs of destruction. The exploration value is extremely high. The exploration time for the divine kingdom is 120 years. Considering the current population and military status of the divine kingdom, I request 500 second-order beings, 500 first-order beings, and 3 million ordinary mortals. To improve exploration efficiency, it is necessary to purchase drones, spectral detectors, and portable simple warehouses, requesting special funding of 2 billion. Yang Air quickly concluded. Approve the request. Yang Fan nodded, and then said to Yang, set aside a portion for reserve funds, the rest to purchase 40 monkey wine springs. Master, want this investment be too risky? In the long run, the value of Dao stones is higher. Yang analyzed calmly and informed the conclusion without any human emotions. Rest assured, I have my ways. In the coming time, aside from reserving 10 billion belief points for interest each month, all other income will be invested in monkey wine springs, aiming to purchase 100 within a short period. Since Yang could not comprehend the existence of evolution talent, Yang Fan had to issue the order himself. The 100 monkey wine springs would occupy a significant portion of Ling Tao Mountain's production capacity, ensuring that his monthly income from belief points would reach hundreds of billions. Had he known he could mortgage loans, he would have rushed in earlier rather than waiting until now. Thanks to the influence of evolution talent, even investments in low-return structures like moon wells yield a monthly profit of 10. After this incident, Yang Fan realized another channel for obtaining funds. Once he became a demigod or deity, if better investment opportunities arose, he could use this to borrow and rapidly grow his capital. Back in reality, under Yang Fan's perception, Yang Air had transformed into a consciousness entity appearing at the edge of the alien divine kingdom. He did not rashly venture deeper, but took out dozens of miniature unmanned probes, which separated from behind him, transforming into small streams of light that quickly melded into the surrounding forest and mountains. Moments later, a large amount of data began to be transmitted back. Terrain structure, energy fluctuations, life density. All the information quickly constructed a complete model in Yang Air's consciousness. In the outer region of the divine kingdom, resource distribution is sparse with localized high-energy reaction points present, Yang Air muttered to himself. In the next moment, he waved his hand and millions of believers instantly arrived at the location. Target locked, spiritual plant resources. A harvesting team exists in warehouse No. 1. Although the god of this divine kingdom was dead, the ecology of the divine kingdom remained intact, and under such lush greenery, there were naturally many beasts present. However, under Yang Air's detection, as those beasts were still several kilometers away, he had already dispatched a team to hunt them, minimizing losses to the greatest extent. Outer cleanup completed, risks, controllable conditions for further exploration are met. As a deity, even though Yang Fan's consciousness was in the real world, as long as he wished, he could clearly observe everything happening around Yang Air. Watching Yang Air's actions, Yang Fan felt this was less like exploration and more like a standardized resource collection process. It must be the advanced intelligent beings, their efficiency exceeds mine by far. Yang Fan couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, he truly understood what Chao Wang meant by not wasting resources. Throughout Yang Air's entire collection process, anything that could be sold in the marketplace regardless of its value, he would send people to collect. Low-level spiritual plants the bodies of first-order monsters, and even those spiritual soils. This operation was akin to bandits raiding a village, checking even the toilets. Since the gods in this area were dead, the federal intelligent beings had long covered the entire divine kingdom, and every collection by the students was recorded and updated in real time. Yang Fan 2000 points. Yang Fan 5000 points. Yang Fan 1000 points. With Yang Air around, Yang Fan had no need to worry. After sensing there was nothing amiss, he embraced Luo Ro and began to sleep. With technology having developed to this point, one must learn to enjoy life. Let the machines handle tasks, and for anything else. Cough cough, it's best to sleep well and spend more time with family. The resources obtained by Yang Air from exploring the alien divine kingdom were brought back in batches through a portable warehouse. Meanwhile, Yang E managed the development of the divine kingdom using breeding cards to increase the population and provide Yang Air with military and logistical support. As for the resources brought back, they were also sold in batches in the marketplace, followed by purchases of fixed assets like Monkey Wine Springs. During this time, as a deity, Yang Fan felt like a carefree lord, discovering that there was little for him to do after inspecting both sides. In the evenings, he would spend time with his wife, while during the day he would sneak off to Tianxiang World to meet his old friends. There was no way around it. A life was too good, leading to carnal desires. Soon a month passed in the blink of an eye. Since the exploration of the alien divine kingdom was still in the outermost stage, even with Yang Air's efficiency, he had only brought back resources worth 2 billion over 30 years in the divine kingdom. Yang Fan was quite satisfied with this, as his results were already far ahead. Yang Fan 2, 142 billion points. Luo Bing, 896 million points. Li Tianheng, 799 million points. Li Shuhua, 22 million points. Looking at the rankings, Yang Fan would not naively think he had secured first place this time. The reason he surpassed Luo Bing and the others by more than double was entirely due to the low density and value of the resources in this outer region, which was Yang Air's area of expertise. Once in the depths of the divine kingdom, perhaps even the most casual structures could be worth hundreds of millions or even billions. The final ranking would still depend on true strength. Even so, Yang Fan felt a thrill in his heart, relishing the fact that these people looked down on him, but now he was. Yang Fan's divine kingdom was also developing well. Aside from reserving about 15 billion as insurance funds, all the other belief points were invested by Yang E into Monkey Wine Springs, with 63 already established. With the tenfold evolution talent, Yang Fan could earn as much as 63 billion each month. Perhaps in just over a month, the target of 100 Monkey Wine Springs could be achieved. Thinking of the monthly income of hundreds of billions in belief points, Yang Fan truly wanted to ask those classmates who looked down on him in class, who else? Be Loki. Inside the villa, Yang Fan was eating spiritual fruits from the divine kingdom. Elsewhere, Li Tianheng's squad directed their followers to slaughter the 3,000 low-tier demonic beasts before them. He opened the leaderboard and stared at Yang Fan's score. His eyelids twitched involuntarily. He could not fathom it. For days on end, he and his brothers had explored relentlessly without rest or respite. Yet Yang Fan had pulled so far ahead. How in the world did that wretch manage it? Li Tianheng ground his teeth together. Li Chengze shared the same bewilderment. After all, theirs was a 10-member squad. Even if resources had to be divided among them, their penetration depth into the divine realm vastly exceeded that of Yang Fan, a lone cultivator operating entirely on his own. At this very moment, Yang Fan, relying solely on his own strength, was likely still surveying only the outer fringes of the divine realm. Brother Tianning, word has it Yang Fan is the top scholar of Class 7. Could it be he truly possesses some profound insight into resource acquisition? Li Chengze voiced his doubt. Really? Is there actually an art to gathering resources? Li Tianheng echoed, equally perplexed. A slight gap might have been excusable, perhaps attributable to luck or perhaps to some refined technique Yang Fan employed, but this chasm was simply too vast. To the uninitiated, it would seem as though he were harvesting deep within the heart of the divine realm itself. I've heard someone named Li Shiheo is in his class. I'll have someone discreetly inquire. No need. True victory will be decided deep within the divine realm. I shall claim first place through sheer strength alone. Li Tianheng dismissed the suggestion outright. Seeing this, Li Chengze sighed inwardly. Elder brother is too stubborn. I'll quietly make arrangements myself. If there truly exists a superior method, everyone stands to gain significantly over these coming days. With that quiet resolution made, Li Chengze set his plan in motion. Though he harbored no fondness for Yang Fan, no one ever turned away from faith points. Yangqing Villa. Husband, will you accompany me shopping again today? The first department store has just received new arrivals. Rumor says these garments originate from a Tier 2 cultivation divine realm inscribed with dust-repelling and water-resistant formation arrays. I'd love to take a look. Luo Ro tugged gently at Yang Fan's hand, her tone laced with playful coquetry. Yang Fan responded with a faint wry smile. Once driven purely by boredom, he had accompanied her on a shopping excursion. It had been sheer torture, 20 or 30 outfits tried in a single store, Yang Fan progressing from standing to sitting to finally collapsing onto the floor. Such mind-numbing tedium baffled him utterly. How could anyone possibly derive joy from it? Their household lacked for nothing now. Even the most exquisite garments could be ordered online and instantly manifested into reality within minutes. He could not fathom how physical boutiques still survived in this age. Just as Yang Fan pondered how best to decline, a message chimed softly on his wristband. A close friend needs me urgently. I'll make it up to you next time. Yang Fan displayed Li Shuheo's invitation on his holoscreen, then slipped on his neural interface headset like a man fleeing disaster. Upon arriving at the Tianxiang Rinjian private room, before Li Shuheo could broach the matter at hand, Yang Fan sent a quick message summoning his longtime friend Lu Rian. Big brother Yang, why haven't I seen you in so long? Yang Fan opened his arms, and she settled effortlessly onto his lap. Fluid, practiced, perfectly synchronized. Li Shuheo blinked momentarily stunned, then blurted out, Brother Yang, you're astonishingly proficient at this. Practice makes perfect. Mere repetition refines the hand. Yang Fan replied, utterly unabashed. Li Shuheo cleared his throat. Brother Yang, your score currently dominates the leaderboard. I assumed you'd be wholly immersed in divine realm exploration. Never imagined I'd actually get to meet you in person. Feel free to invite me anytime. Though exploring the divine realm demands great focus, occasional relaxation here is essential. Prolonged tension diminishes resource gathering efficiency. Balance between labor and repose is the true cultivator's path. Yang Fan spoke with solemn gravitas, utter nonsense delivered with flawless conviction. Lately, Li Shuheo had avoided him like a startled rodent, never even sending a private message to explain. This sudden meeting made the motive unmistakable. Someone had sent him. Yang Fan naturally offered no sincerity in return. Brother Yang, your efficiency is frankly absurd. Any secret techniques you'd care to share? Li Shuheo rubbed his palms together, his expression slightly sheepish. A trivial matter. I'll recommend a few books. Please, Brother Yang, enlighten me. Guide to Resource Acquisition in the Divine Realm on the Dynamic Distribution of Spirit Plants, a Connoisseur's Compendium of Alien Divine Realms. Yang Fan listed calmly. Li Shuheo frowned, eyes clouded with confusion. Brother Yang, isn't that just the standard 5th grade compulsory curriculum textbook? Exactly. Can those possibly be useful? You misunderstand. All profound theorems are derived from foundational axioms. Likewise, every esoteric discipline evolves from such elementary principles. Master these texts thoroughly, and you'll find that all complexity remains rooted in their core truths. Within alien divine realms, I apply precisely what these books teach, and locate spirit plant groves and demonic beast clusters with effortless precision. Only when knowledge is urgently needed does one lament its absence. It is only now I realize how much I missed during elementary school. These days I explore the divine realm by day and immerse myself in elementary textbooks by night. Making time for this meeting was no small feat. Yang Fan sipped his red wine, his gaze shimmering with enigmatic profundity. Truly, truer than pure gold. Brother Yang, are you mocking me? Impossible. My integrity is beyond reproach. I would never deceive a brother. Do settle the bill. I'm stepping into the adjacent room. With that, Yang Fan rose, took Lu Rian's delicate hand, and departed Tianxiang Rinjian. Li Shuheo sat frozen, staring at his retreating figure, lost in profound self-doubt. Here's the chat video, Brother Chingza. I've shared it in the group chat. Li Shuheo sent the message. Damn it. Did Yang Fan seriously just invoke integrity? Has he swindled so few brothers? I told you not to go asking. He's a snake. Li Chingza, brother, you finished watching already? Li Tianheng. In another chamber, Yang Fan was preparing to address the matter at hand when his wristband chimed again. Glancing at the sender's identity, he hesitated, uncertain whether to respond. Senior Sister Ru Yin, I've got a pressing matter. Here's 10,000 credits as a token of appreciation. Let's meet again soon. Yang Fan dressed swiftly, tapped to coordinate, and vanished from Tianxiang Rinjian. Senior Sister Bing, what brings you to me? Yang Fan greeted courteously. Though he had once deceived Luo Bing, she possessed far greater magnanimity than Li Tianheng. She had yet to retaliate even now. Why do you gather resources so swiftly? Luo Bing cut straight to the point. Well, if it's inconvenient, consider the matter closed. Goodbye. Her voice faded, and she disappeared instantly. Yang Fan stood utterly dumbfounded. What just happened? Was she ill? Not only had she interrupted his private moment, but vanished before he could even speak. Did you just toy with me? And I hadn't even refused to answer. After departing, Luo Bing entered a conference room. Senior Sister Bing. This video was leaked from the boys group chat. They claim Li Shuheo has uncovered Yang Fan's secret. We needn't trouble that scoundrel further. Excellent. Project it immediately. We'll analyze it together. Luo Bing nodded with focused intent. Dozens of Luo clan prodigies sat upright in the chamber, faces grave and rapt, scrutinizing Yang Fan and Li Shuheo's exchange with surgical attention, determined not to miss a single nuance. A full quarter-hour passed before the video ended. Silence hung thick and heavy over the entire room. Senior Sister Bing, my younger sister is currently in 5th grade. Might I borrow one of her textbooks for review? One prodigy ventured, hesitantly uncertain whether Yang Fan spoke truth or empty rhetoric. His words sounded both insightful and utterly vacuous. At the Academic Affairs Office of Yang County No. 1 High School, Chao Wang was holding a pile of documents looking for Yang Wanli to get his signature. Director Yang, the college entrance examination is just around the corner. We can't skimp on the rental fees for virtual world venues. Please sign quickly. We need to spend money everywhere, and there has been a significant drop in investments recently. The school has to tighten its belt. Old Chao, you can't be as extravagant as before. Yang Wanli complained while signing. This year's students are of good quality. Once the college entrance examination is over, the federal government's funding will surely be substantial. Chao Wang assured with a pat on his chest. I trust your teaching ability. The school will definitely not delay in paying for your special building. Thank you, Director Yang. By the way, isn't Class 1 currently undergoing resource collection training in the Divine Kingdom? How are they performing? They're still on the outskirts. I haven't been paying attention. Let's take a look. Chao Wang opened the current leaderboard. The two stared at the rankings motionless for 3 seconds. Yang Fan, how is he leading by so much? Did he go directly to the inner circle? The Divine Kingdom has only been around for 30 years, and there are no followers above the Qi refining stage. How could this be possible? Yang Wanli looked at Chao Wang with a puzzled expression. Chao Wang shook his head, indicating he didn't know either. You are the class teacher. Hurry and request real-time footage from the intelligent entity. All right. The two watched the situation of Yang Fan's followers in the alien Divine Kingdom, their expressions gradually becoming more intense. Chao Wang's face twitched and his breathing became heavier. Cheating again. This kid is up to his tricks again. He actually purchased an exploration-type advanced intelligent life form. Haha, this person is really interesting. I remember the school rewarded him with 10 billion for the midterm exam. Did he spend it all on this? Yang Wanli looked somewhat shocked. The primary consumers of such advanced intelligent life forms are true deities. From another perspective, only after becoming a deity does it become necessary for your divine kingdom to be equipped with such intelligent life. It's just a divine being. Isn't it a waste of resources to have an advanced intelligent life form manage the collection of materials for the divine kingdom? With 10 billion faith points, who knows how many high-level buildings could be purchased? It would be enough to significantly enhance the ecology of the divine kingdom. Yang Wanli couldn't understand Yang Fan's actions, but he felt greatly shocked. Is this kid trying to earn back that 10 billion through this resource collection? Yang Wanli speculated. Fool. The core of the divine kingdom's development lies in the strength of the followers themselves. No matter how well these foundational tasks are done, without strong support, they won't even reach the inner circle of the divine kingdom. It's utterly foolish. Chao Wang was almost laughing in anger, wishing to immediately apply for a call to wake Yang Fan up with criticism. Enough. It's already purchased, and the college entrance examination doesn't prohibit intelligent life forms. At least his score in the second exam should be better. Yang Wanli shook his head and sighed, already convinced that the principal had made a mistake in his assessment of the student, feeling that giving Penglai Island to such a student was somewhat of a waste. Yang Fan was unaware that due to his actions, not only his classmates in Class 3, but even the teachers and academic director were paying attention. At this moment, he was lying in bed, his body tense and a pained expression on his face. As the 5th-tier beings were born in the Divine Kingdom, his body was once again strengthened. Terrifying power surged from his marrow to his bones, to his flesh, and finally to his skin. Oh, Yang Fan growled. This was the first time the feedback from the Divine Kingdom was so intense. It took a full quarter of an hour for that sensation to gradually fade. Yang Fan slowly sat up and noticed a layer of faint black grime emerging on his skin. Through the feedback from the Divine Kingdom, his physical body in the real world unexpectedly underwent a cleansing akin to the I Ching. After washing up, Yang Fan sat on the bed, immersing his consciousness in the Divine Kingdom. Divine Master Yang Fan. Divine Kingdom area 1 million square kilometers. Talent level resource talent SS level talent evolution hidden. Followers 5th-tier beings, 1 4th-tier beings, 10 33rd tier beings, 23,310 2nd-tier beings, 490,000 1st-tier beings, 142,000,000 mortals, 22 million. Dependents little spirits, 4,718. Techniques: 5 elements cultivation technique, indestructible body, locking heaven formation, a level beginner, destroying God formation, a level beginner, all spirits return to origin formation, major achievement, Xian, turtle, annihilation formation. Faith points 15. 5 billion providing 553 faith points daily. Buildings moon wells x 5000 sun springs x 5000 level building monkey wine springs x 64 special life building spirit ancient tree 1000 years nurturing little spirits special building enlightenment stone level building flesh sea blood pool x1 level building 100 spirits blood pool x1 soaking 10 tai sway load rate 100 special building fully automatic concentrator x6 cutting plant loaded with 600 tai sway load rate 100 level fresh warehouse level building spirit weapon. Workshop with small mine Clevel transmission tower x5 Clevel city of science x1 wonders Punglai island arranged spirit peach mountain arranged assets Tai Sway x6 10 small mines various spirit fruits level weapons level weapons level weapons. During this time the profits generated in the divine kingdom Yangfan in addition to using these funds to purchase monkey wine springs and moon wells has also procured a large number of cleansing pills grinding them into powder to be gift. With the addition of wonders like Punglai Island Flesh Sea Blood Pool and 100 Spirits Blood Pool, the qualifications of Yangfan's followers have been visibly improving year by year. To select quality genes, Yangfan further ordered that any followers who had not broken through to the first tier before the age of 20 must go far and explore, which means gathering resources under Yang Heir's command. As they delved deeper into the divine kingdom, the resources that could be collected increased significantly, but the accompanying risks also surged. 5 years ago, Yang Heir reported encountering a pack of 50,000 wolves, among which were even 20,000 tiered demon wolves. Even if Yang Heir immediately called for reinforcements, 6,000 ordinary followers still perished. Under the talent evolution, this loss was nothing to Yangfan. Those followers with poor qualifications could die, the divine kingdom could always replenish them. Compared to the large number of followers who could reproduce, Yangfan cared more about the resources themselves. With his strength skyrocketing, he similarly harbored ambitions regarding the rewards from this resource collection. He indeed explored alone, but the supply of troops within his divine kingdom was also 10 times that of others. In the entirety of the senior year, the only 2 people Yangfan cared about were Luo Bing and Li Tianheng. Though they were strong, if it came to a real fight, at most they could only match 2 or 3 of him. Now Yangfan was equivalent to 10 of himself. He might as well take a shot. After all the points he gained belonged solely to him, with no need for distribution. More importantly, there are still 3 months until the deadline if for him the divine kingdom could develop for another 900 years. In 900 years with a large supply of resources, how far could he develop? Yangfan himself didn't know. Strategic resources are extremely rare. Wonders like Punglai Island are simply impossible to obtain through trading in the shop. The opportunity is right before him. How could Yangfan easily let it slip? Yangfan points 6. 424 billion. Luo Bing points 5. 9 billion. Li Tianheng points 5. 5 billion. Currently, although Yangfan ranks first, the gap between him and Luo Bing and others is narrowing, and it is only a matter of time before his points are surpassed. He was not surprised by this. During this period, he had mainly focused resources on the development of the divine kingdom, as per Yangfan's instructions, providing Yang Heir with more support in the form of ordinary materials lacking talent. Even if Yang Heir's exploration ability is powerful, progress remains slow without sufficiently strong believers. Only when the believers are strong enough can Yangfan qualify to explore the depths of the divine kingdom. With the support of intelligent life, he was already satisfied with such gains on the outskirts of the divine kingdom. Upon entering the divine kingdom, Yang Yi and Yang Heir immediately approached Yangfan. Master, they both said in unison. Yang Heir, I will allocate another 10,000 third-tier beings and 200,000 second-tier beings to you. For the time being, there is no need to gather resources in a sweeping manner. Try to reach the core area of the divine kingdom as much as possible. Yangfan instructed. Reporting to the master, the current position of the army has encountered quite a few first-tier demon beasts numbering between 30,000 and 50,000. If we continue to advance, the losses will be too great. Given the current population of the divine kingdom, the supply of troops cannot be replenished, which would lead to a loss outweighing the gains, Yang Heir reminded. No matter, just follow the orders. Due to special rule restrictions, even though the changes in the divine kingdom were significant, intelligent beings like Yang Yi and Yang Heir still did not notice the anomaly in the flow of time within the divine kingdom. Thus, Yangfan had to take the initiative to issue orders. Time for exploration was limited, and if he continued to gather resources on the outskirts, he would indeed miss out on securing first place this time. Yang Yi, given the current development speed, what is the likely range of height-year believers in the divine kingdom over 300 years? Yangfan inquired. Since the other party could not comprehend the existence of evolutionary talents, Yang Fan could only estimate the future development of the divine kingdom in this way. As a high-tier intelligent being, Yang Yi's computational power was immense, and he might provide a relatively assuming the environment of the divine kingdom remains stable and resource input is consistent. Simulating the data to calculate the change curve of believer qualifications, the acceleration of the curve decreases year by year, with the large model designing a random variable x. Based on the master's requirements, the following conclusions have been reached over 300 years. The range of 5th-tier believers is between 5 and 20, the 4th-tier believers number between 10,000 and 40,000, and the 3rd-tier believers range from 300,000 to 600,000. Upon hearing this answer, Yang Fan did not continue issuing orders and returned to reality. Once the number of monkey wine springs reaches 100, we will begin to invest all resources into the believers themselves. There will be enough time. Yang Fan muttered to himself. On the eve of the college entrance examination for others, it would be a race against time to invest resources into the believers to maximize their strength. However, Yang Fan was different. His divine kingdom's development time was 10 times that of others, so he need not worry about whether the believers had time to digest resources. 5 days later, Yang Fan was pushed down the resource collection leaderboard by both Luo Bing and Li Tianheng. In the past 20 days, the two had surpassed 20 billion in points, while Yang Fan's name had fallen to beyond the top 10. Indeed, Brother Tianheng, you were right. Yang Fan was just lucky in the early stages. I even foolishly sent someone to gather intelligence. How stupid of me. Li Chengzi said, his face filled with shame. There's no need to blame yourself. You did it for the entire team. From now on, do not concern yourself with Yang Fan. Our main opponent is still Luo Bing. This time I must secure first place in resource collection. Li Tianheng's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Defeat the Luo family and help Brother Tianheng achieve first place. Achieve first place. Go for it. The group cheered, encouraging one another. Li Tianheng and his group were all from the direct line of the Li family, and this exploration was primarily about securing resources provided by the school. Gathering resources was secondary, while the core objective was to help Li Tianheng secure first place. Compared to the strategic-level resource constructions provided by the school, ordinary materials within the alien divine kingdom were not as important. Brother Tianheng, the alien divine kingdom has intelligent life monitoring from the school. Resources must be personally gathered by your believers to count as points. Thus, the efficiency in this area is still too low. We need to go deeper, Li Chengzi said. Exactly. Although the core buildings of this alien divine kingdom have been taken by the school, there may still be high-value resource buildings left behind. We must reach the core area before Luo Bing does. Li Tianheng nodded. In that case, we will primarily march forward. There is no need for believers to gather spirit plant resources valued below 100,000. Another month passed, and the foot of Spirit Peach Mountain was already filled with monkey wine springs. Under Yang Yi's arrangement, there was a resource house every kilometer across the entire Spirit Peach Mountain. Semi-automated harvesting machines were scattered throughout the mountains, with believers only patrolling the area to check whether the machines were damaging the spirit plants and to conduct secondary collection of spirit fruits. Resource houses and monkey wine springs were interconnected by fully automated tracks, allowing spirit fruits to be automatically dispensed. The entire process had 80 of the work replaced by machinery, saving a significant amount of manpower. On this day, the number of monkey wine springs finally reached 100. Yang Fan's consciousness entered the divine kingdom, looking at the fully productive monkey wine springs with the corners of his mouth involuntarily turning up. With an income of hundreds of billions each month, it was time to focus on developing believers. Believers 5th-tier beings, 10 4th-tier beings, 2 3 3 4 3rd-tier beings, 4 2nd-tier beings, 5 1st-tier beings, 1 mortals, 2 6 7 0. Feeling the current strength and population structure of the believers in the divine kingdom, Yang Fan grew increasingly confident. Now, if he participated in a simulated battle in the divine kingdom, his results would certainly not be weaker than Master. The core investment building monkey wine springs has been fully arranged. The current faith points in the divine kingdom are 12. 3 billion, of which 10 billion must be used to repay this month's interest on the elephant loan. Should the subsequent resource output of the divine kingdom primarily be used to repay the loan principal? Yang Yi respectfully inquired. Yang Fan shook his head. Not for now. In the future, apart from reserving funds for interest, all other income from the divine kingdom will be invested in believers. With less than 2 months until the college entrance examination, Yang Fan must quickly enhance the strength of his believers. His goal this time is to attend the top 2 universities of the federal government, the Taichu Academy and the Xinxiong Academy. Yes, please grant me the purchasing rights for the grade technique Changchun Gong, valued at 100 million faith points, Yang Yi said. Purchasing techniques. Yang Fan looked somewhat puzzled. There were already plenty of techniques, and martial skills within the transmission tower, which should be sufficient for believers to learn. Reporting to the Master, there are currently 10 fifth-tier beings in the Divine Kingdom, all following the cultivation path. To advance from fifth-tier beings to the next stage, they must become believers in the Qi refining realm, which requires the assistance of high-level techniques. After searching, Changchun Gong is better suited for the current needs of the believers. As for those believers following the martial arts path, the strongest currently only reaches the third tier, and thus high-tier techniques will not be invested in for now, Yang Yi explained. I see now. Yang Yi, can you calculate how much longer it will take before the Divine Kingdom produces believers in the Qi refining realm? Currently, the number of fifth-tier beings in the Divine Kingdom is extremely low, with the qualifications of the believers being average and the environment of the Divine Kingdom being mediocre. The overall evaluation of the Divine Kingdom does not meet the standards. The calculation conditions are not satisfied, so it is temporarily impossible to estimate a specific time. Is that so? After so much time of development, my evaluation is below standard. Yang Fan found it hard to believe. Indeed, Yang Yi nodded seriously. Based on the current operational data of the Divine Kingdom, your development level is at the midpoint of similar stage divine beings. He paused slightly, as if retrieving data from a larger scale model. In comparison to the 27 billion divine individual samples exposed over nearly 1,000 years, elite believers, those above the third tier, represent an average of 9.6, while the current divine nation stands at 1.07. The reason resource allocation favors basic expansion with insufficient investment in individual enhancement. Although Panlai Island possesses a self-circulating spiritual energy system, it is currently only used for environmental benefits and has not constructed a multi-tiered cultivation model with its potential enhancement utilization rate below 40%. Yang Er's tone remained calm, as if stating an established fact. Furthermore, according to historical data, high-potential divine nations at this stage typically establish at least one strategic advantage system, such as extreme troop types, complete social regulations for believers, or a strong resource chain. While the current divine nation possesses quality strategic resources like Lingtao Mountain, Wudao Stone, and Penglai Island, it has yet to complete system integration and is merely in a state of resource accumulation. Having believers at the Qi refining or martial disciple realm within the divine nation is a sufficient and necessary condition to become a demigod. Given the current resource input and the development pace of the divine nation, it's impossible to calculate a specific timeline. Yang Fan swallowed hard, suddenly feeling that he had underestimated the difficulty of breaking through to demigod. Yang Yi, according to what you said, I have no chance to break through to demigod before the college entrance examination. Reporting to my master, based on historical data, the number of students breaking through to demigod before the college entrance examination accounts for 0.001 of the total, mostly coming from large cities like Taichu City and Shanghai City. The county where my master resides is a remote county-level city on a distant planet. I have yet to find records of anyone breaking through to demigod before the college entrance examination appearing on this planet. It seems I was thinking too simply. Yang Fan's face showed an awkward expression. There's no need for my master to be discouraged. Demigod powerhouses occupy less than 5 of the total population, while deities account for less than 1. To break through, time for the divine nation's development, abundant resources, and even luck are all in. With my master's potential, having the investment and platform of a university will greatly accelerate the divine nation's development, with a high probability of becoming a demigod powerhouse within the 4 years of university. Yang Fan breathed a sigh of relief and said, all right, the purchasing rights for the Changchun skill have been granted to you, and the development of the divine nation will still be under your full responsibility. In the era of divine nations, the human divine population was so numerous that it was hard to account for, with countless prodigies. Relying on his SS-level talent, Yang Fan might be able to get ahead of his peers in this small place, but in the entire human race, his exact ranking remains uncertain. In his county, even a level or clevel talented youth could be heavily nurtured by their family, while in big cities, how many a level or even slevel talented geniuses existed. These individuals, aside from their extraordinary talents, were also supported by families or companies 100 or 1,000 times stronger than the Luo family. Even so, prodigies capable of breaking through to demigod before the college entrance examination were still few and far between. At this moment, Yang Fan suddenly found his previous thoughts to be naively laughable. The road ahead was long. Although the difficulty of breaking through to demigod far exceeded his expectations, Yang Fan remained undeterred. Step by step, looking up at the sky. One should not be elated by material gains nor saddened by personal losses. Focusing on the present, taking one step at a time, is the true principle. Yang Yi, aside from fully enhancing the strength of the believers, I want to mobilize half of the divine nation's strength to support Yang Er. I intend to compete for the first place this time. Yang Fan said seriously. According to Yang Air's report, the alien divine nation has been marching for nearly 40 years, and now their position is close to the core area of the divine nation. Even though Yang Air avoided a vast number of monster swarms and traps in advance, the loss of troops along the way still reached 1 million. Fortunately, with the evolution talent under a tenfold reproduction rate, there was ample supply of troops, and the military strength within the alien divine nation was unaffected. However, as they approached the core of the divine nation, they began to encounter numerous third and fourth tier monsters. No matter how strong Yang Air's leadership was, if the believers' strength was insufficient, it would be difficult to accomplish anything. Currently, Yang Air did not dare to explore on a large scale. If they encountered a large monster swarm, the resources obtained might not even compensate for the loss of believers. At present, Yang Fan's believers are likely closer to the core of the alien divine nation than Luo Bing and Li Tianheng. With less than 2 months until this competition, only 50 years of divine nation time remain. It is time for Yang Fan to show his prowess. Yes, master, Yang Yi replied. Returning to reality, Yang Fan resumed his daily life. Aside from going to Tianxiang Realm daily to relieve stress, he would also look at the enrollment guidelines of various universities when he had spare time. 10 days later, Yang Fan suddenly received a message from Yang Air. Lying in bed, Yang Fan's consciousness swiftly arrived in the alien divine nation. The air was thick with the smell of blood mingled with lingering life force. The ground bore traces of battle with broken weapons and undried blood intertwined, indicating that a brutal slaughter had just occurred. In the distance, the figures of believers were scattered, their energy chaotic, yet still on guard. At the center of this chaos stood a medicinal garden where spiritual light flowed and various spiritual plants flourished. Master, a great harvest. Originally, there was a hidden formation set up here, but one corner of the formation was missing, releasing a large amount of life force, which I happened to discover. Yang Air exclaimed with excitement. What is this? Level Medicinal Garden by Chao Lingshu Institute. Here is the specific information. Yang Air's eyes emitted a blue light as he projected the specific information into the air. Baichao Lingshu Institute, a level medicinal garden building valued at approximately 2 billion faith points. It possesses a complete system for cultivating spiritual plants and can cultivate various medicinal herbs and spiritual plants on a large scale. The spiritual mechanism within the garden is stable, and the growing environment is highly optimized, significantly enhancing the growth rate and survival rate of spiritual plants. It allows for refined management based on the characteristics of different spiritual plants, achieving efficient output. It is suitable for long-term resource accumulation and medicinal supply, providing significant assistance to the foundational development of the divine nation and pill refining. 2 billion. Yang Fan was astonished beyond measure. He did not expect Yang Air to suddenly obtain such a great bounty. Truly, being near the core of the divine nation yielded rewards surpassing all previous gains combined. Master, I request 1 billion faith points to purchase a large spatial bracelet. The volume of the garden-type building is too large and must rely on auxiliary spatial treasures for transportation. Approved. Yang Fan nodded in agreement. Given that the deity here has perished, Yang Fan could not directly incorporate it into the divine nation as he did during midterm exams. As an exploratory advanced intelligent life, Yang Air naturally provided the most effective strategy for the current situation. Yang Fan had no interest in understanding the effects of the spatial bracelet. Compared to the gains obtained, this expenditure of 1 billion faith points was trivial. Returning to reality, Yang Fan quickly received a notification from the school. Obtained Baichao Lingshu Institute points 2 billion. Gained various spiritual values points 300 million. Yang Fan opened the leaderboard. Yang Fan points 38. 924 billion. Luo Bing points 30. 712 billion. Li Tianheng points 29. 834 billion. A single harvest propelled Yang Fan's rank to first place. Indeed, exploration in the core area of the divine nation is essential. A stroke of good luck can equate to decades of harvest in the divine nation, Yang Fan exclaimed with excitement. Yang Fan was unaware that as his ranking soared to first place once again, the genius group chat had erupted in chaos. What's going on? What on earth did this bastard find? Why has his score increased so dramatically? He's alone, as shouldn't he be exploring the outskirts? Could it be that there are highly valuable core structures on the outskirts of the divine realm? Nonsense. If you were an alien deity, would you leave core structures unguarded for others to snatch? Yang Fan has probably already ventured into the core region of the alien divine realm. Your reasoning is quite sound, but let me ask you this: without a team with no adequate reinforcements or formidable strength, how could he possibly reach the core region? I want to ask this question too. How on earth did this guy manage it? This time the class ranking won't let this scumbag get first place again, will it? Luo Bing, Li Tianheng. Should I have Li Shihao investigate further? This guy is really a bit sinister. Li Qing's expression was somewhat grim. They had noticed Yang Fan's score skyrocketing some time ago, but since it was still behind Li Tianheng, they had only paid it a little attention. But today his score surged by over 20 billion, reclaiming the first position in the class, forcing everyone to take notice. With just over a month until the resource collection rankings of the Divine Realm, Yang Fan's sudden windfall clearly indicated that he had entered the core region. In this contest of resource collection, not only strength is needed, but luck plays an equally crucial role. Originally, the first place should have been contested between Luo Bing and Li Tianheng, but now it seems Yang Fan, the dark horse, also has a chance. Qingzi, I think it's a good idea. At the very least, we can find out if he is indeed in the core area of the Divine Realm. Based on estimates, we still need about 10 years to reach the core position. Yang Fan is quite crafty. Li Shihao probably won't be able to extract the truth from him. Exactly. I watched that video repeatedly and even sent it to the primary intelligent life for analysis. Do you know what the feedback result was? There's an 80% probability that Yang Fan is just talking nonsense. His words are not trustworthy at all. One of them couldn't help but complain. Li Tianheng, sitting in the main seat, also wore a solemn expression, his face alternating between pale and flushed, as if battling internally. After a moment, Li Tianheng took a deep breath and said, "Transfer 100 million belief points to Li Shihao. No need, he's my subordinate now, just giving him a command will suffice." Li Qingzi confidently waved his hand. "I didn't send him to gather intel." Li Tianheng shook his head. "Have him book a presidential suite at Tianshang Renjian for a month and hire dozens of service personnel who are rated highly and are good-looking and articulate. Let them provide top-notch service to Yang Fan throughout the month." Li Tianheng's voice grew progressively quieter, even hesitant to look at his group of brothers. The crowd was momentarily stunned, but after realizing it, many of the Li family's talents began to applaud, giving a thumbs up. "Brother Tianheng, that's a brilliant move. From the last video, Yang Fan is just a lecher. If we spend a little money on top-tier service for him, making him indulge in luxury, how could he possibly have the energy to explore the resources of the Divine Realm?" Exactly. How did I not think of this approach? For someone like him, such despicable tactics are the way to go. Cough, cough. Li Qingzi suddenly coughed, stopping the one who had just spoken. Everyone fell silent, seemingly realizing something, their expressions showing a bit of surprise. This method was nothing special, but was it something their older brother Li Tianheng would actually say? Their older brother used to despise such petty tactics. Has he changed? "Do as I say. From now on, we will implement a shift system with 3 people in a group, ensuring resource exploration is uninterrupted for 24 hours. Not just Yang Fan, we must also defeat Luo Bing," Li Tianheng said with a serious expression. "Yes, big brother," everyone replied in unison. The next morning, Yang Fan received an invitation from Li Shihao. "Li Xiong, we meet again. Every time my performance improves, you invite me to gather. Are you here to congratulate me?" Yang Fan said with a smile. Hearing this, Li Shihao's expression slightly stiffened, a hint of awkwardness flashing in his eyes. "Ahem, well, Yang Xiong, some matters are beyond my control. It's fine, we have a good relationship. If there's an issue, just speak freely." "I have nothing to hide," Yang Fan replied. Upon hearing this, Li Shihao couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. Nothing to hide, huh? He figured out the last incident Yang Fan was most likely playing him. Li Shihao had no complaints about this, since he was indeed tasked with gathering intel. "Yang Xiong, I've booked you a presidential suite until the college entrance examination, complete with service personnel from the big circle, you understand." Li Shihao coughed lightly. What a lavish offer. I didn't expect Li Xiong to be so extravagant. Yang Fan showed surprise. The presidential suite at Tianshang Renjian doesn't come cheap, and the service personnel are categorized in levels. Someone like Lu Ruyan could only be classified as small circle, costing 10,000 belief points for a night, while big circle starts at 100,000. I'm not footing the bill. Yang Xiong can enjoy it whenever you have time. However, with the college entrance exams approaching and the rewards for ranking first in the Divine Realm resource collection being enormous, I assume you don't have much time," Li Shihao said slowly, his tone carrying a hint of reminder. Although Li Shihao was from the Li family, he and Yang Fan could be considered ordinary friends. There were things he had to do, but he also didn't want to. Yang Fan replied, "Then I must thank your benefactor for treating me. Farewell. After the college entrance examination, if Yang Xiong still recognizes me as a brother, we can gather again. At that time, I'll treat you to the presidential suite." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Shihao vanished from the private room. The presidential suite booked by Li Shihao was located deep within the first floor of Tianshang Renjian. Yang Fan pushed the door open to reveal a vast space adorned with exquisite drinking utensils and crystal glasses. One side featured a semi-open resting area with light gauze hanging down and a faint fragrance wafting through the air, effortlessly relaxing one's mind. On the other side stood a 10-meter large bed and an oversized bathtub. The room was equipped with a holographic electronic panel clearly detailing the profiles and styles of the service personnel, responding at the touch of a button. low-key luxurious, yet carrying a subtle, indescribable air of intimacy. No matter who you are, I sincerely thank you. Yang Fan swallowed hard. With Yang air around, Yang Fan didn't need to personally oversee the disciples exploring the alien divine realm. Now, aside from enjoying himself in the virtual entertainment district, he didn't know how else to pass the time. Yang Fan understood the other party's ulterior motives, but he didn't mind. Someone else was paying, and he was enjoying the benefits. What a good person. With only 1 month left until the college entrance examination, Yang Fan was currently soaking in a bathtub with several service staff when he suddenly received a message from Chao Wang about a class gathering. Yang Fan did not dare to delay. He quickly got dressed and teleported to Class 1's classroom. As he entered, he immediately attracted the attention of many. Now the gazes of the crowd towards Yang Fan were no longer hostile, but instead filled with admiration and curiosity. In this world, strength is ultimately respected. Even though most people looked down upon Yang Fan's actions during the midterm exam, it did not prevent them from admiring his abilities. Not only were his followers powerful, but he also ventured deep into the realm of the alien gods on his own for exploration. During this time, Yang Fan remained firmly in first place, with the gap between him and Luo Bing and Li Tianheng widening. Everyone was curious about how he managed to achieve this. Could it be that Yang Fan's followers were far stronger than Luo Bing and Li Tianheng? This speculation seemed ridiculous to them. Or could it be that Yang Fan truly had some secret to gathering resources? But what kind of secret could allow him to rival an entire team? Everyone was puzzled, confused, and curious. Yet they understood that Yang Fan was under no obligation to share. They could only bury this thought deep within their hearts. Li Tianheng, sitting in the front row, checked the rankings again. Yang Fan 45, 7 billion points. Li Tianheng 36, 94 billion points. Luo Bing 34, 92 billion points. Li Tianheng asked with a grim expression, "Qingzi, are you sure the consumption records are correct?" "Brother, this is the 4th time you've asked today. I know exactly what I paid." Yang Fan basically spends all day in the presidential suite, staying there for 5 to 6 hours at a time. Oh, it can't be wrong. His followers don't need any commands. Or does he truly have some means of locating high-value resources? Li Tianheng felt his head spinning. How could he waste so much time on women and still have more points than himself? He had already compressed his rest time to just 2 hours during this period. He could not understand, nor could he accept it. Why? Was this kid cheating? Chao Wang walked into the classroom, and his gaze also lingered on Yang Fan for a few seconds. During this time, Chao Wang had watched many recordings of Yang Fan in the realm of the alien gods. He marveled at Yang Fan's good fortune in obtaining such a high-value structure as the 100 Herb Spirit Hub, and was shocked by the strength of Yang Fan's followers. Unlike other students, as the head teacher, Chao Wang could directly connect with intelligent life and observe each student's performance. Yang Fan's ability to accumulate so many points was not only due to having a high-level exploratory intelligent life, but also because of the formidable strength of his followers. Now Yang Fan's importance in Chao Wang's mind was already on par with Luo Bing and Li Tianheng. Yang Fan was undoubtedly a seed candidate from Class 1. His strength was not inferior to anyone in the class. This kid is truly hiding deep. Chao Wang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In the Divine Kingdom battlefield opened in the virtual space, Yang Fan was not just able to tear off a piece of flesh from Li Tianheng. If he summoned all the high-level followers from within the Divine Kingdom, it would definitely be a fierce battle. Having taught students for so many years, this was the first time Chao Wang had seen a student hide their strength to Chao Wang felt somewhat speechless. He hadn't even graduated from high school yet, and was protected by federal law. Why bother playing the pig to eat the tiger? If he revealed his strength earlier, he might have received more resource allocation. A student who likes to play the pig to eat the tiger and is cunning and treacherous. This was Chao Wang's evaluation of Yang Fan. Chao Wang was unwilling to meddle in the student's personal qualities, but with Yang Fan's strength, he absolutely had the chance to score in the top 100 of the federal's elite institutions. Such a student could bring significant investment to Yang County. One high school. Chao Wang took a deep breath and said, "There is 1 month left until the college entrance examination. In 5 days, we will hold the last class activity, which will be a defense battle of the Divine Kingdom. Supervised by high-level intelligent life from the federal government, all students' Divine Kingdom coordinates will undergo virtual coordinate protection. At that time, all of you will be able to launch offensive and defensive battles in any classmate's Divine Kingdom. The restrictions are as follows. 1. 3rd tier and above followers cannot enter. 2. The military force invested by each person cannot exceed 200. 3. No infiltrating the core areas of the opponent's Divine Kingdom. This exam has no rewards. It's mainly to help you adapt to how to respond if alien followers come to your Divine Kingdom in the future. Or if you attack an alien Divine Kingdom, what obstacles you might encounter. This is also part of the college entrance examination, but the specific content will only be clear on the day of the exam. After saying this, Chao Wang directly exited the virtual world. Defense Battle of the Divine Kingdom. No rewards. Yang Fan felt bored in his heart. Just as Yang Fan prepared to leave this place and enjoy himself in the Tianxiang private room, he suddenly sensed a multitude of gazes. Among these gazes were curiosity, impulse, eagerness to try, and even a hint of aggression. Damn, these people won't form a group to tour my divine kingdom, will they? Yang Fan couldn't help but shiver inwardly. Although there were restrictions, each person could only invest 200 troops, and the highest was only second-tier beings. But if all the classmates from Class 1 entered his divine kingdom together, it would be a serious matter. After all, there were hundreds of students in Class 1, wouldn't that be millions? Although the school had rules against entering core areas, there were still many assets around the perimeter of his divine kingdom, especially near the ancient spirit tree. Thinking of this, Yang Fan suddenly felt that the class activity of the Divine Kingdom defense battle might not go smoothly. Yang Yi, what do you think of this Divine Kingdom defense battle? As his intelligent life, Yang Yi was well aware of everything happening in the classroom. Reporting to the master, the Divine Kingdom defense battle is held every year for the third-year Class 1. It is a friendly match, and there has never been a situation of severe damage to the Divine Kingdom. However, considering the master's special reputation, there is a 93% probability of being targeted by classmates, so it's advisable to take protective measures. What measures? Purchase defensive structures. Yang Fan nodded. After the midterm exam and the ongoing exploration of the Divine Kingdom, he understood the importance of defensive structures. If he were not a divine being and his divine kingdom was protected by federal law prioritizing safety, Yang Fan would have already purchased a large number of defensive structures. Yang Fan's thoughts moved and information about the current divine kingdom appeared before his eyes. Divine Lord Yang Fan, Divine Kingdom area 1 million square kilometers, talent slight followers, tier 5 beings 36, tier 4 beings 43274, tier 3 beings 1, 25 million, tier 2 beings 8, 3 million, tier 1 beings 22, 7 million mortals 10, 7 million dependents, little spirits 12718 techniques, Changchun Gong, locking heaven array, a level minor accomplishment, destroying God array, a level minor accomplishment, Xian Gui, destroying life array, level entry. Faith points 47. 9 billion daily, providing 755. 4 faith points, buildings, moon wells, x 5000, sun springs, x 5000, level building, monkey wine spring, x 100, level 100, herb spirit hub, special life, building, ancient spirit, tree, 1000 years, nurturing little spirits, special building, enlightenment stone, level building, flesh sea, blood pool, x1, 8 level building, spirit weapon workshop, with a small mine. Wonders, Punlai Island, already arranged, Spirit Peach Mountain, already arranged assets, Tai Sui x6, 10 small mines. After this period of development, the overall strength of Yang Fan's followers has undergone a qualitative leap. Even the likes of Luo Bing and Li Tianheng do not possess such depth. Moreover, with the locking heaven formation and the destruction of God's formation both understood to a small accomplishment, if he were to participate in the Divine Kingdom simulation battle, he would undoubtedly soar to greatness. The Grade Mystic Tortoise Annihilation formation has also been mastered. This defensive formation can harness the strength of 1 million followers, but it cannot be utilized at the moment. As for the cash flow of over 40 billion, it's not that Yang Yi is unwilling to use it, but the followers themselves lack the strength to absorb such massive resources. For the development of the Divine Kingdom over the past few centuries, every newborn infant can enjoy the powdered washing marrow pill. Yang Yi has spent billions purchasing the physical bodies of foreign followers, placing them into the 100 spirits blood pool and the sea of flesh blood pool, ensuring that every talented follower can receive their share. Yet, even so, the profits generated from the investment in the Divine Kingdom cannot be spent. If it weren't for Yang Fan insisting that the remaining funds be used to cultivate followers, Yang Yi would have already purchased many moon wells and sun springs for compound interest investment. During this time, Yang Fan has been indulging in the beauty of the mortal realm, completely unaware of the substantial cash flow he has acquired. Beauty is indeed the grave of heroes. Brotherly has misled me. Yang Fan lamented in his heart. He never imagined that the profits generated by these 100 monkey wine springs were beyond the capacity of his followers to absorb. He had thought that with the evolution talent he would earn more and spend it quickly, but he did not expect that the consumption of his followers could not keep up. If outsiders were to learn of Yang Fan's troubles, they would surely be furious enough to spit blood. Which divine being could set up so many grade buildings within their divine kingdom? It was truly outrageous. With not even a single Qi refinement realm follower, how could so many grade buildings produce profits that the followers could not digest? Yang Yi has the resource investment for followers really reached its limit. The improvement in follower qualifications requires generations of evolution. Pills like the washing marrow pill cannot be consumed repeatedly. High-grade pills are too much for the current physical bodies of the followers to bear. Forcing consumption would only lead to explosive demise. As for weapons having purchased from the Spirit Weapon Workshop, there is currently an excess due to the existing military forces. In terms of food with the Spirit Peach Mountain and abundant concentrated Tai Sui meat, there is also a substantial surplus. The costs for techniques, martial skills, and formations are one-time expenses, and the current Divine Kingdom does not require further allocation. Taking the Divine Kingdom's 30 years as a unit, 100 Monkey Wine Springs can produce a value of 10 billion Monkey Wine. The Moon Wells and Sun Springs can generate 30 million in profit. I have purchased enough herbs and spirit plant seeds, and the 100 Herbs Spiritual Pivot Institute can yield about 1 billion in income. The surplus weapons produced by the Spirit Weapon Workshop and the excess concentrated Tai Sui meat that cannot be stored in the automatic concentrator warehouse can also earn approximately 200 million in income. Hearing this, Yang Fan finally realized that he had become so wealthy. Yang Yi cannot perceive the existence of SS grade talents. The income he just mentioned would need to be multiplied by 10. Master, the cash flow is very sufficient. I suggest prioritizing discussions with the Elephant Loan to negotiate repayments and reduce interest expenses. Even though Yang Yi has experienced the entire process of the Divine Kingdom's development, due to his inability to perceive the existence of SS grade talents, he subconsciously believes that the Divine Kingdom's funds are abundant. With the resources needed by the followers reaching saturation, Yang Yi's suggestion is indeed the best choice. No need for negotiation, once the funds are sufficient, repay in full at once. Yang Fan said indifferently. But Master, with the current income of the Divine Kingdom, it will take at least another 6 months to gather the remaining funds and the interest from the Elephant Loan. Just do as I say. Yang Fan rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. Even his intelligent life form cannot perceive the existence of SS grade talents. It is indeed quite safe, but it also affects judgment. For Yang Fan, a mere 100 billion in funds does not require half a year. A month is sufficient. Yang Yi, how does my Divine Kingdom's passive income compare to that of a demigod? According to the data, the median monthly income of a demigod is 50 million belief points. So low. Yang Fan expressed disbelief. With the development of the Divine Kingdom, the investment of divine beings in resources for their followers has increased exponentially. Many demigods have monthly gross incomes reaching hundreds of millions of belief points, but 60 to 70% of those funds are invested in their followers, while the remaining 30% is used for reinvestment in the Divine Kingdom to maintain a balance of income and expenditure. Given the current net income of the Master's Divine Kingdom, it is comparable to that of an ordinary low-tier divine being. Is it really that exaggerated? I am just a divine being. Yang Fan exclaimed in shock. The net income comparable to that of a divine being, if not for Yang Yi's reminder, he would not have dared to imagine it. The asset returns of the Divine Kingdom still have a gap compared to divine beings, but the expenditures are too low. Currently, the various expenses of the Divine Kingdom amount to less than 5% of the income. Yang Yi patiently explained. Yang Fan is walking the path of a war Divine Kingdom, but his current investment ratio is much higher than those who are focused on logistics. The reason for this discrepancy is due to the enormous gains from the midterm exams coupled with the existence of the evolution talent, which has led to a severe imbalance in his income and expenditure. Fortunately, his income far exceeds his expenses. Now Yang Fan feels like a 3-year-old child who has inherited a vast fortune. However, this fortune is kept in the safest bank in the world, unknown to others. Master need not worry. The more assets the Divine Kingdom has, the better. Once you enter university or break through to demigod status, there will be many places requiring belief points. The more funds there are, the faster the Divine Kingdom can develop. The abundance of resources in the Divine Kingdom is a good thing. After the shock, Yang Fan brings the topic back. What suggestions do you have for the defense of the upcoming Divine Kingdom defense war? Given the current area and resource distribution of the Divine Kingdom, only 1 billion belief points are needed to purchase defensive buildings. Yang Yi had already calculated the extreme situation. Even if all the students worked together with this amount of funding to purchase defensive buildings, and with the followers of the Divine Kingdom laying down the Mystic Tortoise Annihilation Formation, they would be able to easily withstand any attack. I will give you 10 billion, spend it all. Yang Fan said. Master, defensive buildings do not have investment attributes. Isn't that too wasteful? I am now a billionaire. How can the security measures for my own home be lacking? In the future, I want the Divine Kingdom to be like a hedgehog. Anyone who dares to attack will first find themselves covered in wounds. Buy me the best defensive buildings. Even if I break through to demigod status, they should still be usable. Yang Fan said boldly. Although the risk of invasion on the Divine Kingdom is currently very low, who wouldn't want to spend freely given the ample funds? The stronger the defensive buildings, the better. Consider it a means of peace of mind. Yes, Master. Genius Exchange Group. Is it really appropriate for us to go to Yang Fan's Divine Kingdom together? There's nothing wrong with it. We are not violating any school regulations. I am mainly curious about how far his divine kingdom has developed. Let's go together and clean up the surrounding resources. Bro, you're a bit naughty, but I like it. Haha. With Yang Yi around, Yang Fan need not worry about purchasing defensive buildings, and their arrangement of life remained easy and tranquil. Soon the time for the Divine Kingdom Defense War arrived. To be on the safe side, Yang Fan deliberately paused his talent for evolution before class. This is merely an ordinary class activity who do not maliciously disrupt the ecosystem within the Divine Kingdom. Similarly, the Defender's followers should refrain from large-scale engagement. The significance of this class activity is to help you understand how to construct the defensive system of the Divine Kingdom. Focus on defensive structures, the neutral creatures cultivated by the Divine Kingdom, and the special environment, Chao Wang reiterated before the activity commenced. At this moment, he also glanced at Yang Fan, as ever since the latter joined Class 1 he had caused quite a few troubles for himself. Yes, teacher. Everyone replied in unison. Chao Wang nodded, and then issued instructions to the Federation's intelligent life. Soon Yang Fan's inbox received a new message. Class 3 of the senior year students virtual coordinates for the Divine Kingdom Luo Bing 1224-649-79661 one time, virtual coordinate Li Tianheng 4687-946-7976 one time, virtual coordinate Yang Fan. On the other side, in the administrative office of the high school, Chao Wang was sitting with Yang Wanli observing this class activity. Yang Wanli looked at Chao Wang and asked, "Is Yang Fan really as strong as you say? This kid is quite deep. Through this activity, you'll get to see the strength of our Class Seed players. Isn't the Divine Kingdom Defense War supposed to be a friendly match? How can one test strength?" Yang Wanli was somewhat puzzled. Chao Wang shook his head, signaling him to continue watching. Under normal circumstances, the Divine Kingdom Defense War consists of students attacking and defending each other's divine kingdoms, observing others' developments, and understanding their own shortcomings. However, Yang Fan was different. Looking at the expressions of his students, Chao Wang understood that the number of students choosing to participate in the battle within Yang Fan's divine kingdom would certainly not be small. Under the limitations of the rules, even if Luo Bing and Li Tianheng could not muster much combat power, Class 1 had nearly 200 students. Even if only half of the students chose to enter Yang Fan's divine kingdom, that would still amount to 20 million troops. As for the safety of Yang Fan's divine kingdom, Chao Wang was even less concerned. Under the surveillance of the Federation's intelligent life, the attacker's followers could not enter the core area at all. They could at most cause damage on the periphery. Aren't you fond of hiding? I want to see if you can keep hiding this time. Chao Wang looked at the projection with a sense of pride. Yang Fan's consciousness had already entered his divine kingdom with Yang Yi standing beside him. The Divine Kingdom Defense War is about to begin. Are you ready? Yang Fan asked. Rest assured, Master, with the current defensive power of the Divine Kingdom, even with more divine beings involved, it is absolutely impossible to breach the defense system I have set up. I await your performance with anticipation. Yang Fan's face revealed a look of curiosity. As a deity, Yang Fan naturally knew that a large number of defensive buildings had been acquired for the Divine Kingdom, yet he was still unclear about their effects. This opportunity was perfect for letting his good classmates help him test the waters. Soon Yang Fan felt a spatial fluctuation in the Divine Kingdom as two armies appeared almost simultaneously at the edge of his Divine Kingdom. A total of 400,000 troops, all second-tier beings. Besides the followers, the consciousness of the deity also floated above. The first to arrive were Luo Bing and Li Tianheng. The two exchanged glances, said nothing, and simultaneously turned their eyes to the gigantic island in the sky. What is this? Li Tianheng exclaimed in shock. It should be a wonder-type building, Luo Bing replied, her expression serious. They had thought that Yang Fan had only acquired the Wonder Spirit Peach Mountain from the midterm exam, but did not expect that his divine kingdom also contained another wonder. The rich vitality emanating from Penglai Island could be distinctly felt even from their position at the edge of the divine kingdom. This building was certainly not ordinary. Is this something your Luo family invested in? Li Tianheng could not help but ask. Luo Bing shook her head no. As Luo Hai's daughter, how could she not know what her family had invested in Yang Fan? Could it be from the school? Luo Bing couldn't help but speculate. At that moment, more and more people arrived at Yang Fan's divine kingdom. Wow, no wonder his followers are so powerful. The environment of this divine kingdom surpasses mine by dozens of times. What a rich life force. Why are there such gigantic islands in the sky? Are we really from the same class? Amazing, a hidden power. The scene became lively instantly as those students in the sky began to converse with each other. In the blink of an eye, the edge of the Divine Kingdom was filled with followers numbering nearly 30 million. At a glance, the followers resembled ants. Yang Fan's actions during the midterm exam had incited widespread resentment, and now his Divine Kingdom's resource collection ranking remained at the top. Everyone naturally wanted to see how far his divine kingdom had developed. In the school's administrative office, Yang Wanli's mouth had opened wide enough to fit an entire egg. 2/3 of the entire class 1 is here. How can this kid be so hated? Yang Wanli complained. Though they are all low-tier followers, a multitude of ants can still take down an elephant. The pressure should be enough to reveal his strength. Chao Wang chuckled. Within the divine kingdom, some had already started to dispatch troops for exploration. Having just walked a short distance, the ground began to writhe, and all that could be heard were the cries of followers as over 10,000 were directly swallowed by the surface, followed by a thick cloud of toxic smoke. Damn, this is the Clevel defensive building 1000 Poison Swamp. The 1000 Poison Swamp is worth 2 million. Why is he placing it on the periphery? I am not ready yet. As the 1000 Poison Swamp was triggered, poisonous smoke continuously diffused, causing the surrounding followers to faint in large numbers. Upon seeing this, the crowd hurriedly ordered the followers to disperse. Positioned at the edge, everyone had yet to raise their guard, not expecting to suffer such a significant loss right from the start. There's one here too. It's also 1000 Poison Swamp. Mine too. Before it even started, I lost 10% of my troops. What is going on? Although these followers were not the core combat power of the divine kingdom, their value was not low. If they were all lost here, many would likely feel heartbroken. Tianheng brother, this guy's divine kingdom is a bit sinister. Why has he set up so many defensive buildings on the periphery? Li Qingzi couldn't help but remark. Li Tianheng sneered. What's there to fear? As long as he's not an idiot, he knows that there will be a considerable number of people visiting his divine kingdom for this divine kingdom defense war. Investing a lot of defensive resources on the periphery is probably to scare us away. Exactly. You are very perceptive. This guy is employing tactics. Li Qingzi slapped his head, realizing suddenly. I brought a small treasure pouch today. Oh, I must gather more spiritual plants in his divine kingdom. Ha ha, kindred spirits. Same here. Luo Bing also had a keen interest in the development of Yang Fan's divine kingdom. Along with everyone else, over 30 million human troops marched toward the depths of the divine kingdom. What is that? One person suddenly exclaimed. Following the sound, 1,000 robots emerged from the dense forest. These humanoid robots were entirely metallic and silver-colored, each holding a submachine gun. In perfect unison, they aimed their guns at the soldiers in front of them. Seeing this scene, Li Tianheng hurriedly said, "These are patrol robots produced by the mechanical divine kingdom, made entirely of regenerative metal. Each is worth 100 belief points. Quickly defend with shields." As soon as he finished speaking, a barrage of gunfire erupted from the forest. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets fell like fine rain, striking the armor with a metallic clatter. In an instant, blood dyed the entire earth crimson. Each robot carried 1,000 rounds of ammunition, fired in mere breaths, slaughtering hundreds of thousands of human devotees on the spot. Pursue them. Within a quarter of an hour, these robots will fully replenish their ammunition, Li Tianheng commanded. As a top-tier genius of the Li clan, Li Tianheng's knowledge far surpassed that of ordinary peers. Out of curiosity, he had once purchased a robot to patrol his divine realm, an experience that granted him rare insight. Hearing this, many classmates dispatched their devotees in pursuit. Li Qingzi swallowed hard and asked, "Elder brother, how did Yang Fan acquire so many robots?" The robotic squad that had just appeared was worth 100 million faith points. Would it not be wiser to invest such vast resources into cultivating one's own devotees? Extravagant, beyond all measure. Let us seize them all. Now while we have the chance, Li Tianheng sneered. At that moment, gunfire echoed again from the distance. Li Qingzi seemed to sense something, and his face darkened. Those are my devotees. 1,000 robot strike force lies in ambush farther out. All my sent devotees have fallen. Li Tianheng turned sharply, eyes wide with shock. How could Yang Fan possess such staggering wealth? Damn, it's another squad over there. They're waging guerrilla warfare through this forest. Yang Fan is no longer human, squandering such colossal resources not on nurturing devotees, but on fortifying defenses against us. Full march, to open terrain. A voice rang out. Their soldiers were at most second-tier life forms. Speed alone rendered them incapable of chasing down these patrol units. And yet deep within the forest, something uncanny unfolded. Though numbering in the tens of millions, their massive host moved like a living target, striking when the enemy tired, retreating when pursued. The moment ammunition was restored, the robots unleashed torrents of fire upon the crowds. Only days had passed within the divine realm, yet their main force had already dwindled by 4 to 5 million souls. As a deity, Yang Fan, though seated at the heart of his realm, remained acutely aware of every event unfolding beyond its borders. Well done. These robots proved devastating against low-tier life forms. Thank you for your praise, Master. Beyond combat, their primary function is early warning. I have acquired full visual access to their sensor feeds. Should the realm's environment degrade, or should foreign invaders breach its boundaries, I shall know instantly. Thus I invested 10 billion faith points in their acquisition. Even after you ascend to demigodhood, these patrol units will remain fully operational. Meanwhile, Li Tianheng and his companions had emerged from the mountain range. Upon reaching the open plains, where sightlines stretched unobstructed, the patrol robots would be spotted the moment they appeared. Even if pursuit remained impossible, shield bearers could assume defensive formations, drastically reducing casualties. Sensing their diminishing tactical utility, the robots ceased appearing altogether. Before them lay a vast grassland, lush, vibrant with waist-high vegetation and clusters of crimson-black blossoms. Butterflies, songbirds, and bees danced upon the breeze. An air of serene tranquility hung over the land. Senior Sister Bing, something feels wrong. Such fertile land, yet no monstrous beasts, not even rankless wild creatures like antelopes or yaks. A prodigy of the Luo clan voiced his unease. It was not merely this plain, nor even the mountains they'd just traversed, that bore this eerie absence. Rich soil, dense foliage, yet no beastly life cultivated. Utterly inexplicable. With such abundant regenerative resources within his divine realm, why would Yang Fan leave them untapped? Hearing this, the group fell silent in contemplation. They are a beehive. Could honey production be his chief revenue stream? A massive beehive stood exposed in the open, teeming with bees darting ceaselessly in and out. One student directed his devotees forward, preparing to store it within his treasure pouch. At that instant, the hive trembled violently, and swarms of bees erupted forth. What had been harmless honey-gatherers now transformed into soldier bees, jet black and emerald green, each as large as a palm. Order your devotees to flee, immediately, to the nearest river. This is a Class B defensive structure, the venomous queen bee. A single sting means certain death. Luo Bing's voice cracked with urgency. At her words, divine edicts were issued without hesitation. Though none had heard of this structure before, no one dared question Luo Bing's judgment. Yet with too many devotees and no unified command, the retreat devolved into chaos. Trampling accidents broke out across the ranks. The soldier bees descended in black, suffocating waves, stinging indiscriminately. Luo Bing, what is the venomous queen bee's effect? Li Tianheng demanded. Worker bees harvest toxic flora, concentrating venoms within the hive. Soldier bees then carry tailored toxins, each strain calibrated to its source. Luo Bing explained. Li Tianheng watched devotees struck by the soldier bees still stumbling alongside the fleeing column, and frowned. Hardly lethal. Is this truly Class B? Luo Bing shook her head. The venomous queen bee is a growth-oriented Class B defense. Its toxicity intensifies only with time, and the cultivation of diverse poisonous blossoms. I see. So Yang Fan acquired it only recently. Foolish, spending exorbitant sums on a Class B defense. A sneer curled Li Tianheng's lips. In divine realm development, every faith point was weighed with meticulous care. Even scions like himself rarely invested in Class C defenses, let alone Class B. To him, Yang Fan's decision was sheer profligacy. Luo Bing nodded, but her gaze drifted back to the crimson-black flowers they'd seen earlier, and a chill of foreboding crept into her thoughts. They reached a swift, churning river, yet before devotees could leap in, the soldier bees abruptly withdrew. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Thank the heavens they didn't pursue further. To dedicate such vast territory solely to breeding a venomous queen bee, what utter waste. Defensive structures yield no resources. Once purchased, they become sunk costs. Why would Yang Fan deploy so many across his realm? Merely to guard against us. Under divine law, we cannot even approach the core zone. How much could we possibly harvest from his spirit plants? Is this truly necessary? The group exchanged wordless glances. The truth was, resistance had been relentless, even here at the outermost fringes. Just then, commotion erupted among the devotees below. What's happening? My devotees have severed connection with, so have mine. It's those stung by the soldier bees. Are they dead? Then why do they still move? A deity loses awareness of a devotee only under one condition: the devotee has perished. Yet now came the uncanny faces, twisted grotesquely, limbs bent at impossible angles, bones cracking with wet hissing sounds, eyes bulging wide, blood streaming from their sockets. This is, goddammit, it's a zombie virus. Those bees carry zombification toxin. Yang Fan, do you have to do this? You're truly unhinged. Li Tianheng roared, unable to contain his fury. The infected devotees lunged wildly at their comrades, spreading contagion tenfold then 100-fold. Devotees who received no divine command stood frozen, bewildered. Why was their brother attacking? Should they fight back? The scene instantly descended into chaos, with cries of agony and sounds of tearing echoing everywhere. Tianheng, are you sure this is the zombie virus? Li Chengzi shivered at the thought. At this moment, he looked at the believers he had brought, his eyes filled with disdain, seemingly unwilling to take them home. For divine beings, the zombie virus is a catastrophic disaster. If one is not careful and gets infected, all believers in the divine realm face extinction. Who would dare to let their divine realm be tainted by the zombie virus? Crazy. I'm done playing. You can keep these believers, I don't want them. Goodbye. From now on I will definitely avoid Yang Fan. This person is completely insane. These believers are already dead, don't entangle with them, let the believers jump into the river. Another suggested. As some believers jumped into the river, another scream rang out. The believers submerged in the water suddenly turned grotesque, their skin rotting at a visible speed. The river water is toxic too. Don't enter the river, run into the mountains. Even the divine realms of alien gods are not as disgusting as this place. Yang Fan is simply toxic. He indeed likes poison. All these defensive structures, how are they all related to poison? Even the zombie virus is being cultivated. Is this something a normal person would touch? I've only seen it in textbooks. It is rumored that this zombie virus is a deadly weapon for mortal believers, and only those who break through the refinement or martial disciple realm can be completely immune, capable of quickly exterminating low-end populations. Yang Fan is truly abnormal. In the academic office of a high school, Yang Wanli and Xiao Wang were equally dumbfounded. That must be the corpse flower. He actually cultivated corpse flowers around the poisonous bees. This kid. Xiao Wang swallowed hard, his eyes equally shocked. A divine being daring to cultivate corpse flowers, I've truly never seen this before. The principal's vision is indeed extraordinary. Yang Wanli couldn't help but remark. In the core of the divine realm, Yang Fan watched as millions of people turned into mindless zombies in just a few hours, feeling a chill run down his spine. Yang, this zombie virus. Master, according to the rules of this divine realm defense battle, the enemy's strength won't be too high. The zombie virus is just right to solve the problem on a large scale at once. That's not important. What I mean is my believers won't get poisoned one day, right? Don't worry, Master. I have isolated that area. After this divine realm defense battle ends, I will sell the corpse flowers. I want further increase the potency of the zombie virus. As the believer's strength grows, that little virus will no longer be a threat. Yang Yi explained. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. His divine realm indeed had a bit too much poison. After this crisis, the believers brought by his classmates had dwindled to less than 10,000, but those who remained were mostly entry-level believers with decent strength. Before everyone could catch their breath, the sound of a gunshot rang out again from behind them. Is this ever going to end? This is supposed to be a class activity, not a professional match. Li Qing's cursed under his breath. His believers had just managed to catch their breath in the woods, and now these patrolling robots appeared again. Luo Bing turned to look deep into the forest, calmly stating, "The life energy is most abundant in this direction, let's head this way." Sister Bing, what about these robots? Our believers are too weak to catch up. Just focus on defense, no need to pursue, Luo Bing replied. Let's do it this way. With so many defensive structures, I want to see what good things Yang Fan really has. Li Tianheng nodded in agreement. They continued to advance, and at regular intervals Luo Bing and the others would encounter defensive structures. They had long since become numb to this. After the zombie virus incident, everyone was no longer prepared to bring this batch of believers back. If they died, then so be it. Since that's the case, it would be better to take this opportunity to probe Yang Fan's bottom line. They had walked over 10,000 kilometers, and their forces had dwindled to 400,000. Feeling the intense life energy emanating from the forest before them, Luo Bing and the others were all extremely shocked. What kind of buildings are arranged inside? The life energy seemed almost tangible. It seems like the moon wells and sun springs, Luo Bing expressed some doubt. Sister Bing, I estimate there are level buildings with similar effects. How many moon wells would it take to emit such rich life energy? No one would be foolish enough to make such a low return investment, a member of the Luo family retorted. We'll find out by taking a look. Li Tianheng dismissed, commanding the believers to enter the forest first. As they ventured deeper, the life energy became even richer, and even the fatigued believers looked much better. Indeed, there are moon wells and sun springs. He bought a lot. One person exclaimed. At a glance, the densely packed buildings were intertwined, and they could barely see the end. Just the moon wells and sun springs before them were likely worth at least 100 million. What is he doing? Why is he buying so many low-yield resource buildings? Luo Bing was full of confusion. They'll take these things first, and those classmates who are still here will share when we get out. Li Qing's smiled triumphantly. He had suffered quite a bit at Yang Fan's hands, and now that he finally saw valuable buildings, he certainly didn't want to miss out. As the believers approached the moon wells, suddenly an arrow shot out from a far landing, just a foot in front of the believers. Humans from the outside, stay away from here, or don't blame us for being rude. A voice came from the forest. In the blink of an eye, small elves dressed in green appeared atop the towering ancient trees, drawing bows and preparing for an attack. The elven race. He is cultivating elven ancient trees. Luo Bing exclaimed in surprise. At this moment her eyes were filled with admiration. Cultivating elven ancient trees requires a massive investment of time and cannot yield results in the short term. Divine beings have a maximum lifespan of only 500 years, and at most can only cultivate elven ancient trees that last for 10,000 years. These elves can only be considered as dependents of the divine realm and do not bring direct benefits like belief. Starting from divine beings to invest heavily in cultivating elven ancient trees, whether this investment is correct or not is another matter, but Luo Bing greatly admired Yang Fan's long-term vision and courage. If it were her, she would never dare to spend such a huge price to cultivate elven seedlings. Looking at the tens of thousands of little elves standing on the towering ancient trees, Li Tianheng and the others were not the least bit flustered. The newly born little elves were all mortals, and even if they were entry-level beings, what of it? The disparity in military strength was simply too great. The pressure the elven race exerted on them was even less than that of those robots. Make a move, grab these buildings, and leave right away. The environment here is not conducive to combat, Li Tianheng ordered. Li Qingze nodded and was about to act when a thick vine suddenly swung in from a distance. Bang! The massive vine smashed against the shield, and the terrifying force sent nearly 1,000 people flying. This is a clever defensive building, Matrayant. I don't know how many there are. This is troublesome. Li Qingze frowned slightly. Foolish humans, since you don't wish to leave, then remain here. Become nourishment for the forest. The elves simultaneously released their arrows, accurately hitting the unprotected eyes. The elf clan are all skilled archers, each arrow striking the enemy at their most vulnerable points, wasting not a single shot. Shield defense form groups of 5 charge. Li Qingze began issuing divine commands for battle. Before the followers could approach the moon, while the mountains in the area started to tremble, and countless tree roots erupted from the ground, wrapping around the soldiers' ankles and pulling them into the earth. Woo! Deep within the forest, the ground shook violently as a massive ancient tree as large as a small mountain slowly moved outward. Li Tianheng quickly activated his Blood Fury talent upon realizing the source of the disturbance. With Blood Fury activated, we must flee at once. Escape as much as you can. This is a great defensive structure, the Tree Demon King. Even Foundation Establishment Realm followers may not stand a chance against it. Quantity alone is meaningless. Li Tianheng explained loudly. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately lowered their heads in deference to the divine command, urging the followers to flee. Where do the invaders think they are going? Die. The Tree Demon King surprisingly spoke as countless roots and vines converged from all directions. Help! My God, save me. It hurts so much. The followers below cried out in agony as the massive strength of the vines crushed their armor and bones completely. After a fierce battle, fewer than 1 million followers remained. As the battle ended, the elf clan deep in the forest bowed to the Tree Demon King, saying, "Thank you, Lord Tree Demon, for your assistance. I like it here, and let us protect our home together." As the Tree Demon King's words fell, its enormous body began to slowly move deeper into the forest. Outside the forest, the faces of the crowd were equally remarkable, even somewhat incredulous. Brother Tianheng, how much is this Tree Demon King worth? Li Qingze looked at the remnants of his forces, his tone curious. Such a powerful defensive structure would be a significant threat to them, comparable to the strength of those in the Foundation Establishment Realm. 5 billion belief points. Li Tianheng took a deep breath. Upon hearing this, the students present were left speechless, admiring Yang Fan's financial power. A divine being, yet still a high school student, it would be nearly impossible for him to encounter invasion. What is the purpose of such a defensive structure in the divine realm? 5 billion belief points could buy a tremendous amount of resources to enhance the strength of the followers or serve as a long-term investment to increase passive income. Purchasing defensive structures is the last thing one should do. One might think you are preparing for a divine kingdom war. Li Tianheng turned to Luo Bing and asked, "What are your thoughts?" "I am not interested in robbing a classmate's divine assets. I am simply curious how advanced his divine realm has become," Luo Bing said, glancing at the core of Yang Fan's divine realm. Her interest piqued. "With the Tree Demon King present, we cannot approach." Li Tianheng shook his head. "Isn't it just a matter of going around?" Luo Bing pointed to the grasslands at the forest's edge. "The journey would take at least 3 to 4 times longer, and the defensive structures along the way. What if the followers all die? They're merely second-tier beings. Do you still care about them?" Luo Bing said coldly. Hearing this, many people nodded. Sister Bing is right. After the encounter with the venomous bees, I had no intention of bringing these followers back to my divine realm, so why not let them expend their remaining energy? I'm also curious just how far ahead Yang Fan is compared to me. In the past, I thought Yang Fan was a low-level scoundrel with no real talent, yet his power is astonishing how easily one can be deceived by appearances. After witnessing the dangers of Yang Fan's divine realm, everyone's assessment of him rose a notch. Indeed, as long as one is strong enough, even great scholars can defend one's arguments. Even the negative perceptions held by those who had been through the midterm exams had faded considerably. Let's take a look together, Li Tianheng said, filled with battle intent. At the core of the divine realm, Yang Fan couldn't help but ask, can the Tree Demon King fight alongside my followers? No, while the Tree Demon King is classified as a defensive structure, is actually a neutral being. When placed in a suitable environment, it can automatically defend the divine realm. However, it has no allegiance. Even its own followers would be attacked upon entering that forest. No wonder it is so powerful, yet only costs 5 billion belief points. Yang Fan sighed. The power displayed by the Tree Demon King just now, if unleashed within the technological city, could likely sweep away all his followers. Reporting to the master, given the current state of the divine realm, there is actually no need to purchase too many defensive structures. Due to the excessive funds provided by the master, I can only plan from a long-term perspective and acquire more expensive structures. Understood. Next is this final large piece. Yang Fan looked at the newly installed massive cannon on the grade annihilation cannon from the second-tier mechanical divine realm. Immobile, requires a month's time to charge. A single shot is enough to destroy a city. Valued at 2 billion belief points. As Li Tianheng and the others cautiously advanced, Yang Fan directly removed the defensive structures along the way to speed up their progress. Having passed through without facing further threats from defensive structures, Li Tianheng and the others advanced much faster, and in less than a month, they circumvented the elf forest, their sight directly landing on the technological city. The enormous technological city stretched across the north and south, its extent beyond the line of sight. At 10,000 meters in the air, Penglai Island was shrouded in celestial mist, resembling a paradise on earth. Right below was a technological metropolis radiating silver light, its flow enchanting. Li Tianheng turned to glance back at the deep, tranquil forest, then at the modern city before him, and felt a sense of dissonance rising within. Sister Bing, brother Tianheng, what path is Yang Fan taking? Is he preparing to go in a mechanical direction? A voice came from the crowd. Divinities who take the mechanical route are exceedingly rare, and most come from large cities, as this path consumes too many resources. It's not something an ordinary person would dare to support. Even a prominent family, like the Luo clan, would hesitate to endorse their talents in this direction. Luo Bing explained, it's just a city. The cities produced by mechanical divine realms have excellent residential conditions, allowing followers to live in them, which can greatly increase the birth rate. As a standout of the Luo clan, Luo Bing naturally had a more rational perspective. Her divine realm also possessed a technological city, though it was much smaller than Yang Fan's. Clearly, she was a top talent of the Luo clan, receiving a monthly family stipend along with her father's additional support. Yet what she had seen and heard recently made Luo Bing feel that Yang Fan seemed far wealthier than herself. Where on earth did this guy get so much funding? Luo Bing was filled with curiosity. In the administrative office of the first high school, Chao Wang finally looked a bit more spirited. Director Yang, a battle is finally about to commence. Unfortunately, Li Tianheng and his forces have been too depleted, and even with the blood fury talent, it won't be sufficient. I can't put too much pressure on Yang Fan. Chao Wang lamented. Yang wanly smiled, saying, this kid is somewhat extraordinary. Ooh, I want to see how strong his followers truly are. Yang Fan also noticed the situation outside the city within the divine realm. Let's begin. Let me witness the power of the annihilation cannon, Yang Fan commanded. Under Yang Fan's order, the massive cannon began to turn. What is this? Is Yang Fan not planning to engage us in a battle? Li Tianheng looked at the enormous annihilation cannon, a look of confusion on his face. Luo Bing sighed softly, saying, let's go. This is meaningless. What do you mean? There was no reply, as Luo Bing's consciousness had already left this place. Countless energy patterns converged at the core of the cannon. The annihilation cannon activated. In the next moment, a blinding beam of light tore through the sky, heading straight for the location of the followers. All the followers were annihilated in an instant, without even a scream escaping their lips, consumed by the extreme energy. 1 million people evaporated in the blink of an eye. As the light dissipated, the ground was left in ruins. The original surface had been blasted out into a massive pit, its edges molten and still radiating residual heat. The entire world fell into a deathly silence after that shot. Witnessing this scene, Li Tianheng and the others could only stare, their mouths agape, wanting to speak, but unable to find the words. Is it really necessary? Who is this showing off to? Yang Fan, you are impressive. Li Tianheng snorted coldly, and his consciousness soon departed from this place. Everyone gazed at the enormous island in the sky, the boundless technological city, and the terrifying annihilation cannon, their faces unable to conceal their envy. Looking at the spot where the followers had just vanished, some felt a pang in their hearts. The annual Divine Nation Defense Battle was usually just a formality, a test here and there, unlike this time, which resulted in complete annihilation. In the administrative office of Yizhong High School, Yang Wanli was both amused and exasperated, saying, Is this what you wanted me to see? The pressure is indeed immense, but the target is wrong. Chao Wang's face darkened at these words. Who knew this kid had prepared so thoroughly? The defenses alone must be close to 10 billion. Even ordinary demigods don't have such extravagance. Interesting, truly interesting. A student who can capture the principal's attention is indeed extraordinary. Yang Wanli revised his opinion. After the class activity for the Divine Nation defense battle concluded, Yang Fan suddenly found himself receiving a message. Group leader Luo Bing invites you to join the Genius Group chat. Yang Fan was somewhat surprised hadn't he been kicked out by Li Tianheng. Upon clicking to agree, Yang Fan re-entered the group chat. Welcome, Brother Yang. Brother Yang is amazing. That was the annihilation cannon, right? I checked, and its market value is 2 billion. How generous. Are you planning to cultivate a spirit ancient tree? Isn't the investment cycle a bit too long? Yang Fan. The past grievances are bygone. Let's bury the hatchet, and remember not to bring the zombie virus in future visits. I'm truly scared. Yang Fan. Just as Yang Fan agreed to join, he was greeted with a barrage of messages. He had suddenly transformed from the despised rat to the esteemed Brother Yang in others' eyes. This rapid switch in identity left Yang Fan somewhat unaccustomed. People are indeed so realistic. Offending a strong person makes a bunch of sycophants eager to step on you. Now that he had become a strong person, these same individuals began to actively build connections. Just a rabble. After casually chiming in a few times in the group, Yang Fan muted the notifications and continued his luxurious stay in the presidential suite of Tianxiang. On the eve of the college entrance examination, the resource collection rankings were finally confirmed. Yang Fan 85, 7 billion points. Luo Bing 67, 92 billion points. Li Tianheng 66, 94 billion points. As the assessment concluded, Yang Fan's followers were forcibly expelled from the alien Divine Nation. Meanwhile, he achieved his long-desired first place. I wonder what kind of building the school will reward me with this time. Yang Fan felt a sense of anticipation. The reward of Penglai Island had brought about a tremendous change in his Divine Nation. Yang Fan's consciousness entered the Divine Nation, and specific information appeared before his eyes. Divine Lord Yang Fan. Area of Divine Nation, 1 million square kilometers. Talent slight. Followers 5th tier beings, 46 4th tier beings, 53274 3rd tier beings, 2. 25 million 2nd tier beings, 10. 3 million 1st tier beings, 25. 7 million mortals, 11. 7 million. Dependents little spirits, 22718. Techniques, Changchun Gong. Locking Heaven Formation, E rank Great Success. Annihilation Formation, E rank Great Success. Xian Gui Annihilation Formation, D rank entry. Belief points, 37. 9 billion, providing 795 daily. Buildings Moon Wells X200 Sun Springs X200 Brank. Building Monkey Wine Spring X100 Brank. Baichao Lingshu Institute Special Life. Building Spirit Ancient Tree 1000 Years Nurturing Little Spirits. Special Building Enlightenment Stone. Brank Defense Building Poison B Queen Brank Defense Building Tree Demon King Brank Defense Building Annihilation Cannon Crank 1000 Poison Swamp X50 Patrol Robots X1000 Wonders Penglai Island Arranged Spirit Peach Mountain Arranged Assets Tai Sui X610 Small Mineral Veins Various Spirit Fruits Various Medicinal Herbs and Spirit Plants Drank Weapons E-rank Weapons Frank Weapons. The explosive growth phase of the follower's strength has ended. In the past 400 to 500 years, even the faces of the 5th tier beings have all changed. Without a breakthrough into the Tao, even 5th tier beings only live around 400 years. Currently, the high-tier followers in Yang Fan's Divine Nation are in a state of dynamic change. Some die from depleted lifespans, while others succumb to diseases. Yet new followers constantly break through to fill the gaps. The overall strength of the followers is undergoing a slow growth process. Yang Fan is not in a hurry. The development of the Divine Nation requires resources and opportunities, but more importantly, time itself. During this period, aside from the income from the Divine Nation itself, the resources Yang Air collected in the alien Divine Nation have already been sold off. About 7 days ago, all debts from the Elephant Borrowing app were repaid. With Yang Fan's current income, he is not short on funds and has no urgent need to seek high-yield investments for the Divine Nation. Because of his intention to cultivate the spirit race, he followed Yang Yi's suggestion and purchased quite a number of moon wells and sun springs. Yang Fan could feel that as the life force within the Divine Nation grew denser, the growth rate of the Spirit Ancient Tree accelerated significantly. It might not even take 100,000 years to reach maturity. With the improvement in the quality of the followers as expected, he has comprehended the E-rank formations, the Annihilation Formation, and the Locking Heaven Formation to a great success level. Yang Fan has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Before the college entrance examination, he needed to participate in another simulation battle for the Divine Nation. One reason was for the welfare of the Luo family. Over 10 billion belief points should not go to waste. The second reason was to aim for the top 10,000 in the Yang County simulation battle. After researching the enrollment guidelines of various universities during this period, Yang Fan discovered that the Divine Nation simulation battle is a significant bonus. There are even records of high school students from Zhejiang County breaking into the top 10,000 in the simulation battle and ultimately following a special recruitment pathway to join the Xinxiang Academy. Compared to the belief point subsidies from the Luo family, Yang Fan values the added value even more. College is a stepping stone. Since there is an opportunity, he naturally wants to strive for the best. For this college entrance examination, Yang Fan's goal was to enroll in the two strongest universities in the Federation. Better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix. This saying is just the empty words used by those lesser schools to entice students. Given my current strength, what are the odds of entering the top 100 in the Divine Kingdom simulation battle? Yang Fan asked tentatively. Reporting to you, Master, the information about the Divine Kingdom simulation battle is classified at the highest level by the federal government, and we cannot rely solely on the information leaked online for big data reference. A high school student capable of mastering an grade formation to a consummate level is quite rare, even in large cities. Since Yang County is remote, Master has a considerable chance with your current strength. Yang Air offered a judgment from another perspective. Yang Fan nodded and ordered, "Help me filter out the strongest 10,000 elite soldiers. Based on the current comprehensive situation, I suggest that you purchase 10,000 sets of grade weapons. The overall combat power of the army will increase by about 60%. Yang Air added. Yang Fan's eyes lit up. He was well funded now, and since his followers lacked sufficient strength, it was better to leverage external power. Grade weapons are the war supplies of the divine. Currently, the strongest beings in his divine kingdom are only tier 5. Equipping 10,000 sets of grade weapons would definitely be enough to be supermodels. What is the price? 10,000 sets of grade weapons are currently valued at 20 billion. Returning to reality, Yang Fan immediately donned the virtual helmet and entered the Luo family base. Having previously added Luo Tai Tai's contact details, Yang Fan sent a message, and the other party promptly provided the coordinates. Oh wow, Yang the genius has recently become quite renowned, securing first place in his senior class twice consecutively. His future achievements are boundless. Luo Tai Tai, who was robust and strong, moved with surprising agility, spun around 360 degrees, and embraced him with open arms. Cough, cough. Yang Fan suddenly coughed several times. The other person's enthusiasm was a bit overwhelming for him. During this time, Yang Fan had been enjoying the softness of beautiful women in Tianxiang realm, and being embraced by a 300 to 400 pound person made him shudder. I want to purchase weapons. Yang Fan casually pushed the other person away and said. The college entrance examination is approaching, and many of the younger generation from the Luo family have been ordering weapons from me. However, I have always kept a portion reserved for you. Come sit down and talk. I have some excellent Longjing tea. Luo Tai Tai's face was beaming with smiles. Young brother Yang, what grade of weapon do you want, and how many sets? Luo Tai Tai took a sip of tea. Yang Fan replied, grade weapons 10,000 sets. Luo Tai Tai spat out his tea, looking at Yang Fan as if he had misheard, and asked, what grade again? Grade. No, have you broken through to semi-god? As soon as Luo Tai Tai finished speaking, he regretted asking such a foolish question. What a stupid question to ask. The other party was merely a high school student who had only awakened his divine kingdom for a year. To break through to semi-god within a year was simply laughable. No, Yang Fan shook his head. Don't mind me, brother. I'm just curious. You don't even have a believer at the chi refining stage. Oh, what do you need so many grade weapons for? To participate in the divine kingdom simulation battle, Yang Fan answered honestly. You know the market price for grade weapons, right? Of course, 10,000 sets are about 20 billion. These are consumables for war. Are you sure you want to spend so much money on weapons? Luo Tai Tai couldn't help but remind him again. Yang Fan nodded seriously. To others, this might seem like a misallocation of resources, but Yang Fan was making enough money now. 20 billion faith points is merely his earnings for a week. Cough, cough. Luo Tai Tai coughed and continued. I have stock of the items you want, but unlike those low-tier weapons, I can only give you a maximum of 95 discount. Before Yang Fan could respond, Luo Tai Tai explained, it's not that I'm stingy, but the cost of weapons above grade is extremely high. Even when the deities within the clan purchase from me, I mostly provide them at a 95 discount as a courtesy. There are forging establishments produced by the mechanical divine kingdom, such as Lingbing Workshop and Heavenly Artifact. With these establishments, weapons of grade C and below can be mass-produced, but grade weapons are different. They require high-grade ores to be smelted and simple formations to be inscribed within the weapons. Weapons of grade B and above must be personally forged by a blacksmith. Our divine kingdom has fewer than 10,000 blacksmiths, and the combined number of all those in the Luo family engaged in forging business is not enough to satisfy the consumption of our own deities. This is something that will sell without any worry. Yang Fan understood and directly transferred 19 billion faith points into Luo Tai's divine kingdom. How generous! Among the younger generation of the Luo family, it seems only you and Miss Luo Bing dare to spend like this. Luo Tai sighed. Did Luo Bing also purchase grade weapons? She has the same idea, wanting to climb the rankings in the Divine Kingdom simulation battle. However, if you wish to take the first position in the Luo family, you may be disappointed. Currently, Luo Bing has already accumulated over 8,000 points. Luo Tai took out a card with the prepared items and handed it to Yang Fan. Yang Fan thanked him and left the Luo family base. In the future, participating in real Divine Kingdom wars will undoubtedly lead to astronomical consumption of weapons. Once I become a semi-god and have believers at the Qi refining stage, I must also train my own blacksmiths, Yang Fan silently resolved. To inscribe formations on weapons, at least believers at the Qi refining stage are needed. It's no wonder grade and above weapons are so expensive. With a thought, Yang Fan opened the leaderboard for the Divine Kingdom simulation battle. Rank 1, Luo Bing, First Class Genius Points, 8,761, win rate 53. 2. Rank 2, Luo Hen, First Class Genius Points, 8,110, win rate 54. 5. Rank 72, Yang Fan, Second Class Genius Points, 1244, win rate 92. 5. Rank 109, Luo Mingxuan, Second Class Genius Points, 1122, win rate 50. 2. As the college entrance exam approached, all the geniuses were rushing to score, and Yang Fan's rank had also dropped to 72. After loading the grade weapons into the Divine Kingdom, Yang Fan immediately initiated the Divine Kingdom simulation battle. 46 Tier 5 beings, 9954 Tier 4 beings, all equipped with a full set of grade weapons. This is Yang Fan's strongest force at the moment. Identity Divine being number of believers 10,000 meets simulation battle requirements. Shall we begin matching? Start. Matching initiated. Matching successful. Random battle scene. Volcano battle begins. As the intelligent life announced, Yang Fan immediately saw the opposing believers. However, there were only a few dozen Tier 3 believers. Faced with such a lineup, Yang Fan felt no interest whatsoever. Within a few breaths, relying on overwhelming combat power, he swiftly annihilated the opposition. In a distant star domain, in a commercial apartment, a man removed his virtual helmet. Every time I win several matches in a row, they match me, with such monsters breaking my winning streak. Disgusting. In reality, Yang Fan had not participated in the simulation battle for just a few months, but for him, who possessed evolution talent, his Divine Kingdom had already developed for over 1,000 years. With his current points and Yang Fan's strength, it was basically a crushing state sweeping through effortlessly. 2,000 points, 3,000 points, 5,000 points, 7,000 points. Yang Fan had won 300 consecutive matches. His points, which had initially increased by only 10 per match, had now risen to 100. All believers have died. Battle concluded. Federal Citizen Yang Fan points 104, current points 7,542, win rate 98. 8. Do you wish to continue the simulation battle? Continue. Scene generation in progress. Grassland. Battle begins. The environment changed once more as Yang Fan's consciousness hovered above the believers, observing the enemy forces with a more serious expression. 40 Tier 5 beings, all the rest Tier 4, and like Yang Fan, the opposing forces were fully equipped with grade weapons. After so many battles, Yang Fan understood the ranking mechanism of the Divine Realm simulation battle. When he achieved a winning streak for a certain period, opponents far stronger than his current score would appear. If he wins, the points earned from subsequent battles would significantly increase. This matching mechanism is clearly designed for those striving for points, otherwise accumulating points gradually would be far too inefficient. Setting up the Heavenly Lock formation, all the believers stood ready. In the clash of armies, Yang Fan's troops immediately suppressed the enemy. Strong enough in power and equipped well, but their understanding of formations is inadequate. They should be high school students like me. I just don't know which genius they are. Yang Fan evaluated in his heart. The Divine Realm simulation battle has no age restrictions. After so many battles, Yang Fan had encountered opponents who had comprehended a-level formations to great success, yet they were defeated by him due to their inadequate strength and weaponry. Upon reaching over 7,000 points, many opponents had comprehended formations to a high level. The situation of the enemy clearly indicated they were high school students who had awakened their Divine Realm not long ago. Understanding of formations depends not only on the believer's aptitude, but more importantly on time. If it weren't for Yang Fan's evolutionary talent, even the most basic Wanjing return formation might not have reached a high level by now. Soon the enemy's formation was broken and 10,000 believers were slaughtered. Battle concluded points 201, current score 7,746, win rate 98. 9. Continue matching. Continue. Outside, the various families of the Luo clan were in an uproar. Yang Fan, an outsider genius, had now entered the family's top 10. I haven't seen this ranking move for so long that I've almost forgotten about this person. I didn't expect they would come out with something big. A genius entering the top 10 each year, as long as they don't fall, it's basically a certainty they will become a deity. Luo Chengfeng is indeed lucky to have recruited such a talent for our Luo clan. Stop hiding at home laughing and come out to speak. Luo Chengfeng. At this moment, Luo Chengfeng was in a virtual office watching the Luo clan rankings projected on the wall, while beside him sat Luo Ro, who was already showing signs of pregnancy. Well, with my granddaughter's husband's strength, I want to see what you two can still say, Luo Xian. Luo Chengfeng said proudly. Grandpa, is my husband really that amazing? Luo Ro gazed at Yang Fan's 8th place score, feeling a bit dazed. She once thought Yang Fan was a worthless leech, but now it seemed she had overestimated herself. Xiao Fan has already achieved 300 consecutive wins. At this rate, Luo Bing might even be outdone. Luo Chengfeng laughed heartily. Does this mean my husband has a chance to enter the top 10,000 of Yang County? Luo Chengfeng's expression turned serious as he replied, this might be difficult. After reaching 10,000 points, the opponents encountered are mostly old-timers who have lived for 300 or 400 years. Xiao Fan has talent, but having awakened the divine realm for only a year, the gap is too great. It's been over a decade since a high school student made it into the top 10,000. Back when Luo Bing awakened her ice spirit root, she also made such bold claims, but now it seems the gap is vast. Just maintain a calm mindset. With Xiao Fan's current performance, securing the Luo clan's top-tier genius investment is already a certainty. When he reaches university, I'm afraid even I won't be able to match him. Luo Chengfeng was very pleased. All his children had died for the clan, and his only granddaughter was also injured in the divine realm with little time left. He didn't expect to recruit a grandson-in-law with such talent. Yang Fan's points continued to skyrocket 8,000, 8,300, 8,500. Due to his consecutive victories, his score quickly reached 9,341. Rank 1, Yang Fan's second-tier genius points 9,341, win rate 99. Rank 2, Luo Bing first-tier genius points 8,761, win rate 53. 2. Rank 3, Luo Hen first-tier genius points 8,110, win rate 54. 5. As Luo Bing looked at the current leaderboard, her cold and proud expression finally changed. Why is he so strong? Luo Bing bit her lip, her expression one of unwillingness. Awakening the Blevel Talon Ice Spirit Root, she had once held lofty ambitions. She had looked down on the entire younger generation of Yang County and even proclaimed her goal to enter the top 10,000 of the Divine Realm Simulation Battle during high school, targeting the Xingqiong Academy. Her ideals were grand, but reality was harsh. It was not until nearing graduation that Luo Bing truly understood the difficulty involved. Even with her status as a first-tier genius of the Luo clan and the support of her father, a third-tier deity, her resources far exceeded those of her peers. However, the Divine Realm's development time was too short, and her understanding of formations was still not on par with the older generation. After reaching over 8,000 points, advancing further became exceedingly difficult. But at this moment, what did Luo Bing see? Yang Fan actually had a chance to reach her goal. As points increased, the strength of opponents rose exponentially, yet Yang Fan's win rate remained as high as 99. What does this signify? It means the opponent has been winning consecutively, and their true strength is far beyond what it appears. Perhaps you might have a chance to enter the top 10,000. Luo Bing gazed at the constantly fluctuating points on the leaderboard, muttering to herself. In the Divine Realm Simulation Battle, Space Battle concluded points 307, current score 9,832, win rate 99. 1. Continue matching. Hearing the prompt, Yang Fan let out a sigh of relief. In this battle, he had lost as much as 60% of his soldiers. Had it not been for following Yang Heir's advice to purchase tire weapons, his winning streak might have ended here. Continue. As the space evolved, the environment Yang Fan was in transformed into a mountain range. Upon seeing the enemy clearly, Yang Fan was left in shock. The opponent's believers were not strong. All 10,000 of them were third-tier beings, yet their equipment was exceedingly strange. Every believer was clad in silver-white armor from head to toe, with uniform propulsion devices attached to their backs, wielding laser-long swords instead of the commonly found iron weapons. Despite their weak cultivation, they were matched against him. Yang Fan dared not be careless and ordered his believers to properly set up the Heavenly Lock formation and enter a defensive stance. Since he did not understand the depths of the opponent, the best strategy was to defend rather than attack. Just then, the enemy's believer held a sword in their right hand and uniformly took out a metal barrel-like object with their left. What the hell? Yang Fan was puzzled and countless bullets shot out directly from the metal barrel. Damn, this guy is a mechanized deity. Yang Fan was stunned. The number of mechanized deities was exceedingly rare. Among the 2,000 students in Yang County's senior year, there wasn't even one. This was the first time Yang Fan had encountered a mechanized deity. Countless bullets fell like raindrops onto Yang Fan's army. The frontline believers had already raised their shields, blocking 90% of the bullets. It should be noted that the shield bearers in front were all believers practicing the indestructible diamond technique, possessing great physical strength. Even so, the bullets that grazed the shields pierced through their bodies. The bullets seemed endless, pouring in waves and providing no respite. This is too unreasonable. Shield bearers cover, and the whole army charges. Yang Fan command. Unlike the patrolling robots of his divine kingdom, the weapons in the opponent's hands were clearly of a much higher caliber. In just a brief moment, they had lost several hundred men. If they remained stationary, they would only end up like lambs to the slaughter. As they advanced to about 100 meters, the opponent retracted their gun barrel and charged forward with a laser sword. Devastating God formation, prepare for battle. They switched formations, adopting an offensive stance for defense. As the two armies clashed, the scene before Yang Fan was simply unbelievable. Every time the opponent's weapon touched his soldiers, it unleashed a powerful electric current, causing even fifth-tier beings to pause momentarily. The most terrifying aspect was that no matter how his soldiers attacked, they could not hit the enemy. In such a complex battleground, the opposing soldiers displayed no unnecessary movements. Their speed was far beyond what a third-tier being should possess. This was entirely a one-sided massacre. Despite his followers being stronger, by the end of the battle, the opponent had completely annihilated his followers without sustaining any losses. Battle concluded. Score 1. Current score 9,340. Win rate 98. 5. Would you like to continue matchmaking? Yang Fan's followers had already revived, but he did not rush to begin. Instead, he pondered within. Yang, what is the deal with their weapons? Reporting to the master, these are non-mass-produced, fully automated devices from the mechanical divine kingdom, equipped with intelligent chips that can autonomously evade, defend, and attack. Just now, the master was essentially fighting against the equipment. That's so unfair, it can do that. Yang Fan was utterly speechless. That battle was a complete dimensional suppression. Even his soldiers, who had comprehended the great mastery of formations, were like fish on a chopping board, easily slaughtered. Divine Kingdom simulation battles only restrict identity and the number of soldiers. Weapons of any level are projected into the simulation space. Moreover, the core advantage of the mechanical Divine Kingdom lies in its weapons and intelligent control, so the opponent's actions are not considered violations. Yang explained. So can I purchase these weapons? Yes, but each set costs 100 million faith points and current funds are severely insufficient. Furthermore, without being equipped with a mechanical heart, their combat power would be greatly reduced. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan's eyelids twitched violently. The total value of the opponent's weapons reached trillions. No wonder he had lost so miserably. It was as if he had been crushed by financial might. Forget it. With this matchmaking mechanism in place, I can't possibly win every time. I must continue. Yang Fan thought to himself. Over 9,000 points was not his limit, and he could not always encounter such monsters. This time, Yang Fan's goal was to enter the top 10,000 of Yang County. As the simulation battle matchmaking continued, Yang Fan watched his score fluctuate, endlessly, feeling somewhat anxious. Currently, the score for the 10,000th place in the Yang County Divine Kingdom simulation battle was 10,240. If he could surpass that, he would achieve his objective. Winning 10 matches in a row, losing 1, his score broke 10,000, and his win rate dropped to 94. 2. Winning 8 matches in a row, losing 1, his score reached 10,124, and his win rate fell to 89. 1. Winning 5 matches in a row, losing 1, score 10,200, win rate 83. 1. Winning 3, losing 1, winning 4, losing 1, winning 2, losing 1. His opponent was a divine being from the entire human race, yet it seemed that heaven was playing a joke on Yang Fan, as his score was just shy of 10,000. After several failed attempts to break through, continue even if it's by luck, I must squeeze in. Yang Fan took a deep breath. Entering the top 10,000 in Yang County would give him a chance for a direct admission. No matter what, Yang Fan had to strive for it with all his might. Score 1. The score 2. Score 1. Battle concluded. Score 2. Current score 10,241. Win rate 63. 2. Hearing this, Yang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. The enemies he had encountered were all incredibly powerful, each battle filled with peril. However, thankfully, he had finally squeezed into the top 10,000. Federal citizen Yang Fan, as a high school student, has entered the top 10,000 of the local Divine Kingdom simulation battle leaderboard. Record saved. Congratulations, citizen Yang Fan, your status has been elevated to that of a genius among the human race. Congratulations, Citizen Yang Fan, your marketplace permissions have been enhanced, information permissions have increased, and safety permissions have improved. According to existing information and the judgment of the highest intelligent life in the Federation, special rewards include an grade resource type building, spiritual vein. This building is of immense value and has already been processed for confidentiality. Based on intelligent life comprehensive evaluation, Citizen Yang Fan has obtained exempt conditions for college entrance examinations, and Taichu Academy is extending you an invitation. Staff from Taichu Academy will arrive in one day, or please prepare to leave for your studies. A series of notification sounds rang in Yang Fan's mind, leaving him utterly bewildered. At this moment in the outside world, the senior management of the school and even government units erupted in chaos as intelligent life had all activated red alerts. High school student Yang Fan simulation battle score 10,241, A designated as a genius among the human race. Designated as a genius among the human race. Citizen Yang Fan designated as a genius among the human race. One day later, Taichu Academy will send representatives. According to federal law, the local government must fully cooperate. News spread rapidly through the upper echelons of Yang County like a hurricane. Principal Hong, what's going on? A genius from the first middle school, and as the county head, I only found out through the intelligent life of the federal government. In the virtual world, a man in a suit with impeccably styled hair looked somewhat resentful at that moment. This man was the county head of Yang County, a third-tier divine being, Wang Yun. Old Wang, don't blame me. Ooh, I just found out too. This guy jumped from over 1,000 points to over 10,000. Who could have predicted that? Hong Bing was equally speechless. With such a genius, didn't you nurture him beforehand? Wang Yun questioned. After the midterm exams, I had my eye on this person, invested in a wondrous building for him, and then didn't pay much attention afterward. After knowing each other for so many years, would I lie to you? Then what do you suggest we do now? Taichu Academy has already snatched him. If the higher-ups inquire, how do we explain this? Wang Yun couldn't help but rub his temples. Yang County belongs to the influence of Tiannan City, and that mayor graduated from Starry Sky Academy. By normal logic, if a genius were to emerge, they should be recommended to Starry Sky Academy. After all, geniuses are coveted treasures up there. Yet now Yang Fan unexpectedly broke into the top 10,000, directly alarming the highest intelligent life of the Federation, and they even allocated the quota to Taichu Academy. Though both are part of the human race, Taichu Academy and Starry Sky Academy are competitors. Originally recommending a genius among the human race would yield rewards, but now that someone has snatched it, not only are there no rewards, but it's uncertain whether they would face blame from above. To be honest, Hong Bing sighed. You are also the deputy county head and bear the greatest responsibility. You will take the lead in facing the consequences. You? In the virtual world, the Luo family residence was also in uproar. Luo Chengfeng stood up, pointing at Luo Xian's nose and scolding. Luo Xian, do you have no shame? The conflict among the younger generation has escalated to a family meeting, and all this for your useless son, disregarding the rules. A first-class genius requires abundant resources. If he bears the Luo name, I naturally wouldn't hesitate, but he is after all a Yang. Then your wife Rao Mingming should refrain from speaking at family meetings in the future, as she does not share the Luo surname. This is a completely different matter. Luo Hai rarely slammed the table with force. With a loud bang, Luo Hai stood up and said, what kind of decorum is this, making such a racket? If the family wants to develop and prosper, it cannot rely on scheming against one another, but rather on fair, just, and open family rules. Yes, family head, the elders responded. It has been less than a year since the awakening of the divine nation, and being among the top 10,000 in the simulation battle demonstrates Yang Fan's limitless potential. Such a genius should indeed be vigorously nurtured by our Luo family. At this point, Luo Hai looked around and declared loudly, I announce that from now on Yang Fan will be considered a first-class member of our Luo family. His words suddenly halted, and his expression changed repeatedly, eventually sitting back down. Family head, what do you mean? Luo Chengfeng showed a puzzled expression. There's no need for that, Elder Chengfeng. When you return to the real world, bring Yang Fan to the Luo family estate. Off. Yang Fan has been accepted by the Taichu Academy. He will be taken to Taichu City tomorrow by a designated person. This is the message just received from Principal Hong, and it cannot be mistaken. Luo Hai explained. The room fell silent, and disbelief was evident on the faces of the 10 or so divine beings present. Early admission to the Taichu Academy, with someone sent to escort him to Taichu City, contained immense implications. 11 years ago, a talent from the first high school also entered the top 10,000 of the simulation battle, but he barely received a direct admission qualification to the Xinqiang Academy. Let alone early admission. Prior to enrollment, he underwent a series of rigorous tests. The Taichu Academy cannot be foolish. Their intelligent beings must have detected something unusual. Otherwise, they would never place such importance on him hurrying from Taichu City to Yang County in just one day. To rush like this, how many spatial wormholes must be crossed? The cost of travel resources alone is astronomical for these divine beings from small places. Family head, while Yang Fan has not yet been accepted by the Taichu Academy, we should immediately sign a family contract with him. He may very well be a stepping stone for our Luo family. An elder said excitedly. Indeed, this child likely possesses hidden talents within his divine nation Aoi. Enough, the federal government is very strict about protecting prodigies. It do not play these petty tricks. Yang Fan is after all someone who has emerged from my Luo family, and with this connection, once he becomes a high-ear divine, being even a little of his blessings will be enough for us to thrive. Luo Hai said sternly. Yes, family head. Elder Chengfeng, hurry to the villa in Yang City and bring him and your granddaughter back to the Luo family estate in reality. Understood. Luo Chengfeng replied and immediately vanished from the meeting room. After he left, Luo Hai stood up and announced, Next, I will declare 3 matters. First, the great construction pill tower in the storeroom will be donated to Yang Fan. Secondly, withdraw 10,000 divine points from the family account as a subsidy for his living expenses at the Taichu Academy. The elders showed pained expressions but did not argue. Given Yang Fan's current situation, he truly deserves the family's full investment. Second, from now on, Luo Chengfeng's granddaughter Luo Ro will be promoted to a first-class genius of the family. The Grand Elder will take my token to Tiannan City to seek Master Gu. He's help in resolving the issues with Luo Rao's damaged divine nation. In the future, regardless of their talents, Luo Ro and Yang Fan's child will also enjoy the treatment of a first-class genius, Luo Hai continued. Yes, I will go at once, the Grand Elder replied. Third, Luo Hai turned to look at Luo Xian, exuding the pressure of a third-tier divine being. Your son is named Luo Mingxuan, correct? Family head, I will certainly keep this unruly child in check and ensure he never appears before Yang Fan. Luo Xian replied, his voice trembling slightly. Not enough. Out of consideration for you, Luo Mingxian will be expelled from the Luo family. You can find a quiet place for him to stay. Luo Hai decisively declared. Understood, family head. Luo Xian sighed, inwardly feeling helpless. Brother Luo Xian, you and your wife shouldn't be so sorrowful. Luo Mingxian is not a promising child. Oh, just have another one instead. Once we break through to divine levels, our lifespans are long. How can we be trapped by such mundane matters? An elder from the Luo family comforted. Indeed, compared to the interests of the family, which is more important? Don't be confused. Many elders began to remind him. Luo Xian's face turned slightly ugly, unsure how to refute. All right, the family meeting is over. You may all leave. Luo Hai said. After the others left, Luo Hai edited a message to send to his daughter. In less than 15 minutes, Luo Bing appeared in the meeting room. At that moment, Luo Bing had her head lowered, her face revealing an unmistakable sense of defeat. Defeated by peers, are you not convinced? Luo Hai asked. I just feel a bit unwilling. Luo Bing responded. Luo Hai looked at his daughter gently. Once you enter university and meet more people, that pride of yours will naturally be worn away. Don't think that having a great talent makes you exceptional. In Tiannan City, you might not even rank at all. In the end, Yang County is too small. Oh, I should have arranged for you to study in Tiannan City with Luo Hen back then. Father, I still want to study formations. Why did you call me? Yang Fan has confirmed his acceptance to the Taichu Academy and will leave Yang County tomorrow. Luo Hai said. Upon hearing this, Luo Bing narrowed her lips. He is so lucky. I will definitely work hard to catch up to him. Seeing that his daughter had not realized the seriousness of the situation, Luo Hai continued to explain. In the past century, 3 people from Yang County have entered the top 10,000 of the Divine Nation simulation battle as high school students, one of whom even ranked over 9,000. Can you guess where they are studying now? Luo Bing shook her head, indicating she did not know. Though this information is not top secret, she had no time to study it. Moreover, she had heard that as long as one enters the top 10,000 of the simulation battle, the first hurdle of the college entrance examination automatically grants one a score of 100, and there is even a chance for direct admission to excellent universities. Among the 3, only one entered the Xingqiong Academy. The other 2 did not receive an invitation. Luo Bing looked at her father in confusion. If that were the case, why would Yang Fan receive an invitation if his ranking was only at the tail end of 10,000? Which genius who entered the Xingqiong Academy was classified as a grade C genius by the federal government? Can you guess Yang Fan's evaluation? A prodigy, he has been evaluated as a human prodigy by the intelligent beings of the federal government. Luo Hai fixed his gaze on Luo Bing's eyes, his expression gradually becoming grave. Looking at her father's expression, Luo Bing finally realized the seriousness of the situation. Yang Fan's potential seemed to far exceed her imagination. Luo Bing did not understand what it meant to be a genius of the human race, but seeing her father's gaze, she knew it was not simple. Father, but he clearly hasn't grade resource talent. Why? Hidden talent. What is that? I am just a third-tier deity and I do not know much, but the Taichu Academy is so eager to snatch him away that Yang Fan's hidden talent must be extraordinary. Luo Hai took a deep breath and suddenly spoke seriously. The family has decided to invest fully in Yang Fan, but I feel there is still a missing link between the Luo family and Yang Fan. Binger, I wish to betroth you to Yang Fan. Do you agree? Father, what are you joking about? Before Luo Bing could finish her words, she suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure like mountains and seas crashing down. Luo Hai looked at Luo Bing with calm eyes, the aura of a third-tier deity unmasked. At this moment, Luo Hai was no longer Luo Bing's kind father, but the head of the Luo family, a third-tier deity long accustomed to high positions. Binger, kneel down, Luo Hai said coldly. Under the immense pressure, Luo Bing could no longer hold on and knelt by the table. When you were young, I took you to the city government to see the world, and you had a bite of the Wanhualing fish. You came back and told me you wanted to eat more. It was the family that helped you buy it. Do you know that it was a great spirit beast? Before the awakening of the divine kingdom, the family had already discovered your ice spirit root talent and spent a fortune to purchase the ice god temple. Do you remember that? Your monthly subsidies, the assistance of the family's actuary, the provision of various rare resources, and the personal guidance of deities. You were the jewel of the Luo family from the moment you were born, enjoying great splendor and being sought after. Having received so many benefits, now that the family needs you, you refuse. Do you think this is right? Luo Hai's tone was calm, but his voice felt like a heavy weight crashing down on Luo Bing's back. Father, I will become very strong in the future. I will. You are only great talent, and under the Luo family's training, reaching my level in the future is already the limit. And now the great opportunity for our Luo family is right before us, and you are unwilling to make this small contribution. Luo Hai continued to question. But what about cousin Luo Ro? It doesn't matter. Strong individuals inherently have more options in choosing partners. Don't forget your mother is my 28th wife. I understand, head of the family. Luo Bing said slowly. As her words fell, the pressure from Luo Hai instantly vanished. Luo Bing lowered her head and slowly stood up. After leaving the virtual world, go directly to the villa in Yang City and handle the matter for me tonight. Yes, head of the family. Luo Bing finished speaking and disappeared from the virtual space. Looking at the spot where Luo Bing had just stood, Luo Hai felt a bit dazed. Bing girl, you are still young. The choice I make is not solely for the family, but also for you. On the other side, Yang Fan, who had just exited the virtual world, had not yet had time to check his gains in the divine kingdom when he was called out by Luo Changfeng. Grandfather, what is this? Seeing Luo Changfeng hurriedly pulling himself and Luo Ro into the car, Yang Fan was bewildered. What is going on? Why does it look like we are running away? We are going to the Luo family estate, Luo Changfeng explained. This can be done in the virtual world, so why? The head of the family wants to meet you in the real world. Yang Fan was somewhat shocked knowing that Luo Hai, the head of the Luo family, was a third-tier deity. My good grandson-in-law, no matter what happens in the future, you must take good care of Ro girl. She is pregnant with your child. Luo Qingfeng, who was driving, couldn't help but remind him. Hearing this, Luo Ro became nervous. Grandfather, has your divine kingdom been attacked? Go away, you brat. Are you cursing your grandfather? Luo Qingfeng rolled his eyes. Then why did you say that, looking like you are entrusting me with something? Luo Ro placed her hand on her belly, her little mouth pouting. Luo Changfeng drove to the Luo family estate and then led the two into the reception room of the family head Luo Hai. This was Yang Fan's first time meeting Luo Hai, who showed no trace of a deity's arrogance. His aura was warm and gentle like a spring breeze, making one feel naturally close. I have met the head of the family, Yang Fan said politely. Come sit down quickly. You are heading to Taichu City tomorrow, so I was a bit hasty, please don't mind. Luo Hai explained. Yang Fan thought to himself as expected. No wonder the Luo family, one of the two great families of Yang County, received the news so quickly. It seemed that the head of the Luo family wanted to build a closer relationship since he had been accepted by the Taichu. Yang Fan was not surprised by this. He had no blood relation with the Luo family, and as he demonstrated more of his value, the Luo family would naturally invest more. Yang Fan felt grateful to the Luo family as well. Without their help, he would never have achieved his current success. Xiao Fan, can I call you that? Luo Hai looked at Yang Fan. Of course, head of the family, you flatter me. Yang Fan was somewhat flattered. This is fine wine I brought back from Tiannan City. It is highly beneficial for the physical bodies of divine beings. You can give it a try. Thank you. Yang Fan raised the wine glass and drank it in one go. Facing a third-tier deity, Yang Fan had no defenses. After all, with the other party's strength, if he truly wanted to do something to him, he could not guard against it, so it was better to accept the benefits openly. Seeing Yang Fan down the fine wine, a smile appeared on Luo Hai's face as he continued. You have been accepted early by the Taichu Academy, and the Luo family has decided to increase investment in you. This is a grade-building pill tower considered the most core strategic resource in the Luo family's treasury. Once you break through to demigod, you will understand the value of this building. Thank you, head of the family. Looking at the card in his hand, Yang Fan was somewhat surprised. Strategic level resources, and they just gave it to him. No conditions. In addition, the family has decided to reward you with 10,000 divine points at no charge. The cost of living in Taichu City is high, so consider this as your living expenses. If you have any needs in the future, you can speak directly to me, and the funds will be transferred to your divine kingdom tonight. Hearing this, Yang Fan looked up at the other party, his eyes filled with disbelief. At this moment, Yang Fan doubted whether he had heard it wrong. This was 10,000 divine points, which converted to faith points is 10 trillion. The Luo family's investment in him was somewhat outrageous. Yang Fan swallowed hard. Head of the family, I do not know how I should repay this. You are the genius of our Luo family. What is there to repay? In the future, work hard at the Taichu Academy, and when you break through to a high-tier deity, our Luo family will benefit from it as well, Luo Hai said with a beaming smile. Meanwhile, Luo Ro, who was unaware of the situation, was also staring at her family head with disbelief. As a direct descendant of the Luo family, she had naturally heard of the Pill Tower, which was a treasure even needed by deities. Moreover, 10,000 divine points. Luo Ro expressed that she had never seen so much money in her life. Come, let's have another drink. Later I will have the driver take you back. Rest well tonight. While speaking, Luo Hai filled Yang Fan's glass again.